The formidable demon lord, Chu Feng, devoted centuries to safeguarding the Black Abyss for humanity against alien races, only to be treacherously slain by several emperors of his own kind. After his demise, Chu Feng's soul traversed the boundless void, reincarnating into the body of a disciple from a lesser world, who had just been fatally struck while peeping at the sect's holy maiden bathing. Upon his rebirth, Chu Feng wielded the Chaos Star Pearl, mastering the chaos technique, and forged a path through adversity to reclaim his zenith. In this life, all regrets shall be rectified. In this life, all adversaries shall be trampled beneath his feet. In this life, he is determined to ascend to the pinnacle of all realms and dictate the annals of time. Chapter 81. The Elder of Tai Academy. Rest assured, I will not spy. Upon hearing the words of Sheng Li'er, Chu Feng promptly assured her. Afterward, he soared into the distance to guard her. Only when Sheng Li'er observed Chu Feng's departure did she gradually enter the pool, shedding her garments and swiftly cleansing herself of the sticky residue. She harbored no concerns that Chu Feng would act against her. After all, having spent such an extended period in the abyss, if he had truly intended to do anything, he would have done so long ago. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Li'er completed her cleansing and donned a resplendent moonlight gown. Chu Feng, once she had changed, Sheng Li'er immediately called for him. Moments later, Chu Feng appeared before her. You did not spy, did you? Sheng Li'er inquired with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes. Absolutely not, he replied. If I had the inclination, I would do so openly. Chu Feng remarked with a faint smile. He held no interest in the act of clandestinely observing a woman bathe. If he desired to gaze upon her, he would do so with the utmost transparency. You wishful thinker, who grants you the privilege to look openly? Sheng Li'er shot a glare at Chu Feng upon hearing this. Chu Feng merely smiled in response. While he could not openly gaze at her now, the future held uncertain possibilities. Perhaps, in time, Sheng Li'er would willingly allow him to behold her. Noting that Chu Feng remained silent, Sheng Li'er continued. Help me dry my hair. Understood. Chu Feng approached her, gathering her tresses and using spiritual energy to gently evaporate the moisture. Fresh from her bath, Sheng Li'er emanated an alluring fragrance that compelled Chu Feng to take several deep breaths. Clad in her moonlight gown, Sheng Li'er radiated an air of unparalleled nobility, and coupled with her exquisite beauty and figure, she stirred Chu Feng's heart. However, recognizing that their relationship had yet to reach such a level, he resolved to suppress his desires for the time being. Sheng Li'er's future was boundless, and Chu Feng yearned to earn her genuine affection, desiring her to wholly belong to him. All done. After a brief moment, Chu Feng had successfully dried Sheng Li'er's hair. Thank you, she responded as she meticulously styled her locks into a beautiful arrangement. Shall we go? Once her hairstyle was complete, Sheng Li'er smiled at Chu Feng. Indeed, Chu Feng once again embraced her slender waist, propelling them forward into the distance. What is your connection to the Chao family? Chu Feng pondered, contemplating the resolution of his grievances with them, and thus sought clarity on Sheng Li'er's relationship with the Chao clan. Her prior appearance at the Chao family indicated some association, though he was uncertain of its depth. The Chao family? I share no ties with them. Chao Jian was previously a student at Tai Academy, while I am an elder there, having once provided him guidance. Sheng Li'er stated nonchalantly. That is reassuring. Chu Feng felt a slight relief upon hearing this. Previously, he had harbored concerns that Sheng Li'er might possess a profound connection with the Chao family, which could potentially create a rift between them in his quest to annihilate the clan. Now reassured of Sheng Li'er's lack of affiliation with the Chao family, Chu Feng felt a wave of comfort wash over him. You are still an elder of Tai Academy? He inquired, surprise evident on his face. Tai Academy stands as one of the most powerful forces in the Central Continent, and indeed across the entirety of the Wasteland realm. It is said to harbor pathways for rapid ascension, drawing the prodigies of the Wasteland realm to vie for entry. However, the admission criteria of Tai Academy are exceedingly stringent, accepting only the most elite talents and those with extraordinary potential. Chu Feng had not anticipated that Sheng Li'er, despite lacking any cultivation, could hold the position of elder at Tai Academy. Indeed, while I am incapable of cultivation, my extensive study of countless texts over the centuries has endowed me with a profound understanding of various theories of cultivation, surpassing that of many who possess higher realms. Sheng Li'er declared with pride. Chu Feng nodded slightly. With centuries of knowledge at her disposal, Sheng Li'er certainly qualified as an elder of Tai Academy. By the way, I still know nothing of her background. Chu Feng suddenly realized his ignorance regarding Sheng Li'er's origins. I am the young lady of the Sheng family from the Central Continent. Oh no, I now consider myself the ancestor of the Sheng family. Sheng Li'er paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping over Chu Feng. Noticing his lack of reaction, she continued. Our Sheng family is one of the top-tier families in the Central Continent. Chu Feng persisted with his inquiries. Is that all? Have you ever been married, or do you have someone you fancy? Upon hearing this, Sheng Lier shot him an indignant glare, responding haughtily, Never. However, the number of suitors vying for my attention is no less than 8,000. Huh. Chu Feng chuckled lightly at her proud demeanor. What are you laughing at? Be careful, or I might just give you a beating. Sheng Lier retorted playfully. Nothing. I merely find you quite endearing. Chu Feng replied with a soft smile. Oomph. Sheng Lier huffed, then added, I have heard of your grievances with the Chao family, as well as your companion. However, given that Chao Jian is a student of Tai Academy, I cannot assist you in dealing with the Chao family. Exercise caution when confronting them. I have no desire to assist in collecting your remains. No need for your help. My current strength is sufficient to eradicate the Chao family. Chu Feng stated confidently. Speaking of which, I previously inquired about your background and am curious about how you became a fifth-tier alchemist and how your strength is so formidable. Sheng Lier voiced her long-standing curiosity. Chu Feng did not respond immediately, instead gazing deeply at her for a moment before slowly saying, Would you believe me if I told you I am a reincarnate? Chu Feng had already begun to view Sheng Lier as a woman of his future. Thus he was disinclined to conceal anything from her, and at this moment, he was unafraid of his secret of reincarnation being revealed. Being open with Sheng Lier would only hasten the development of their relationship. Reincarnate? Sheng Lier expressed her astonishment. It seemed that only reincarnation could explain how Chu Feng became a fifth-tier alchemist at such a young age, along with his remarkable prowess. Indeed, I lived for several millennia in my previous life. I previously mentioned that before me. You were merely a little sister. Chu Feng Chuka Lai Di. You are the one who is a little sister. Sheng Lier retorted with mock annoyance, shooting Chu Feng an exasperated glance. Chu Feng Chuka Sopti. Chu Feng, what kind of person were you before your reincarnation? Sheng Lier inquired, eager to learn more. I shall tell you next time, if the opportunity arises. We have arrived at the entrance, and your guards are awaiting you. Chu Feng spotted the entrance to the secret realm from a distance, where several of Sheng Lier's guards were also waiting. Oh, Sheng Lier expressed a hint of regret upon hearing this. My lady, you are safe. How splendid. At that moment, as Chu Feng approached with Sheng Lier, her 9 guards rushed forward, elated at her return. They were solely responsible for Sheng Lier's safety. Should she have perished, they would bear the brunt of the blame, even facing death as atonement. Seeing her unharmed filled them with ecstatic relief. Moments later, as Chu Feng gently set Sheng Lier down, the 9 of them knelt on one knee before her, pleading for forgiveness. Chapter 82. Exiting the Secret Realm. Rise, this matter is not your fault. Sheng Lier gestured for her guards to stand. The skies had darkened and the earth trembled when she was abruptly drawn into the abyss, making it understandable that they could not protect her. Now that she was safely returned, there was no reason to reproach her guards. Thank you, my lady. They all expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Sheng Lier. Let us first exit the secret realm. Sheng Lier gazed at Chu Feng and declared, Indeed, you should lead your companions out first. I shall follow shortly after. Chu Feng wished to separate from Sheng Lier as they departed the secret realm. The Chao family might be lying in wait outside, and he intended to eliminate their members without placing Sheng Lier in a precarious position. Thus, he urged her to depart ahead. Very well, do exercise caution. Sheng Lier nodded subtly. Having spoken, Sheng Lier led her guards through the entrance of the secret realm, returning to the outside world. At that moment, a throng of people surrounded the entrance of the Dongwang Shrine. Earlier, some had emerged to report that calamity had befallen the secret realm, resulting in numerous fatalities. Many factions had gathered at the entrance of the Dongwang Shrine, anxiously awaiting the return of their own. Chao Jian, having heard rumors that Sheng Lier might have perished within the secret realm, had been residing in the inn across from the Dongwang Shrine for several days, anxiously anticipating news of her. Sheng Lier was the esteemed matriarch of the Sheng family, one of the foremost clans of Zhongzhou, and also an elder of Tai Academy. Should she truly meet with misfortune in the secret realm, the repercussions would be monumental. This territory was considered the domain of the Chao family. Their failure to adequately safeguard Sheng Lier, leading to her potential demise, would inevitably implicate them. Sheng Lier was beloved by countless students at Tai Academy, and if it were to be revealed that she had met her end on Chao territory, it would place Chao Jian in a most difficult position. Consequently, Chao Jian had remained at the inn across from the Dongwang Shrine, hoping for a miracle that Sheng Lier would emerge before the secret realm's closure. At that moment, Sheng Lier, accompanied by 9 guards, gradually exited the Dongwang Shrine. Miss, you are unharmed. This is truly wonderful. Lin Shuang, a Royal Realm 8th Stage Guard, and Lin Yu, a Royal Realm 6th Stage Guard, had been vigilantly stationed at the entrance of the Dongwang Shrine. Upon witnessing Sheng Lier's emergence, they were overwhelmed with joy and swiftly flew to her side. Earlier, they had heard rumors that Sheng Lier might have perished on a small island within the secret realm, and the thought had been devastating. Having been raised by Sheng Liar since childhood, they owed their growth and strength to her guidance. Sheng Liar was not only their mistress, but also their closest confidant. They had been unable to dissuade Sheng Liar from entering the Donghuang's secret realm, and should she have truly perished within, they would bear the burden of eternal guilt. Now, seeing her safe return, their anxieties were finally laid to rest. Elder. At this moment, Chao Jian also spotted Sheng Liar and promptly soared from the opposite end to stand before her. Sheng Liar responded with a faint nod. After exchanging pleasantries, Chao Jian intended to arrange a banquet in honor of Sheng Liar. However, she expressed a desire to return and rest, and thus departed with her entourage. Chao Jian could only watch helplessly as Sheng Liar and her companions left. Yet it did not follow immediately, choosing instead to remain at the entrance of the secret realm. Those who had emerged previously spoke of Chu Feng infiltrating the secret realm and slaying numerous members of the Chao family. Chao Jian aimed to station himself at the entrance and utterly eliminate Chu Feng. In recent days, Chao Jian had reserved the entire inn across from the Donghuang Shrine, waiting for both Sheng Liar and Chu Feng. Now that Sheng Liar had emerged, he awaited Chu Feng's arrival. After parting ways with Sheng Liar, Chu Feng entered the Chaos Star Pearl to cleanse himself and waited for approximately half an hour before making his exit from the secret realm. He had allowed this time to ensure Sheng Liar's safe departure. After all, Sheng Liar was an elder of Tai Academy. If she were to witness Chao Jian slay someone before her very eyes and remain inactive, the Academy would certainly take issue with her. Chu Feng did not wish to place Sheng Liar in a difficult position and thus allotted her time to depart first. After a brief interval, Chu Feng slowly stepped out of the Donghuang Shrine. Chu Feng has emerged. A disciple from the Chao family stationed at the Donghuang Shrine shouted loudly upon seeing him. At that moment, Chao Jian, who was in the inn across from the Donghuang Shrine, heard the shout and immediately soared into the air. Chu Feng, today I shall see where you dare to flee. Upon spotting Chu Feng, Chao Jian bellowed furiously, drawing forth a purple bow. The onlookers near the entrance of the Donghuang Shrine, upon realizing that Chao Jian was about to act, immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. Chao Jian was indeed one of the most formidable individuals in the eastern wilderness, and even a fraction of his residual power could claim many lives, instilling fear in all present. This Chu Feng has stealthily infiltrated the secret realm. He is now cornered by Lord Chao Jian, and it seems unlikely he will escape with his life today. Indeed, this Chu Feng is merely at the Xianling realm. Oh wait, he has reached the Diling realm. However, even as a Diling realm practitioner, he is still 2 major realms beneath Lord Chao Jian and is utterly incapable of standing against him. What a pity! Chu Feng is the only 5th-grade alchemist in the eastern wilderness. I had hoped to seek him for alchemy, but it appears I shall have no opportunity now. This Chu Feng is still too young and inexperienced. If he were to humble himself and apologize to the Chao family, perhaps they might spare him. Now, it is too late for apologies. With Lord Chao Jian taking action, he is surely doomed. As the spectators observed the confrontation between Chu Feng and Chao Jian, they began to murmur among themselves. Master, is he truly our elder uncle? At that moment, Qin Shi, watching Lin Tai's anxious expression from a distance, inquired. Qin Shi and Lin Tai had exited the secret realm some time ago, but upon seeing numerous members of the Chao family, Lin Tai chose to stay at a nearby inn, intending to wait for his junior brother, Chun Feng, to emerge before departing. Qin Shi had always perceived Chu Feng's silhouette as reminiscent of Chun Feng's, and with Chun Feng's absence during their time in the secret realm, she speculated that Chu Feng might indeed be her elder uncle, Chun Feng. Nay, Lin Tai refuted. He remained here, recalling how Chu Feng had previously aided him by alleviating his poison and securing a spot in the secret realm for Lingxian sect. He wished to retrieve Chu Feng's body after his demise, as the Chao family was powerful, and Lingxian sect could offer no assistance. All he could do was ensure Chu Feng's remains were honored. If not, then why does Master seem so anxious for him? Qin Shi continued to question, unconvinced. He helped me with alchemy and cured the Yin cold poison. He is my benefactor, Lin Tai explained. Oh, upon hearing this, Qin Shi ceased her inquiries and turned her gaze back to the unfolding battle between Chu Feng and Chao Jian. Soul-chasing arrow. At that moment, Chao Jian had drawn the purple bow, preparing to unleash his secret technique, the soul-chasing arrow at Chu Feng. The soul-chasing arrow could lock onto its target until it struck and possessed immense power. Even if one did not perish, they would surely sustain grave injuries. The arrow released was not a true arrow, but rather a manifestation of terrifying power condensed from spiritual energy. As Chao Jian released his grip, the spiritual arrow shot forth like a streak of light, racing towards Chu Feng. Chapter 83. A sword to split the heavens. As the soul-chasing arrow hurtled toward him at the speed of light, Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the demon shadow sword. In an instant, a razor-sharp sword aura surged forth, crashing toward the incoming streak of light. Boom! The collision of the sword aura and the soul-chasing arrow resulted in a tremendous explosion, shaking the surrounding buildings to their very foundations. After dissipating the soul-chasing arrow, Chu Feng's sword aura continued unabated, hurtling toward Chao Jian in the sky. How is this possible? Chao Jian struck out with a punch, dispersing the residual force of the sword aura, his face etched with disbelief. He had assumed that a single arrow would suffice to eliminate Chu Feng, but he never anticipated that such a casually wielded sword aura could shatter his attack with such force, still barreling toward him. Chu Feng was merely at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, 2 major realms beneath him. How could he unleash such a terrifying assault? Meanwhile, onlookers in the distance began to murmur as they witnessed the clash between Chu Feng and Chao Jian. What was happening? From that exchange, it appeared that Chu Feng was stronger than Master Chao Jian. Surely, Master Chao Jian underestimated him and did not exert his full strength. Indeed, that must be the case. Once Master Chao Jian unleashes his full power, Chu Feng will undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. Damn it! This time, I will definitely kill you. Chao Jian, refusing to be disheartened, summoned all his spiritual energy, condensing it into an incredibly formidable spiritual arrow. Upon its emergence, the entire space crackled with a volatile energy, as if it could shatter the very fabric of reality at any moment. How terrifying! This spiritual arrow could level the surrounding area. The onlookers instinctively recoiled in fear. I never imagined I would witness such a fearsome power in my lifetime. With such a dreadful spiritual arrow, Chu Feng is surely doomed. One shot from it, and he will be reduced to ashes. The crowd buzzed with speculation, convinced that Chu Feng would be unable to withstand Chao Jian's terrifying arrow. A moment later, Chao Jian let out a cold laugh and released his grip. Instantly, the terrifying spiritual arrow shot toward Chu Feng at the speed of light. Wherever the spiritual arrow passed, space itself fractured. Before the arrow even arrived, everything around Chu Feng was obliterated. Look, Chu Feng seems paralyzed with fear. Even if he attempted to move, the outcome would be the same. He might as well await his demise in silence. Why does it seem like Chu Feng is holding back a tremendous move? What could he possibly muster against such a fearsome spiritual arrow? Even if he were to gather power for an entire year, it would be futile. As the crowd observed Chu Feng's immobility, their chatter intensified. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was meticulously gathering his sword momentum. Having ascended to the Earth Spirit Realm, he could now wield sword momentum with exquisite precision. As the spiritual arrow approached, Chu Feng suddenly unleashed a devastating sword strike, a sword to split the heavens. Instantly, an exceedingly sharp sword aura erupted from his blade. The sword aura seemed determined to cleave the very heavens apart, instantly shattering Chao Jian's spiritual arrow and continuing its relentless advance toward Chao Jian in the sky. How could this be? Chao Jian's face turned pale with terror, attempting to evade, only to find himself firmly pinned down by an overwhelming sword momentum, utterly unable to move. Whoosh! The sword aura sliced through Chao Jian, cleaving him cleanly in two from head to toe. The scene fell into a profound silence. The first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, with a single sword strike, annihilated a practitioner at the second level of the King Realm? How could this be possible? No, this cannot be real. The crowd was left speechless, their faces a mask of disbelief. Chu Feng was merely at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, while Chao Jian stood at the second level of the King Realm, 2 major realms apart, akin to a firefly compared to the bright moon. Moreover, Chao Jian had unleashed such a terrifying arrow with all his might, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Chu Feng's counterstrike. How could they possibly accept this? Master Chao Jian. Numerous members of the Chao family rushed toward the fallen body of Chao Jian, their voices filled with disbelief. They could not accept that Chao Jian had perished so easily. It must be known that Chao Jian was the champion of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, the mightiest individual in the Eastern Wilderness continent. They refused to believe he could be slain by a mere first-level Earth spirit. Master Chao Jian is truly dead. Moments later, as the Chao family members beheld Chao Jian's corpse, they erupted into anguished cries. Who could have imagined? Chao Jian was genuinely dead. This was utterly inconceivable. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that Chu Feng could kill Chao Jian with a single sword strike. Chu Feng is truly extraordinary. From this moment forth, he should be recognized as the most formidable individual in the Eastern Wilderness continent. Not only is Chu Feng immensely powerful, but he is also a 5th-tier alchemist. How could such a prodigious talent exist in this world? Upon hearing the Chao family declare that Chao Jian was indeed dead, the onlookers were engulfed in shock and began to murmur among themselves. Chu Feng actually killed Chao Jian? I had thought I would be retrieving his body. In the distance, Lin Tai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Feng. Master, can you now speak the truth? Is he truly not our master uncle? She had always believed that Chu Feng was her former master uncle, Chu Feng. In the past, yes, but now and in the future. He is no longer one of us in the Ling Xian sect. Lin Tai murmured. Just a transaction? Shi's face reflected regret. Sheer, do not harbor such illusions. Our Ling Xian sect is not destined to possess such an unparalleled genius. Lin Tai sighed. At this moment, Chu Feng coldly regarded the Chao family members surrounding Chao Jian's corpse, and with a fierce motion, he unleashed 2 more sword auras, mercilessly slaying all the Chao family members present. Having become mortal enemies with the Chao family, Chu Feng would not show them mercy. He was determined to obliterate the Chao family completely. After eliminating the Chao family members, Chu Feng soared toward the family estate of the Chao clan. This time, the Chao family was doomed. Little did they know that the enmity between the Chao family and Chu Feng would culminate in Chu Feng's ultimate victory. From henceforth, the Chu family, to which Chu Feng belonged, would become the most powerful family in the Eastern Wilderness continent. Not far from the Eastern Wilderness Divine Temple, Sheng Liar had not departed. She had instructed Lin Shuang to keep a close watch on the happenings outside the temple. Now, Lin Shuang rushed back with urgent news. Miss, Chu Feng has slain Chao Jian with a single sword strike. Lin Shuang's face still bore the astonishment from earlier. What? This is impossible. Sheng Liar's other guard, Lin Yu, expressed his disbelief. A single sword strike? Sheng Liar's mouth fell agape, her face a picture of shock. Chao Jian was no ordinary King Realm practitioner. His strength rivaled that of many peak King Realm fighters. Sheng Liar understood that Chu Feng possessed the capability to kill Chao Jian, yet she never anticipated that he could do so with a single strike. Indeed, Miss, Chu Feng is exceedingly terrifying. That strike, which felled Chao Jian, is something we could not withstand. We must return to the central continent at once. Lin Shuang spoke with trepidation. Miss, with Chu Feng so dangerous, we should hasten our departure. Lin Yu added. If Chu Feng were to target Sheng Liar, they would be powerless to protect her. Their only hope of ensuring her safety lay in swiftly fleeing to the central continent. Do not worry. My relationship with Chu Feng is quite amicable. He would never harm me. You need not fear. Chapter 84. Students of Tai Academy. Sheng Liar understood Lin Shuang and Lin Yu's concerns and recounted how Chu Feng had previously saved her in the secret realm, assuring them that they need not worry. That is a relief. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang and Lin Yu both breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the Chao family estate, Chu Feng unleashed a brutal massacre. To eradicate the roots of the problem, one must eliminate the entire plant. Chu Feng showed no mercy as he systematically slaughtered every member of the Chao family. The remaining few powerful individuals of the heavenly spirit realm were conveniently present at the Chao estate, and Chu Feng swiftly obliterated them all. After the bloodbath, Chu Feng began to plunder the resources and valuable items of the Chao family. The Chao family was the mightiest clan in the Tianluo continent, rich in resources. Chu Feng collected everything useful into the Chaos Star Pearl. After the looting, Chu Feng prepared to depart and return to the Chu family in the Zhongfeng Empire before heading to the central continent. With the destruction of the Chao family, it was time for the Chu family to rise again. Chu Feng intended to bolster the Chu family, aiding in its revival while also bidding farewell to its members. Following this, Chu Feng would venture to the central continent, uncertain of when he might return, or even if he would return at all. If all goes smoothly, Chu Feng may depart from the desolate realm of the wasteland directly to the central continent, and even if he returns, it will be countless years later. Therefore, Chu Feng wishes to bid farewell to the members of the Chu family and address certain matters. Moments later, as Chu Feng stepped out of the door of the Chao residence, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Young Master Chu, my lady requests your presence for a discussion. The woman, Lin Shuang, is a protector of the 8th realm of the Saintly Ur. Chu Feng recognized Lin Shuang and nodded in agreement, saying, very well, lead the way. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shuang escorted Chu Feng to a tranquil courtyard. In the pavilion of the courtyard, Chu Feng encountered Saintly Ur. She was leisurely sipping tea, and upon noticing Chu Feng's arrival, she immediately gestured for him to take a seat. Chu Feng casually settled down, poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, and drank in one go. What is this? Have you missed me in just half a day? Chu Feng jested with a playful grin. What nonsense are you spouting? Saintly Ur retorted, glaring at him. Lin Shuang and Lin Yu, standing nearby, exchanged bewildered glances at the interaction between Chu Feng and Saintly Ur, unable to fathom the situation. They had been by St. Lear's side for over a century and had never witnessed a man speak to her in such a manner. Moreover, St. Lear did not seem angered. Otherwise, she would have already ordered them to expel Chu Feng. Then what did you summon me for? Chu Feng inquired with a faint smile. I am preparing to return to the Central Continent. This is the admission token for Tai Academy. With this token, you will be a student of Tai Academy from now on. Remember to enroll in 3 months. St. Lear said as she handed Chu Feng a delicate jade token, engraved with the words Tai Academy through a special technique. Becoming a student of Tai Academy? Chu Feng frowned slightly, his expression reflecting reluctance. To become a student of Tai Academy is a privilege sought after by countless cultivators. What? Are you ungrateful? St. Lear huffed. I have no interest in being a student of Tai Academy. Chu Feng pushed the admission token back towards St. Lear. At this moment, he was solely focused on seeking opportunities to grow stronger swiftly and did not wish to waste time attending classes at Tai Academy. You fool. This is an opportunity coveted by countless cultivators, and you dare to refuse it? It seems you are unaware of what Tai Academy represents. Allow me to enlighten you. St. Lear glared at Chu Feng in exasperation. Continuing, Tai Academy is the finest institution in the entire wasteland realm, filled with numerous opportunities and rapid advancement pathways. When Chao Jian entered the academy, he was merely at the Earth Spirit realm, yet a few years later, he became a powerful being of the second realm of the King realm, all thanks to the academy's assistance. His cultivation advanced at such a remarkable pace because of it. Furthermore, as a student of Tai Academy, no faction will dare to underestimate you. Once outsiders learn of your affiliation with Tai Academy, they will regard you with utmost respect. Even female cultivators outside will seek you out. St. Lear enumerated the benefits of becoming a student at Tai Academy. Many opportunities, you say? Chu Feng pondered internally. He possessed numerous methods to grow stronger rapidly and was not particularly interested in the academy's paths to quick advancement. However, he was intrigued by the opportunities within the academy. Will the academy impose restrictions on students' freedom? Chu Feng inquired, looking at St. Lear. Not at all. As long as you complete the academy's tasks on time, students enjoy their freedom and may even choose not to attend the academy. St. Lear replied, does the academy require any form of repayment from its students? Chu Feng continued to ask. Tai Academy was founded by a sage with the aim of enhancing the strength of all cultivators in the wasteland realm. The academy does not specifically demand repayment from its students. However, students who graduate from Tai Academy must uphold the academy's reputation, and should the academy encounter any crises, they must lend their full support. St. Lear explained slowly. Very well. I am willing to become a student of Tai Academy. Elder, I hope you will take good care of your student in the future, Chu Feng said, casting a mischievous smile at the exquisitely beautiful St. Lear. Rest assured, I will look after you well. St. Lear retorted with a glare at Chu Feng, her teeth clenched. She still recalled how he had previously provoked her by snatching her jade pendant. Once they arrived at Tai Academy, she intended to keep a close eye on him. Chu Feng chuckled at her response, unfazed by the veiled threat in her words. He then turned to Lin Shuang and Lin Yu, who were standing a short distance away. Dinner time has arrived. You two should hurry and prepare the feast. I wish to dine with your lady. Lin Shuang and Lin Yu, taken aback, turned to St. Lear, awaiting her instructions. St. Lear shot Chu Feng an annoyed glare, yet still gestured for Lin Shuang and Lin Yu to proceed with the dinner arrangements. Chu Feng, witnessing this, smiled with delight. St. Lear's behavior indicated she still held some fondness for him. Otherwise, she would have dismissed him long ago. While waiting for dinner, Chu Feng continued to inquire about Tai Academy in the Central Continent. St. Lear also asked Chu Feng about matters from his past life and other information regarding higher realms. The two engaged in conversation for an extended period, and after finishing dinner, they continued their discourse late into the night. Shall we find a place to lie down and chat until dawn? Chu Feng suggested playfully as he noticed St. Lear still eagerly questioning him about the higher realms. You wish. St. Lear snapped back, anger flaring in her eyes. Enough of this. You should leave at once. Very well, I shall take my leave. I need to return to my family to address some matters before heading to the Central Continent. Chu Feng replied with a calm smile. Indeed, I will also return to the Central Continent tomorrow. Let us meet again at Tai Academy. St. Lear nodded slightly. All right, Chu Feng Gonke, casting a lingering glance at St. Lear before swiftly departing. St. Lear silently observed his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Then she finally withdrew her gaze. My lady, I have never seen you interact so casually with any man, nor have I seen you converse for so long. Lin Shuang remarked with astonishment. My lady, are we perhaps preparing to welcome a suitor? Lin Yu added with a smile. Enough of that nonsense. St. Lear replied crossly. I merely have some fondness for Chu Feng. How things will evolve in the future is still uncertain. Please do not spread rumors. During the 2 months spent together in the depths of the secret realm, despite Chu Feng's constant teasing, Saint Lear had developed an inexplicable fondness for him. Moreover, Chu Feng had confided in her about his identity as a reborn individual, allowing for seamless communication between them. His strength, status, and knowledge aligned perfectly with her criteria for a potential partner. It could be said that Chu Feng was indeed a commendable choice. However, while she admired him, she was still uncertain whether he genuinely harbored intentions of being with her. Thus, at this moment, Saint Lear could only allow their relationship to unfold naturally, waiting for a future opportunity to clarify their connection. Indeed, Lin Shuang and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. For many years, they had hoped Saint Lear would find someone capable of protecting and cherishing her. After departing from Saint Lear's courtyard, Chu Feng soared towards the direction of the Songfeng Empire. 10 days later, he returned to the Songfeng Empire. At this moment, news of Chu Feng's destruction of the Chao family of the Tianluo Empire had just reached Songfeng Empire. Everyone was astounded by Chu Feng's terrifying strength. Previously, many factions had distanced themselves from Chu Feng, proclaiming their disassociation due to his offense against the Chao family. They had believed he could not escape the Chao family's vengeance, and thus severed ties with him. Little did they expect that Chu Feng would annihilate the Chao family, prompting many factions to feel deep regret. When they distanced themselves from Chu Feng during his time of peril, they likely never imagined that he would ascend to become the foremost figure of the Eastern Wilderness continent. Now, they seek to rekindle their connections with him, but it seems an arduous endeavor. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng returned to the Chu residence in Qingfeng town. The Chu family manor lay in ruins, desolate and devoid of any human presence. Chu Feng had never inquired about the whereabouts of Chu Tianyue and the others, as their hiding places were constantly shifting. Thus, any such inquiry would have been futile. After a moment of contemplation, he set his course for Lingxiao Pavilion. Previously, the second elder, Ji Feiyang, had forged a close camaraderie with Chu Tianyue, and Chu Feng hoped to enlist Ji Feiyang's aid in uncovering news about him. Lingxiao Pavilion. Following the demise of the Grand Elder, Zhi Yushan, Ji Feiyang had ascended to the position of Grand Elder, standing second only to the pavilion itself, revered by many. At that moment, Ji Feiyang had just received news of Chu Feng's annihilation of the Chao family, filling him with exhilaration. Not long ago, the Chao family had dispatched individuals to the Songfeng Empire to eradicate the Chu family, resulting in the brutal slaying of several of its members. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan had narrowly escaped capture, thanks to Ji Feiyang's covert intervention. Currently, they were concealed within Lingxiao Pavilion, disguised as two elderly servants in a rear hall. Upon hearing of Chu Feng's triumph over the Chao family, Ji Feiyang rushed to the rear hall to share the joyous news with Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. Wonderful! Exclaimed Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan, their spirits soaring upon learning of Chu Feng's victory over the Chao family. After waiting for so long, they had finally witnessed the fall of their adversary. With the Chao family's defeat, no one would dare provoke the Chu family in the Eastern Wilderness continent again, and the Chu family would rise to become one of its foremost clans. The prospect of becoming a premier family in the Eastern Wilderness filled Chu Tianyue with the conviction that all prior sacrifices had been worthwhile. Has Chu Feng returned to the Songfeng Empire? Chu Tiani inquit easily. Not yet. However, the news has reached the Songfeng Empire. Master Chu is expected to return shortly. You should remain hidden for a couple more days, and once Master Chu returns, I shall escort you to meet him. Yu Feiyang replied. Presently, the Chao family still had individuals searching for members of the Chu family within the Songfeng Empire, including formidable experts at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. Ji Feiyang could not guarantee their safety and could only await Chu Feng's return. Very well, we shall bide our time, Chu Tianyue said, his excitement tempered slightly. Suddenly, a scarred middle-aged man burst into the rear hall, accompanied by a group of followers. At the forefront was an elderly figure clad in green, an expert at the 9th level of the earthly spirit realm. Ji Feiyang's expression shifted to one of shock upon recognizing him. This was Chao Feng, the very individual dispatched by the Chao family to eliminate the Chu family. Ji Feiyang, how dare you harbor members of the Chu family? With Lord Chao Feng present, you should surrender at once and hand over the Chu family members. The scarred man sneered menacingly at Ji Feiyang. Zhuo Fei, are you intent on bringing ruin to Lingxiao Pavilion? Ji Feiyang retorted, his anger flaring. Zhuo Fei, the son of the former Grand Elders Wu Yushan, had long believed that Ji Feiyang was responsible for his father's demise, seeking every opportunity to undermine him. Recently, having suspected Ji Feiyang's clandestine visits to the rear hall, He had investigated and uncovered the presence of the Chu family members there. Without delay, he contacted the Chao family, and today, he had finally lured Chao Feng to the rear hall to seize them. You harboring the Chu family members is your own affair. Lord Chao Feng has promised to only punish you as the main culprit. Lingxiao Pavilion will not suffer alongside you. Zhuo Fei laughed derisively. You know nothing. The Chao family has been vanquished by Master Chu. If you invite the Chao family here to kill the head of the Chu family, Master Chu will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us all. Ji Feiyang exclaimed in fury. With Chu Feng having destroyed the Chao family, Ji Feiyang eagerly awaited his return to eliminate Chao Feng and his cohorts, ensuring the safety of the Chu family and earning immense gratitude from Chu Feng. Yet, at this critical juncture, Zhuo Fei's folly had summoned the Chao family to their doorstep. Chao Feng, at the 9th level of the earthly spirit realm, far surpassed Ji Feiyang, leaving him with little hope for survival, let alone the protection of Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. Was it to end in failure? No. Ji Feiyang instantly contemplated abandoning Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan to flee for his life. However, such an act would render all his previous efforts in vain and earn him Chu Feng's disdain. In that moment, Ji Feiyang resolved to fight to the death to safeguard Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. Chapter 86. The Reunion. Ha ha ha. Ji Feiyang, are you still dreaming? The Chao family possesses a formidable expert at the King realm. How could Chu Feng possibly annihilate the Chao family? Zhuo Fei scoffed loudly at Ji Feiyang's words. In Zhuo Fei's eyes, the King realm was nearly invincible. To his knowledge, Chu Feng had only reached the first level of the true spirit realm a year ago, a staggering 4 realms below the strongest members of the Chao family, making it utterly impossible for him to defeat them. Zhuo Fei believed Ji Feiyang was merely attempting to intimidate them and escape. How dare you curse my Chao family's demise? I shall ensure you and the Chu family members experience a fate worse than death. Chao Feng, having not yet received word of the Chao family's destruction, assumed Ji Feiyang was merely speaking nonsense. The Chao family was the most powerful clan in the eastern wilderness continent, and no one could possibly bring about its downfall. Suddenly, a small, frantic figure clad in black dashed into the hall. This individual was also from the Chao family, tasked with gathering intelligence. Having recently learned of the Chao family's defeat, he rushed to report to Chao Feng. After much difficulty, he discovered that Chao Feng was at Lingxiao Pavilion and hurried there to relay the news. Lord Chao Feng, the Chao family has been annihilated by Chu Feng. We must flee the Songfeng Empire at once. The diminutive figure exclaimed in panic. What? Zhuo Fei shouted in disbelief. If Chu Feng had truly destroyed the Chao family, then his actions today would amount to a death wish. Impossible, Chao Feng replied, incredulous. Yet recalling Ji Feiyang's earlier claim, he pressed for confirmation. Is the news accurate? Indeed, I have verified it. Lord Chao Feng, we must escape quickly. Once Chu Feng returns, we will have no chance of fleeing. The small figure urged anxiously. Chao Feng fell silent for a moment, a flicker of sorrow and malice crossing his features. Even if we must flee, I intend to slay the head of the Chu family. Chu Feng has obliterated my Chao family, and I shall ensure he experiences the agony of losing his family. With that, Chao Feng cast a fierce glare at Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan, intent on killing them. Chao Feng, Master Chu, is returning imminently. If you wish to escape, do so now. But if you dare harm the head of the Chu family, Master Chu will pursue you to the ends of the earth to avenge him. Ji Feiyang warned, seeing Chao Feng prepare to strike. Chao Feng ignored Ji Feiyang's threat and launched a powerful palm strike towards Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. Ji Feiyang, witnessing this, hurriedly positioned himself in front of the two, summoning all his strength to withstand Chao Feng's assault. Boom! Yi Feiyang, at the 2nd level of the earthly spirit realm, was 7 levels below Chao Feng and could not withstand the onslaught, being sent crashing dozens of meters away. Severely injured and spitting blood, Elderye, Chu Tianyue, and Chu Wenshan rushed to support Ji Feiyang. A worthless fool dares to obstruct me, simply courting death. Chao Feng glared coldly at Ji Feiyang. With that, Chao Feng prepared to strike again, aiming to eliminate Ji Feiyang, Chu Tianyue, and Chu Wenshan. Despair washed over Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan as they realized that they might not survive to see Chu Feng's return. Having just envisioned the Chu family rising to prominence in the eastern wilderness, Ji Feiyang, too, was engulfed in despair. Numerous disciples from Lingxiao Pavilion surrounded them. Yet they dared not intervene, paralyzed by fear of Chao Feng's terrifying presence, merely observing from a distance. All of you shall perish. Chao Feng fiercely unleashed a palm strike towards the trio. In an instant, a colossal imprint of condensed spiritual energy surged forth, aiming to obliterate Chu Tianyue and the others. Ji Feiyang, already grievously injured, found himself utterly incapable of resisting Chu Feng's onslaught, awaiting death with a visage of despair. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly before them. With a mere flick of the wrist, the terrifying palm imprint conjured by Chu Feng was effortlessly dispersed. Master Chu. Ji Feiyang was momentarily stunned upon recognizing the newcomer, and then a wave of elation surged through him. Chu Feng, Chu Tianyue, and Chu Wenshan had closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, they heard Ji Feiyang's exclamation and immediately opened their eyes, witnessing the arrival of Chu Feng, which sent them into a tremor of excitement. Clan leader, second elder, Chu Feng turned to greet Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. He had merely intended to visit Lingxiao Pavilion to inquire about Ji Feiyang and the whereabouts of the Chu family, never anticipating to find Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan in such perilous circumstances. Fortunately, he had not tarried. Had he arrived even a moment later, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan would likely have met their demise. Thank you, Elder Ji. Chu Feng turned to the severely injured Ji Feiyang, instantly realizing that it was he who had risked his life to save Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. There is no need for gratitude, Master Chu. It is my duty. Ji Feiyang replied with fervor. With Chu Feng's arrival, everything settled into place. The Chu family would rise from the ashes, and he would bask in their glory. Upon hearing that the person before him was Chu Feng, Chu Feng was struck with astonishment. However, seeing that Chu Feng was merely at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, he unleashed a full-force palm strike towards him. Master Chu, be careful. Ji Feiyang and Chu Tianyue shouted in unison, warning Chu Feng of the ambush. Chu Feng responded with a cold smile, a sword suddenly materializing in his hand. Clang! The demon shadow sword was drawn and quickly sheathed again. In an instant, Chu Feng was cleaved in twain. How is this possible? The onlookers from afar were wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, Chu Feng had exhibited such terrifying prowess, yet he was effortlessly vanquished by Chu Feng with a single stroke of his sword. This left the crowd in a state of shock. Lord Chu. Those who had accompanied Chu Feng from the Chu family displayed palpable fear, some turning to flee in haste. Observing this, Chu Feng unsheathed the demon shadow sword once more, unleashing several sword energies that swiftly struck down the members of the Chu family. At that moment, Zhuo Fei, having witnessed Chu Feng's demise, was so frightened that he nearly lost control of himself, attempting to stealthily escape. However, Ji Feiyang immediately took notice and bellowed, Zhuo Fei, do you intend to flee? Ji Feiyang turned to Chu Feng and said, Master Chu, this individual lured the Chu family here. Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Zhuo Fei. I was wrong, please don't kill me. Zhuo Fei, upon meeting Chu Feng's murderous glare, fell into a state of panic, begging for mercy. Chu Feng disregarded Zhuo Fei's pleas, sending forth a sword energy directly at him. Boom! Zhuo Fei was instantaneously split in half, meeting a gruesome end. After completing this, Chu Feng promptly produced a healing pill for Ji Feiyang to consume. Thank you, Master Chu. Ji Feiyang felt a significant improvement in his condition shortly after taking the pill. Moments later, Ji Feiyang led Chu Feng and the others to the main hall, instructing preparations for a banquet to honor Chu Feng. Chu Feng graciously accepted Ji Feiyang's invitation, given that Ji Feiyang had previously saved Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. It was only right for Chu Feng to reciprocate the gesture. Furthermore, as he was soon to embark for the central continent, the Chu family would require Ji Feiyang's support in the eastern wilderness. Chapter 87. Journey to the Central Continent. Soon, the banquet commenced. Aside from the absence of the Lingxiao sect's leader, the remaining high-ranking members had all gathered. They were eager to forge connections with Chu Feng. Having learned of his triumph over the Chu family, the festivities lasted for an extended period. After the banquet, Chu Feng returned to Qingfeng Town with Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. Ji Feiyang, along with several disciples from Lingxiao Pavilion, accompanied Chu Feng to Qingfeng Town, offering to assist in the reconstruction of the Chu family. Chu Feng did not refuse, planning to repay Ji Feiyang later. Upon their return to Qingfeng Town, numerous factions, having heard the news, rushed to offer their assistance in the rebuilding of the Chu family. With the support of various factions, the Chu family was reconstructed in less than 10 days, and it emerged even grander and more magnificent than before. During this time, Chu Tianyue summoned the remaining Chu family disciples from outside. The Chu family basked in newfound glory, with visitors from various factions seeking an audience daily. Gu Qiuyang, the leader of Qingluan sect, also arrived with Li Taiqing, seeking an audience with Chu Feng, even hoping for Chu Feng to become a guest elder of Qinglan's sect once more, but was met with a polite refusal. Chu Feng had initially joined Qinglan's sect due to Yun Qingying, and with her absence, he saw no reason to remain affiliated. However, he treated Li Taiqing with utmost courtesy, warmly welcoming him. Throughout this period, Chu Feng imparted numerous profound and earth-level techniques and skills to Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan, along with several heavenly-level techniques. Chu Feng informed them that he would soon be heading to Taiyi Academy in the Central Continent and might not return for an indeterminate time, urging them to make good use of these techniques to develop the Chu family. He also bestowed upon Ji Feiyang a high-grade earth-level technique as a token of gratitude for his previous kindness toward the Chu family. Ji Feiyang was overjoyed upon receiving the high-grade earth-level technique, continuously expressing his gratitude to Chu Feng. The highest level techniques available at Lingxiao Pavilion were merely high-grade, profound techniques. So receiving a high-grade earth-level technique was an extraordinary boon for Ji Feiyang. Chu Feng remained at the Chu family for a month and a half, during which he continuously taught Chu Tianyue and the Chu family disciples in their cultivation techniques and occasionally entertained visiting factions. One day, after concluding all his affairs, Chu Feng bid farewell to Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan, preparing to journey to the Central Continent. During this time, he had also made known his intention to become a student at Taiyi Academy in the Central Continent, ensuring that various factions were aware of his whereabouts to prevent any from assuming he had gone missing and threatening the Chu family. Upon learning of Chu Feng's intent to become a student at Taiyi Academy, the various factions regarded him and the Chu family with even greater reverence. They understood that entering Taiyi Academy would lead to rapid enhancement in strength, and knowing Chu Feng was already formidable, it was clear that upon his return from Taiyi Academy, he might become the strongest individual in the entire Wild Legacy realm. After departing from the Chu family, Chu Feng pressed on toward the Tianluo Empire without delay. 10 days later, he arrived at Misty Sea City in the Tianluo Empire. Misty Sea City is situated at the far western edge of the Tianluo Empire, adjacent to the Misty Sea, with much of the city shrouded in mist. The population was sparse, with only a few pedestrians sporadically seen traversing the streets. Chu Feng had initially assumed that this city, being near the Misty Sea, would be a bustling metropolis serving as a bridge to the Central Continent. To his surprise, Misty Sea City was merely a quiet little town. After some inquiries, Chu Feng discovered the reason for the city's sparse population. Due to its proximity to the Misty Sea, the city often faced attacks from sea beasts, making survival difficult for ordinary cultivators. Typically, only those heading to the Central Continent would venture here, and even then, the costs to do so were steep, deterring most from making the journey. After thorough investigation, Chu Feng learned that the fare to the Central Continent started at a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was merely the price for a standard warship. Traveling through the Misty Sea on a typical vessel was fraught with peril. Higher-grade warships had a somewhat greater chance of safely navigating the Misty Sea, but their fare ranged in the millions of low-grade spirit stones. With such a substantial sum, an ordinary cultivator could comfortably cultivate in the eastern wilderness, rendering the perilous journey to the Central Continent unnecessary. The Misty Sea teams with sea beasts, and even the most advanced warships risked total annihilation. Thus, aside from those with exceptional reasons to reach the Central Continent, very few would dare to embark on such a risky journey. Only the most rudimentary vessels dared to venture forth. It takes at least half a month to traverse the Sea of Mist, and a warship requires a minimum of 1 month for a round trip, with the necessary rest periods in between. A single warship only ventures into the Sea of Mist once every 2 months. Chu Feng learned that the advanced warships from Misty Sea City had set sail not long ago, leaving only the most rudimentary vessels available. One of these inferior warships is scheduled to depart in 2 days, with only a month remaining before the commencement of classes at Taiyi Academy. Chu Feng could not afford to wait that long and promptly resolved to board the low-grade warship bound for the Central Continent. The inferior warship lacked the sturdiness of its more advanced counterparts and did not have the protection of a king-level powerhouse, making the journey through the Sea of Mist considerably perilous. However, Chu Feng held unwavering confidence in his abilities and dismissed these risks from his mind. He paid the fare, received his boarding token, and waited for 2 days in Misty City until the warship finally set sail. At the break of dawn, Chu Feng arrived at the shore of the Sea of Mist. To his surprise, the low-grade warship was bustling with people. He noticed nearly 100 individuals gathered by the shore, men and women of various ages, their cultivation levels ranging from true spirit realm to earth spirit realm. It was evident that many were enticed by the affordability of the inferior warship, eager to take a chance. After all, the fare for an advanced warship could reach several million low-grade spirit stones, a sum that many cultivators would find nearly impossible to acquire over a lifetime. At that moment, a 50-meter-long warship was anchored by the shore, its side emblazoned with the bold characters Storm. On either side of the ship, 10 spirit cannons were mounted, utilizing spirit stones as their energy source, boasting tremendous power capable of slaying or driving off sea beasts. However, the spirit cannons consumed vast amounts of spirit stones, which contributed to the high cost of passage. The entire warship appeared somewhat dilapidated, with what seemed to be a large gash previously patched up in the middle. Numerous other visible repairs adorned the vessel as well. Captain, with such a decrepit ship, can it truly navigate the Sea of Mist? The state of the warship instilled a sense of trepidation among the waiting crowd. Some individuals began to reconsider their decision, contemplating the retrieval of their fares. Do not be deceived by the Storm's worn appearance. It has successfully traversed the Sea of Mist 10 times. Furthermore, we have a king-level protector accompanying us. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly navigate through the Sea of Mist this time. A stout middle-aged man with a broad smile addressed the crowd. This man, Lu Qi, was the captain of the Storm and possessed a cultivation level of Earth Spirit Realm, 3rd stage. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, the crowd felt a wave of reassurance wash over them, and their doubts dissipated. Soon, everyone began to present their boarding tokens and gradually boarded the vessel. Chapter 88, Monta Qingyan. Chu Feng followed the crowd as they ascended the warship. The deck was somewhat worn, but maintained a reasonable level of cleanliness. Aside from the spirit cannons, it housed large crossbows and various defensive installations. The sides of the ship were adorned with mysterious runes, part of a defensive array designed to withstand assaults from sea beasts. At the rear of the warship stood an enormous sail, crafted from special material and engraved with enigmatic runes that similarly harbored formidable power, enhancing the ship's speed and defensive capabilities. After observing the deck for a moment, Chu Feng ventured into the cabin. The lower quarters were rather rudimentary. Aside from an inaccessible command room, there was a simple dining area and a communal lounge. The lounge was not partitioned, allowing all passengers to choose their resting spots freely. Since all aboard were cultivators, they could simply meditate and cultivate without necessarily needing rest. Additionally, adjacent to the command room were 2 designated chambers, both off-limits, likely reserved for the captain or special passengers. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng returned to the deck. At that moment, Captain Lu Qi conducted a ceremonial incense, burning for blessings before gradually setting the Storm in motion. Chu Feng stood on the deck, silently gazing towards the ship's direction of travel. Ahead, the expanse was shrouded in mist. With his current cultivation level, he could only discern a radius of 500 meters. At present, the sea lay calm, yet its depths appeared dark and foreboding, instilling a sense of dread. It was said that the Sea of Mist plunged nearly 10,000 meters deep, home to unfathomably terrifying sea beasts, including those of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm represented a critical juncture for cultivators, as those of such caliber could manipulate the forces of heaven and earth in their attacks. Akin to the sword intent Chu Feng had previously unleashed against Chao Jian, capable of instantaneously erupting with horrifying strength. However, Chu Feng's current cultivation was far too low, allowing him only the faintest semblance of sword intent. Emperor Realm powerhouses could adeptly wield the forces of heaven and earth in their assaults. And should Chu Feng encounter one now, his only recourse would be to flee. Likewise, Emperor Realm sea beasts could also summon the forces of heaven and earth, potentially surpassing even human cultivators of the same realm. Nonetheless, legend spoke of only a singular instance where an Emperor Realm sea beast attacked passing vessels in the Sea of Mist, suggesting that such creatures were not common. Even if many existed, they were likely dwelling in the abyss, disinclined to surface and assault ships. Chu Feng possessed the Chaos Star Pearl, which would allow him to take refuge within should an Emperor Realm sea beast launch an attack. However, if the ship were to be destroyed, he might find himself lost within the Sea of Mist for an extended period, thus jeopardizing his chance to enroll at Tai Academy. Big brother, are you traveling to the Central Continent alone? Suddenly, a young girl of 7 or 8 years appeared beside Chu Feng, her innocent eyes gazing up at him. Chu Feng turned to look at the little girl. She was exquisitely lovely, her delicate features accentuated by a small cloak that seemed to conceal something or shield her from someone. Captivated by her charm, Chu Feng gently ruffled her hair and smiled. Yes, little sister, where are your family members? Oh dear, it's improper for boys and girls to be too familiar. Big brother, you mustn't touch my head. The little girl quickly stepped back 2 paces, a hint of indignation in her gaze as she looked at Chu Feng. Haha, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Such a small girl. Yet she understood the propriety of distance between genders. You mustn't laugh. You need to apologize to me. The little girl insisted, puffing her cheeks in protest. All right, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Chu Feng had not anticipated that he would one day be apologizing to a little girl. Nevertheless, her endearing demeanor made him more than willing to acquiesce, especially since he had touched her head without her consent. Since you've apologized, I shall forgive you. The little girl's face instantly brightened with a smile. What is your name, little sister? Chu Feng, intrigued by her charm, wished to learn her name. My name is Mo Qingyan. Big brother, what is your name? She replied with a radiant smile. Chu Feng. He responded, returning her smile. Mo Qingyan exuded a warmth that made Chu Feng feel at ease, likely due to her enchanting appearance and perhaps her innate disposition. Just as Chu Feng contemplated probing into Mo Qingyan's nature, a voice called out from afar on the deck. Qingyan, where are you? Sister, I'm here. Mo Qingyan turned towards the sound, waving her hand. Chu Feng followed her gaze and saw a woman striding toward them from a distance. The woman, at the 9th stage of the mystic spirit realm, was strikingly beautiful, yet possessed an air of haughtiness that hinted at a difficult temperament. Qingyan, I told you not to wander off. Why didn't you listen? The beautiful woman rushed to the little girl's side, her expression tinged with worry. Sister, there's no need to fret. We are all aboard the ship now. And I want to get lost. I merely came over to chat with this big brother. Mo Qingyan replied with a smile. Didn't I tell you not to talk to strangers? The beautiful woman scrutinized Chu Feng with a discerning gaze. This big brother is not a bad person. Mo Qingyan interjected, looking at Chu Feng. That is hard to say. One can never truly know a person's heart by their appearance. Some nefarious individuals can be quite deceptive. The beautiful woman remarked, casting a brief glance at Chu Feng. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Did this woman not realize how her remarks might offend? Nonetheless, for Mo Qingyan's sake, he chose not to engage with her further. Let's retreat. The deck is perilous. We must hasten back to the cabin. The charming young woman urged Mo Qingyan to depart. With a resigned expression, Mo Qingyan turned to Chu Feng and said, Big brother, I shall take my leave now. We shall converse again next time. Indeed. Chu Feng responded with a gentle smile as he watched Mo Qingyan and her sister depart. After a brief moment, he settled on the deck, slowly engaging in the cultivation of the chaos technique. On the first day, tranquility reigned, and the warship sailed steadily towards the central continent. However, on the second day, they encountered some sea beasts, albeit low-tier creatures beneath the Xianling realm, which were swiftly driven away by the ship's guards. By the third day, the warship altered its course, seemingly to evade a looming threat. Upon inquiry, Chu Feng learned of a colossal whirlpool at the heart of the misty sea, capable of ensnaring vessels within its vast circumference of tens of thousands of meters, leading to their destruction and the demise of all aboard. The whirlpool was so immense that the warship had to change direction well in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape once they drew near. On the fourth day, a tempest arose, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Previously, Captain Lu Qi had mentioned that fair weather was essential for a timely arrival at the central continent within half a month. Adverse conditions could delay their journey indefinitely. At that moment, the winds were so fierce that the warship was thrown off course, rising and falling on the tumultuous waves, teetering as if it might capsize at any moment. Chapter 89, The Black Mountain. On the deck, amidst the storm, most crew members had retreated to the cabin, leaving only a few to monitor the situation outside. Chu Feng intended to remain on deck, but was ordered by Captain Lu Qi to return below. Moments later, he found himself in the cabin's lounge, which was already filled to capacity. He glanced around, intending to leave, not wishing to be cramped among the crowd. Big brother, come sit with us. Just as Chu Feng was about to turn away, he heard Mo Qingyan's cheerful call from a corner of the lounge. He turned to see her and her sister seated by a window. Mo Qingyan's sister was meditating with her eyes closed, while Mo Qingyan appeared somewhat bored, eagerly waving at Chu Feng. Noticing an open spot in front of him, he made his way over. Upon his arrival, Mo Qingyan's face lit up with joy. Chu Feng cast a quick glance at her sister, who was engrossed in her practice, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He then took a seat before them. Big brother, are we going to be all right? Mo Qingyan asked, concern etched on her face as she peered out the window. The ship continued to lurch violently, submerging and surfacing in the churning waters, evoking a sense of dread as she worried about the possibility of the vessel sinking and not resurfacing. Fear not, we shall be safe. Chu Feng reassured her with a warm smile. This warship is robust enough to withstand such tempests. However, we must be wary of any sea beast attacks, which would pose a significant challenge. with the tumultuous scene outside, rendering him unable to focus on his cultivation. Chu Feng engaged in light-hearted conversation with Mo Qingyan, who incessantly posed questions that piqued his interest. Through their discourse, Chu Feng learned that Mo Qingyan's sister was named Mo Qingqing, and that the two sisters were on their way to the central continent to seek refuge with relatives. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a peculiar sensation, prompting him to spring to his feet. "I must step outside for a moment." With that, he exited the lounge and hurried onto the deck. Outside, the storm raged unabated. He made his way to the bow of the ship, gazing into the darkness ahead, sensing the presence of a massive sea beast, albeit unable to see it yet. "What are you doing up here? Get back below." Captain Lu Qi, patrolling the deck, spotted Chu Feng at the bow and hurriedly called for him to return. "There is something ahead." Chu Feng remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Taken aback, Lu Qi, driven by caution, summoned the ship's protector, the first-level Wangjing expert, Lu Yang. "Captain, I have not detected anything unusual ahead." Lu Yang scrutinized the waters for a moment, but found no anomalies. Enraged, Lu Qi glared at Chu Feng, suspecting him of causing a disturbance, and barked, "Return at once, and cease your antics." Paying no heed to Lu Qi, Chu Feng retrieved the shadow sword from his storage ring, preparing to unleash its power. Seeing Chu Feng disregard his warning and brandish a sword, Lu Qi contemplated ordering Lu Yang to subdue him. "This is not good. Captain, there is indeed something ahead. Our warship is accelerating rapidly." Lu Yang suddenly exclaimed, panic rising within him. "Accelerating? Is it the Great Whirlpool? Do we not steer clear of it?" The realization struck Lu Qi, sending a chill down his spine. Only the Great Whirlpool could cause such acceleration in these treacherous waters. In an instant, Lu Qi feared they'd been swept dangerously close to the whirlpool. "We should have been far away from the previous whirlpool, but I have heard it is constantly shifting. Could we have crossed paths with it?" Lu Yang's face reflected horror. Being drawn into the Great Whirlpool would spell doom for everyone aboard, and even Lu Yang, with his first-level Wangjing strength, would be powerless to escape. In that moment, both Lu Qi and Lu Yang contemplated abandoning ship. Yet, in the vast expanse of the misty sea, without the protection of the vessel, they would be equally doomed. Suddenly, a massive black mountain loomed ahead, with a colossal black hole before it. The gaping maw emitted a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing the warship toward it. "It is not the Great Whirlpool. It is the devouring sky whale." Lu Yang shouted in alarm upon sighting the black mountain. "It is over. Whether it be the Great Whirlpool or the devouring sky whale, we stand no chance of escape." Lu Qi's complexion turned ashen. The devouring sky whale, a deep-sea behemoth, rarely surfaced, and yet they had encountered this misfortune. Though the devouring sky whale was not yet at the Emperor realm, it had already reached the 9th level of the King realm. With the creature's gaze fixed upon their vessel, escape was utterly impossible. Lu Yang, merely at the first level of Wangjing, was powerless against such a titan. It seemed their only fate was to await death. Meanwhile, those in the cabin also felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "What is happening? Why does it feel as though something is pressing down on my chest?" They speculated that it might be the oppressive presence of a powerful entity, wondering if they had encountered a terrifying sea beast. Fear swept through the cabin as the occupants murmured anxiously. Montauk Qingyan clutched her sister Montauk King. Her face etched with worry, and she couldn't help but fret over Chu Feng, who had ventured onto the deck. At that moment on the deck, Captain Lu Qi incessantly commanded the crew to fire energy cannons at the devouring sky whale, attempting to drive it away. However, the energy blasts merely grazed the creature's hide, as ineffective as a mere tickle against its defenses. Soon, the warship was drawn perilously close to the whale's gaping maw. "Had I known, I would never have undertaken this voyage," Lu Qi lamented, regret flooding his heart. Previously, his wife and children had urged him to abandon the life of a sailor, but he had desired one last journey to earn more spirit stones. Little did he know that this final venture would cost him his life. Now, the crew on deck ceased firing the energy cannons. Despair had consumed them entirely. The devouring sky whale was too formidable, beyond their capacity to resist. All they could do was await their fate. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a sword being drawn resonated through the air. Almost immediately, everyone beheld a brilliant light slicing through the void, soaring towards the distant horizon. The light pierced the devouring sky whale, which let out a mournful cry. Yet, just as swiftly as the lament emerged, it was abruptly silenced. Boom! The devouring sky whale was split in two, collapsing to either side and creating a tremendous tidal wave. Chu Feng slowly sheathed his sword, turning to descend from the deck. At that moment, Lu Qi, Lu Yang, and the others on deck stood in stunned silence. rendered speechless by what they had just witnessed. What did they just witness? Chu Feng, at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, effortlessly dispatched the colossal sky-eating whale, which was at the 9th level of the King Realm. With a single stroke of his sword, in their understanding, such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable, leaving them in disbelief. Yet, what they had seen with their own eyes rendered disbelief impossible. Some crew members pondered if they were dreaming, but a sharp pinch confirmed the harsh reality. They were awake. Was he a deity? How could one possess such strength? It was beyond comprehension. As Chu Feng descended from the cabin, the crowd gradually regained their composure, erupting in astonished exclamations. Chapter 90. Just slayed a small whale. The sky-eating whale had been akin to a wooden stake, granting Chu Feng ample time to gather his sword's momentum, thus allowing him to effortlessly slay it with a single strike. Had it been another agile King Realm sea beast, achieving such a feat would have been exceedingly difficult for Chu Feng. Moments later, he returned to the cabin and sat down beside Mo Qingyan. Big brother, you're back. Where did you go just now? Mo Qingyan beamed with a radiant smile upon seeing Chu Feng's return. I just went up to slay a small whale. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. In his previous life, he had encountered the towering 10,000 zhang long sky demon whale, and to him, that sky-eating whale was merely a small whale. Earlier, there was a terrifying presence that suddenly vanished. Could it be that Big Brother was responsible for slaying that small whale? Mo Qingyan inquired with wide, innocent eyes. Something like that, Chu Feng said, gazing fondly at Mo Qingyan's adorable expression. He couldn't help but think how he wished to have a daughter as lovely as her to cherish. Big brother, you're so impressive. Montauk Qingyan exclaimed, her face lighting up with admiration. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Mo Qingyan's sister, Mo Qingqing, who experienced a breakthrough to the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm. She opened her eyes, glaring at Chu Feng with anger. Aren't you afraid of boasting so brazenly? Previously, Mo Qingqing had been preoccupied with her breakthrough and had not paid attention to Chu Feng. She too had sensed the earlier oppressive aura, which undoubtedly belonged to a King Realm sea beast. She believed it impossible for someone at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm to drive away a King Realm sea beast. The disappearance of the King Realm pressure must have been due to the King Realm guardians on the ship dispelling the creature. Now, Chu Feng audaciously claimed credit, fooling Mo Qingyan, and Mo Qingqing glared at him furiously. At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to mock Chu Feng, deeming it disgraceful that he would deceive a young girl. How dare a mere first-level Earth Spirit Realm practitioner speak so shamelessly? To deceive such a young girl. Surely he did not harbor a peculiar interest in children. It was likely, otherwise, why would he be misleading her? The bystanders cast strange looks at Chu Feng, murmuring amongst themselves. Get away from here. You are not to approach my sister again, or you will find me unyielding. Mo Qingqing, upon hearing the crowd's insinuations about Chu Feng's peculiar inclinations, glared at him in fury, warning him to keep his distance from Mo Qingyan. Sister, Big Brother isn't like that. Mo Qingyan rushed to defend Chu Feng, her eyes wide with concern. Do you wish to die? Chu Feng shot a cold glance at the middle-aged man in black who had made the accusation, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The man in black was instantly intimidated into silence by Chu Feng's lethal gaze. What? Do you intend to kill someone? A scar-faced, middle-aged man nearby interjected, stepping in to defend the man in black. The scar-faced man's realm was at the second level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and he felt emboldened by his superior level, showing no fear of Chu Feng. Suddenly, Captain Lu Qi hurriedly entered from outside, followed by Lu Yang. Lu Qi approached Chu Feng respectfully, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your assistance earlier. We kindly invite you to stay in our VIP room. The warship had 2 VIP rooms, originally intended for the King Realm Guardians on escort duty. However, this time, there was only Lu Yang, a single King Realm expert, leaving 1 VIP room unoccupied. Having witnessed Chu Feng's formidable strength, Lu Qi promptly sought to invite him to reside in the VIP room. With such a terrifying capability, having Chu Feng's support would undoubtedly ensure their safe passage through the Misty Sea. Lu Qi was eager to extend his hospitality to ensure Chu Feng would assist them at a crucial moment. Very well, Chu Feng replied, preferring not to be cramped in a common lounge, and accepted Captain Lu Qi's offer. At this point, Lu Yang also expressed his gratitude towards Chu Feng, leaving the surrounding crowd astonished. Lu Yang was a King Realm expert himself, and his acknowledgement of Chu Feng's helped confirm that Chu Feng had indeed driven away the King Realm sea beast. Instantly, the crowd's gazes towards Chu Feng were filled with regret and astonishment. A mere first-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator had managed to assist in repelling a King Realm sea beast, highlighting the terrifying nature of Chu Feng's strength. The scar-faced man, who had previously sought to provoke Chu Feng, discreetly withdrew, seemingly wary of facing his wrath. Meanwhile, the man in black, who had suggested Chu Feng's inappropriate inclinations, scurried into a corner, avoiding any chance of being seen by him. Sister, see? I told you Big Brother isn't like that. Mo Qingyan beamed at Mo Qingqing, her face brimming with joy. Even if he didn't deceive you just now, his intentions in getting close to you are certainly dubious. Mo Qingqing stubbornly refused to apologize to Chu Feng. Sister. Mo Qingyan's frustration mounted at Mo Qingqing's continued accusations against Chu Feng. Chu Feng cast a dispassionate glance at Mo Qingqing. Were it not for Mo Qingyan, he would not have engaged with a woman like her at all. He began to doubt whether they were truly sisters or perhaps half-sisters, as their appearances and temperaments were vastly different, suggesting they were not blood relatives. Desiring to leave the situation, Chu Feng turned to Captain Lu Qi and said, "Lead the way, Captain Lu." "Right this way, my lord." Lu Qi be met, Li Giding Chu Feng. "Big brother," Mo Qingyan called out, reluctant to see him go. Turning around, Chu Feng smiled gently at her before continuing to follow Lu Qi. Mo Qingyan's heart soared at the sight of Chu Feng's smile, realizing that his feelings toward her were unaffected by her sister's words. Moments latte. Lu Qi led Chu Feng into a finely decorated room and arranged for food and drink to properly entertain him. As Chu Feng entered the room, he surveyed the surroundings. Though modest in size, it was well furnished with essential items such as a bed and a table, along with a lavatory. In such a dilapidated warship, this room certainly qualified as a VIP accommodation. "What is your esteemed name, my lord?" Lu Qi inquired as Chu Feng settled into a chair. "Chu Feng," he replied. "Chu Feng?" Lu Qi felt as though he had heard that name before, but couldn't quite place it. Are you the esteemed Chu Feng who annihilated the Chao family?" Lu Yang suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly. "I apologize for our previous lack of hospitality. Please forgive us." Lu Qi quickly expressed his regrets. "It's of no consequence," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. His primary objective was to traverse the misty sea. He cared little for anything else. 3 days later, the warship finally emerged from the stormy seas, the rain having ceased and the skies cleared. However, the vessel had been blown into an unfamiliar maritime region. Chapter 91. The Ghost Ship. Upon exiting the stormy waters, Lu Qi immediately ordered the crew to adjust the ship's course toward the central continent. The warship was equipped with a navigational compass. Although the sea was cloaked in fog, as long as they followed the designated direction, they would reach the central continent. At this juncture, Chu Feng, aware that they had entered unfamiliar waters, joined the crew on the deck to assist in vigilance against sudden sea beast attacks. "Young Master Chu," Lu Qi greeted with a bow upon seeing him on deck. "Have there been any abnormalities?" The previous storm had been quite fierce, and Chu Feng felt a twinge of anxiety that their battleship might be swept into perilous waters. "Rest assured, my lord, there is nothing amiss. I have instructed the crew to change course. We should soon return to our designated route." Lu Qi replied with a smile. "Very well, as long as all is well." Chu Feng nodded slightly, primarily concerned about encountering sea beasts of the Imperial realm. Other adversities seemed manageable in comparison. "Captain, there is a battleship ahead." Suddenly, a crew member stationed at the bow shouted. "A battleship? Could it be the one we set sail with earlier?" Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. The ship they had departed with should have been far from them by now. It would be improbable for them to cross paths unless something had gone awry. Lu Qi hurried to the bow to ascertain the situation, with Chu Feng following closely behind. At that moment, 500 meters ahead of the storm, a battleship, several times larger than theirs, was slowly navigating through the waters. The vessel appeared ancient and weathered, covered in rust, as if it had existed for countless years. There were no signs of life aboard. It was a ghost ship. Sensing the absence of any living presence, Chu Feng was perplexed as to how the ship could be sailing. "Bad news, it's a ghost ship. Quick, change direction and accelerate with all your might." Lu Qi suddenly shouted frantically. "What? A ghost ship?" The other crew members seemed to have heard of such entities, their faces paling as they scrambled to operate the ship and flee swiftly. "What exactly is a ghost ship?" Chu Feng, unable to sense any imminent danger from the vessel, was filled with curiosity. The ghost ship is a cursed existence of the misty sea. It is said that anyone who encounters it meets their demise. Lu Qi's countenance was one of sheer terror as he gazed at the spectral vessel. Meet their demise? Chu Feng's expression hardened as he cast his gaze toward the distant ghost ship. In his past life, he had encountered many cursed beings. However, he did not believe such terrifying entities could exist in the lowly realm of the abandoned lands. Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed a gigantic tortoise beneath the ghost ship. The colossal creature emanated a faint aura of demonic power, It was this tortoise that was bearing the ghost ship upon its back. Ninth level of the Divine Emperor realm. Chu Feng sensed the tortoise realm and was immediately filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering a sea beast of such formidable strength in the Misty Sea. The ninth level of the Divine Emperor realm was far beyond what Chu Feng could contend with. He promptly prepared to enter the Chaos Star Pearl at any moment. Should the tortoise attack, he would have to abandon everyone and seek refuge within the Chaos Star Pearl. As he considered whether to bring Mo Qingyan into the Chaos Star Pearl, she suddenly emerged from the cabin, smiling as she approached Chu Feng. "Big brother, what are you looking at?" At that moment, the giant tortoise seemed to have heard her voice and abruptly turned its head toward them. Chu Feng was struck with alarm. Fearing the tortoise was about to attack, he rushed to Mo Qingyan, grasping her hand, ready to pull her into the Chaos Star Pearl. Yet, after a considerable wait, the tortoise did not launch an assault. Their battleship also sped away from the ghost ship. Why isn't that demonic tortoise making a move? Chu Feng pondered in confusion. Lu Qi and the other crew members, witnessing the scene, displayed expressions of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped disaster. "Big brother, it's improper for boys and girls to hold hands. You cannot grasp my hand." At that moment, Mo Qingyan noticed Chu Feng holding her hand, her cheeks flushing as she addressed him. "Brute, release my sister at once." Just then, Mo Qingqing appeared on deck. Upon seeing Chu Feng holding Mo Qingyan's hand, she rushed over in a fury, intent on swatting it away. Chu Feng, realizing the situation, sheepishly released Mo Qingyan's hand and explained, "We encountered a ghost ship earlier, and I was concerned for her safety. That is why I held her hand." "What ghost ship? You simply wanted to take advantage of my sister." Mo Qingqing glared at Chu Feng in a fit of anger. "You can ask Captain Liu and the other crew members." Chu Feng waved his hand in exasperation. Mo Qingyan was merely a 7 or 8-year-old girl. He had no improper thoughts towards someone so young. He simply found her adorable. "We indeed encountered the legendary ghost ship." Lu Qi interjected, still shaken. A bunch of scoundrels." Mo Qingqing remained unconvinced, believing Lu Qi was colluding with Chu Feng to deceive her. With that, she swiftly took Mo Qingyan by the hand and retreated back to the cabin. Chu Feng was left speechless. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence Mo Qingqing. But given that she was Mo Qingyan's sister, he knew that harming her would likely earn him Mo Qingyan's lifelong resentment. After escaping for some time, Lu Qi felt they were safe and instructed the crew to turn the ship back toward the central continent. The following days were uneventful, with only a few minor sea beast encounters that were quickly dealt with thanks to Chu Feng's assistance. They had returned to their planned route, and according to Lu Qi's estimations, they would reach the central continent in 5 days. Moreover, the waters ahead had previously been free of danger, barring any unforeseen incidents. They should successfully traverse the Misty Sea and reach their destination. The passengers aboard were elated upon hearing this news. Many had risked their life savings for this venture. Now, as they were on the cusp of reaching the central continent, it seemed they were about to win their gamble, promising a bright future ahead. This excitement was palpable, and some had already begun to celebrate exuberantly. Seeing that the danger had receded, Chu Feng returned to the room Lu Qi had prepared for him to cultivate. During this time, Mo Qingqing had been keeping a watchful eye on Mo Qingyan, preventing her from interacting with Chu Feng. One day, while Chu Feng was meditating in his room, a crew member rushed in, panic-stricken, and informed him that a battleship was pursuing them with ill intent, and that Lu Qi had requested his assistance. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately interrupted his cultivation and made his way to the deck. At that moment, a high-ranking battleship was trailing behind the storm. The ship? Chu Feng squinted at the vessel in the distance, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed to be the one that had been docked at Misty Sea City. Previously, he had inquired about it, and learned it was set to set sail a month later. Why was it now pursuing them with such aggression, seemingly intent on causing them harm? Suddenly, 2 formidable warriors of the King Realm, accompanied by several others, soared from the pursuing ship onto the deck of the Storm. One was at the 2nd level of the King Realm, while the other was at the 4th level. "Mo Qingqing, I know you're on this ship. Come out at once," shouted a middle-aged man clad in blue. Looking for Mo Qingqing, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. These individuals were clearly not here for a friendly visit. When he had first met Mo Qingyan, she had been cloaked, seemingly trying to evade someone. It now appeared they were attempting to escape from these pursuers, yet he was left wondering what these individuals wanted with the sisters. "Captain Zhao Xing, what do you mean by this?" Lu Qi confronted one of the middle-aged men in green. Zhao Xing was the captain of the pursuing ship. "Lu Qi, today's events do not concern you. We are merely here to find someone, and once we do, we will leave. You would do well not to interfere." Zhao Xing threatened coldly. Upon hearing Zhao Xing's menacing words, Lu Qi retorted defiantly, "The people aboard this ship are my passengers. They have paid for their passage, and I am obligated to ensure their safety." Zhao Xing, seeing Lu Qi's determination to meddle, pointed toward the middle-aged man in blue, declaring, "This is the head of the Li family." Li Wanting, the head of the Li family? Lu Qi, familiar with the Li family, realized their patriarch was indeed named Li Wanting. The Li family was the second most powerful family in the Eastern Wasteland, following the Chao family. Now that the Chao family had been eradicated by Chu Feng, the Li family had become the most powerful family in the Eastern Wasteland. Li Wanting turned his cold gaze toward Lu Qi and remarked, "Since you are aware of the Li family, it would be wise not to interfere. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Beside Li Wanting stood a black-clad elder of the Fourth Realm, his gaze cold and laced with murderous intent as he scrutinized Lu Qi. Upon sensing the ominous atmosphere, Lu Qi's expression stiffened. The Li family was not one he could afford to offend, prompting him to fall silent. "Search the ship. Comanda Li Wanting, observing Nukis sudem quietude." However, just as his men prepared to board, Mo Qingqing emerged from the cabin, her demeanor serene. "No need to search. I am here," she declared. "Where's your sister?" Li Wanting inquired. "My sister is not on the ship," Mo Qingqing replied. "Not on the ship?" Skepticism etched on Li Wanting's face, and he ordered his men to continue their search in the cabin. At that moment, Chu Feng noticed the impending search and positioned himself at the entrance, blocking their path to Mo Qingqing. "What do you seek the sisters for?" Chu Feng asked, casting a cool glance at Li Wanting. "Brat, unless you wish to perish. Step aside." A black-clad man aiming to descend bellowed at Chu Feng. "Who are you?" Li Wanting remarked, his expression somewhat familiar with Chu Feng, yet he could not recall where he had seen him. Just then, a scarred-faced onlooker stepped forward and declared, "Li Patriarch, this lad is in league with Mo Qingqing." "Indeed, I can attest to their collusion. Mo Qingqing's sister is aboard, concealed within the cabin." A middle-aged man in black confirmed, aligning himself with the scarred face. Previously, they had falsely accused Chu Feng of peculiar proclivities, fearing retribution once he disembarked. Now, with Li Wanting intent on capturing Mo Qingqing, they sought to implicate Chu Feng as well. Chu Feng's countenance turned icy at their claims, and in an instant, a long sword materialized in his hand. Clang! A flash of sword light sliced through the air, and in a heartbeat, the heads of the scarred face and the middle-aged man soared skyward. Chu Feng had initially intended to let them be, but their audacity in provoking him warranted a ruthless response. The spectators gasped in horror at the decapitated heads that rolled onto the deck. "You are the Chu Feng who annihilated the Chao family?" Li Wanting suddenly recognized Chu Feng's identity, having previously glimpsed the wanted poster, albeit with some discrepancies between the image and the real person. Now, witnessing Chu Feng's lethal prowess, the realization struck him. Indeed, Li Patriarch, this is the esteemed Chu Feng who brought ruin to the Chao family. Lu Qi spoke up to affirm Chu Feng's identity. "What?" The crowd was taken aback. Astonishment etched across their faces upon hearing that Chu Feng had eradicated the Chao family, the most prominent clan in the Eastern Wilderness. They had heard tales of the Chao family's downfall, but never expected the vanquisher to be the very person before them. Mo Qingqing stared at Chu Feng, disbelief flooding her features. How could he have dismantled the Chao family? Their realms were equivalent, both at the first stage of the Earth Spirit realm. While she was forced to hide from the Li family, Chu Feng had single-handedly obliterated a clan more powerful than the Li family itself. Confounded, she wondered how their equal standings could yield such a vast disparity in strength. Upon grasping Chu Feng's identity, Li Wanting hurriedly apologized. "Master Chu, we meant no offense. It was Mo Qingqing who took something from our family. We merely sought to bring her back for clarification." "You lie. I did not take anything from you. It was you who coveted the techniques acquired by my father, obliterated our Mo family, and now seek to kill us." Montauk King retorted vehemently. "The technique was seized from my family by your father." Li Wanting shot back coldly. "You are mistaken. My father obtained that technique in a ruin. It was not stolen." Montauk King insisted furiously. "It was your father who robbed my family's members in that ruin." "No." The two continued to bicker, leaving the crowd bewildered, unable to discern the truth of the matter. "Enough. You should leave with your people at once." Chu Feng's voice was frosty as he addressed Li Wanting. While he could not ascertain which family the technique truly belonged to, his inclination to side with the Mo family, particularly for Mo Qingqing's sister, was unwavering. He would not allow the Li family to take them away. "Master Chu, it was indeed the Mo family who seized our techniques." Li Wanting attempted to argue further, but was abruptly cut off by Chu Feng's chilling command. "Leave, or I shall not hesitate to kill." Chu Feng's eyes glinted with menace. "You seek death. daring to speak to our patriarch in such a manner. An elder in white, at the 8th stage of the heavenly spirit realm, grew furious at Chu Feng's words. Ready to strike. Clang! The sound of a sword unsheathing echoed, and in an instant, a blade of light cleaved through the white-clad elder, instantly bisecting him. The gathered crowd recoiled in terror as they witnessed Chu Feng's ruthless nature, realizing the terrifying strength he commanded. A mere 1st stage earth spirit could slay an 8th stage heavenly spirit with a single stroke. It was utterly inconceivable. Li Wanting's rage flared as he beheld the fallen elder. Leave now, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chu Feng's gaze was filled with lethal intent. Patriarch, let's withdraw. The elder behind Li Wanting urgently urged him to depart, having been taken aback by the swiftness of Chu Feng's sword. He had not even had the chance to assist the white-clad elder, let alone defend against Chu Feng's formidable aura. They needed to escape before they too met a grim fate. Seeing the panic in the elder's eyes, Li Wanting reluctantly agreed to retreat. Chu Feng, you must eliminate them all. Mo Qingqing suddenly implored Chu Feng as she witnessed Li Wanting's party making their exit. Upon hearing her plea, Chu Feng merely cast her a detached glance, unwilling to acquiesce to her request for bloodshed. They were not kin, and their relationship was far from amicable. Why should he aid her? As Li Wanting and his companions heard Mo Qingqing's words, fear gripped them, and they hastily abandoned the warship. Upon witnessing their flight, Mo Qingqing turned her furious gaze towards Chu Feng, demanding, why did you not strike them down? I have no enmity with them, or you. Why would I kill them? Chu Feng, Ziplit Guli. They sought to capture my sister and me. You have a bond with my sister, thus you should aid us. Montauk King insisted, as if it were a matter of course. I am under no obligation to assist you in murder. Chu Feng replied dismissively, slowly making his way back to the cabin. Scoundrel! Mo Qingqing fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, seeing that both Chu Feng and Li Wanting had departed. Lu Qi swiftly organized men to handle the bodies on the deck. After a brief moment, Chu Feng returned to his quarters, only to discover someone concealed within. Come out. They have left. Chu Feng called, sensing Mo Qingqing's aura. Elder brother. Mo Qingqing emerged from the cabinet upon hearing his voice. Earlier, upon sensing Li Wanting's pursuit, Mo Qingqing had instructed her sister to hide with Chu Feng, and Mo Qingqing, not having seen him, found refuge inside the cabinet. Elder brother. Did you help drive away those bad people? Montauk King inquired. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly. Thank you, elder brother. Mo Qingqing expressed her gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. Could you share with me the circumstances of your family? Chu Feng sought to glean the truth about the Mo and Li families. Of course. Mo Qingqing began to recount her family's tale. They hail from a second-rate family in the Tianluo Empire, living quite comfortably. A year prior, her father had discovered a low-grade heavenly technique in a ruin, but it was carelessly divulged to a concubine, inciting the covetousness of the Li family. 2 months ago, the Li family launched a surprise assault, annihilating the Mo family. At that time, Mo Qingqing and her half-sister, Mo Qingyan, had gone out with friends, narrowly evading the calamity. However, it appeared that the Li family did not acquire any martial arts techniques when they annihilated the Mo family. Upon learning that 2 daughters of the Mo family had survived, they relentlessly pursued Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing. Subsequently, the 2 sisters resorted to hiding in various places to evade the Li family's relentless pursuit. Not long ago, they boarded the storm ship, intending to escape to the central continent and finally rid themselves of their harrowing ordeal, only to find that the Li family had tracked them down once again. Big brother, my father entrusted me with the martial arts techniques before. If you can protect my sister and me, I can share the techniques with you. Mo Qingyan gazed at Chu Feng earnestly. I do not require your techniques. I possess superior ones. Chu Feng replied with a calm demeanor. The low-grade celestial martial arts techniques, while considered top-tier for cultivators in the wild abandonment realm, were merely average in Chu Feng's eyes. With an abundance of saint-level techniques and even the transcendent chaos art, he regarded the low-grade celestial techniques with indifference. Oh, Mo Qingyan's face fell slightly at his response. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you both during this time. Chu Feng assured her. Thank you, big brother. Mo Qingyan exclaimed, her spirits lifting immediately. Very well, you may go find your sister. She is waiting for you outside. Chu Feng said, sensing that Mo Qingqing was just beyond the door. All right, I will come back to see you later. With that, Mo Qingyan opened the door and stepped out. Once Mo Qingyan had left, Chu Feng began his cultivation. He felt on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level of the Earth Spirit realm and was determined to focus solely on his practice to expedite this breakthrough. The ensuing days passed in tranquility, with no demonic beasts attacking the ship. Just days prior, The warship of Li Wanting had trailed closely behind the storm ship, but yesterday, it suddenly accelerated to surpass them, seemingly intent on reaching the central continent first. Moreover, during this time, Mo Qingyan seemed to have gained Mo Qingqing's approval, visiting Chu Feng daily to engage in idle chatter. It appeared that Mo Qingqing wished for her sister to foster a good relationship with Chu Feng, hoping he would protect them. Tomorrow, we shall arrive at the central continent, Captain Lu Qi joyfully announced to the crew. They were now exceedingly close to the central continent, with little danger remaining, prompting him to share the good news with everyone. The crew erupted in excitement, celebrating their imminent arrival. That evening, Mo Qingqing brought Mo Qingyan to Chu Feng's quarters. Chu Feng, the Li family has already arrived at the central continent ahead of us. I fear they may pose a threat once we disembark. Could you protect us sisters for a while? Our aunt is in St. Heaven City on the central continent. If you can escort us there, we will be safe. Mo Qingqing implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Mo Qingyan remained silent, watching Chu Feng intently, her desire for his assistance evident. St. Heaven City? Chu Feng recalled that Sheng Liar had mentioned Tai Academy was situated there. As he intended to visit St. Heaven City, escorting the Mo sisters would be merely a matter of convenience. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Big brother, thank you. Mo Qingyan beamed at Chu Feng's consent, her gratitude palpable. Thank you. Mo Qingqing exhaled deeply, relief washing over her as she sincerely expressed her appreciation for Chu Feng's willingness to help. After a brief conversation, Mo Qingqing took Mo Qingyan and departed. The following day, as dawn broke, the crew spotted the distant landmass. Approaching the central continent, the sea fog had thinned considerably, and a rich spiritual energy enveloped them. The spiritual energy of the central continent was several times denser than that of the eastern wasteland, affirming its status as a sanctuary for cultivation in the wild abandonment realm. Last night, Chu Feng had finally broken through to the second level of the Earth Spirit realm and, lacking enthusiasm for further cultivation, decided to join the crew on deck, preparing for their landing. Central continent, here I come. Chu Feng gazed longingly at the distant land, filled with anticipation. He was certain that the central continent held numerous opportunities, and upon arrival, he would seek ways to enhance his strength swiftly. Entering Tai Academy would also facilitate his growth, and he found himself eager for the experiences that awaited him there. In his previous life, Chu Feng had solely practiced demonic arts in solitude, never having the opportunity to study in an academy. In this life, he finally had the chance to immerse himself in the academic lifestyle. Furthermore, Sheng Liar was on the central continent, and the enchanting Mu Qingyao was also present. On this journey, he aimed to clarify his relationships with both women. He was determined to win over Sheng Liar with her unique constitution, as well as to solidify his bond with Mu Qingyao, the first woman in his life. Chapter 94, Escort. Half an hour later, the storm ship successfully docked, and the crew eagerly disembarked, bursting into cheers. Chu Feng scanned the shore, expecting to see Sheng Liar or representatives from Tai Academy waiting for him. However, after a thorough observation, he found no one had come to greet him. It seemed he had overestimated their intention. They had not sent anyone to welcome him. Moments later, Chu Feng, accompanied by Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing, slowly descended from the ship. Before departing, Lu Qi repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Chu Feng. Without his assistance, they would never have reached the central continent. Chu Feng smiled in response to Lu Qi's thanks before bidding farewell to the Mo sisters and departing. Upon stepping ashore, Chu Feng immediately noticed someone fixating on the Mo sisters. Chu Feng, the Li family is watching us, Mo Qingqing exclaimed, having spotted the figures observing them from a distance. Her voice laced with anxiety. Mo Qingyan also displayed concern, grasping her sister's hand tightly. Do not worry, I will handle everything. First, let us find a place to purchase 2 spiritual steeds and inquire about the route to St. Heaven City, Chu Feng stated calmly. All right, Montauk King, having never visited the central continent, decided to heed Chu Feng's guidance. The Li family, upon seeing Chu Feng with the Mo sisters, dared not act. Yet they trailed behind them at a distance. Before long, Chu Feng guided the sisters to acquire 2 spiritual steeds and learned how to reach St. Heaven City. It was a journey of 2,000 miles, and on horseback, it would take approximately 3 to 4 days to arrive. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng mounted one spiritual steed while Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing shared another, and the trio set off at a leisurely pace. Along the way, Chu Feng sensed that someone was following them from a distance, but he paid it no mind. The pursuers were undoubtedly from the Li family, and he considered them no threat. If they wished to follow, they were welcome to do so, but should they dare to strike, he would annihilate them without hesitation. On the first day, all remained tranquil, and the pursuers who had followed them for half a day soon vanished, seemingly having given up the chase. On the second day, with no one trailing them, the trio relaxed and reveled in the scenic beauty surrounding them, even stopping to sample local delicacies in some cities they passed through. On the third day, they traversed a tranquil forest where silence reigned, devoid of any bird calls or rustling insects. Without needing to think, Chu Feng knew they were being ambushed, though he could not ascertain whether it was the Li family responsible. "Come out!" Chu Feng bellowed sternly into the forest. Moments later, a group of individuals emerged, led by Li Wanting, flanked by Zhao Xing and two formidable warriors at the King Realm level. Chu Feng had previously thought that Li Wanting had abandoned the pursuit, but it seemed he had laid an ambush ahead of them. Zhao Xing, along with his two King Realm warriors, had followed him here, evidently having been promised some enticing reward by Li Wanting. King Realm level 6? Chu Feng's gaze fell upon an unfamiliar old man in gray robes beside Li Wanting, and his expression hardened. The Elder's cultivation was at King Realm level 6, and it was unclear where Li Wanting had found such an ally. With a King Realm level 2, a King Realm level 4, and now a King Realm level 6 Elder, Chu Feng found himself confronted by three formidable opponents. Chu Feng, Mo Qingqing, and Mo Qingyin's expressions shifted to alarm upon spotting the gray-robed Elder. "Step back." Chu Feng gestured for the Mo sisters to retreat, simultaneously drawing forth his magic shadow sword, silently gathering his sword intent. He intended to catch the gray-clad Elder of the 6th rank of the King Realm off guard, eliminating him first, thus making it easier to deal with the remaining two King Realm warriors. "Chu Feng, I offer you an opportunity. If you persuade the Mo sisters to share their cultivation methods with us, we may spare you," Li Wanting remarked coldly as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained silent, quietly gathering his sword intent. Simultaneously, he harbored doubts about Li Wanting's words, having already obliterated the Mo family. It was implausible that he would allow Mo Qingqing and Mo Qingyin to survive. After acquiring the techniques, he would undoubtedly eradicate them to eliminate any potential threats. Fearing that Chu Feng might seek retribution afterward, they would surely find a way to eliminate him as well. "Attack!" The gray-clad Elder, noticing Chu Feng's escalating aura as if he were preparing a formidable move, immediately summoned the other two King Realm experts to strike together at Chu Feng. Sky-rending slash. The gray-clad Elder wielded an enormous 2-meter-long blade and unleashed his most potent sword technique, Sky-rending slash, aiming ruthlessly at Chu Feng. The other two King Realm warriors held nothing back, executing their strongest attacks against Chu Feng as well. In an instant, 3 terrifying assaults surged toward him. Montauk King, witnessing this, was filled with dread as she quickly pulled Mo Qingyin back. "Big brother," Mo Qingyin cried out anxiously towards Chu Feng. Mo Qingqing shared a look of deep concern. If Chu Feng were to perish, the two sisters would fall into Li Wanting's hands, destined for a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed through the air. In an instant, a gleam of sword light sliced through the void, hurtling towards the 3 attackers led by the gray-clad Elder. Boom! The Elder's body was instantaneously cleaved in 2, while the other 2 King Realm warriors were violently sent flying several dozen meters by the overwhelming force. Puffed! The 2 warriors crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they stared at Chu Feng. At that moment, everyone present was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. A mere 2nd-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, Chu Feng, had actually slain a 6th-level King Realm warrior with a single strike and severely wounded 2 others of the 2nd and 4th levels. Such an occurrence seemed almost impossible, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. How could this be? Li Wanting trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably as he looked at Chu Feng. Resembling someone who had encountered a malevolent spirit, he had assumed that summoning a 6th-level King Realm warrior, alongside the other 2, would suffice to handle Chu Feng. Little did he expect that even in their combined might, they were no match for a single strike from Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing sat paralyzed on the ground in sheer terror. This matter was never his concern. He had only come here after being incited by Li Wanting. Now, it was too late for regrets. Chu Feng would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Big brother is amazing. Mo Qingyin's eyes widened in awe as she gazed at Chu Feng, brimming with admiration. Mo Qingqing also stared at Chu Feng in shock. Just moments ago, she had feared that he would not withstand the combined assault of the 3 King Realm warriors and that the sisters would fall into Li Wanting's clutches, facing unimaginable torment. Yet, unexpectedly, with just one stroke of his sword, Chu Feng had completely turned the tide. In truth, Chu Feng himself was somewhat surprised. He had intended to eliminate the 6th-level King Realm warrior first. However, he had not anticipated that the three would attack simultaneously, allowing him to resolve the situation with a single strike. Moments later, seizing the advantage, Chu Feng swiftly dispatched the two severely injured King Realm warriors. Chu Feng, please don't kill me. This has nothing to do with me. I was coerced by Li Wanting. Zhao Xing exclaimed in terror as he witnessed Chu Feng approaching with his sword drawn. Chapter 95, The Saintess of Yaoqi. In response to Zhao Xing's pleas for mercy, Chu Feng merely cast him a cold glance before swiftly ending his life with one stroke. Zhao Xing had aimed to seize the Mo sister celestial grade cultivation methods, but he should have considered the fatal price of such greed beforehand. It was entirely his own avarice that led to this fate, and he had no one to blame but himself. After eliminating Zhao Xing, Chu Feng prepared to confront Li Wanting. As Li Wanting beheld Chu Feng advancing toward him with his sword drawn, a look of terror washed over his face as he pleaded, "Chu Feng, spare me. I can give you anything you desire. Chu Feng, leave Li Wanting to us. He has destroyed our Mo family. We must exact our revenge for our kin." Mo Qingqing interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng unleashed a swift blade of sword energy, instantly severing Li Wanting's legs. He quickly followed up with a kick, shattering Li Wanting's energy center and rendering him incapacitated. Li Wanting collapsed to the ground, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. "You may proceed." Chu Feng turned to Mo Qingqing and Mo Qingyan, encouraging them. "I'll take care of it." Mo Qingqing, noticing Mo Qingyan's trepidation at the thought of murder, resolved to act herself. With that, Mo Qingqing drew her sword and approached Li Wanting with fierce determination. "Li Wanting, I never imagined you would meet such a fate. Today, I shall ensure you accompany the Mo family to the afterlife." With that proclamation, Mo Qingqing relentlessly swung her spirit sword at Li Wanting, mercilessly hacking until his visage was unrecognizable, blood gushing forth. Li Wanting continued to wail in agony. "Sister, let me take a swing too." Zodenli, Montak Qingyan, suppressing her nausea, stepped beside Mo Qingqing and said. Li Wanting was the nemesis of their Mo family, and Mo Qingyan too wished to avenge her clan. "All right." Mo Qingqing handed the sword to Mo Qingyan. Mo Qingyan accepted the sword, squeezed her eyes shut, and thrust it forward, the blade piercing directly through Li Wanting's heart. Li Wanting struggled a few times before falling still, lifeless. After killing Li Wanting, Mo Qingyan hastily discarded the sword, unable to bear striking him again. Chu Feng observed with admiration. For someone so young, Mo Qingyan had performed admirably. Mo Qingqing retrieved the sword that Mo Qingyan had discarded and continued to slash at Li Wanting's corpse several times, finally feeling a sense of relief as she sheathed the blade. Moments later, Chu Feng rummaged through the corpses, reaping substantial rewards. For the storage rings contained a plethora of spirit stones. "Let us go." After completing the search, Chu Feng led the two sisters onward. The earlier battle had frightened the spiritual steeds away, and now the trio could only walk to the nearest city to purchase new mounts. However, after a considerable time of walking, they had yet to encounter a city. Soon, the sky began to darken, compelling the three to spend the night in the forest, resuming their journey at dawn. That night, Chu Feng caught 2 spirit chickens and a spirit rabbit, setting up a grill and roasting them to a golden brown, treating the Mo sisters to a sumptuous feast. The following day, at the break of dawn, the trio set off again. Soon, they finally reached a city. Chu Feng promptly purchased 2 spirit steeds, continuing onward with Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing. While buying the horses, Chu Feng learned that Shangtian City was not far from their location, and they would likely arrive within half a day. Upon hearing they were close to Shangtian City, Mo Qingqing urged her steed into a gallop, racing toward their destination. 2 hours later, the three finally arrived outside Shangtian City. Shangtian City was colossal, stretching far beyond the horizon. It was said to be the largest city in the central continent, home to millions of inhabitants. The city walls of Shangtian City were towering and magnificent, soaring several dozen meters high, with its gates being grand and imposing, making the pedestrians appear as tiny as ants. There were no guards at the city gate, allowing free passage. Upon entering, the streets were wide and clean, lined with bustling shops on either side, filled with lively crowds. Chu Feng, accompanied by the Mo sisters, ventured into Shangtian City, inquiring about the Liu family. The Liu family was the clan to which Mo Qingqing's aunt was married, and since Mo Qingqing and Mo Qingyan had never been to the central continent, they had merely heard that the Liu family resided in Shangtian City and was a relatively powerful clan. After some inquiries, they learned that the Liu family was located near the city center, a considerable distance from the city gate. Consequently, Chu Feng led Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing toward the heart of the city. Suddenly, a large group of people could be seen approaching the city gate on various mounts, seemingly preparing to exit the city. Make way. The crowd was organized, with individuals at the front clearing a path for those in the center to proceed. Soon, a large crowd approached, surrounding a stunning young woman and a handsome youth. The woman rode a magnificent spirit deer, her beauty striking, and her demeanor exuding an ethereal grace, making her a rare gem of beauty. The dashing young man, riding a fierce white tiger, complemented her presence exquisitely. Both the woman and the young man were at the celestial spirit realm, clearly descendants of a formidable power or a prominent family. Such beauty. Who is she? This is the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land. So, she is indeed the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land. No wonder she possesses such an extraordinary aura. The onlookers buzzed with excitement as they beheld the approaching entourage. Upon hearing the mention of the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land, Chu Feng's body jolted in surprise. Until now, he had scarcely paid attention to the oncoming figures, preoccupied with swiftly escorting Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing to the Lu family. However, upon hearing the crowd's murmurs, he halted abruptly. The saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land is Mu Qingyao, my first love. Chu Feng had thought he would need to expend considerable effort to find Mu Qingyao at the Yaoqi sacred land. He never expected to encounter her here. Instantly, excitement surged within Chu Feng as he turned to gaze at the saintess of the Yaoqi. Yet, the moment he turned, his expression froze in disbelief. He hastily grabbed a nearby bystander who was engrossed in the spectacle and inquired, "Isn't the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land Mu Qingyao?" Mu Qingyao was the former saintess. The current saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land is Ling Wei. The bystander replied, shaking off Chu Feng's grasp with irritation, seemingly annoyed by the interruption. Former saintess? A frown creased Chu Feng's brow as he pondered the implications of Mu Qingyao no longer being the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land. He wished to ask the bystander further questions, but the individual hastily retreated. Realizing he had no choice, Chu Feng decided to prioritize escorting Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing to the Lu family, planning to inquire about Mu Qingyao later. "Big brother, do you know that saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land?" Mo Qingyan asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Mo Qingqing also turned to Chu Feng, her expression mirroring her sister's inquisitiveness. Previously, they had known the former saintess, but this one was unfamiliar. "All right, let me take you to the Lu family first," Chu Feng replied, wishing to divert the topic away from his connection with Mu Qingyao. "Oh," Mo Qingyan noted his reluctance to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. An hour later, Chu Feng led Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing to the entrance of a grand estate. The estate was vast, with an imposing entrance. Above the gate, 2 gilded characters were inscribed. "Lu family. Who goes there? Leave at once. This place is not for you to approach." Just as Chu Feng approached, he was sternly admonished by the guard stationed at the gate. Hearing this, Chu Feng's expression instantly turned icy. The guard's attitude revealed much about the Lu family's character. "Brother, my aunt is Mo Shirlu." Mo Qingqing quickly interjected, stepping between Chu Feng and the guards, sensing his rising anger. Chu Feng's strength was formidable, and the Lu family was her aunt's household. Mo Qingqing sought to prevent any conflict between them. "I don't care who your aunt is, Mo Shirlu or otherwise. This is the Lu family, not a place for your insolence," the guard retorted loudly. "My aunt married into the Lu family," Mo Qingqing quickly explained. While she knew her aunt had wed into the Lu family's sacred heaven city, she was oblivious to whom exactly she had married. Married into the Lu family? With the surname Mo? The guards whispered among themselves, intrigued. "Yes, my name is Mo Qingqing. I kindly request you to inform them." Monta King insisted earnestly. Suddenly, one of the guards seemed to recall something, his tone softening as he said, "Please wait here. I will go inform them." With that, the guard hastily entered the Lu family estate. After a quarter of an hour, he emerged, respectfully inviting Chu Feng and the 2 sisters to enter. Inside the grand entrance of the Lu family was a beautifully designed garden, adorned with intricate carvings that left visitors in awe. The trio followed the guard along a lengthy path until they arrived at a lavish reception hall. "Please take a moment to sit. The matriarch will be with you shortly," the guard said with utmost respect. "The matriarch you speak of, is she my aunt?" Monta King eagerly inquired. "Indeed," the guard confirmed respectfully. "Wonderful," Monta King exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she turned to Mo Qingyan, saying, "Sister, did you hear? Our aunt is the matriarch of the Lu family." If their aunt was indeed the matriarch, they had found a solid support. Yes, Mo Qingyin's face radiated joy. Chu Feng too felt a sense of relief. Earlier, he had intended to leave once he delivered the sisters to the Liu family's doorstep, but now he felt compelled to ensure their safety before departing. Big brother, are you leaving? Mo Qingyin noticed the change in Chu Feng's demeanor and realized he was preparing to depart. Yes, Chu Feng nodded slightly. Big brother, could you not go? Mo Qingyin pleaded, her voice tinged with reluctance. Just as Chu Feng was about to respond, 7 or 8 individuals entered from outside the hall, led by a regal middle-aged woman, followed by a stern young man and several maids and servants. The middle-aged woman was none other than Mo Shirlu. Upon spotting Mo Qingqing, she rushed forward, grasping her hands in excitement, exclaiming, Qingqing, it is truly you. Aunt. Mo Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears upon seeing Mo Shirlu. Ever since the Mo family was annihilated, she and Mo Qingyin had been fleeing for their lives, and now, finally finding a relative to rely upon. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. My dear child, it is such a relief to see you safely arrive in Zhongzhou. From now on, with your aunt to protect you, you need not worry about anything. Mo Shirlu gently wiped away Mo Qingqing's tears, offering comforting words. Thank you, aunt. Mo Qingqing joyfully expressed her gratitude, then turned to introduce her sister. By the way, aunt, this is Yin'er, my sister, and also our father's daughter. What a delicate and adorable little girl. Mo Shirlu beamed at Mo Qingyin's charming appearance. Aunt, Mo Qingyin joyfully called out to Mo Shirlu. And who is this? Mo Shirlu then noticed Chu Feng standing nearby. Aunt, this big brother is someone I met on the ship. It is thanks to him that we could make it here. Montauk Qingyan happily explained. Aunt, he is Chu Feng. Without his protection, we would never have reached the Liu family. Mo Qingqing added. Indeed, many thanks to this young brother. Mo Shirlu acknowledged with a nod. Yin'er, please take this young brother down and ensure he is well taken care of. She glanced at Chu Feng, then called to the stern young man beside her. Yes, mother. The young man nodded in agreement. This is my son, Liu Yun, and he is Qingqing's cousin. Mo Shirlu introduced Liu Yun to Mo Qingqing and Mo Qingyin. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingqing and Mo Qingyin immediately greeted Liu Yun, who responded with a curt nod. All right, Yin'er, please take this young brother down. You can return later to properly get acquainted with Qingqing and her sister. Mo Shirlu seemed somewhat dismissive of Chu Feng, eager for him to leave. Please, go ahead, Liu Yun said with an indifferent glance at Chu Feng, signaling for him to follow. There's no need for that. I'm a new student at Tai Academy. It was merely a matter of convenience to escort the 2 sisters to the sacred heaven city. Now that I see they have found their family, I can depart with peace of mind. Chu Feng perceived Mo Shirlu's slight disdain towards him, perhaps believing he had ulterior motives regarding Mo Qingqing and her sister, or judging him based on his origins from the eastern wasteland, deeming him unworthy of being in the Liu family. Regardless of the reason, Chu Feng was unconcerned. He only cared for Mo Qingyin's well-being. Observing Mo Shirlu's attitude towards Mo Qingqing and Mo Qingyin, he felt assured that Mo Qingyin would have support from now on, allowing him to leave without worry. You are a new student at Tai Academy? Mo Shirlu's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Tai Academy is not an institution that just anyone can enter. Only those with extraordinary talent can gain admission. Mo Shirlu could not discern any remarkable qualities in Chu Feng. His cultivation at the 2nd level of the Earth Spirit realm may be considered commendable on the Eastern Wilderness continent, but in the Central State, it is utterly inconsequential. Instantly, Mo Shirlu began to doubt the veracity of Chu Feng's claims. Observing the skepticism in her gaze, Chu Feng chose not to elaborate further. Farewell. With that, he turned on his heel and swiftly departed from the Liu family residence. Big brother, Mo Qingyin called out loudly to Chu Feng, but he did not pause, his figure vanishing from sight in no time. Aunt, this man is an unparalleled genius. Previously, 3 king realm experts pursued us, and he dispatched them all. Mo Qingqing quietly remarked, gazing in the direction Chu Feng had exited. What? That is impossible. Mo Shirlu was acutely aware of the disparity between the king realm and the earth spirit realm. She could not fathom how a mere 2nd-level earth spirit could slay 3 king realm powerhouses. Liu Yun, standing nearby, was equally astonished. His own cultivation was at the 5th level of the earth spirit realm, barely adequate to contend with some higher-tier earth spirit cultivators, let alone those of the king realm. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not believe it either. He struck with a single sword, and 3 king realm experts suffered 2 injuries and 1 fatality, the deceased being at the 6th level of the king realm. Mo Qingqing recalled the sword strike that Chu Feng had previously unleashed, her face once again reflecting shock. What? This is absolutely impossible. Mo Shirlu and Lu Yun were both left in a state of disbelief, unable to accept Mo Qingqing's assertions. Chapter 97. The Maple Snow Merchant Association. After leaving the Lu family, Chu Feng inquired among passers-by for the location of the Sheng family. He intended to meet Sheng Liar first before heading to the Tai Academy. As he sought directions, after an hour, he finally located the Sheng family. The Sheng family estate was even grander than the Lu family residence, sprawling over an expansive area. At this moment, a long queue had formed in front of the Sheng family. Chu Feng approached the crowd, and after some inquiries, learned that some individuals sought the Sheng family's assistance, while others came for help with alchemy. The Sheng family boasted a renowned fifth-tier alchemist named Sheng Run, who was eager to assist others in refining pills, albeit with a waiting period. Seeing the lengthy line, Chu Feng considered asking the guards to assist him in locating Sheng Liar, but they instructed him to join the queue instead. Given the size of the line, it could take 2 to 3 days before it would be his turn. Therefore, Chu Feng reluctantly decided to forego meeting Sheng Liar. He resolved to report to Tai Academy first, as it was possible that Sheng Liar was there. An hour later, Chu Feng arrived at Tai Academy. From the outside, the academy appeared vast, seemingly endless. The grounds were adorned with verdant trees, and various facilities and buildings were exquisitely crafted. A few guards stood at the entrance, preventing those who were not affiliated with the academy from entering. Chu Feng approached the guards and presented the admission token that Sheng Liar had given him. One of the guards inspected the token briefly before returning it to Chu Feng and promptly allowing him entry into the academy. Upon entering, Chu Feng felt an abundance of spiritual energy, a superior grade spiritual vein. Chu Feng sensed that beneath the academy lay a superior grade spiritual vein. It seemed that the vein was sealed within a formation, enriching the academy's spiritual energy to be several times denser than that outside. Cultivating in such an environment would significantly accelerate his progress compared to the outside world. Clearly, Sheng Liar's prior assurances about the academy's bountiful benefits were indeed accurate. At this moment, many students sat cross-legged in meditation throughout the academy, all clad in the uniform attire of Tai Academy. Most of these students had cultivations above the Earth Spirit realm, and Chu Feng even spotted individuals at the King realm. Before long, following the guard's earlier instructions, Chu Feng arrived at a large building to complete his enrollment procedures. From now on, you are a student of the Outer Academy of Tai Academy. A middle-aged woman in a green garment, responsible for the enrollment process, checked Chu Feng's admission token and upon learning he was recommended by Sheng Liar, quickly processed his paperwork, providing him with 2 sets of Tai Academy attire. Outer Academy student? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, continuing to inquire, is there also an Inner Academy? Indeed, the Inner Academy comprises the most elite students, who enjoy even greater privileges, the middle-aged woman explained. What must one do to become an Inner Academy student? Chu Feng asked. To become an Inner Academy student, you must pass multiple assessments and meet the requisite standards. You have only just enrolled, and your cultivation is merely at the 2nd level of the Earth Spirit realm. Do not aim too high too soon. Focus on solidifying your foundation and training diligently for now. Consider the Inner Academy in a couple of years, the woman said with a measured gaze. Chu Feng, upon hearing this, refrained from further discussion. He had just enrolled and should first familiarize himself with the Academy's rules before contemplating joining the Inner Academy. After a moment, the middle-aged woman elaborated on some of Tai Academy's regulations. Currently, as the new semester had not yet commenced, in a few days, the Academy would assign mentors to guide the students in their cultivation. Additionally, the Academy did not provide lodging. Students were required to find accommodation outside the Academy. Students had few classes and were only required to complete the Academy's assessments each year. To enter the Academy, students must wear the Academy's uniform. Students could cultivate during the day, but must leave the Academy by night. This seemed to be a measure to prevent the spiritual vein from being exhausted continuously, allowing half a day for students to cultivate and the other half for the vein to recover. Chu Feng listened attentively until the middle-aged woman concluded her explanation of the rules. The latter regulations were rather basic and of little consequence to Chu Feng. After finishing, he took his leave. Before departing, Chu Feng inquired about Sheng Liar's whereabouts, but she informed him that Sheng Liar rarely visited the Academy and that she was unaware of her current location. Thus, Chu Feng could only relent and slowly exited the Academy. As evening approached, Chu Feng decided to seek out a place to stay. Anticipating an extended stay at Tai Academy, he intended to purchase a small residence. After exiting the Academy, he explored the surrounding area, hoping to find a small house for sale. However, after searching for quite some time, he found no available residences. Reluctantly, Chu Feng opted to stay at an inn for the night, and would continue his search in the morning. The following day, with the innkeeper's guidance, Chu Feng finally acquired a quaint and tranquil small residence. However, its location was somewhat remote, requiring a half-hour's journey to reach Tai Academy. After purchasing the residence, Chu Feng headed to the city center to procure daily necessities and leisurely explored the bustling streets of Shangtian City. Before long, having gathered his supplies, he made his way to the most prosperous street in Shangtian City. Shanghua Road was the most vibrant thoroughfare, teeming with countless merchants, including establishments from the most prestigious merchant associations across the entire central state. On Shanghua Road, as long as you possess spiritual stones, you could procure anything your heart desired. High-grade spiritual weapons, spiritual armor, advanced elixirs, and spiritual herbs were all readily available. As Chu Feng strolled leisurely along Shanghua Road, he scrutinized the various shops, searching for hidden treasures. Suddenly, he spotted a magnificent merchant association building towering 7 stories high, exuding an imposing grandeur. The name of the association caused Chu Feng's expression to freeze momentarily. Maple Snow Merchant Association. In an instant, Chu Feng's thoughts drifted back. Master, I intend to establish the largest merchant association across the Myriad Realms. What should I name it? Anything you wish. Master, how about using our names for the association? Your Feng and my Shui. We shall call it the Maple Snow Merchant Association. Yes, that works. Master, I shall undoubtedly develop this association into the largest in the Myriad Realms, ensuring our names echo throughout eternity. Chu Feng reminisced about the time when Luo Shui had expressed her desire to establish the largest merchant association in the Myriad Realms. At that time, he had paid little attention to the association's affairs, with Luo Shui managing everything. He was unaware of the scale to which the association had grown. Now, upon encountering the name Maple Snow Merchant Association, Chu Feng was left to ponder whether this association was indeed the one founded by Luo Shui or merely a coincidence of nomenclature. In order to ascertain the situation, Chu Feng promptly stepped into the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering, he was greeted by an expansive exhibition hall, filled to the brim with an array of treasures. An opulent display that dazzled the senses. The hall was adorned with lavish decor that made one feel as though they had entered a grand royal palace. Within the hall, several exquisitely beautiful women attended to guests, while others stood by, ever ready to offer their services. At that moment, a charmingly attractive young lady noticed Chu Feng's arrival and, beaming with a smile, approached him, saying, "Welcome, young sir, to the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. We are the largest chamber of commerce in the central continent, offering a plethora of treasures. May I inquire what you seek?" Chapter 98. A Reunion with Mu Qingyao. May I meet your manager or the head of the chamber? Chu Feng inquired, directing his gaze toward the lovely attendant. The young lady smiled in response. The manager is currently occupied. However, if you require anything, you may tell me. My name is Han Xiaoer. You may call me Xiaoer. As the largest chamber of commerce in central continent, many sought to meet the manager. Yet not everyone could gain an audience. One must possess a certain status or present a matter of significance for the manager to personally attend. Observing the smiling Han Qiuar, Chu Feng pondered how he might gain an audience with the head of the chamber. "Young sir." Han Xiaoer noticed Chu Feng lost in thought and called out to him with a slight furrow of her brow. Returning to reality, Chu Feng replied, "I possess a 6th-grade elixir that I intended to have your chamber sell on my behalf. However, since your manager is unavailable, I suppose I shall seek other chambers." With that, he feigned turning to leave. A 6th-grade elixir? Han Xiaoer's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The entire central continent lacked 6th-grade alchemists, and the appearance of a 6th-grade elixir would undoubtedly cause a stir, potentially warranting a special auction. Guest. If Chu Feng genuinely had a 6th-grade elixir for sale, she would stand to gain a substantial reward. Not wishing to miss out on this opportunity, she quickly urged him, "Please wait a moment. I shall check if the manager has returned." "Very well." Chu Feng nodded slightly. Soon, Han Qiuat hostened upstairs. As she departed, Chu Feng began to search for materials for the 6th-grade elixir within the exhibition hall on the first floor. Since acquiring the Scarlet Lotus Earth Fire, he had become capable of refining 6th-grade elixirs, yet he had yet to find suitable materials. Having just mentioned possessing a 6th-grade elixir, he was eager to see what materials the chamber had available, intending to refine one and have the Maple Snow Chamber sell it, thereby dispelling any doubts regarding his claims. To his delight, he soon spotted a Sacred Heart Snow Lotus nestled in a corner of the hall. The sight filled him with joy. The Sacred Heart Snow Lotus was exceedingly rare, even in the upper realms, and he had not anticipated finding one here. This extraordinary herb was a crucial ingredient for crafting the Sacred Heart elixir. a 6th grade concoction that significantly enhanced the probability of a peak king realm cultivator breaking through to the emperor realm, a truly precious elixir. The price for the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus is 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Astounded by the price, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Typically, the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus would command a price of several hundred million low-grade spirit stones in the upper realms. And to find it here at such a bargain suggested that the chamber's staff were ignorant of its true value. Perhaps in the desolate wasteland, no one recognized the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus or understood that it was a primary ingredient for the Sacred Heart elixir. Quickly, Chu Feng rummaged through his storage ring and the Chaos Star Pearl for spirit stones. Fortunately, he found just enough. Having gathered all the usable spirit stones, he barely managed to accumulate 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Most of the spirit stones he had previously looted from the Chao family were given to Ling for conversion into spiritual essence for use in the Chaos Star world. It was only thanks to the spirit stones acquired from slaying Li Wanting and 3 other King Realm cultivators that he could muster the required amount. Before long, Han Xiaoer returned from upstairs, and upon seeing Chu Feng beside the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus, she hastened over. "Young sir, the manager is available now. I can take you to meet him," she said with a smile. "Very well." Chu Feng nodded slightly, but instead of leaving immediately, he gazed at the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus and stated, "I wish to purchase this lotus." Huh? Han Xiaoer was taken aback, then her expression brightened. "Excellent. Will you be paying with spirit stones now?" The Sacred Heart Snow Lotus was priced at 30 million low-grade spirit stones, and if sold, Han Xiaoer would receive a commendable reward. Her excitement was palpable upon hearing Chu Feng's intent to buy the lotus. Indeed, Chu Feng produced the previously prepared spirit stones, placing them into a storage ring and handing it to Han Xiaoer. "Please wait a moment." Han Xiaoer immediately summoned someone to assist with counting the spirit stones. Soon, the spirit stones were counted, and Han Xiaoer retrieved the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus to present to Chu Feng. Elated, he stored the lotus within the Chaos Star Pearl and addressed Han Xiaoer. "Now, please take me to meet your manager." "Right this way, young sir." Han Xiaoer gestured toward the nearby staircase, inviting Chu Feng to follow her. As they ascended the stairs, Chu Feng observed an array of treasures displayed on each level. An overwhelming sight indeed. Before long, they arrived at the highest 7th floor, where they encountered a formidable-looking middle-aged man clad in gray. The man was at the 6th level of the King Realm, yet Chu Feng could immediately discern that he was not the highest authority present. Based on his understanding of Luo Shui, she would never appoint someone of such a low cultivation level to oversee a chamber of commerce in this realm. There must be someone of greater authority above him. "Manager, this young sir claims to have a 6th grade elixir for sale, and he has also just purchased a Sacred Heart Snow Lotus for 30 million low-grade spirit stones." Han Xiaoer respectfully informed the gray-clad man. "I am Ji Xian. May I ask for your esteemed name, young sir?" The middle-aged man in gray smiled warmly at Chu Feng. "I am Chu Feng," he replied. "Young Master Chu claims to have a 6th grade elixir for sale. Could you perhaps present it for my inspection?" Ji Xian inquired with a smile. "I do not have the elixir on hand at present, but I shall bring it tomorrow. The elixir I intend to sell is called the Sacred Heart Elixir, which can significantly enhance a peak King Realm cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Emperor Realm." Chu Feng stated calmly. "The Sacred Heart Elixir?" Ji Xian's gaze flickered with a hint of skepticism. He had not heard of such an elixir. However, he refrained from voicing his doubts, recognizing that even if Chu Feng failed to produce it the following day, it would not adversely affect the chamber. Conversely, should Chu Feng indeed present the elixir, it would be a lucrative opportunity for the chamber. Indeed, Chu Feng affirmed with a nod. "Since young master Chu has not brought the elixir today, we shall discuss further when you return with it," Ji Xian said indifferently. "Agreed." Chu Feng replied promptly and took his leave. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by Han Xiaoer, he descended the stairs. Upon reaching a hall on the 1st floor, he turned to bid farewell to Han Xiaoer, preparing to exit. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman veiled in a scarf entered the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. Mu Qinggao. Chu Feng found himself momentarily stunned at the sight of the breathtaking lady. Although she was veiled, he recognized her instantly. He had intended to settle down before inquiring about her whereabouts, never expecting to encounter her here. Moreover, she was clad in the attire of Tai Academy. Was she also a student of Tai Academy? At that moment, Mu Qingyao's gaze was frigid, her countenance somewhat haggard, and she appeared oblivious to Chu Feng standing nearby. Without hesitation, Chu Feng swiftly stepped in front of her, smiling as he said, "Miss Mu, what a coincidence. It seems we meet again." Chapter 99, Entanglement. Mu Qingyao's expression faltered upon seeing Chu Feng. Yet, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, Her demeanor abruptly shifted to one of cold indifference as she coldly commanded, "Step aside. Miss Mu, you haven't forgotten me, have you? We met in the eastern wilderness." Although Chu Feng had shared an intimate bond with Mu Qingyao, their true faces had only been revealed to each other twice. Now, witnessing Mu Qingyao's icy demeanor, Chu Feng feared she had forgotten him, prompting him to mention their encounter in the eastern wilderness. "Get lost," Mu Qingdao snapped, her voice laced with anger as she commanded him to leave. Of course, she remembered Chu Feng, however. It was precisely because of that memory that she wished for him to disappear. The events in the eastern wilderness were a source of deep humiliation for her, and she had no desire to recall any person or incident associated with that place. Upon hearing her words, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly, yet he felt no anger. Only confusion as to why Mu Qingyao was behaving this way. He also wondered why she was no longer the saintess of the Jade Pool. "Ah, she is injured." Chu Feng suddenly sensed a chaotic aura emanating from Mu Qingyao, indicating she was hurt. "Step aside, or do not blame me for being rude." Mu Qingyao coldly glared at Chu Feng. He, recognizing her displeasure, ceased his pursuit and allowed her to pass, aware that further insistence would only deepen her aversion. Chu Feng was determined to understand Mu Qingyao's current condition before making any plans. Soon, she ascended the stairs and vanished from sight. He silently observed the direction she had taken, contemplating how to approach her. "Do you know Miss Mu?" Han Xiaoer, who had been beside him, suddenly interjected. "I have encountered her a few times," Chu Feng replied, turning to her with curiosity. "Xiaoer, could you enlighten me about Mu Qingyao's situation?" Miss Mu is the direct descendant of the Mu family and was formerly the saintess of the Jade Pool. However, for reasons unknown, she has since withdrawn from the Jade Pool, Han Xiaoer succinctly explained. "Is the Mu family also based in the Holy City?" Chu Feng continued to inquire. "Indeed, the Mu family is considered a prominent family in the Holy City," Han Xiaoer confirmed. Chu Feng felt a sense of relief upon learning that Mu Qingyao's family resided in the Holy City, as it would facilitate any future attempts to find her. He pressed on with his questions. "What brings Mu Qingyao to your Fengshui Chamber of Commerce?" "It seems Miss Mu has sustained an injury and is seeking assistance from the manager for medicine. She likely came today to inquire about the availability of spiritual herbs." Han Qiaoer speculated. "Thank you for the information, Xiaoer." Chu Feng expressed his gratitude with a smile. Afterward, he bid her farewell and slowly exited the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. Once outside, Chu Feng did not depart immediately. He chose to wait for Mu Qingyao. Her condition appeared troubling, and he was determined to ascertain the facts before devising a way to assist her. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he spotted Mu Qingyao emerging, looking somewhat disoriented, as if she had not found the herbs she sought. Upon leaving, she headed towards the Tai Academy, dressed in its official attire, indicating her intention to go there for training. Chu Feng followed her discreetly until they reached a secluded area, where he hastily caught up to her. "What injury have you sustained?" he inquired as he approached her side. Lost in thought, Mu Qingyao only registered his presence upon his arrival, coldly regarding him as she asked, "Are you following me? If you prefer to call it following, so be it. I merely wish to know what injury you have," Chu Feng replied softly. "What concern is my injury to you?" Mu Qingyao retorted coldly. "I can help you," Chu Feng asserted, gazing earnestly at her. "You? What can a mere second-level Earth Spirit Realm practitioner do for me?" Mu Qingyao's eyes glinted with slight disdain. Yet, she was secretly astonished by Chu Feng's advancement. The last time they had met, he was only a 9th-level body refinement realm cultivator. In just over a year, he had ascended to the 2nd level of the Earth Spirit Realm, a remarkable pace of growth. "Whatever you desire, I can assist you." Chu Feng in seat. "I want you to stop following me," Mu Qingyao declared, not believing that Chu Feng could offer her any real help, before hastily moving forward. Chu Feng refused to relent, quickly trailing after her once more. When Mu Qingyao noticed him still in pursuit, she turned in anger and launched a palm strike at him. With a swift motion, Chu Feng easily dispelled her attack. Mu Qingyao was taken aback, her expression reflecting shock. Despite her own 9th-level Heaven Spirit Realm cultivation, she had not anticipated that a mere 2nd-level Earth Spirit Realm practitioner could so effortlessly block her strike. Unwilling to accept defeat, she unleashed her full power again against Chu Feng. He, however, sought to avoid harming her and evaded her assaults using the shadow step technique. "Stop dodging, you coward!" Mu Qingyao exclaimed in frustration as her attempts to land a hit failed. "I mean you no harm. I simply wish to help," Chu Feng called out while evading her strikes. "I do not need your assistance. Just leave me alone," Mu Qingyao retorted angrily, turning to walk away. Mu Qingyao recognized that Chu Feng had been holding back. Otherwise, with his agility, he could have easily hurt her. Unable to drive him away, she could only hasten her departure. Ahead lay the Tai Academy, and she thought that once inside, she would be free from his persistent following. Seeing her leave, Chu Feng promptly followed. Upon reaching the Tai Academy, Mu Qingyao glanced back at him defiantly before entering the institution. The Tai Academy was home to countless powerful individuals, and Mu Qingyao presumed that Chu Feng, not being a student there, would be unable to enter. Chu Feng, however, smiled slightly and swiftly donned the student uniform from his storage ring, presenting his admission token to the gatekeeper before entering the academy as well. Once inside, Mu Qingyao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since her loss of chastity in the eastern wilderness, she had been forced to leave the Jade Pool for reasons unbeknownst to her, and upon returning to her family, she had endured numerous scrutinizing glances. Moreover, 6 months prior, she had inexplicably fallen victim to a chilling curse that inflicted excruciating pain every night. Now, her time spent training at the Tai Academy during the day was her only respite. After a moment, Mu Qingyao found a secluded spot within the academy to sit and began to meditate and cultivate. Suddenly, she sensed someone standing before her, watching intently. She opened her eyes to find Chu Feng before her. "How did you get in here?" Mu Qingyao exclaimed, momentarily stunned. But upon noticing his Tai Academy student uniform, she gasped, "You're also a student of Tai Academy?" "Indeed, I am a new student this year," Chu Feng replied with a light-hearted smile. "Get away from me and do not disturb my training." Mu Qingyao shouted in frustration, realizing that even within the Tai Academy, she could not escape Chu Feng's persistence. "Rest assured, you may continue your training. I will not intrude." Chu Feng responded with a gentle smile, unaffected by her ire. "Damn it, what do you want from me?" Mu Qingyao demanded angrily, unable to evade his relentless pursuit. "I like you. From the first moment I laid eyes on you in Twilight City, I was captivated," Chu Feng declared candidly. Mu Qingyao was his first woman, and although he couldn't claim to be deeply enamored with her yet, he refused to allow her to belong to anyone else in the future. Thus, he was determined to win her heart. He believed that once they were together, their feelings would cultivate over time, and inevitably, he would grow to love her, just as she would come to love him. "Huh." Mu Qingyao scoffed coldly upon hearing this. "I already have a man. You should leave at once." "I do not mind," Chu Feng replied with a calm smile. "What?" Mu Qingyao was taken aback, momentarily stunned by his response. Many suitors who had once pursued her had lost interest upon learning of her lost virtue, vanishing from her life. Mu Qingyao believed that upon learning of her past relationships, Chu Feng would lose interest in her and cease to pursue her. To her astonishment, Chu Feng remarked that he did not mind. Yet, in an instant, Mu Qingyao was consumed by rage. His words clearly indicated that he was only interested in her physical form, completely disregarding her past. "Get out of my sight!" Mu Qingyao shouted furiously at Chu Feng. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. We can discuss this another time," Chu Feng replied with a faint smile before turning away. Observing Mu Qingyao Mgir, he quickly realized that she had misunderstood him. However, given her current state, he knew any explanation would fall on deaf ears, prompting him to decide to depart for the time being. It was now clear to him that Mu Qingyao's family resided in Holy Heaven City, and as a student of Tai Academy, it would be easy for him to find her in the future. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng returned to his humble abode and entered the Chaos Star Pearl. The process of refining the Sacred Heart Pill would inevitably create some disturbances, and he wished to avoid drawing attention. So he planned to conduct the refinement within the confines of the Chaos Star Pearl. After a brief moment, he retrieved the 5th-grade alchemy furnace he had previously purchased. Though it was somewhat inappropriate to use a 5th-grade furnace for concocting 6th-grade elixirs, Chu Feng possessed extraordinary fire and formidable soul power, enabling him to refine 6th-grade pills even with a 5th-grade furnace. Once he had arranged the alchemy furnace, he took out the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus along with other necessary materials. The remaining components for the Sacred Heart Pill were not particularly rare. He had collected numerous spirit herbs during his annihilation of the Chao family, and fortuitously, he had all the required materials on hand, sparing him the need to procure more. Soon, Chu Feng summoned the Red Lotus Earth Fire and began to slowly refine the Sacred Heart Snow Lotus and various other ingredients within the alchemy furnace. As time elapsed, the materials within the furnace gradually melted, merging into a thick, viscous liquid. Chu Feng continuously infused his spiritual energy and formed seals, causing the furnace to emit brilliant rays of light. Before long, the radiance within the furnace began to diminish. He had succeeded, and remarkably, he had produced 2 pills. Chu Feng's face lit up with excitement as he flicked open the lid of the alchemy furnace with a gesture of his hand. 2 softly glowing pills floated up from within. The pills exuded a rich fragrance that was invigorating to the senses. Both of these were exceptional Sacred Heart pills, boasting a significant probability of aiding individuals in breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. Chu Feng could already envision the scene of these sacred heart pills being fought over at the auction house by numerous factions. In the lowly realm of the wasteland, many cultivators found themselves stagnating at the peak of the king realm, unable to break through to the sovereign realm. Now, with the emergence of pills that could enhance their chances of ascendance, those aspiring to transcend to the sovereign realm would undoubtedly be willing to part with their fortunes to acquire such elixirs. Chu Feng resolved to auction one of the exceptional sacred heart pills at the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, keeping the other as a reserve. While he could also consume the sacred heart pill to significantly elevate his cultivation, he deemed it somewhat wasteful and decided to hold on to it for future use. After a moment, he carefully placed the sacred heart pills into 2 jade vials and began to meditate and cultivate. As night fell outside, Chu Feng prepared to devote the entire night to cultivation, planning to visit the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce the following morning. The next day, Chu Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, concluding his cultivation. Exiting the Chaos Star Pearl, he made his way directly to the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, eager to determine whether it was indeed run by Luo Shui. After half an hour, he arrived at the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Han Xiaoer beamed with delight. Yesterday, he had mentioned bringing 6 grade pills today. If true, she would be in line for a substantial reward. Young Master Chu, have you brought the 6 grade pills? Han Qiuad inquired eagerly. Yes. Please take me to see your manager. Chu Feng replied with a slight nod. Certainly. I will lead you there at once. Han Qiuad exclamait joyfully, promptly guiding Chu Feng upstairs. Before long, they arrived on the 7th floor, where Chu Feng once again encountered Ji Xian. Ji Xian appeared somewhat taken aback at Chu Feng's arrival, having assumed that he was merely speaking empty words the previous day and would not return. Young Master Chu, have you brought the pills? Ji Xian's gaze remained fixed on Chu Feng. Without uttering a word, Chu Feng produced a jade vial containing the sacred heart pills from a storage ring and handed it to Ji Xian. Upon receiving the vial, Ji Xian gently opened it, and a wave of refreshing fragrance wafted into the air. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the pills within the vial. Are these truly exceptional 6th grade pills? He exclaimed. Recognizing the pill patterns of the sacred heart pills, Ji Xian understood their high grade, and the intoxicating aroma confirmed that they were indeed above 5th grade quality. Without delay, Ji Xian summoned the chamber's pill appraiser to authenticate the pills. Once the appraiser confirmed that they were, indeed, exceptional sacred heart pills, Ji Xian was instantly elated and ordered the finest tea to be prepared for Chu Feng. Young Master Chu, how would you like to sell the pills? Yixuan inquired. That is for Manager Ji to arrange. Chu Feng replied with a calm smile. Very well. I will immediately organize an auction, ensuring that we secure a high price for the sacred heart pills. Yixuan left heartily. Chu Feng, however, was not overly concerned about the price the sacred heart pills might fetch. Instead, he shifted the conversation to a matter of interest. Manager Ji, I presume you have someone of higher authority above you? May I have the opportunity to meet them? Indeed, there is a person of importance above me, but they left some time ago, and I am unaware of their whereabouts. Yixuan replied. It was common knowledge among the major factions in Central State that a powerful figure backed the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, which was a crucial reason for its status as the foremost trading house in Central State. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression reflected a hint of disappointment as he continued. Has there been any indication of when they might return? There has been no word. Matters concerning that individual are beyond my purview. Ji Xian shook his head. May I inquire what business you have with my superior? This is a matter I wish to discuss personally with them, Chu Feng stated. Then we shall have to wait for their return. Yixuan smiled lightly. Once your superior is back, please inform them that I am acquainted with Luo Shui. Chu Feng softly mentioned. Who is Luo Shui? Ji Xian asked, puzzled. I cannot disclose her identity now. When your superior returns, simply relay this information to them. Chu Feng replied, convinced that the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce was likely run by Luo Shui. He merely needed to await Ji Xian's superior's return to clarify the situation. Ji Xian nodded in agreement, understood. I shall inform them upon their return. Then I shall take my leave. Please notify me when the sacred heart pills are set for auction, Chu Feng said, providing Ji Xian with his current address before departing. Very well. Ji Xian acknowledged with a slight nod. As Chu Feng took a few steps away, he suddenly turned back to Ji Xian, asking, Manager Ji, could you tell me what Mu Qingyao sought your assistance for? Mu Qingzhou. Ji Xian paused for a moment, surprised. Do you know Miss Mu? Yes. I wish to assist her, Chu Feng replied with a gentle nod. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian felt compelled to divulge Mu Qingyao's situation without reservation. Miss Mu has been afflicted by a chilling goo poison, though I cannot discern its exact nature. She came to me seeking assistance in locating fire attribute spiritual herbs to suppress the goo poison within her. Chilling goo poison? Chu Feng frowned upon hearing this. Indeed, the goo poison she has contracted is exceedingly rare, and ordinary fire attribute spiritual herbs are ineffective. We may require exceptionally rare fire attribute herbs to counteract it. I have already dispatched individuals to assist her in the search, but previous attempts to find suitable fire attribute herbs have yielded no results. Ji Xian sighed softly. Understood. Thank you, Manager Ji. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. No need for thanks. I am friends with Miss Mu's mother, and I wish to assist her as well. It would be wonderful if young Master Chu could aid her. Yixuan remarked. I shall find a way to help her. Chu Feng asut Guieli. With that, he took his leave and exited the Fengshua Chamber of Commerce, making his way toward Tai Academy. Earlier, Ji Xian mentioned that Mu Qingyao needed a rare fire attribute spiritual herb. Chu Feng still had 5 Qi Yin Hong Lian Zi that he obtained from the Dong Huang secret realm, which he intended to keep for future alchemy. However, given Mu Qingyao's current need, he decided to offer them to her first, hoping they could suppress the chilling goo poison within her. Not long after, Chu Feng arrived at Tai Academy. He approached the spot where Mu Qingyao practiced the day before, but was disappointed to find her absent. Could it be that she had not come to Tai Academy today? He wandered around the academy, simultaneously familiarizing himself with its various locations. The expanse of Tai Academy was immense, with many restricted areas that one could not enter casually. After nearly half an hour of exploration, he finally discovered Mu Qingyao in a secluded corner of the academy, immersed in her meditation. Suddenly, she sensed someone watching her intently and opened her eyes. "We want you, scoundrel," she exclaimed angrily upon recognizing Chu Feng. "I have Qi Yin Hong Lianzi here. See if it can suppress the goo poison within you." Without acknowledging her ire, Chu Feng nonchalantly tossed her Qi Yin Hong Lianzi. Jizan Hong Lianzi. Although Mu Qingyao was initially reluctant to accept anything from Chu Feng, the rarity of the herb compelled her to reach out and catch it. The excruciating pain inflicted by the goo poison the previous night was unbearable, and she was unwilling to forego any opportunity to alleviate its effects. After examining the herb for a moment and finding it satisfactory, she consumed it without hesitation. Moments later, a warm current flowed through her body, enveloping her in a comforting warmth, and it seemed that the goo poison within her was being suppressed. How does it feel? Is it effective? Chu Feng inquired. It should be, but I want to know for certain until tonight, Mu Qingyao replied. Although the initial effects were promising, the goo poison would only fully manifest at night, and she needed to observe its response, then to ascertain the efficacy of the herb. I still have 4 more Qi Yin Hong Lianzi. You can see how it works tonight, and if it proves effective, I will give you the rest. Chu Feng said softly. How many spirit stones do you require? I will pay. Mu Qingyao was determined not to accept Chu Feng's kindness without compensation. There's no need. I gift it to you. Chu Feng's my. Absolutely not. I refuse to take your things without payment. She firmly declined his generosity. Then feel free to keep your gaze upon them. Chu Feng's my Fai Li. Truly wishing to assist Mu Qingyao without concern for spirit stones. I don't have many spirit stones with me right now. Let us see how it goes tonight. And if it works, I will bring the spirit stones for the remaining for tomorrow. Mu Qingyao pondered for a moment. That works. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Now leave. After their agreement, Mu Qingyao promptly urged Chu Feng to depart. Such coldness? Chu Feng's expression turned slightly forlorn. He had anticipated that helping Mu Qingyao would soften her demeanor. Yet she remained as indifferent as ever. We are simply incompatible. Do not waste your efforts. Mu Qingyao stated coolly. Although she had lost her purity, her family would undoubtedly oppose her association with an unknown youth from the eastern wilderness. Furthermore, her memories of the Twilight City left her with no fondness for Chu Feng, whom she had met there. Why are we incompatible? Chu Feng frowned slightly. My family is already arranging a marriage for me, and I do not harbor any feelings for you. We shall not be together. Mu Qingyao replied with a dispassionate tone. Marriage? Chu Feng's anger flared at her words, and he stated coldly, Who dares to marry you? I shall kill him. Hearing this, Mu Qingyao scoffed softly, finding Chu Feng's bravado somewhat amusing. My family intends for me to marry Xiao Chun from a Xiao family. They are a top family in St. Heaven City. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill Xiao Chun. If he dares to marry you, I will undoubtedly kill him. Chu Feng declared coldly, resolute in his refusal to allow Mu Qingyao to belong to another. The Xiao family possesses Emperor Realm experts. If you dare to kill Xiao Chun, you will surely perish. Mu Qingyao replied indifferently. Emperor Realm? Chu Feng hesitated momentarily, but quickly affirmed. Even if the Xiao family has Emperor Realm experts, should Xiao Chun dare to marry you, I will still find a way to eliminate him. Although Chu Feng currently lacked the strength to confront those above the Emperor realm, he was determined to devise a method to eliminate anyone who would claim Mu Qingyao as their own. Then I await your efforts. Mu Qingdao scoffed lightly, believing Chu Feng was merely boasting and would not genuinely attempt to kill Xiao Chun. Chu Feng chose not to say more and took his leave. He acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient to confront the Emperor realm experts, yet he possessed various means to quietly eliminate a foe. Moreover, since Mu Qingyao had only mentioned her family's intent for an arranged marriage without it being finalized, he still had time to find a way to thwart this union. Chapter 102. This woman is quite infuriating. The following day, the enrollment ceremony for this year's new students at Tai Academy officially commenced. All new students were required to be present at the academy. Those who were late or absent would have their enrollment qualifications revoked. Additionally, some senior students would also attend to meet the newcomers. Chu Feng arrived early at Tai Academy, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the enrollment ceremony. At that moment, all the students gathered in the central square of Tai Academy. Chu Feng stood in the new student area, scanning the crowd in search of Shengli Er. However, despite his prolonged search, he could not find her. He did, however, spot several familiar faces, all of whom he had encountered during the Eastern Wilderness competition. Among them was Shi Bufan, who had also participated in the competition. At that moment, he was engaged in a lively conversation with a charming young woman. Previously, Chu Feng had mistakenly believed that Shi Bufan's partner was Shengli Er, but it was now evident that the woman by his side was his true love. To his surprise, Shi Bufan had reached the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. Chu Feng realized that Shi Bufan must have encountered some fortuitous opportunities in the Secret Realm, as his cultivation had progressed remarkably fast. While in the Secret Realm, Chu Feng had not ventured south, but it was highly likely that Shi Bufan had found his fortune there. As he continued to survey the crowd, Chu Feng noticed numerous students above the Heavenly Spirit Realm, with several from the King Realm as well. It seemed that Tai Academy truly lived up to its reputation as the finest academy in the entire wasteland. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome couple appeared in the distance, capturing the attention of many. The young man was extraordinarily handsome, already at the 9th level of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, exuding an intimidating aura that instilled fear. The young woman, though seemingly unremarkable in cultivation, possessed an exquisite beauty and an extraordinary demeanor, unmistakably a noble lady from a prestigious family. Who are these two? They appear to be perfectly matched, murmured the surrounding students in awe. Such elegance. Is she one of our senior sisters? Remarked one newcomer, enchanted by the lady's beauty. To their dismay, they soon learned that the stunning senior sister was already taken. Just then, a plump young man clad in white spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Let me clarify, she is not just our senior sister. She is one of the elders of the academy. What? An elder? The newcomers gasped in astonishment. Seeing the eyes of the crowd upon him, the white-clad young man smiled and continued. Indeed, she is Elder Shengli Er, the elder responsible for cultivation theory at Tai Academy. Do not be deceived by Elder Sheng's lack of cultivation. She has lived for several centuries and possesses a deeper understanding of cultivation theory than many at higher realms. Her teachings are grounded in practical experience, providing immense assistance to cultivators. Furthermore, Elder Sheng is the ancestor of the Sheng family, a top family in Saint Heaven City, which boasts Emperor Realm experts. The newcomers were left astounded by the white-clad young man's revelations. There were those who expressed astonishment at the identity of Saint Lyre, as well as those who were taken aback by the fact that she had lived for several centuries without any cultivation. Who, then, was the man beside Elder Saint Lyre? Was he a student or an elder? Suddenly, a young man clad in green spoke up from the crowd. Him? The rotund figure in white revealed an expression of admiration as he replied. His name is Qin Wentian, a direct descendant of the most powerful family in Saint Sky City, the Qin clan, and also one of the most exceptional prodigies of our central continent. From the moment of his birth, he exhibited a shocking phenomenon, possessing the exceedingly rare physique of a true dragon. Not only is his cultivation speed remarkable, but his prowess also far surpasses that of others in the same realm. At the 6th level of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, he has already defeated a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the King Realm. Furthermore, Qin Wentian is a direct disciple of our Tai Academy's vice president. As a rotund figure gradually recounted Qin Wentian's illustrious history, the surrounding new students erupted with gasps of astonishment. Chu Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Saint Lyre and Qin Wentian. At that moment, Saint Lyre and Qin Wentian were engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Qin Wentian's gaze towards Saint Lyre brimming with affection, igniting a surge of anger within Chu Feng. However, since Chu Feng and Saint Lyre had yet to establish any formal relationship, He could not intervene in her interactions with other men. Before long, Saint Lyre and Sheen Wentian took their seats in a designated area, continuing their discourse. These seats were reserved for the Academy's higher-ups and elder mentors. Yet given Sheen Wentian's unique status, no one dared to utter a word of protest. Shortly thereafter, the senior officials of Tai Academy began to make their appearances. The Academy's president, Kong Wenshi, and vice president, Bai Xinghai, took to the stage to address the assembly. Chu Feng paid little heed to their idle chatter, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Saint Lyre. At this moment, she remained transfixed on the higher-ups speaking on stage, seemingly oblivious to the existence of Chu Feng. This woman is rather infuriating. When Chu Feng first arrived at the Central Continent, he had anticipated that Saint Lyre would send someone to greet him. But it appeared he had been overly sentimental. She seemed to have completely forgotten about him. This thought stoked the flames of anger within Chu Feng. After half an hour, the higher-ups concluded their speeches. Next came the segment where mentors selected students. All the new students entered a secret realm, where slaying demonic beasts would yield points. Higher scores would lead to better rankings, making it easier to be chosen by mentors. The number of mentors was limited. Not every student would receive guidance. Mentors would only select those with exceptional talent, leaving those with lesser abilities without a mentor. The scores from the secret realm would effectively reflect the strength and potential of the students, serving as the primary criterion for mentor selection. Soon, after the rules of the secret realm were announced, the new students began to enter in succession. The secret realm was divided into high-level and low-level zones, with the high-level zone housing more formidable demonic beasts, yielding higher scores. The disparity in scores between the two zones was significant. To achieve a high score, one must venture into the high-level zone. However, the demonic beasts in the high-level zone were incredibly powerful, not something an average person could contend with. The time limit for the secret realm was only 1 hour. Once time was up, everyone would be teleported out. With limited time, the numerous new students quickly dispersed upon entering the realm, each seeking demonic beasts to defeat and accumulate points. Rather than following suit, Chu Feng chose to sit cross-legged at the entrance of the secret realm, engaging in meditation and cultivation, while mentors could expedite the training of new students, and their connections could provide significant assistance. Chu Feng desired none of that. He merely wished to make use of the Academy's cultivation resources and opportunities. Within the secret realm, new students continued to slay demonic beasts. Outside the realm, a ranking monument displayed the scores of the many new students. At this moment, almost everyone had accrued points, save for Chu Feng, whose score remained at 0. Chapter 103. Chu Feng, would you like to become my student? At this time, all eyes were drawn to the top of the luminous column, with no one paying attention to Chu Feng's persistent score of 0. The scores of the top 10 fluctuated continuously. The competition was fierce. Many new students aspired to rank highly, thereby attracting the attention of distinguished mentors. Those who placed among the top ranks might even catch the eye of the president, vice president, or powerful figures from within the academy. Once selected by such individuals, a student could soar to unprecedented heights. An hour swiftly passed, and all new students were teleported out of the secret realm. Upon emerging, everyone turned their gazes towards the ranking monument, eager to discover their respective scores. Chu Feng joined the throng, curious to see who had claimed the top spots. First place, Shi Bufan, with 98,309 points. Second place, Xiao Yun, with 98,180 points. Chu Feng was not surprised by Shi Bufan's first-place achievement. However, he was somewhat astonished by the closeness of Xiao Yun's score, which was only a little over 100 points behind. How infuriating to be just 100 points shy. At this moment, a stern young man in the crowd, upon viewing the rankings, bore an expression of fury. A mere 100 points was simply the difference of having slain one more demonic beast. He had only fallen short of Shi Bufan by that margin, leaving him filled with dissatisfaction. This cold young man was none other than Xiao Yun, a member of the Xiao family from Saint Sky City, possessing unparalleled talent and standing at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, the highest among the new students. Previously, Xiao Yun had believed that the first place in this cohort was his for the taking, only to be unexpectedly surpassed by Shi Bufan. Furthermore, Shi Bufan was merely at the Earth Spirit Realm. It was a disgrace for a distinguished Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator to be outdone by one at a lower level. Brother Yun, that Shi Bufan has dared to steal your first place. Once we exit the academy, we must teach him a lesson. 2 of Xiao Yun's companions, both scions of prominent families in Saint Sky City, rallied around him, eager to avenge the slight to their leader. Hold on, let us not act rashly. We will have ample opportunities to deal with him in Saint Sky City. There is no need to rush. Xiao Yun waved his hand. With Shi Bufan just having secured first place, he was basking in the limelight. Xiao Yun feared that confronting Shirbufan now would attract the attention of the academy's higher-ups. So he resolved to wait for a more opportune moment. As the segment of the new student's secret realm concluded, the next phase involved mentors selecting students. Chu Feng quietly concealed his aura, wishing to avoid being chosen by any mentor. He had no need for a mentor. Even if selected, he would decline. To circumvent the awkwardness of rejecting a mentor, Chu Feng decided to keep himself hidden. Soon, numerous mentors began to select their students. Shirbufan caught the eye of an elder from the academy, who took him on as a student. Xiao Yun was also chosen by a high-level mentor from the King realm. The distinction between mentors and elders was vast. Tai Academy had only a handful of elders, each highly respected, and aside from Saint Lyre, the other elders possessed formidable strength. Moreover, the elders wielded significant authority within the academy, capable of securing numerous benefits for their disciples, a privilege not afforded by ordinary mentors. This outcome left Xiao Yun seething with rage. Had it not been for Shirbufan stealing his first place, he would undoubtedly have been taken on by an academy elder. At this juncture, Chu Feng noticed that no mentors had selected him, prompting a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, Saint Lyre, seated at the back of the stage, rose abruptly. "President, I wish to select a student." Saint Lyre smiled as she addressed Kong Wenqi. The assembly was taken aback. Saint Lyre had been at Tai Academy for over 200 years and had never taken on a student. The crowd was filled with astonishment and curiosity regarding what kind of student could have caught her eye. Which student does Elder Saint wish to select? Kong Wenqi inquired with intrigue. Chu Feng. Saint Lyre replied with a smile. Chu Feng. The crowd turned their gazes towards the ranking monument, but after several moments, they found no trace of his name. Chu Feng, the one with 0 points? At that moment, a mentor exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chu Feng's name. Indeed, it is he. Sheng Lier cast a gentle smile towards the new student area. At this juncture, Chu Feng realized that Sheng Lier had chosen him as her student. The instant she stood up, he sensed she was up to something, and it turned out she truly was. To accept him as her student? This woman intends to overshadow him. However, Chu Feng found no reason to object, as becoming Sheng Lier's student would afford him more opportunities to interact with her. As for who would ultimately dominate whom in the future, that remained to be seen. Students selected by mentors were required to step out of the crowd and move to a designated area for communication with their mentors. Upon hearing the call, Chu Feng gradually made his way out of the throng. The crowd was rife with curiosity regarding the student chosen by Sheng Lier, and as they beheld Chu Feng emerging from the newcomers, all eyes were fixated upon him. The second level of the Earth Spirit Realm. The spectators noted that Chu Feng was merely at the second level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and apart from his remarkable appearance, he exhibited no other discernible excellence. Confusion swept through the crowd. They wondered how Sheng Lier could possibly select Chu Feng as her student. Was it merely his looks that captivated her? Saint Elder, why have you chosen him as your student? At that moment, Qin Wentian approached Sheng Lier, a frown creasing his brow as he inquired. Throughout his speech, Qin Wentian's icy gaze remained fixed on Chu Feng, seemingly harboring a deep aversion to the notion of Chu Feng becoming Sheng Lier's student. He saved me in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. Accepting him as my student is a way to repay his life-saving grace, Sheng Lier replied nonchalantly. He saved you? Qin Wentian fell silent upon hearing this. Moments later, Chu Feng stood before Sheng Lier. She regarded him with a cool demeanor and asked, Chu Feng, do you wish to be my student? Seeing the indifference etched on Sheng Lier's face, Chu Feng felt an irresistible urge to give her a playful smack. How could this woman behave so aloofly towards him? Was she afraid of misunderstandings with Qin Wentian? With a slight smile, Chu Feng teased, of course. To earn the favor of the Saint Elder is a stroke of fortune indeed. In an effort to prevent any misconceptions from Qin Wentian, Sheng Lier intended to maintain a semblance of distance, while Chu Feng, conversely, sought to muddle the nature of their relationship, inviting Qin Wentian's misunderstandings. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to take you as my student. Sheng Lier shot Chu Feng a fierce glare upon hearing his ambiguous words. At this moment, Qin Wentian, overhearing Chu Feng's remarks, felt a flash of murderous intent. Although Sheng Lier possessed no cultivation, her intellect and beauty profoundly attracted Qin Wentian. Moreover, as the matriarch of the Sheng family, marrying her would greatly benefit him. Qin Wentian had already envisioned Sheng Lier as his future partner, and now, with Chu Feng's insinuations, he contemplated eliminating him. I meant that it is a great honor to become your student, Elder. Surely you have misinterpreted my words. Chu Feng Chuka Lai Di. Sheng Lier shot him an exasperated look, but refrained from further comment. As the selection of students concluded, The new student orientation was officially over, and the crowd began to disperse. Chu Feng, come with me. After bidding farewell to Qin Wentian, Sheng Lier led Chu Feng toward a nearby building. Chapter 104. Is this your dowry? Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng followed Sheng Lier to a room on the third floor of the building. The room was exquisite and elegant, filled with various books, seemingly serving as Sheng Lier's south office and resting place at the Tai Academy. Saint Elder, may I inquire what wisdom you wish to impart by summoning your student? Chu Feng asked, gazing at Sheng Lier with a calm demeanor. What is this? Are you upset? Sheng Lier suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her captivating eyes sparkling as they met Chu Feng's. I am your student now. How could I dare to be upset with you? Chu Feng ziplit guli. Seeing Chu Feng's expression of indifference, Sheng Lier couldn't help but chuckle. She approached him and gently tugged at his hand, saying, I was merely acting aloof earlier to avoid provoking any conflict between you and Qin Wentian. He has been pursuing me, but I have consistently rebuffed his advances. I fear that if I appeared too close to you, he might take it out on you. Just a Qin Wentian? I am not the least bit afraid of him, Chu Feng stated nonchalantly. However, Sheng Lier's explanation reassured him that there was no intimate connection between her and Qin Wentian, which significantly lifted his spirits. Qin Wentian possesses formidable strength and should not be underestimated. You have yet to truly gauge who is stronger. Moreover, the Qin family is the most powerful clan in the central state, boasting several ancestors of the Emperor realm and numerous high-ranking monarchs. If Qin Wentian were to leverage his family's influence against you, it would become quite troublesome. Sheng Lier's expression turned grave. Even if the Qin family were to dispatch those of the Emperor realm, they could not harm me. Chu Feng asa gone feed in. He possessed the Chaos Star Pearl. Even in the face of defeat, he could retreat into it, rendering him unafraid of the Qin family. Just be cautious. Sheng Lier observed Chu Feng's confidence and chose not to press the matter further. Why haven't I seen you these past few days? You aren't trying to ignore me out of revenge for previously taking your jade pendant, are you? Chu Feng suddenly inquired of Sheng Lier. Having not seen her for some time, and noting her earlier jovial interaction with Qin Wentian, he began to suspect that she was deliberately punishing him. Who is ignoring you? I had matters to attend to outside, and just returned to St. Heaven City last night. Sheng Lier retorted with a hint of irritation in her gaze. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. I went to the Sheng family to find you, but there were too many people in line, so I left. I had intended to send someone to fetch you, but I had an urgent matter come up and couldn't arrange it in time. Sheng Lier expressed with an apologetic tone. No worries. Your intentions are what matter. Chu Feng exclaimed with delight upon hearing her words. Previously, he had assumed he was merely being overly sentimental. Now it was evident that Sheng Lier had genuinely intended to send someone for him. And her absence was not an act of avoidance. Where are you currently residing? I've already arranged accommodation for you. You should move in shortly. Sheng Lier remarked with a smile. I've already purchased a small courtyard. There is no need to trouble you. Chu Feng replied, providing her with his current address. Absolutely not. The place I arranged for you is near our Sheng family, so if anything happens, I can ensure the Sheng family will assist you. Sheng Lier insisted. Very well. Though Chu Feng had initially hesitated to accept Sheng Lier's arrangement, the proximity to her was too appealing to decline. Why do you wish to take me as your student? Chu Feng suddenly asked, perplexed. Sheng Lier could not genuinely desire to accept him as her student. There must be another motive at play. I merely wish to provide you with a title in the future within the Tai Academy or St. Heaven City. When others learn you are my student, they will treat you with greater deference. Sheng Lier declared with pride. As the matriarch of the Sheng family and an elder of the Tai Academy, few factions would dare to offend her. With Chu Feng as Sheng Lier's student, numerous powers would be cautious of her presence, refraining from any ill intentions towards him. Very well. Chu Feng was indifferent to the notion of status. But being Sheng Lier's student would allow him to approach her openly and without pretense. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Sheng Lier began to inform Chu Feng about certain protocols to heed at the Tai Academy. Students were required to earn sufficient credits each year, which could be obtained through tasks issued by the Task Institute. The difficulty of the tasks varied, and so did the credits awarded. As long as a student amassed enough credits, they could freely arrange their own time, choosing to cultivate within the academy or venture outside for training. Moreover, surplus credits could be exchanged within the academy for various items, including techniques, spiritual skills, elixirs, and pills. Many of the items available for credit exchange were unattainable through ordinary purchases with spirit stones. In the academy, numerous students continuously accepted tasks to accumulate credits, subsequently exchanging them for desired items. Moreover, the academy boasts the Sacred Path Tower, a training chamber, and various opportunities for rapid cultivation enhancement. Slowly, Sheng Lier elucidated the various aspects of Tai Academy to Chu Feng. After a moment, she noticed that Chu Feng was staring at her in a daze. Seemingly oblivious to her words, she shot him an angry glare, exclaiming, "You fool! Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying? Rest assured, I am completely focused." Perhaps it had been too long since he last beheld Sheng Lier. Today, she appeared exceptionally captivating, leaving him momentarily entranced. Nevertheless, he had taken note of everything she conveyed. "Stop ogling and listen attentively." Sheng Lier shot him a stern look before continuing. "Tomorrow, the Academy will arrange for all new students to enter the Sacred Path Tower. You must attend. Each student is allowed entry only once, and the monsters within are categorized according to the student's cultivation levels. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters encountered. This classification ensures fairness for all students, and how far one can ascend primarily depends on their combat talent and their ability to fight beyond their level. The Sacred Path Tower consists of 1,000 levels, and for every 10 levels conquered, rewards such as spirit herbs and techniques await. It is said that those who reach the summit of the Sacred Path Tower will receive unimaginable rewards, yet no one has succeeded in reaching the top. And to this day, no one knows what the ultimate prize entails. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement and nodded in affirmation. "All right, I will definitely go tomorrow." The prospect of receiving unimaginable rewards for reaching the summit of the Sacred Path Tower filled him with anticipation. After finishing her explanation, Sheng Lier suddenly produced a storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng, saying, "This storage ring is for you. It contains a wealth of cultivation resources. Use it wisely." Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Sheng Lier to provide him with cultivation resources. However, he did not refuse and accepted the storage ring without hesitation. If it were anyone else offering resources, he might have declined, but with Sheng Lier, it was an entirely different matter. He had already resolved that Sheng Lier was to be his future partner, and he could accept anything given by his beloved. Is this truly so much? Chu Feng inquired, probing the contents of the storage ring with his spiritual sense, discovering a plethora of cultivation resources, including numerous rare spirit herbs. "This is a collection I've amassed over many years, always hoping that one day I could cultivate with these resources. Now, I bestow it all upon you." Sheng Lier gazed at him with bright, mischievous eyes. Upon realizing that Sheng Lier had gifted him her hard-earned cultivation resources, he could not help but blurt out, "Is this your dowry?" Chapter 105, Defining the Relationship. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Sheng Lier's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, she quickly adopted a teasing expression and looked at him, saying, "What if I told you that it truly is my dowry? Would you dare to accept it?" Perhaps it was the time spent together in the abyssal secret realm that had made Sheng Lier grow accustomed to Chu Feng's presence. During this time, she often found herself thinking of him. She had never felt such a longing for anyone before, and she realized that she might genuinely have feelings for Chu Feng. In an instant, Sheng Lier arranged a place for Chu Feng to stay and prepared her long-saved cultivation resources to hand over to him. However, she was uncertain of Chu Feng's feelings toward her. Now, upon hearing his comment about the dowry, she decided to test the waters regarding his intentions. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned by Sheng Lier's question. Did this imply that she was entrusting him with her future? Initially, he had only intended to tease her, but he did not expect her to be so forthright in expressing such a sentiment. This made him wonder when his allure had grown so potent that a woman of Sheng Lier's caliber would so openly consider entrusting her life to him. Seeing that Chu Feng was momentarily a loss for words, Sheng Lier felt a pang of disappointment and forced a smile, saying, "All right, I was merely joking. I only wanted to give you the cultivation resources to help you grow stronger quickly, so that you can assist me in awakening my constitution in the future." Hearing her words, Chu Feng finally snapped back to reality. Noticing the fleeting shadow of sadness in her eyes, he immediately stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Startled by the sudden embrace, Sheng Lier momentarily froze, but then she quickly struggled, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What are you doing? Let go of me!" At her words, Chu Feng gently released her but quickly grasped her arms, looking seriously into her eyes as he said, "Lier, I am not jesting. I truly like you. Now that I have accepted your dowry, you will be mine." Upon hearing Chu Feng's declaration, Sheng Lier ceased her struggles, staring at him in astonishment. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Lier, to earn your affection is the greatest happiness of my life," Chu Feng replied, pulling her back into his embrace once more. This time, Sheng Lier did not resist. Instead, she returned his embrace. Just moments ago, Chu Feng had hesitated, leading her to believe that he might not harbor those kinds of feelings for her. Now that he had made his intentions clear, she was filled with joy. The two remained in each other's arms for quite a while, reluctant to part. Chu Feng looked at Sheng Li'er and promised once more, Li'er, I will cherish you from now on. Sheng Li'er shyly nodded in response. As Chu Feng gazed at her rosy cheeks, he felt a rush of affection. However, recalling what Linger had mentioned, that Sheng Li'er must not lose her virginity before her constitution awakened, he realized he needed to strengthen himself quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to be with the woman he cherished. Chu Feng silently vowed to become stronger swiftly and to take Sheng Li'er to the divine realm for her constitution awakening. After a long and intimate conversation, Sheng Li'er led Chu Feng out of Tai Academy to the residence she had prepared for him. Chu Feng. Just as they reached the academy's entrance, a voice called out, halting Chu Feng in his tracks. Both he and Sheng Li'er turned to see Mu Qingyao approaching, having taken the Qian Honglian seed that Chu Feng provided. She discovered last night that her cold goo poison had not re-emerged, which had filled her with excitement. Today, she had come to express her gratitude to Chu Feng and to offer him spirit stones. Saint Elder, Mu Qingyao approached Chu Feng and Sheng Li'er, respectfully greeting Sheng Li'er first. Chu Feng, do you know Miss Mu? Sheng Li'er asked, casting a teasing glance at him. Yes, we met previously in the Eastern Wasteland. Seeing the way Sheng Li'er looked at him, it was as if she suspected there was something more between him and Mu Qingyao. If there were truly no such ties, it would not be a matter of great concern. However, knowing that he had already shared an intimate relationship with Mu Qingyao made him feel a twinge of anxiety. Sheng Li'er chose not to press the issue further and turned her attention to Mu Qingyao, eager to learn what she needed from Chu Feng. Chu Feng, this is for you. With that, Mu Qingyao handed him a storage ring. Sheng Li'er frowned at the sight. She had just given Chu Feng a storage ring to solidify their relationship, and now Mu Qingyao was presenting him with another one. Did Mu Qingyao also harbor feelings for Chu Feng? What is this? Chu Feng yin guit. I came to thank you for the Qian Honglian seed you provided yesterday, which suppressed my cold goo poison. This is the payment for the seed. While the spirit stones may not suffice to purchase the Qian Honglian seed, it is all I can offer for now. I will give you more once I have an abundance. Mu Qingyao explained, looking earnestly at Chu Feng. That's fine. There's no rush for the spirit stones. You can give them to me later when you have more, Chu Feng replied, accepting the storage ring Mu Qingyao offered. The Qian Honglian seed? In an instant, Sheng Li'er recalled the incident in the Eastern Wasteland, where Chu Feng had traded the Qian Honglian for a jade pendant, and shot him a glare, remembering how irritated she had been at that time, believing Sheng Li'er was upset with him for his dealings with Mu Qingyao. Chu Feng quickly clarified, Miss Mu was afflicted by cold goo poison, and I happened to have a few Qian Honglian seeds left, so I sold them to her. Oh, Sheng Li'er responded, choosing not to comment further. I shall not intrude any longer. Upon perceiving that Sheng Li'er seemed to harbor a dislike for her, Mu Qingyao promptly took her leave. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng and Sheng Li'er continued their walk beyond the academy's gates. At that moment, Sheng Li'er's two guards, Lin Shuang and Lin Yu, were awaiting them outside the academy. Miss, young Master Chu. Upon spotting Sheng Li'er and Chu Feng, they immediately bowed respectfully. They were well aware of Sheng Li'er's interest in Chu Feng. Thus, they regarded him with utmost reverence. Sheng Li'er slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Feng followed suit with a smile and a nod. As Sheng Li'er and Chu Feng strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation, they made their way towards the residence that Sheng Li'er had arranged for him. Chu Feng, do you not find Mu Qingyao exceedingly beautiful? Sheng Li'er suddenly turned to Chu Feng, inquiring with a teasing smile. Indeed, quite beautiful. Chu Feng ziplit gandi li. Are you smitten? Sheng Li'er continued to probe. Not at all. Chu Feng hesitated, taken aback by Sheng Li'er's unexpected question. How untruthful. Sheng Li'er huffed lightly. But you must not harbor any thoughts towards Mu Qingyao. She has already lost her purity, purportedly at the hands of a beggar. How do you know this? Chu Feng was taken aback, his heart racing. In the dilapidated temple, only he, Mu Qingyao, and Kong Dai had been present. Kong Dai had already met her demise at Mu Qingyao's hands, and it seemed implausible that anyone else could know the disgrace Mu Qingyao had suffered at the hands of that beggar. Was it possible that Mu Qingyao herself had disclosed this, or could it be that Kong Dai had survived? Chu Feng was engulfed in confusion. I have my sources. This matter is likely true, so you should refrain from any thoughts regarding Mu Qingyao from now on. Mu Qingyao spoke softly. Could you enlighten me further about Mu Qingyao? She saved my life back in the Eastern Wasteland. Were it not for her, I might have perished. Chu Feng expressed. She saved you as well? Sheng Li'er revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, previously, I gifted her a crimson flame lotus seed as a token of gratitude for her life-saving act. but she insisted on giving me spirit stones in return. Chu Feng continued, please, share more about her, if I can assist her in any way. I wish to do so. Sheng Liar cast a glance at Chu Feng, discerning his sincerity, and began to unfold the tale. Mu Qingyao was originally the saintess of the Jade Pool Sacred Land, the legitimate daughter of the Mu family in Holy Sky City. Over half a year ago, news emerged from the Jade Pool Sacred Land that Mu Qingyao had succumbed to a beggar in the Eastern Wasteland, after which she withdrew from the Sacred Land. Could it be mere gossip? Chu Feng doubted that such a personal matter would be known by a fourth party. I believe not. Mu Qingyao has been confirmed to have lost her purity, and she later lamented that her disgrace was orchestrated by her fellow disciple, Kong Dai. Sheng Liar elucidated. Moreover, a recording stone had circulated, depicting Kong Dai accompanying a filthy beggar to a dilapidated temple. It suggests that Kong Dai colluded with the beggar to defile Mu Qingyao. Despicable. There must be someone conspiring against her. Chu Feng Vili. Understanding that there were individuals who had conspired with Kong Dai against Mu Qingyao, Sheng Liar nodded. Indeed. It seems someone within the Jade Pool Sacred Land has plotted against Mu Qingyao. Otherwise, this scandal would not have spread. Nor would the recording of Kong Dai with a beggar have come to light. Have they managed to identify those responsible for Mu Qingyao's plight? Chu Feng Yin Gui. It remains uncertain. The Jade Pool Sacred Land dealt with an elderly woman who accompanied Mu Qingyao to the Eastern Wasteland. But whether she was the one who betrayed Mu Qingyao is unclear. Sheng Liar replied. She is likely just a scapegoat, Chu Feng remarked with a hint of anger. Sheng Liar nodded gently yes. However, the damage has been done. Even if the true culprit is discovered, Mu Qingyao can no longer serve as the saintess of the Jade Pool Sacred Land. They would never allow a woman, tainted by a beggar, to be their saintess. Most sacred? I perceive it as nothing more than a den of filth. Chu Feng Zito Gon Li. We should not speak ill of the Jade Pool Sacred Land. Let's set that aside for now. If you wish to repay Mu Qingyao, I have 3 Crimson Flame Lotus seeds here. If they are of use to her, please take them. After saying this, Sheng Liar produced 3 Crimson Flame Lotus seeds from her storage ring and handed them to Chu Feng. Previously, in the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm, Chu Feng had exchanged a Crimson Flame Lotus for Sheng Liar's pendant, having originally possessed 12 seeds, of which she distributed 9 to her guards, leaving 3 remaining. Upon seeing the seeds in Sheng Liar's hand, Chu Feng recalled the incident of seizing her pendant and apologized. Liar, I am sorry for taking your pendant. No one has ever made me so furious. I truly wish to bite you to death. Sheng Liar replied with a light huff. I only took it to obtain the otherworldly fire beneath the lava. Chu Feng et lai. Sheng Liar, upon hearing this, expressed her surprise. There is indeed otherworldly fire beneath that volcano? Did you acquire it? I did. Chu Feng declared, summoning the otherworldly fire. Behold, this is a high-grade otherworldly fire, the Red Lotus Earth Fire. Sheng Liar's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. Had Sheng Liar known that Chu Feng had obtained the otherworldly fire through her pendant, she might have been quite displeased. However, now that their relationship had become established, she would only feel happiness for Chu Feng. It is thanks to your pendant that I was able to acquire the otherworldly fire. Chu Feng Zima, taking the pendant from around his neck. Liar, I believe I should return this pendant to you. No need. I cannot cultivate at present, and it serves little purpose for me. So keep it. Sheng Liar smiled. Very well. Then I shall consider it a token of our affection. Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Sheng Liar shot him a sideways glance but did not refute his words. When the time comes, I shall find a treasure to give you as a token of our bond. Chu Feng thought he could not find a suitable treasure at present, so he would address it when the opportunity arose. Sheng Liar replied happily, nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Liar led Chu Feng to a magnificent courtyard. The entrance bore a plaque inscribed with the grand characters, Feng Ting Garden. Chu Feng glanced at Sheng Liar, realizing that she must have specially named this residence for him. Sheng Liar merely smiled subtly, not elaborating further, as she guided Chu Feng inside. The courtyard was extraordinarily spacious, at least a dozen times larger than the modest residence Chu Feng had previously purchased. From the moment one stepped through the grand entrance, a winding path paved with blue stone connected various areas of the courtyard. Flanking the path were an array of flourishing flowers and plants, rendering the entire courtyard exceedingly picturesque. Upon entering, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. In one corner of the courtyard stood an exquisite pavilion, where one could enjoy tea and engage in leisurely conversation during moments of respite. Miss, within the courtyard, several maidservants, upon sighting Sheng Liar, immediately approached with respectful bows. From now on, young Master Chu shall be the master of this place. You are to serve him diligently. Sheng Liar gestured towards Chu Feng, introducing him to the maidservants. Young master. The maidservants promptly bowed respectfully to Chu Feng. Chu Feng raised his hand slightly, signaling for them to rise. You may leave for now. Sheng Liar instructed the maidservants to depart. Chu Feng, you may reside here at ease. You need not concern yourself with other matters. I will take care of everything. Sheng Liar smiled at Chu Feng. Liar, thank you. Chu Feng's gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at Sheng Liar. Do we need to express thanks between us? Sheng Liar shot him a mild glare. I misspoke. Chu Feng Chuka Lai Di. After a moment, Sheng Liar and Chu Feng meandered around the perimeter of the courtyard. Liar, why not move in with me? Chu Feng suggested eagerly. That will not do. Sheng Liar replied softly. You are currently my student. If we were to live together, others would gossip. Moreover, if Qin Wentian were to discover that we are cohabiting, he would undoubtedly send someone to assassinate you. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. His current strength was still too feeble. He had to be cautious even when with his beloved. Very well. Focus on your cultivation for now. We shall have ample time to be together in the future. As Sheng Liar observed Chu Feng's silence, she gently offered her words of comfort. I will strive to become stronger as soon as possible. Chu Feng replied firmly, his gaze resolute. After taking a leisurely stroll around the courtyard, Sheng Liar accompanied Chu Feng for lunch before taking her leave. Once she departed, Chu Feng immediately entered the Chaos Star Pearl to commence his training. Previously, Sheng Liar had bestowed upon him a plethora of cultivation resources, sufficient to alleviate any concerns regarding such matters for an extended period. Now, he could focus solely on his cultivation. The following day, Chu Feng emerged early from the Chaos Star Pearl and set off towards Tai Academy. Today marked the day when new students would ascend the Sacred Path Tower, and Chu Feng was filled with anticipation at the prospect of gaining opportunities within its hallowed confines, eager to grow in strength. Chapter 107. The Sacred Path Tower. Before long, Chu Feng arrived at Tai Academy. At that moment, numerous students were already engaged in their training within the academy. Upon entering, Chu Feng made his way directly to the front of the Sacred Path Tower. This tower, constructed of stone, exuded an ancient and dignified aura. Although it consisted of only a single level, it towered nearly 20 meters high. Chu Feng quickly discerned that this stone structure was not the true Sacred Path Tower, but merely a teleportation array. Through this array, one could be transported to the actual Sacred Path Tower, though its precise location remained unknown. Legend has it that the true Sacred Path Tower is an ancient artifact of immense significance, a treasure of the human race. Those who gain access to the Sacred Path Tower are said to have the potential to ascend as the supreme rulers of humanity. However, this remains merely a legend, and no one can ascertain its veracity. At present, the Sacred Path Tower had yet to open, and the new students were waiting in front of it. A number of instructors had also arrived, presumably accompanying their respective students. After a brief wait, Chu Feng noticed Sheng Liar approaching him. The sight of her prompted envy among the surrounding students, particularly among the male students. Not only was Sheng Liar a revered elder of the academy, but her beauty was also striking, and the thought of having such an enchanting mentor in cultivation would surely bring joy to one's dreams. Seeing Sheng Liar brought a wave of happiness to Chu Feng. Today, she donned a stunning jade green dress that accentuated her beauty, leaving onlookers captivated. Liar, you look truly exquisite today. Chu Feng whispered in admiration as she drew near. You flatterer. Sheng Liar shot him a playful glance, though her expression radiated joy. A woman adorns herself for those who appreciate her. The admiration from Chu Feng filled her heart with delight. Soon, more individuals began arriving at the Sacred Path Tower. The principal, Kong Wenshi, along with several high-ranking officials from the academy, made their appearance, as did many senior students eager to witness the event. Why are there so many people here? Chu Feng inquired, puzzled, glancing at Sheng Liar. Sheng Liar explained. The Sacred Path Tower is not only an opportunity for students, but also impacts the academy's ranking. All academies in the Wilderness Realm possess a Sacred Path Tower, and students' ascents are ranked, which fosters a competitive spirit among the institutions. Do you see those 2 stone tablets in front of the Sacred Path Tower? Sheng Liar continued, pointing towards the towering monuments. Yes, Chu Feng replied, his attention now drawn to them. He had not noticed before, but now he observed numerous names inscribed upon the tablets. The left tablet lists the Earth rankings of the Sacred Path Tower, recording the internal rankings of Tai Academy students who have ascended the tower. The right tablet, on the other hand, showcases the Heaven rankings, which document the rankings of students from all academies in the Wilderness Realm. Sheng Liar elucidated. Although Tai Academy is renowned as the best academy in the Wilderness Realm, the first position on the Heaven rankings is held by Qi Long Academy from the northern continent. Qi Long Academy, established by the Qi people, an alien race that has long viewed the human race as adversaries, has been a persistent rival to humanity. The principal has always held a grudge against Qi Long Academy for overshadowing Tai Academy, and has been on a quest to find exceptional human talents to help Tai Academy claim the top spot on the heaven rankings. At that moment, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the right tablet displaying the heaven rankings. First, Qi Long Academy, Qizhan, 899 layers. Second, Tai Academy, Qin Wentian, 886 layers. 100th, Kanglin Academy, Yifan, 750 layers. The sight of these ranking tablets was a constant reminder of Tai Academy's plight, irking not only the principal but also the students, who felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The existence of this ranking tablet across all academies in the Wilderness Realm meant that other institutions would undoubtedly perceive Qi Long Academy as superior to Tai Academy. Kong Wenqi had always hoped for a student from Tai Academy to surpass Qizhan, allowing Tai Academy to reclaim its rightful title as the foremost institution. Chu Feng now understood the presence of the principal and numerous high-ranking officials. They were eager to witness the new student's ascension to the Sacred Path Tower. Curiosity surrounded who among this new cohort would claim the top spot, whether anyone could surpass Qizhan, or if someone might ascend to the pinnacle of the Sacred Path Tower and receive unimaginable rewards. Is Qizhan extraordinarily gifted? Even Qin Wentian cannot surpass him. Chu Feng mused, slightly surprised that even the prodigious Qin Wentian could not outmatch Qizhan. Indeed, Qizhan possesses the primitive demon body, a talent of terrifying potential. Sheng Liar confirmed with a nod. The primitive demon body? Chu Feng was aware of this unique physique, though it might not rival his previous life's nether demon body. It was nonetheless a formidable constitution. Chu Feng, do you lack confidence in surpassing Qizhan? Sheng Liar turned to him, curiosity evident in her eyes. If Chu Feng could indeed outshine Qizhan, Kong Wenqi would be immensely grateful, securing Chu Feng a position of strength within Tai Academy and the Holy Heaven City, where even Qin Wentian and the Qin family would hesitate to act against him. Not at all, Chu Feng replied with a calm smile. The Sacred Path Tower determines the level of monsters based on cultivation realms. I am confident I could defeat opponents 2 or 3 realms above me, giving me the ability to surpass both Qizhan and Qin Wentian. That's splendid, Sheng Liar exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yet, she suddenly recalled something and turned back to Chu Feng, saying, Chu Feng, be cautious of the soul attacks from the beasts beyond the 500th floor of the Sacred Path Tower. They can be insidious and overwhelming. In response, Chu Feng smiled serenely. My soul has been reborn. No one in this wilderness realm can rival me. Indeed, Sheng Liar felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Before long, Principal Kong Wenqi announced the commencement of the new students' ascension to the tower. Upon hearing this, the new students promptly formed an orderly line to enter the Sacred Path Tower. Chu Feng chose not to rush into the tower. Instead, he allowed the others to enter first, deciding to be the last to proceed. As the new students continued to enter the tower, Chu Feng prepared to follow suit when suddenly a striking young man approached Sheng Liar. Qin Wentian. Upon seeing the handsome youth, Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Qin Wentian's presence. However, the way Qin Wentian carried himself suggested he was not there to witness the new student's ascension, but rather to see Sheng Liar. Miss Sheng. Qin Wentian greeted her with a broad smile, completely ignoring Chu Feng as if he were invisible. I've told you to address me as elder within the academy, Sheng Liar remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian. Elder Sheng. Qin Wentian responded without a hint of annoyance, maintaining his smile as he adjusted his address. Very well, Sheng Liar acknowledged with a slight nod before turning to Chu Feng, saying, Chu Feng, you should enter the Sacred Path Tower now. Just as Chu Feng was about to nod in agreement and enter, Qin Wentian interjected, scoffing at Chu Feng. Elder Sheng. Is your student perhaps afraid to enter the Sacred Path Tower? Though it's understandable. While fatalities are rare, most individuals who enter will certainly emerge bearing injuries. Ascending to the 500th layer poses a risk of severe soul damage. We've had several students from our academy suffer soul injuries at that level, leaving them quite foolish. Chapter 108, The Tower Challenge. In response to Qin Wentian's taunts, Chu Feng didn't even spare him a glance, smiling instead at Sheng Liar as he declared, I am off to conquer the tower. Just wait for me at the top. Indeed, Sheng Liar replied with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing Sheng Liar's response, Chu Feng promptly turned and made his way towards the Holy Path Tower. A mere waste, aspiring to conquer the pinnacle of the Holy Path Tower. He must still be lost in a dream. Qin Wentian was filled with fury at Chu Feng's dismissal. Qin Wentian, you must not refer to Chu Feng as a waste. Sheng Liar glared at him with indignation upon hearing such words. Elder Sheng, Chu Feng's talents are mediocre. He is hardly distinguishable from a waste. Qin Wentian replied coolly. After encountering Chu Feng the previous day, Qin Wentian had sent someone to investigate his background. Chu Feng hailed from the East Wilderness, and, for the moment, Qin Wentian could uncover little about his origins. However, observing Chu Feng's lackluster abilities, he surmised that his admission to Tai Academy was merely a favor from Sheng Liar in gratitude for saving her life. Chu Feng was, in essence, just an ordinary cultivator. Just wait. Soon, Chu Feng will undoubtedly surpass your 886th level, Sheng Liar declared, turning her back on Qin Wentian and walking towards Kong Wenqi and the others nearby. Elder Sheng, have you come to witness the new students ascend the Holy Path Tower today? Kong Wenqi greeted Sheng Liar with enthusiasm. Yes, this year I have a student. Sheng Liar replied with a gentle smile. I nearly forgot that Elder Sheng has taken on students this year. I wonder how far your student can ascend. Kong Wenqi remarked with a light chuckle. It's hard to say, but I trust the results will not disappoint. Sheng Liar responded with a soft smile. At present, she could not determine how far Chu Feng would ascend. Nevertheless, she held confidence in him, believing he would surely outshine Qin Wentian and Qi Zhan, claiming the top spot on the Holy Path Tower leaderboard. Let's wait and see. Kong Wenqi smiled lightly, opting not to say more. Having encountered Chu Feng the day before, he found him to be merely an average cultivator, his physique nothing extraordinary. Kong Wenqi didn't believe Chu Feng would ascend very high. In his estimation, he would likely only reach 200 or 300 levels. Observing Sheng Liar's unwavering confidence in Chu Feng, he refrained from further comments that might dampen her spirits. Dean, teacher. At that moment, Qin Wentian approached, bowing to Kong Wenqi and Bai Xinghai. Bai Xinghai served as the vice dean of Tai Academy and was also Qin Wentian's mentor. Wentian has arrived. Kong Wenqi expressed mild surprise upon seeing him, but thought it unsurprising given Sheng Liar's presence. Yes, I came to observe. This year's new students might have the potential to break my record, and I wish to witness it firsthand. Qin Wentian replied with a faint smile, his gaze subtly directed at Sheng Liar, seemingly laden with meaning. Hee. Let us hope so. I have long anticipated someone breaking your record and surpassing Qi Zhan, allowing Tai Academy to ascend to the pinnacle of the Holy Path Tower. Kong Wenqi chuckled lightly, though he appeared to harbor little hope. At that moment, Bai Xinghai interjected. This year, hope seems dim. The most gifted among the new students are undoubtedly Shi Bufan and Xiao Yun, yet with their talents, it is utterly impossible for them to surpass Wentian, let alone Qi Zhan. Dean Bai, one cannot be too certain. Perhaps there lies a hidden dragon among this year's newcomers. Sheng Liar interjected calmly. Elder Sheng, you can't be referring to your student Chu Feng, can you? Qin Wentian couldn't help but scoff at her words. Sheng Liar huffed, choosing to ignore him. Anything is possible. It would not be surprising if Elder Sheng's student were to ascend all the way to the 1000th level of the Holy Path Tower. Bai Xinghai chuckled lightly, his laughter tinged with derision. If that were the case, it would indeed be marvelous. Kong Wenqi discerned the mockery in Qin Wentian and Bai Xinghai's comments and burst into laughter, interrupting their conversation. Sheng Liar recognized the derision in Bai Xinghai's tone, but dismissed it, eagerly anticipating the moment Chu Feng would surpass Qin Wentian, thereby delivering a resounding rebuttal to Bai Xinghai's skepticism. As Chu Feng entered the Holy Path Tower, he felt a momentary disorientation before suddenly appearing in a vast tower chamber. The chamber was expansive, measuring approximately 500 meters square, with a height of 15 meters. In the center of the opposite wall, 3 large characters were inscribed. Level 1. Roar. Suddenly, from one corner of the chamber, a colossal wolf, 3 meters tall, lunged at Chu Feng with a furious roar. The creature's realm was merely the first level of the Xianling realm. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Feng obliterated the giant wolf, its flesh scattering in all directions. However, the wolf's remains vanished as soon as they hit the ground. Immediately thereafter, a luminous portal appeared in the center of the chamber. This portal was the entrance to the next level, and Chu Feng promptly stepped through it. In an instant, he found himself transported to another chamber identical to the previous one, with the wall opposite him declaring, Level 2. The beast on the second level was a gigantic human-faced spider, and the chamber was strewn with webs. Perched above was the human-faced spider, its massive body boasting legs 3 meters in length. Upon spotting Chu Feng, it emitted a shrill cry and scampered down the web towards him. Disgusting. Chu Feng grimaced at the repulsive visage of the spider and, from a distance, hurled a punch. Boom! The human-faced spider, being of only the first level of the Xianling realm, could not withstand the force of Chu Feng's blow and was instantly reduced to fragments. After the spider's demise, the surrounding webs promptly vanished, and another portal appeared in the center of the chamber. Chu Feng immediately stepped into the portal, advancing to level 3. The creature on the third level was a treant, its massive form nearly engulfing the entire chamber with its branches. The treant was of the second level of the Xianling realm, a slight increase in power compared to the previous beasts, yet still far too weak for Chu Feng. With a mere casual wave of his hand, he dispatched the treant effortlessly. Soon, Chu Feng arrived at level 10. The monsters at this level were 2 demon leopards, one male and one female, both at the third level of the Xianling realm. The leopards moved with astonishing speed, but to Chu Feng, their realm was still inadequate. With just 2 punches, he brought them both down. After vanquishing the demon leopards, the portal reappeared in the center of the chamber, this time accompanied by a jade vial. Previously, Sheng Liar had mentioned that every 10 levels cleared would yield a random reward, and this jade vial was likely that reward. Chu Feng approached the portal, retrieved the vial, and opened it to find a single drop of liquid within. The liquid exuded a faint fragrance, yet Chu Feng could not discern its nature. After examining it for a moment, he confirmed the liquid was safe and directly ingested it. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. Chapter 109, Holy Path Scripture, Body Refining Spirit Liquid. From the reaction within his body, Chu Feng understood the liquid's purpose. It was an exceptionally rare body refining spirit liquid, albeit in a minuscule quantity, rendering its effect less pronounced. Were there a larger supply, it would significantly enhance his physical prowess. However, having only reached level 10, he anticipated further opportunities to acquire more of this spirit liquid in the levels ahead. Moments later, Chu Feng stepped through the portal once more, ascending to the next level. He ascended the tower swiftly. As he climbed higher, the monsters grew increasingly powerful, their numbers swelling as well. The variety of creatures also expanded, including demon beasts, magical entities, undead beasts, and puppets. Half an hour later, Chu Feng reached level 100. The monsters at this level were already at the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and 5 different types of demon beasts confronted him. Upon seeing Chu Feng, the 5 beasts charged at him in unison. Witnessing their approach, Chu Feng unsheathed his magic shadow sword and swung it horizontally. Boom! The 5 demon beasts stood no chance against the force of Chu Feng's sword energy, which cleaved them in 2 instantaneously. After eliminating the monsters of level 100, the reward presented this time was an ancient tome. Holy Path Scripture, upper volume. Chu Feng paused momentarily, taken aback by the weathered characters on the cover of the tome. Is this a technique? Assuming it was a technique from its title, he quickly discovered upon opening the tome that it was not a technique at all, but rather a scripture. Chu Feng meticulously leafed through its pages. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Feng had inadvertently entered a state of epiphany, with time slipping away unnoticed. At this moment, the onlookers had already been waiting for 2 hours. All eyes were fixated on the ranking stone tablets flanking the Holy Path Tower, yet the rankings remained unchanged. Those outside the tower were oblivious to how many levels the individuals inside had ascended. Only when someone made it onto the leaderboard could the outside world discern their progress. Suddenly, a name appeared on the leaderboard. Xiao Yun had made it onto the Earth ranking. A piercing scream drew everyone's attention to the Earth ranking. At that moment, the rankings shifted. The first place was taken by Qin Wentian of Tai Academy, who had reached the 886th level. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun claimed the 100th spot, having ascended to the 620th level. The Earth ranking solely reflected the students of Tai Academy, with Qin Wentian reigning supreme. Xiao Yun had now usurped the previous 100th place holder, marking his entry as the new 100th ranked student. That lad has done well, Qin Wentian mused, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing Xiao Yun's name on the list. The Qin and Xiao families were connected by marriage, making Xiao Yun akin to a cousin, and he had always looked up to Qin Wentian. Thus, it was only natural for Qin Wentian to feel a sense of joy at Xiao Yun's accomplishment. Shi Bufan has supplanted Xiao Yun. Suddenly, Xiao Yun was pushed off the Earth ranking by Shi Bufan, who had overtaken him. The competition had just begun, and it was only a matter of time before both Shi Bufan and Xiao Yun began to displace others from the leaderboard. However, it remained uncertain how far they would climb. Do you think they could possibly surpass the first place holder, Qin Wentian? Impossible. Qin Wentian is the unparalleled genius of our generation. There is no way anyone could surpass him. But how did Qizhan manage to surpass Qin Wentian? Qizhan belongs to the previous generation. I've heard he is now a formidable emperor-level being, so comparisons with Qin Wentian are unwarranted. I've heard Qi Zhan enhanced his strength using some demonic technique to reach 899 levels. In terms of normal capability, he surely cannot match Qin Wentian. Indeed, Qi Zhan is of a different race. He cannot be compared to our humankind. The crowd buzzed with discussion as they scrutinized the leaderboard. Sheng Liar gazed at the ranking stone tablet with perplexity, unable to fathom why Chu Feng had not yet appeared on the list. Chu Feng's strength far surpassed that of Shi Bufan and Xiao Yun, both of whom had made it onto the leaderboard. So there was no conceivable reason for Chu Feng to be absent. Another hour passed. During this time, the Earth ranking saw constant fluctuations, with Shi Bufan and Xiao Yun relentlessly pushing others down the list. Suddenly, a scream once again captured the crowd's attention. Shi Bufan had ascended to the heaven ranking. At that moment, the heaven ranking was altered. Shi Bufan had reached the 750th level, displacing the previous 100th rank holder and establishing himself as the new 100th on the heaven ranking. Shi Bufan is impressive. He actually made it onto the heaven ranking. I wonder how far he can go. Hopefully, he can break Qi Zhan's record. Stop dreaming. Qin Wentian himself could not break Qi Zhan's record. So, it is even less likely for anyone else. As the crowd observed Shi Bufan ascend to the heaven ranking, discussions erupted. At this moment, Xiao Yun was still on the 730th level, trailing Shi Bufan by 20 levels. Useless. Qin Wentian's anger flared as he witnessed Xiao Yun's inability to surpass even Shi Bufan. Meanwhile, Sheng Liar silently monitored the Earth ranking, her concern for Chu Feng's safety growing. Given Chu Feng's prowess, it was unfathomable for him to remain unlisted for so long. Something must have gone awry. Another hour elapsed. By this time, nearly all the new students had emerged from the Holy Path Tower, leaving only a few ranked students still striving to ascend. Shi Bufan had reached the 830th level, while Xiao Yun had climbed to the 800th level. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared at the entrance of the Holy Path Tower, and a figure emerged. Instantly, all eyes turned to the individual stepping out. Sheng Liar, too, turned her gaze, hoping it would be Chu Feng. At that moment, she no longer cared how many levels Chu Feng had achieved. She only wished for his safe return. However, upon recognizing the individual, disappointment washed over Sheng Liar's face. The one who emerged was Xiao Yun, who had been unable to withstand the onslaught of the monsters at the 801st level and had been ejected from the Holy Path Tower. As Xiao Yun emerged and felt the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, he believed that reaching the 800th level must surely make him the top contender. Yet, the crowd's attention lingered on him only briefly before shifting back to the heaven ranking. Could there be someone who ascended higher than me? Xiao Yun followed the gaze of the crowd toward the heaven ranking. Upon seeing Shi Bufan at the 830th level, he felt a surge of anger ripple through him. Previously, in the new student's secret realm, Shi Bufan had snatched the first place from him, and now he was overshadowing him once more in the Holy Path Tower. This infuriated Xiao Yun, who vowed to teach Shi Bufan a lesson in due time. At this moment, Chu Feng remained on the 100th level. He had just concluded his epiphany after immersing himself in the Holy Path scripture. During this period of enlightenment, Chu Feng's swordsmanship and understanding had undergone a profound transformation. Not only had the realm of his sword intent reached its zenith, but his comprehension of sword momentum had also been elevated. This epiphany had significantly enhanced Chu Feng's overall prowess. Chu Feng was unaware of how long he had been in this state, but it must have been a while. To avoid worrying Sheng Liar outside, he promptly stepped into the teleportation array. The lower-level monsters posed little challenge, and without hesitation, Chu Feng began to scale the tower at an unprecedented speed. Chapter 110. Is he dead? Half an hour passed once more. At this juncture, Shi Bufan had reached the 850th level, securing the 5th rank on the heaven ranking. Only 36 levels remained. Could Shi Bufan possibly break Qin Wentian's record? Impossible. Shi Bufan's pace is slowing considerably. He will likely exit soon. The monsters in the higher tower levels were terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Reaching the 850th level was already a remarkable feat for Shi Bufan, a true genius. I hope he can break Qin Wentian's record, or even Qi Zhan's. But it seems unlikely now. The crowd buzzed with speculation as they witnessed Shi Bufan's ascension to the 850th level. Qin Wentian's expression remained frosty as he scrutinized the heaven ranking. He would not permit anyone to surpass him. Should Shi Bufan dare to eclipse him, he would ensure that Shi Bufan faced dire consequences. A quarter hour later, Shi Bufan could ultimately bear no more the monstrous onslaught at the 851st level and was expelled from the Holy Path Tower. Upon seeing Shi Bufan emerge, Qin Wentian breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It's over. Unfortunately, No one from Tai Academy has managed to shatter Qi Zhan's record. Qi Zhan is not of our kind. Not even Qin Wentian could surpass his record, and it is even less likely for anyone else. Alas, I wonder how many years it will take for our race to produce someone capable of breaking Qi Zhan's record. If Qin Wentian could not break it, it would likely be countless years before anyone could. As the crowd reflected on Shi Bufan's expulsion from the Holy Path Tower, discussions flourished. Kong Wenqi looked at Shi Bufan's exit with a face full of regret. He had been eagerly anticipating a record-breaking achievement, only to find that Shi Bufan had merely reached the 850th level. Has everyone exited? Kong Wenqi surveyed the gathering, preparing to declare the conclusion of this session of the Holy Path Tower. Elder Sheng, it seems your student Chu Feng has yet to emerge. He hasn't perished inside. Has he? At that moment, Qin Wentian noticed Chu Feng's absence and let out a mocking chuckle. Kong Wenqi turned to Sheng Lier, inquiring, Elder Sheng, hasn't he, your student, yet made his appearance? Yes, Sheng Lier nodded gently, her gaze fixed on the exit of the Holy Path Tower and the 100th rank, hoping for Chu Feng's safe return or his appearance on the leaderboard. Elder Sheng, I previously thought your student could potentially set a record and ascend to the pinnacle of the Holy Path Tower. It is truly lamentable if he has perished within. At that moment, Bai Xinghai heard Qin Wentian mention that Chu Feng had yet to emerge, and he immediately seized the opportunity to mock him. Bai Xinghai had previously clashed with Sheng Lier over certain matters and had been reprimanded by a powerful figure from the Sheng family. Now, with a chance to deride Sheng Lier, he certainly would not let it slip by. Upon hearing Bai Xinghai claim that Chu Feng was dead, Sheng Lier glared at him in fury, retorting vehemently, even if you perish, Chu Feng shall not meet the same fate. Enough. Everything is governed by destiny. There is no need for you to argue over this matter. Kong Wenqi interjected, attempting to quell the impending dispute between Sheng Lier and Bai Xinghai. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out. Oh, the 100th place on the Earth ranking has changed. The crowd refocused their attention on the Earth ranking. Upon hearing the announcement, Sheng Lier immediately glanced at the rankings, and when she saw that Chu Feng occupied the 100th position, tears of joy welled in her eyes. You fool! How could you take so long, causing me such worry? Though her heart was filled with irritation, the sight of Chu Feng's safety lifted the weight that had been pressing upon her. There are still people inside the tower. I thought it was deserted. Someone exclaimed. Chu Feng, isn't that the student of Elder Sheng? As the crowd noted the change in the 100th position, murmurs of speculation erupted. At that moment, Qin Wentian's smile faltered as he beheld Chu Feng on the Earth ranking. Bai Xinghai's expression darkened as well. Both had previously assumed Chu Feng had perished, only to discover that not only was he alive, but he had also ascended the ranks. After such a long time, he had only reached the 621st floor. Surely, that must be his limit. Qin Wentian belittled Chu Feng's achievement, asserting that he could hardly surpass the 620th floor. However, one could not dismiss the possibility. As Bai Yuan's words had indicated, anything was achievable. Perhaps Chu Feng might even conquer the entire 1,000 floors. Knowing Chu Feng was safe filled Sheng Lier with joy, prompting her to retort back at Qin Wentian with Bai Xinghai's earlier mockery. Elder Sheng, I was merely jesting before. You cannot truly believe that Chu Feng can conquer 1,000 floors, can you? Bai Xinghai chuckled dismissively. Even if he does not reach the peak of 1,000 floors, he will surely surpass Qin Wentian. Sheng Lier declared with unwavering confidence. He thinks he can surpass me? Preposterous. Qin Wentian scoffed as Xing Lier is a shong. Let us wait and see. Sheng Lier replied with a calm smile before turning her attention back to the rankings. Chu Feng is climbing at an astonishing speed, ascending 10 floors in mere moments. Could he have discovered some shortcut? Someone speculated. Is it possible that the Sacred Dao Tower allows one to climb from the outside without having to slay monsters, simply by scaling upwards? Such a notion seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could he possibly ascend so swiftly? Observing Chu Feng's extraordinary speed, the crowd was left in a state of stunned disbelief. His rate of ascent was unprecedented. He reached a new floor in less than 10 breaths. Achieving such speed would require the ability to continuously eliminate the monsters within the tower. Yet no one believed that Chu Feng could accomplish that. They suspected he had discovered a shortcut to ascend rapidly. If he maintains this pace, we might truly have a chance to surpass Qi Zhan. Kong Wenqi exclaimed, excitement shining in his eyes. At this moment, he cared little about the means by which Chu Feng was ascending. He merely wished for Chu Feng to surpass Qi Zhan and claim the title of #1 on the heavenly ranking. Elder, Chu Feng must have utilized some explosive spiritual technique to amplify his strength. Once the effect wears off, he will surely falter, Qin Wentian asserted confidently. He too possessed a technique capable of explosive power. The monsters on the 600th floor were not particularly strong, and he could easily eliminate them. However, the duration of such techniques was fleeting, lasting no more than a quarter of an hour, after which one would enter a period of weakness. Qin Wentian suspected that Chu Feng was employing a similar explosive technique, and once its effect faded, he would inevitably struggle. Kong Wenqi nodded slightly, beginning to align with Qin Wentian's reasoning. However, as time passed, Chu Feng continued his rapid ascent at an astonishing speed. Qin Wentian, witnessing this, could hardly contain his disbelief and shouted in frustration, "How infuriating! Why has his speed not diminished?" Chapter 111. Reaching the summit. In no time, Chu Feng reached the 700th floor, 750th floor, 800th floor, 850th floor. In merely half an hour, he ascended from the 630th to the 850th floor. At this point, those watching from outside were utterly astounded. The crowd stared, wide-eyed, at the heavenly ranking of the sacred Dao Tower, unable to comprehend the reality before them. During this half hour, Chu Feng's ascent had shown no sign of slowing, continuing at a breathtaking pace. Chu Feng must have discovered some form of shortcut. Otherwise, such speed was unthinkable. This was truly extraordinary. At this rate, he would soon eclipse both Qin Wentian and Qi Zhan, and even reach the pinnacle of the 1,000 floors. Were we to witness history in the making? At this moment, the entire Tai Academy was drawn to the commotion surrounding the sacred Dao Tower. The crowd marveled at the heavenly ranking, engaging in fervent discussions. Mu Qingyao was also captivated, and upon realizing that Chu Feng was the source of the commotion, she could not help but express her profound astonishment. Having faced him in battle before, she knew Chu Feng was formidable, yet she had not anticipated him to be this powerful. It seemed that during their last encounter, he had not exerted his full strength. At this moment, Sheng Lier was filled with pride. Chu Feng was her man, and witnessing him achieve such remarkable success, garnering admiration from all, filled her heart with unparalleled joy. She felt as though she had never experienced such pride or happiness in her life. Perhaps even if she herself were to become #1 on the heavenly ranking, she would not feel as elated. Seeing Bai Xinghai's sullen expression beside her, she playfully teased, "By Academy head, do you think Chu Feng can surpass Qin Wentian?" "Umph." Bai Xinghai snorted angrily, refusing to respond to Sheng Lier. Qin Wentian, overhearing Sheng Lier's words, seethed with rage, wishing fervently for Chu Feng to be obliterated by the monsters within the tower right then and there. 860th floor, 870th floor, 880th floor, 887th floor. In a matter of moments, Chu Feng surged to the 887th floor, surpassing Qin Wentian. He has surpassed Qin Wentian. From now on, Chu Feng shall be the pride of Tai Academy. Indeed, Chu Feng will be my idol from now on. The crowd buzzed with excitement. 890th floor, 900th floor. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng reached the 900th floor, overtaking Qi Zhan and becoming the new champion of the heavenly ranking. Wonderful! Ha ha ha! Upon witnessing Chu Feng ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly ranking, Kong Wenqi erupted into joyous laughter that echoed throughout the entire realm. For over a century, the Qilong Academy had overshadowed Tai Academy within the Sacred Dao Tower, but today, Tai Academy finally produced a student who shattered Qi Zhan's record, claiming the title of #1 atop the heavenly ranking. The humiliation that had lingered for 100 years was finally washed away. This realization sent waves of exhilaration through Kong Wenqi. Excellent. Now, Tai Academy is truly the foremost academy in the ruins of the wilderness. Indeed. Ha ha ha. From this day forth, Chu Feng will be the hero of Tai Academy. After Chu Feng ascended to the top of the heavenly ranking, the news spread like wildfire, and the entire Tai Academy was swept into a frenzy of elation and jubilation. Sheng Lier beamed with joy and pride as she witnessed the monumental impact of Chu Feng's accomplishments. She had never felt such pride or happiness before in her life. Perhaps even if she were to claim the title of #1, she would not feel as fulfilled. Chu Feng was her man, and seeing him achieve such greatness, admired by all, filled her with unparalleled joy. In stark contrast, Qin Wentian and Bai Xinghai's expressions darkened further, especially Qin Wentian, whose heart burned with indignation and resentment. He had gone from being the second to the third, and now he would remain perpetually in Chu Feng's shadow. The fact that he could only forever occupy the position beneath Chu Feng left him utterly unwilling to accept this fate. Qi Zhan belongs to an alien race and is not from the same generation. He finds himself beneath Qi Zhan, yet feels no shame in it. Now, Chu Feng is a member of the human race, and they belong to the same generation, often encountering each other within the same academy. Others witnessing the interactions between him and Chu Feng would undoubtedly conclude that Chu Feng surpasses him, and this thought gnaws at his insides. 910 layers, 920 layers, 990 layers, 1,000 layers. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Chu Feng ascended the pinnacle of the Sacred Path Tower, reaching an unprecedented 1,000 layers with extraordinary speed. It was indeed an astonishing feat, a miracle unparalleled in history. The crowd buzzed with shock and admiration as they beheld Chu Feng's accomplishment. First place, Tai Academy, Chu Feng, 1,000 layers. Second place, Qi Long Academy, Qi Zhan, 899 layers. Third place, Tai Academy, Qin Wentian, 886 layers. Qin Wentian seethed with rage upon seeing the rankings. He had fallen behind Chu Feng by a staggering 114 layers, a profound humiliation. The rankings seemed to suggest he was on a lower tier compared to Chu Feng. At that moment, Qin Wentian longed to obliterate the stone tablet of the rankings. Meanwhile, Kong Wenshi was jubilantly ecstatic, his excitement palpable. With Chu Feng's ascent to the 1,000th layer, no one would ever surpass him, nor would any academy outshine Tai Academy. Henceforth, Tai Academy would reign as the supreme academy of the Forgotten Realm. This was a miracle destined to be etched in history, and, as the head of Tai Academy, he too would be immortalized in the annals of time. Elated at the prospect of historical permanence, Kong Wenshi immediately instructed Bai Xinghai to arrange a grand celebration. Bai Xinghai, upon hearing this, wore a gloomy expression. His disciple Qin Wentian had been eclipsed by Chu Feng, and now he was expected to organize a celebration for him. It felt akin to a bitter pill to swallow. At this moment, Sheng Liar was filled with boundless pride. Her smile brighter than ever, radiating beauty. She had previously entertained thoughts of Chu Feng surpassing Qin Wentian and Qi Zhan, but she had never imagined he would scale the 1,000th layer of the Sacred Path Tower. This was a historical achievement that would remain unsurpassed. The prospect of Chu Feng being immortalized thrilled Sheng Liar to no end. Meanwhile, from a distance, Mu Qingyao was deeply moved by Chu Feng's remarkable feat. She had never anticipated that the man who had once confessed his feelings to her would achieve such excellence, even outshining the foremost talent of the central continent, Qin Wentian. This stirred a ripple of emotion within her. Reflecting on Chu Feng's earlier confession, she pondered what might have been had she accepted his pursuit. Now that he was so exceptional, perhaps the Mu family would endorse their union. However, in an instant, Mu Qingyao dismissed such thoughts. Chu Feng was someone she had met in the twilight city of the Eastern Wasteland. Seeing him would inevitably remind her of that shameful past. She desired to avoid any association with that humiliating chapter of her life. Moreover, having already lost her purity, she believed Chu Feng's feelings were merely a fleeting whim, not genuine. With this realization, Mu Qingyao sighed in sorrow and slowly turned to depart. Chapter 112. Sacred Source Spirit Liquid. At this moment, individuals from various academies within the Forgotten Realm gazed upon the stone tablet of the heavenly rankings, witnessing Chu Feng's ascension to the Sacred Path Tower. How could this be possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. Cheating. It must be cheating. No one could possibly reach the 1,000th layer of the Sacred Path Tower. Chu Feng was simply defying the heavens. Ha! At last, our human race has someone who can overshadow Qi Zhan of the alien race. Truly, we are the strongest. Students from various academies buzzed with astonishment upon seeing the rankings, some expressing skepticism while others cheered for Chu Feng, celebrating the triumph of the human race over the alien race. Meanwhile, at the Qi Long Academy, the academy's head, Qi Tian, was seething with fury upon learning that Chu Feng had surpassed Qi Zhan, reaching the 1,000th layer of the Sacred Path Tower. Enraged, he immediately dispatched someone to the central continent to investigate Chu Feng's situation and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. The human race could not be allowed to stand above the Qi race. Anyone who dared to challenge the Qi race must perish. Upon reaching the 1,000th layer, the central tower did not reveal any more light circles, but instead presented 2 jade vials and a fragment of a jade piece. Chu Feng frowned slightly upon seeing this. He had not anticipated that reaching the summit would yield such meager rewards. Previously, it was rumored that ascending the Sacred Path Tower would bestow unimaginable rewards. Yet it appeared those were mere tales. Was this a treasure map? Chu Feng picked up the fragment of jade and examined it closely, discovering it marked a location for treasure, though it did not specify what the treasure was. Furthermore, this treasure location was not within the Forgotten Realm, but rather in an unknown chaotic star domain. The jade piece also indicated the route to the chaotic star domain. However, with Chu Feng's current strength, he could not reach it for the time being. He could only store the jade piece within the Chaos Star Pearl, planning to seek the treasure once he had acquired greater strength. Next, Chu Feng turned his attention to the two jade vials. They appeared similar to the vials containing the body refinement spirit liquid from before, but seemed to contain something different. During his ascent, Chu Feng had acquired a significant amount of body refinement spirit liquid, along with various techniques and treasures. However, the techniques and treasures held little value for him. Only the body refinement spirit liquid was of some use. After a moment, Chu Feng opened one of the jade vials. Instantly, a rich fragrance wafted out, sweeping away all fatigue from his body. Was this the sacred source spirit liquid? Chu Feng let a drop of the spirit liquid touch his tongue, seeking to confirm its identity. The moment it entered, it transformed into a wave of warmth that spread throughout Chu Feng, replenishing his expended spiritual energy in an instant. It truly was the sacred source spirit liquid. Excitement flooded Chu Feng's face. From the effects of the spirit liquid, Chu Feng confirmed that the liquid within the vial was indeed the legendary sacred source spirit liquid. This rare elixir was exceedingly difficult to find, even in the upper realms. The sacred source spirit liquid could rapidly enhance a cultivator's cultivation and improve their constitution, with a certain chance of advancing their physique. Chu Feng's current constitution was merely the ordinary nine-yang body. Above it lay the nine-yang spiritual body and the nine-yang divine body. While the nine-yang body offered no enhancement for cultivation, advancing to the nine-yang spiritual body or nine-yang divine body would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. However, the chances of advancing one's constitution were exceedingly slim. With only 2 vials of sacred source spirit liquid, Chu Feng had no assurance of succeeding in his advancement. He could only leave it to fate. Chu Feng stored the sacred source spirit liquid within the Chaos Star Pearl, planning to consume it after exiting the tower. Moments later, a luminous portal appeared at the center of the tower, seemingly the exit from the Sacred Path Tower. Chu Feng did not rush to leave, but meticulously searched the tower for any remaining rewards. However, after a thorough search, he found no additional treasures. Consequently, Chu Feng walked towards the luminous portal, ready to leave the Sacred Path Tower. Upon stepping through the portal, he felt a momentary dizziness. In an instant, Chu Feng found himself standing before the Sacred Path Tower of Tai Academy. Chu Feng has emerged. The crowd outside the tower erupted with excitement as they rushed toward him. Seeing the throng approaching, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. He anticipated that his ascension would draw attention, but he never expected such a massive crowd. Step aside. Allow Chu Feng to pass first. Kong Wenqi shouted, and the surrounding crowd promptly parted to create a path for Chu Feng. Splitting Sheng Yi Buzid, Kong Wenqi. Chu Feng slowly approached her. Rather than sharing the joy of his accomplishment with a sea of unfamiliar faces, he preferred to relish this moment with Sheng Liar alone. Chu Feng, Sheng Liar exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as he drew near. If not for the throngs around them, she would have longed to throw herself into his embrace. Liar mentor. Before the assembled crowd, Chu Feng could only temporarily refer to Sheng Liar as his mentor. Kong Wenqi, observing the approaching Chu Feng, inquired with curiosity, Chu Feng, how did you ascend the Sacred Path Tower so swiftly? At that moment, all eyes converged upon Chu Feng, eagerly awaiting his response. Chu Feng, surveying the gathering gazes, offered a nonchalant smile and replied, the monsters I encountered were all at the true spirit and mystic spirit realms, which I dispatched almost instantaneously. That is why I ascended the tower so quickly, not wishing to reveal the full extent of his prowess. Chu Feng hastily concocted a plausible excuse. After all, even if he claimed he could annihilate monsters of the celestial spirit realm, no one would believe him. Hence, rather than face skepticism and waste breath in explanations, he opted for a simple fabrication to satisfy the crowd. So they were all true spirit and mystic spirit monsters? Is there something amiss with the Sacred Path Tower that had assigned such low-level monsters to Chu Feng? The crowd murmured in disbelief, realizing that Chu Feng's rapid ascent was due to the inferior nature of his adversaries. What incredible luck he possesses! They lamented. Why did I not encounter true spirit and mystic spirit monsters? Indeed, if they had been assigned such weak foes, they too could have reached the pinnacle of the Sacred Path Tower. Upon hearing Chu Feng's explanation, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. What sheer luck! Qin Wentian, feeling disgruntled, could hardly contain his frustration. He had once perceived Chu Feng as formidable, only to discover that his ascent was merely a consequence of the tower's shortcomings. To think he had been bested by such an individual, the thought of being overshadowed by Chu Feng for countless years ignited a fierce rage within him. Sheng Liar gazed at Chu Feng with a gentle smile, unconvinced by his tall tale. However, she respected his choice to conceal the truth and refrained from further comment. What were you doing during your earlier time? Why did it take you so long to make the leaderboard? Kong Wenqi, skeptical of Chu Feng's claims, sought to uncover what had transpired. After all, according to Chu Feng's narrative, he should have ascended the tower long before, rather than at the last moment. In response to Kong Wenqi's inquiry, Chu Feng solemnly fabricated another tale. The monsters I encountered before the 100th floor were quite formidable, and I spent an inordinate amount of time climbing to the 100th floor. Upon reaching it, I felt utterly exhausted and lay down to rest, only to inadvertently fall asleep. I know not how long I slumbered, but when I awoke, all I found were true spirit and mystic spirit monsters. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Captivated by the bizarre tale of Chu Feng's ascent, Kong Wenqi furrowed his brow, previously intent on promoting Chu Feng as a hero of the human race. Now, with such a dubious account of his ascension, he could no longer support any grand narrative on Chu Feng's behalf. What did you dream of while asleep? He probed, keen to uncover the truth behind the low-level monsters assigned to Chu Feng. I believe I dreamt of marrying the woman I adore and having 10 children together. Living a blissful life, Chu Feng remarked, his gaze fixed on Sheng Li'er. At his words, Sheng Li'er felt a rush of embarrassment and shot him a mildly reproachful glance. Inwardly chiding, "You scoundrel, do you take me for a mere beast?" 10 children, indeed. Noticing Sheng Li'er's expression, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile in delight. Meanwhile, Kong Wenqi and the others were left speechless by Chu Feng's words. What reward did you receive for reaching the pinnacle of the Sacred Path Tower? Qin Wentian suddenly inquired. Nothing much, just a vial of Sacred Source Elixir. Chu Feng replied with a slight smile. Sacred Source Elixir? That is a legendary top-tier spiritual medicine. The crowd's eyes lit up upon hearing Chu Feng's claim. The Sacred Source Elixir could significantly enhance one's cultivation, with a single vial capable of advancing several minor realms, saving a tremendous amount of training time. Qin Wentian, upon learning it was the Sacred Source Elixir, became visibly excited and demanded, "Sell it to me. How many spirit stones do you want?" "I shall not sell it." Chu Feng calmly declined. Qin Wentian was poised to threaten Chu Feng further when Sheng Li'er interjected sharply. "Qin Wentian, do you intend to rob my student?" She glared at him coldly. "Enough. Regardless of how Chu Feng reached the top, the rewards he earned are rightfully his." Kong Wenqi interposed, sensing the tension between Sheng Li'er and Qin Wentian. No matter the means by which Chu Feng ascended the Sacred Path Tower, he has brought glory to the Tai Academy. Kong Wenqi would not stand idly by as others sought to seize Chu Feng's rewards. Hearing Kong Wenqi's words, Qin Wentian could only cast a cold glance at Chu Feng before turning to leave. "Let us disperse," he announced, and the crowd, witnessing the resolution of the matter, began to depart. They had initially gathered with high hopes to admire Chu Feng, only to find that he was merely a fortunate individual who had ascended the Sacred Path Tower by chance. Moreover, the envy over his coveted reward filled their hearts with discontent. Yet, powerless to seize his reward, they left in frustration. Soon, the crowd gradually dispersed. "Dean, may I take my leave?" Chu Feng inquired of Kong Wenqi. "Yes," Kong Wenqi nodded slightly, indicating that Chu Feng was free to go. Initially, Kong Wenqi had planned a grand celebration for Chu Feng's return, but it now seemed unnecessary. Upon receiving permission, Chu Feng turned to Sheng Li'er, eager to depart with her. Sheng Li'er smiled softly, bidding farewell to Kong Wenqi as she left alongside Chu Feng. Concerned for Chu Feng's safety with the Sacred Source Elixir in his possession, she wished to escort him home. At the entrance of the academy, Sheng Li'er's guards, Lin Shuang and Lin Yu, awaited them, with Sheng Li'er and her companions present. No one in Sacred Heaven City dared to brazenly attempt robbery. Before long, Chu Feng and Sheng Li'er returned to Fontaine Courtyard. "Chu Feng, you must absorb the Sacred Source Elixir quickly, lest others take an interest in it," Sheng Li'er advised him earnestly. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded lightly. He was not particularly worried about others trying to steal it, yet he needed to absorb the elixir for his own cultivation and swiftly elevate his realm. "I will have Lin Shuang keep watch at Fontaine Courtyard for the next few days, so you can focus on your training without concern." Sheng Li'er instructed Lin Shuang to remain vigilant, ready to signal the Sheng family for assistance if any trouble arose. "Li'er, thank you." Chu Feng expressed his gratitude, touched by Sheng Li'er's thorough arrangements on his behalf. "Must we still exchange thanks?" Sheng Li'er shot him a teasing glance. At her words, Chu Feng offered a sheepish smile, feeling his affection for her deepen further. After a moment, he turned to her and said, "Could you help me gather some array materials? I wish to set up formations in the sacred courtyard to prevent anyone from intruding. Of course, I'll assist you with the arrangements." Sheng Li'er, well-versed in formations, eagerly agreed to help Chu Feng. "Excellent," Chu Feng replied with a light chuckle. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Li'er following Chu Feng's instructions. Sent Lin Yu to procure the necessary materials for the formations. Most of these materials were readily available within the Sheng family. Only the few lacking items would require Lin Yu to visit nearby merchants. Once the array materials were secured, Chu Feng first established a shielding formation around the perimeter of the sacred courtyard to prevent outsiders from spying on its activities. Next, he arranged a mesmerizing illusion formation and a lethal array within the courtyard. The combination of these two formations would ensnare anyone who dared to intrude, leading them to become hopelessly lost before being easily annihilated by the killing array. Chu Feng, your formations are truly exquisite. Will you teach me? Sheng Liye, captivated by the intricate formations Chu Feng had set up, eagerly sought his guidance. Although Sheng Liye possessed some knowledge of formations, her skills paled in comparison to Chu Feng's expertise. The formations of the abandoned realm are rather rudimentary. Once we ascend to the higher realms, you will truly witness the power of formations. In the upper realms, array masters can lay formations with ease, killing without a trace. My array formation can only be considered mediocre. If you have an interest in array formations, once we ascend to the higher realm, I can introduce you to the most formidable array masters. In my previous life, my disciple, Luo Xian, was a saint array master proficient in various formations. Should Saint Lier develop an interest in array formations, I can arrange for Luo Xian to instruct her. Delighted, Saint Lier smiled and nodded, already beginning to anticipate a life together with Chu Feng in the higher realm. Once her physique awakens, she would be able to cultivate and remain by Chu Feng's side, forever together. After a brief moment, having set up the array, the two returned to the inner hall. Chu Feng, please tell me about your experiences in the Saint Tower. Saint Lier was eager to hear about Chu Feng's challenges within the Saint Tower and what lay beyond the 900th floor. All right, come here, and I shall tell you. Chu Feng patted his thigh with a beaming smile directed at Saint Lier. What are you up to? Saint Lier blushed at his gesture. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to hold you and converse comfortably. Chu Feng replied with a radiant smile. Saint Lier hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but ultimately rose slowly, moving to sit gently upon his lap. I am your teacher now, so do not misbehave, she said, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Chu Feng gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, savoring her intoxicating fragrance, and reassured her, rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Earlier, Chu Feng had set up a shielding array in Feng Ting Garden, which also encompassed his room, ensuring privacy from prying eyes. Now, he yearned for a moment of intimacy with Saint Lier to deepen their bond. Yes, Saint Lier, blushing, nestled into Chu Feng's embrace. Gazing at the resplendent Saint Lier, Chu Feng felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. Such an extraordinary woman had finally devoted her heart to him. He could hardly fathom how breathtaking she would be once her eternal celestial spirit physique was awakened. Speak quickly, Saint Lier. Noticing Chu Feng's intense gaze upon her, without uttering a word, playfully pinched his waist. Chu Feng, cradling the soft and exquisite Saint Lier, began to recount his experiences in the Saint Tower, including the rewards he had obtained. The Saint Scripture? Upon hearing that Chu Feng had acquired the upper part of the Saint Scripture, Saint Lier was instantly curious about the text that could lead to such enlightenment for him. Chu Feng promptly retrieved the upper part of the Saint Scripture from his storage ring and handed it to Saint Lier. Read it and see if you can attain enlightenment. He encouraged her to try. All right. Saint Lier took the Saint Scripture and began to read attentively. However, after a prolonged period, she had yet to enter a state of enlightenment. Perhaps it requires a cultivator's touch to comprehend. Since you cannot cultivate now, enlightenment may elude you. Chu Feng spake out. That could be the case. Put it away for now, and when I can cultivate, give it back to me. Saint Lier agreed. It's a pity it's only the upper part. If it were the complete Saint Scripture, it would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure. Chu Feng lamented slightly. When you reached the summit, didn't you acquire a treasure jade piece? Perhaps the lower half is contained within that treasure. Saint Lier conjectured. Chu Feng nodded, considering the possibility. Yet, he lacked the strength to seek out treasures at present and would have to wait until he grew stronger. The two chatted for a long while, during which Chu Feng occasionally teased her, making Saint Lier blush profusely. With these intimate gestures, their relationship grew even closer. They continued their conversation until darkness fell, at which point Saint Lier reluctantly stood to take her leave. After her departure, Chu Feng returned to his room to begin consuming the sacred source spirit essence for cultivation. The sacred source spirit essence contained potent energy and could only be absorbed drop by drop. He needed to finish one drop before moving on to the next. Thus, Chu Feng remained in Feng Ting Garden, diligently consuming the sacred source spirit essence to cultivate. 1 day, 2 days, 7 days. Earth Spirit Realm, 3rd level. Earth Spirit Realm, 4th level. Earth Spirit Realm, 5th level. Earth Spirit Realm, 6th level. After 7 days, Chu Feng had fully absorbed a bottle of the sacred source spirit essence, elevating his realm by 4 minor levels to the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. However, his physique did not advance. It merely grew stronger. Chu Feng proceeded to consume the remaining bottle of sacred source spirit essence for further cultivation. This time, after absorption, his realm rose by 3 minor levels, reaching the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. Yet, as he neared the last few drops of sacred source spirit essence, his physique fortuitously advanced from the 9-yang body to the 9-yang spirit body, although the 9-yang spirit body was still inferior to those formidable rare physiques. It was a significant improvement over his previous 9-yang body. With the advancement to the 9-yang spirit body, Chu Feng's cultivation speed would accelerate considerably in the future. His realm had risen, and his physique had also advanced, leading to a state of great elation. He slowly pushed open the door and stepped out into the courtyard, eager to share this joy with Saint Lear. Young master. At that moment, a charming maid spotted Chu Feng emerging and immediately approached him, bowing respectfully. The lovely maid was Hong Yu, the stewardess of Feng Ting Garden. Hong Yu, has anything transpired during this time? Chu Feng inquired, reporting to the young master. There have been no significant events. Miss Lear has visited several times, but upon seeing you in cultivation, she departed. Hong Yu respectfully reported. Chu Feng nodded slightly. By the way, young master, yesterday the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce sent over an invitation. As soon as Hong Yu finished speaking, she signaled for another maid to retrieve the invitation. The Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce? Could it be that the esteemed master, Ji Xian, has returned? Chu Feng's heart stirred at the thought. If it could be confirmed that the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce was indeed established by Luo Shui, then Chu Feng could reach out to her and swiftly return to the higher realm. After a moment, a maid brought the invitation and respectfully handed it to Chu Feng. He quickly examined the document, only to find it was not what he had anticipated. Instead, it concerned the 6th grade Saint Heart pill he had previously submitted to the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce, which was set to be auctioned tomorrow, inviting him to attend. At that moment, Lin Shuang seemed to have heard Chu Feng's voice and walked in from outside. Previously, Saint Lear had asked her to guard the entrance to Feng Ting Garden. It appeared she had fulfilled her duty diligently. Young master. Lin Shuang bowed respectfully to Chu Feng. Lin Shuang and Lin, you were the most loyal guards of Saint Lear, and they were well aware of Chu Feng and Saint Lear's relationship. In their eyes, they had come to regard Chu Feng as a son-in-law deserving of their respect. Lin Shuang, please check if your young lady is available and ask her to come over. After so many days without seeing Saint Lear, Chu Feng felt a sense of longing and immediately wanted Lin Shuang to fetch her. Young master, the young lady has gone out for some business and is not in Saint Heaven City. Lin Shuang replied promptly. Out? Where did she go? Why didn't you accompany her to protect her? Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly with concern upon hearing this. Saint Lear lacked cultivation, and with Lin Shuang absent, only Lin Yu remained. It would be challenging to ensure her safety, and Chu Feng worried she might encounter trouble. Do not worry, young master. The young lady is with an elder from our clan who is at the royal realm. Lin Shuang quickly assured him. Oh. Chu Feng felt a wave of relief upon hearing this, and continued to inquire. Did Lear mention when she would return? Not that I know of. Lin Shuang shook her head. I understand. You may leave now. Chu Feng waved his hand, signaling for Lin Shuang to depart. The next day, at noon, Chu Feng arrived punctually at the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce to attend the auction hosted there. Half a month prior, the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce had announced the auction of 6 grade pills that could enhance the chances of breaking through to the royal realm. In an instant, various major forces from Central State flocked to Saint Heaven City. In the low-tier realm of the Abandoned Legacy realm, where spiritual energy was scarce, even on the Central State continent, achieving a breakthrough to the royal realm was immensely challenging. Many cultivators spent their entire lives without ever breaking through to the royal realm. Now that news of 6th grade pill that could assist in breaking through to the royal realm had spread, numerous factions were prepared to invest their fortunes to compete for the coveted pill. Today's South auction would take place at the Feng Shui Auction House under the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce. The venue of the Feng Shui Auction House is situated within a magnificent edifice not far behind the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce. Before the auction house lies a broad thoroughfare. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals have already gathered in front of the auction house, queuing to verify their qualifications for entry. Participation in this auction is not open to all. Only those who have been deemed qualified may enter. Young Master Chu, upon his arrival at the auction house, Chu Feng was greeted with respect by Han Xiao, who had previously attended to him. Ms. King. Chu Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Young Master Chu, the manager has arranged a private room for you. I shall escort you there now, Han Shower said with a warm smile. The Fengshui auction house comprises 2 stories. The ground floor features tightly arranged seating, while the upper floor is designated for esteemed guests. Very well. Chu Feng not det Hen Li. Preparing to follow on Kiowat. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Big brother. Recognizing the voice of Mo Qingyan, Chu Feng halted his steps and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. He saw Mo Qingyan accompanied by her sister, Mo Qingqing, and Lu Yun, whom he had encountered previously at the Lu family estate. They were also accompanied by a blue-clad elder and a middle-aged man in green. The blue-clad elder was at the 9th level of the King Realm, presumably intending to contend for the 6th grade Holy Heart Pill. After escorting Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing to the Lu family, Chu Feng had not kept track of her well-being. Seeing her present at the auction, it seemed she must be faring quite well. Mo Qingyan dashed to Chu Feng's side, her eyes sparkling with joy. Big brother, are you participating in the auction as well? Indeed, Chu Feng replied with a smile. At this moment, Mo Qingqing and several others approached. Uncle, father, this is the young Master Chu who escorted us last time. Mo Qingqing introduced Chu Feng to the blue-clad elder and the middle-aged man in green. Following this, Mo Qingqing introduced the blue-clad elder as Lu Xuesong, and the middle-aged man as Lu Yong'an, the head of the Lu family, who was at the 3rd level of the King Realm. Lu Xuesong had been stuck at the 9th level of the King Realm for decades. They had come today to help him contend for the 6th grade Holy Heart Pill to assist in his breakthrough to the Emperor Realm. Elder Lu, head of the Lu family. Chu Feng greeted them with a faint smile. Lu Xuesong glanced at Chu Feng briefly before turning his attention back to the queue in front of the auction house, seemingly eager to enter. Lu Yong'an did not respond, but scrutinized Chu Feng with indifference. Previously, Mo Qingqing had mentioned to him that Chu Feng, at merely the 2nd level of the Earth Spirit Realm, had slain 3 individuals at the King Realm with a single sword strike, one of whom was at the 6th level of the King Realm. Lu Yong'an found it utterly implausible. Now, witnessing that Chu Feng's realm had escalated to the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, he perceived a stark contrast to what Mo Qingqing had described. Moreover, Lu Yong'an could not discern any remarkable strength in Chu Feng, leading him to dismiss the tale of a single sword strike slaying 3 at the King Realm as mere fabrication. Noticing the indifferent expressions of Lu Xuesong and Lu Yong'an, Chu Feng's demeanor grew somewhat frosty. Let us hurry in queue, Lu Xuesong urged, turning to prompt his companions. Let us go. Lu Yong'an called out to Lu Yun and Mo Qingqing to follow suit. At his summons, Lu Yun immediately complied. Mo Qingqing glanced back at Chu Feng, then called out to Mo Qingyan to keep pace. Big brother, where's your seat? May I sit with you? Mo Qingyan expressed a reluctance to part from Chu Feng, wishing to accompany him. Qingyan, come here, Mo Qingqing urged, noticing her sister still conversing with Chu Feng. Sister, I want to sit with big brother. Monta Qingyan replied to Monta Qingqing. Lu Yun turned to Mo Qingyan, stating coolly, Cousin Qingyan, the seating at the auction house is not arbitrary, and our seats are at the front. There is no need for you to squeeze into the back with him. This auction attracts myriad powerful factions. The seats have been sold out, and the Lu family only secured their front row positions through connections. Lu Yun assumed Chu Feng hailed from the Eastern Wilderness, and, even if permitted entry, would inevitably find himself relegated to the rear. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng interjected, My seat is in a private room on the 2nd floor. If you wish to join, you are welcome at any time. Upon hearing Lu Yun's boastful and derisive remarks, Chu Feng directly declared his position in the 2nd floor private room. Really? That is wonderful, Mo Qingyan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Mo Qingqing gazed at Chu Feng in astonishment, trusting his honesty, but surprised that he had the means to secure a private room on the 2nd floor. You managed to obtain a private room on the 2nd floor? Lu Yun scoffed, incredulous. This auction gathers the pinnacle forces from the entire central continent. Even first-rate factions find it challenging to acquire a private room, let alone a nameless youth from the Eastern Wilderness. Lu Yun believed it impossible for Chu Feng to have secured such a privilege, presuming his words to be mere bravado. Upon hearing Chu Feng's assertion, Lu Xuesong and Lu Yong'an turned their gaze toward him, their expressions rife with mockery. At that moment, Han Xiaoer, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward to affirm, Young Master Chu is our most esteemed guest at the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. His seat is indeed in a private room on the 2nd floor. What? That is impossible. How could a nameless youth from the Eastern Wilderness possibly be a distinguished guest of your Fengshui Chamber of Commerce? Lu Yun retorted, his disbelief evident. Lu Xuesong and Lu Yong'an shared the same sentiment of skepticism. Miss Xiaoer, please lead the way. Chu Feng, unwilling to linger on the Liu family's incredulity. Motioned for Han Xiaoer to guide him inside. Young Master Chu, this way please. We shall take the VIP passage. Han Qiao gestured for Chu Feng to follow her. The VIP passage allows for immediate entry without the need to queue. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng promptly called for Mo Qingyan. Mo Qingyan wished to invite Mo Qingqing along. But upon seeing the mortified expressions of the three members of the Liu family, she hesitated to join her sister. Though Mo Qingqing longed to accompany her, she and Mo Qingyan had to continue residing with the Liu family. Following Chu Feng would risk damaging their relationship with the Liu family, complicating future interactions. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng and Mo Qingyan followed Han Xiaoer into the auction house, arriving at private room number 6 on the second floor. The sixth private room is spacious and bright, lavishly decorated in a splendid manner. The room even features a small balcony, though it's obscured by curtains, preventing those below from seeing the occupants within. Chu Feng peered through the curtains, gazing down below. The ground floor was densely packed with seats, capable of accommodating at least several thousand individuals. After a moment, Han Xiaoer instructed a maid to bring tea and exquisite pastries. Qingyan, come have some pastries. Chu Feng gestured for the maid to place the treats before Mo Qingyan. Thank you, big brother. Mo Qingyan gratefully accepted, unhesitatingly taking a piece and savoring it. Then, while the auction had yet to commence, Chu Feng began inquiring about Mo Qingyan's circumstances at the Liu family. Chapter 116. Supreme Foundation Establishment Elixir. Mo Qingyan gradually recounted her experiences at the Liu family. Upon their arrival, she and her sister had disclosed all matters concerning the Mo family to Mo Shirlu. Upon learning that the sisters possessed a heavenly grade cultivation method, Mo Shirlu insisted they transcribe the technique for the Liu family. This led to the sisters enjoying considerable favor within the Liu family, who had brought them to the auction as a special reward. You handed over the cultivation method to the Liu family? Be cautious moving forward. If anything happens, you can seek me out. Chu Feng warned, concerned that the news of the heavenly grade technique might leak, potentially leading to disastrous consequences for the Liu family and endangering Mo Qingyan as well. Will something happen to the Liu family? Mo Qingyan asked, perplexed. The Liu family's members are rather ostentatious. I fear that their possession of the heavenly grade technique will become public knowledge, inviting calamity upon them. Certainly, if the Liu family had not leaked any information, they would not have encountered such trouble. Regardless of what happens, just remember to seek me out. Chu Feng replied with a smile. Thank you, big brother. Mo Qingyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chu Feng, her face beaming with joy. Before long, the seats on the first floor began to fill up one after another. Big brother, it's my sister and the others. Montauk Qingyan exclaimed. Pointing towards the corner of the first floor, Chu Feng followed her gaze and spotted Mo Qingqing along with the 3 generations of the Liu family, responding softly, indeed. Previously, Liu Yin had boasted about their prime seating position at the front, yet it turned out to be merely a corner spot. In comparison to the seats further back, this one held little distinction. On such an occasion, the seating arrangement alone revealed the Liu family's standing in the central continent, which was rather unremarkable. In a moment, a stunningly graceful woman with an extraordinary figure gracefully ascended to the auction stage on the first floor. I'm Xiaoya, and I warmly welcome all esteemed guests to our Fengshui auction house. Her voice, soft and alluring, captivated the attention of everyone present. Xiaoya proceeded to articulate the opening remarks for the auction and outline some of the rules. Many attendees were already familiar with the auction regulations. Nevertheless, their gazes remained fixated on Xiaoya. She was a master at captivating the atmosphere, skillfully leveraging her physical allure to continuously showcase her mature and enchanting charm, drawing everyone in irresistibly. Chu Feng, too, observed her for a while, conceding that she was indeed a top-tier auctioneer. With such a remarkable auctioneer at the helm, the auction house had no fear of failing to fetch high prices for its items. Soon, the auction commenced in earnest. A server presented a long box to the auction stage. Xiaoya gently opened the box, revealing a spiritual sword within. This was a high-grade spiritual sword of the earth level, with a starting bid of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, Xiaoya caressed the sword with a seductive demeanor, akin to tenderly caressing an intimate partner, igniting fervor among the onlookers. I'll take this spiritual sword for 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It belongs to me. I bid 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. The crowd erupted with bids, and the price climbed steadily. Before long, a lecherous-looking old man raised the bid to 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to this esteemed guest. Xiaoyu smiled at the old man, as no one else seemed willing to bid further, congratulating him for securing the high-grade spiritual sword. The old man, basking in Xiao Ye's sultry smile, appeared immensely satisfied, unaware that the sword could be purchased outside for no more than 1,500,000 spirit stones. He had unwittingly overpaid by 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moments later, the second item up for auction was brought forth by the server. It was a small jade vial. This contained premium foundation-building elixir, which was highly beneficial for novice cultivators. The starting bid for the foundation-building elixir was set at 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and Xiaoye invited the esteemed guests to place their bids. Xiaoye surveyed the crowd on the first floor with a bewitching smile. She deliberately ignored the second floor, where the guests were likely awaiting the coveted 6th-grade Sacred Heart pill, probably intending to bid at the end. After Xiaoye's declaration, no one immediately raised their bid. It seemed that few were inclined to purchase such an expensive foundation-building elixir. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. The crowd turned to see Mo Qingqing standing up excitedly to place her bid. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Mo Qingqing would bid on such an expensive foundation-building elixir. After a moment, Chu Feng's gaze shifted to Mo Qingyan. Is your sister buying the foundation-building elixir for you? Yes. My cultivation has stagnated at the body refinement stage, and my sister is likely hoping this premium foundation-building elixir will expedite my progress. Mo Qingyan replied, directing her gaze toward her sister. Do you and your sister share a close bond? Chu Feng inquired, puzzled, as they were half-sisters, and he wondered why Mo Qingqing would be so kind to Mo Qingyan. Yes. When I was 3, my birth mother sacrificed herself to save my sister, and thereafter, it was my sister who took care of me. Mo Qingyan recalled the sorrowful memory, her expression dimming. Chu Feng quickly offered her words of comfort. Before long, more bids were placed, and the price for the premium foundation-building elixir soared to 1,700,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there any other esteemed guest who wishes to place a bid? Xiaoye scanned the audience, alluringly attempting to entice them to bid. 1,800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Mo Qingqing gritted her teeth and raised her bid once more. The Liu family had permitted the two sisters to attend the auction today, allowing them to purchase items valued at up to 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Anything exceeding that amount would require them to use their own spirit stones. Mo Qingqing had initially intended for both sisters to acquire one item each, but now it seemed she would only assist Mo Qingyan in obtaining the premium foundation-building elixir, foregoing her own purchase. Is there any other esteemed guest willing to bid? Following Mo Qingqing's offer, the room fell silent, and Xiaoye spoke again. Premium foundation-building elixirs typically fetched around 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and having reached 1,800,000 was already considered a high price, dissuading further bids. However, just as Mo Qingqing was excitedly anticipating winning the premium foundation-building elixir, a voice rang out from the central front row. 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Mo Qingqing's expression froze, contemplating whether to raise her bid. Having surpassed 2 million low-grade spirit stones, any further bidding would require her to use her own spirit stones. They had scarcely brought any spirit stones with them during their escape, having spent 200 low-grade spirit stones on their passage to the central continent, leaving them with only a few tens of thousands remaining. As Mo Qingqing hesitated to bid again, the nearby Lu Yong'an suddenly interjected, Qingqing, do not bid further. The one who just placed the bid is Xiao Chun from the Xiao family. We cannot afford to offend them. Understood. Hearing Lu Yong'an's warning, Mo Qingqing could only respond with a dejected nod. Lu Yun, observing Mo Qingqing's despondent demeanor, immediately offered words of consolation. Cousin Qingqing, we can always purchase the premium foundation-building elixir next time, but we absolutely must not offend the Xiao family. The Xiao family is more powerful than our Lu family and is allied with the top-tier Qin family. Should we provoke them, our Lu family may face annihilation. I understand. Montauk King nodded in resignation. For million low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a bid rang out from the second floor. Mo Qingqing was momentarily stunned upon hearing the familiar voice. Was it really Chu Feng? She hadn't expected him to bid on the premium foundation-building elixir. In an instant, Mo Qingqing recalled that Mo Qingyan was currently with Chu Feng. Could it be that Chu Feng intended to buy the elixir for Mo Qingyan? How could he dare to offend Xiao Xiao? He truly did not know the gravity of the situation. Lu Yan also recognized Chu Feng's voice, and upon seeing him daring to compete with Xiao Chun for the premium foundation-building elixir, he scoffed at Chu Feng's audacity. The Xiao family was closely allied with the top-tier Qin family, and Xiao Chun was a trusted aide of Qin Wentian. How could a nameless youth from the eastern wilderness dare to provoke Xiao Chun? It was sheer folly. How audacious! Is he attempting to pressure me with spirit stones? At that moment, Xiao Chun felt the chill of competition at Chu Feng's bid, realizing that his own bid of 2 million was being overshadowed. In the past, he had always used spirit stones to intimidate others. Today, however, he found himself on the receiving end. Enraged, Xiao Chun retaliated with a bid of 5 million low-grade spirit stones, glancing provocatively at the second floor, as if anticipating Chu Feng to raise his offer again. 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Chu Feng's voice echoed once more. Gasp! The audience was instantaneously astounded by Chu Feng's audacious bid, erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. Who was this individual? Clearly, he had no regard for the value of spirit stones. Truly, the esteemed figure on the second floor must belong to a top-tier faction. Otherwise, such extravagance would be unimaginable. Today, I have finally witnessed the audacity of this magnate. The premium foundation-building elixir is worth, at most 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Yet it has astonishingly reached a staggering 10 million low-grade spirit stones. The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter. At that moment, upon hearing Chu Feng's bid, Xiao Chen's expression darkened significantly. Chinner, it's merely a bottle of premium foundation-building elixir. There's no need to become agitated. A middle-aged man beside Xiao Chun, who was none other than his father and the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Beichun, interjected promptly. Yes, father. Xiao Chun took a moment to calm his anger, resolving to investigate Chu Feng's identity later and deal with him accordingly. In the second-floor private room, Mo Qingyan was taken aback by Chu Feng's audacious bid of 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Big brother, the premium foundation-building elixir is not worth such an exorbitant amount. You needn't spend this much for me. Fear not, dear sister. Your big brother is not lacking in spirit stones. Chu Feng replied with a calm smile. Although he did not possess a substantial amount of spirit stones at present, he anticipated that the upcoming auction of the 6th-grade Sacred Heart Pill would yield him an abundance. Moreover, he had nearly confirmed that the Fengshua Chamber of Commerce was established by Luo Shui. Since this was Luo Shui's enterprise, any spirit stones he spent there would ultimately line his own pockets. Thus, he felt no pangs of regret in expending them. Mo Qingyan seemed poised to protest further. But Chu Feng interrupted her gently. Enough of the buts. Simply take the foundation-building elixir and focus on your cultivation. You may repay me in the future when the opportunity arises. All right. Thank you, big brother. Montauk Qingyan conceded, accepting Chu Feng's generous gesture. After Chu Feng's bid of 10 million, a lengthy silence ensued as no one dared to raise their offer. Xiaoyu scanned the crowd and inquired, "Is there any esteemed guest willing to place a bid?" Her gaze lingered on Xiao Chun for a moment, yet he remained silent. With no further bids, Xiaoyu confidently declared, "Then the premium foundation-building elixir belongs to the esteemed guest in the 6th private room on the 2nd floor." Shortly thereafter, Han Xiaoer arrived with a servant, delivering the premium foundation-building elixir to Chu Feng. "Young Master Chu, the manager has requested that spirit stones be settled post-auction," she said with a smile. Understood. Chu Feng nodded slightly. He was certain the 6th-grade Sacred Heart Pill would command a sky-high price, leaving the auction house unconcerned about his ability to settle the bill. After handing over the elixir, Han Xiaoer and her attendant took their leave. "Qingyan, take this premium foundation-building elixir and cultivate diligently." Chu Feng smiled as he handed the jade vial containing the elixir to Mo Qingyan. "Yes, thank you, big brother." Mo Qingyan beamed as she accepted the vial. Seeing her joy, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness himself. However, he was still perplexed as to why Mo Qingyan could not break through to the body refinement realm. Previously, he had scanned her physique but could not discern its nature. Perhaps she lacked any special constitution. Nonetheless, her remarkable skeletal structure suggested she was a prodigy in cultivation, yet she remained stuck at the body refinement realm, which left him bewildered. The little girl possessed the heavenly demon's sacred body, which could only break through with demonic cultivation techniques. The methods she was currently practicing would not suffice. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. The heavenly demon sacred body? Chu Feng was taken aback. He had never heard of such a physique before. The heavenly demon sacred body is the pinnacle of demonic physiques, unique in the world. Only after the demise of the previous heavenly demon sacred body would a new one emerge. Like the eternal celestial spirit body of Sheng Liar, the heavenly demon sacred body is among the most exalted existences in this realm. Moreover, unlike the eternal celestial spirit body, which may remain stagnant, the heavenly demon's sacred body inherently carries a powerful causality, destined to flourish. No one can obstruct its growth. Linger explained slowly. Inherent causality? Chu Feng felt a jolt of realization. Causality was an enigmatic concept, yet undeniably present in the world, making it impossible to dismiss. Indeed, the causality that accompanies the heavenly demon sacred body is formidable. Becoming entangled with her is not a favorable circumstance. In the future, do your best to minimize your interactions with her. Just like on the warship earlier, had you not intervened, the sea's demonic turtle would have acted without sparing her. Your timely assistance, while well-intentioned, was ultimately detrimental. Without your interference, the turtle's actions would have resulted in the demise of everyone aboard, except for that young girl. Now, because you intervened, everyone survived, disrupting the natural course of causality, which may yield adverse consequences for you. Linge cautionet. Chu Feng was stunned to realize that his good intentions had inadvertently disrupted the flow of causality. Chapter 118. Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron. Is there any way to sever the ties of causality with her? Chu Feng in guit? None. Once entangled in causality, it cannot be severed. Just avoid excessive contact with her and refrain from offering help. Linge advised sternly. Understood. Chu Feng ziplit solemni. He turned to gaze at Mo Qingyan, astonished that such a delicate and charming young girl could possess the terrifying heavenly demon's sacred body. Big brother, what is it? Mo Qingyan asked, noticing Chu Feng's contemplative stare. Nothing. I was merely struck by how adorable you are, pondering the possibility of one day having a daughter so sweet. Chu Feng smiled li. Does Big Brother have someone he likes? Mo Qingyan asked with wide, innocent eyes. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly. Presently, Sheng Liar and Yun Qingying could be considered as affections, with Mu Qingyao being a close contender. Oh, Mo Qingyan lowered her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. At that moment, the third auction item was presented on stage, a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique. In the Desolate Ruins realm, low-grade earth-level techniques were regarded as advanced, prompting many to bid eagerly. Ultimately, a family acquired the technique for 5 million low-grade spirit stones. As more items were brought forth, each was sold at exorbitant prices under Xiao Ye's adept handling. The next item was a piece of Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron. This rare material significantly enhances spiritual weapons, boosting their attack power and imbuing them with freezing effects, while also offering a chance for weapon upgrades. The Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron is an exceptional material difficult to come by. Missing this opportunity would mean a long wait for another chance. Xiao Ye slowly elaborated on the properties of the Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron. Hearing her description, the audience grew impatient to begin bidding. In the Desolate Ruins realm, high-grade spiritual weapons are scarce. The chance to augment their beloved high-grade weapons was an opportunity no one wanted to miss. Surveying the eager crowd, Xiao Ye smiled alluringly. The starting bid for the Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron is 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Esteemed guests, please place your bids. I bid 6 million low-grade spirit stones. I bid 7 million. I bid 8 million. I bid 15 million. The price for the Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron soared rapidly, quickly reaching 15 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Xiao Ye scanned the room, her gaze sweeping across the private rooms on the second floor. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. A voice suddenly rang out from the sixth private room. Chu Feng's bid, with his mid-tier heaven-level shadow sword, if he could enhance it with the Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron, the sword's power would be significantly amplified. Instantly, Chu Feng was determined to acquire this piece of Millennium Cold Ice Mysterious Iron. The esteemed guest in the sixth private room has bid 20 million. Are there any further bids? Xiao Ye exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Chu Feng's offer. Previously, Xiao Ye had already witnessed Chu Feng's audacity. Now, with his involvement in the fierce bidding for the Millennium Ice Mystic Iron, it was certain that the price would skyrocket. 30 million. A sudden voice rang out from the central front row, capturing everyone's attention. It was none other than Xiao Chun, who had previously competed with Chu Feng for the exquisite foundation establishment spirit liquid. Xiao Beichun, upon hearing Xiao Chen's offer of 30 million, furrowed his brow and asked, "Chener, where are you up to?" "Father, this individual embarrassed me earlier, so I intend to make him spend a little more foolishly." Xiao Chun telepathically communicated. "We have yet to ascertain his identity. Do not act recklessly." Xiao Beichun cautioned. "Rest assured, Father, this is merely a standard bid. He cannot do anything to me." Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "Just be careful," Xiao Beichun advised. Xiao Chen responded confidently. At that moment, upon seeing Xiao Chen's 30 million bid, Xiao Ye couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao has made a bid of 30 million. Are there any other esteemed guests wishing to place a bid?" She then cast her gaze towards the second floor, hoping that Chu Feng would once again raise his bid. Surely, The gentleman on the second floor wouldn't be out of spirit stones, would he? Xiao Chen also turned to look at Chu Feng's private box. And upon noticing that Chu Feng had not raised his bid, he couldn't help but taunt him. Seeing Xiao Chen's provocation, Chu Feng simply smiled and remarked, 60 million low-grade spirit stones. I guess for box number 6 bids, 60 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The moment Xiao Chen heard Chu Feng double the bid, Xiaoyu was instantly filled with excitement, her body trembling in anticipation, leaving the onlookers parched with excitement. 70 million low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen laughed as he placed another bid. After making his bid, Xiao Chen provocatively glanced towards Chu Feng's box. The crowd also turned their attention to Chu Feng, eagerly awaiting his next move. However, to everyone's surprise, Chu Feng did not place another bid. The Millennium Ice Mystic Iron was capable of enhancing the attack power of the Shadow Sword, but offered no improvement to Chu Feng's Sword Chi attack. Whether Chu Feng bought the Millennium Ice Mystic Iron or not was inconsequential. Now that Xiao Chen aimed to make him suffer, he would not grant him that satisfaction. Observing Chu Feng's silence, Xiao Chen grew impatient and stood up, taunting, "Why aren't you bidding? Don't you have plenty of spirit stones? If you have the guts, come and outbid me. I may have spirit stones, but I am not foolish. If you desire the Millennium Ice Mystic Iron, then it's yours." Chu Feng's gulp gan li. What? Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had initially planned for Chu Feng to raise his bid once more, yet he never anticipated that Chu Feng would give up entirely. If Chu Feng stepped back, did that not mean he would end up purchasing it himself? 70 million low-grade spirit stones. This Millennium Ice Mystic Iron was worth at most 15 to 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Now he would be spending so much more. After a moment of silence, no one else placed a bid, and Xiaoyu promptly announced that the Millennium Ice Mystic Iron belonged to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was consumed by rage. He had intended to make Chu Feng squander his resources, yet it was he who ended up overpaying. How ironic. He thought the figure on the second floor was a fool, only to find that he was the one who had been outsmarted. Ha ha! It was truly amusing. Now, everyone around knew that Xiao Chen had intended to trap Chu Feng, only to find himself ensnared instead, and laughter erupted at his expense. How infuriating! Enraged by the surrounding mockery, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Chu Feng. Enough! Are you not ashamed? Xiao Beichun admonished, seeing Xiao Chen's fury rise. The venue was filled with individuals from various factions of Zhongzhou, and such disgrace in this setting was utterly humiliating. After a brief moment, Xiao Beichun reluctantly assisted Xiao Chen in paying 70 million low-grade spirit stones to acquire the Millennium Ice Mystic Iron. At that moment, Lu Yong'an suddenly turned to Mo Qingqing, commanding coldly, "Qingqing, from now on, you and Xinyan are not to associate with that Chu Feng. He has offended the Xiao family, and your connection with him could implicate our Lu family." Chu Feng had embarrassed Xiao Chen in such a public setting. Undoubtedly, there would be repercussions from Xiao Chen and the Xiao family. Lu Yong'an was concerned that Mo Qingqing and her sister's ties to Chu Feng could endanger the Lu family. Hence, he ordered them to sever all connections with him. Mo Qingqing wanted to say something in response, but upon meeting Lu Yong'an's icy gaze, she could only lower her head and acquiesce, yes, as she and Mo Qingyan were currently dependent on the Lu family. They had no choice but to obey Lu Yong'an's commands. Soon, the next auction item was presented to the stage, and the auction continued for an hour. Numerous items were showcased for bidding. Chu Feng did not encounter anything else that piqued his interest, instead engaging in idle conversation with Mo Qingyan as they awaited the final auction of the Sacred Heart Pill. Before long, a precious tier 4 mid-grade spirit armor was auctioned off. Xiaoyu suddenly beamed, her smile enchanting and captivating, drawing the attention of all present. Now, we arrive at the grand finale of this auction. Many esteemed guests are likely already aware of what it is, but I must still formally introduce it. The final item up for auction is the tier 6 Sacred Heart Pill. The Sacred Heart Pill can enhance the chances of breaking through to the Royal Realm. This particular one is of exceptional quality and holds a significant likelihood of assisting a Peking Realm practitioner in advancing to the Royal Realm. Xiaoyu gradually elaborated on the efficacy of the Sacred Heart Pill. At the same time, a terrifyingly powerful old man in black escorted a servant who carefully brought forth a pill to the auction stage. The pill was encased in a special container, and from the outside, one could see the faint glow emanating from the pill within. A Royal Realm powerhouse. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened upon seeing the black-clad elder guarding the Sacred Heart Pill. The elder was at the first level of the Royal Realm. It was uncertain whether he was from the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce or hired to protect the Sacred Heart Pill. At that moment, the audience was in an uproar. It was indeed the exceptional Sacred Heart Pill. I had previously heard that a Tier 6 Sacred Heart Pill was to be auctioned, and I thought it would be of lower or mid-grade quality. I never imagined it to be of exceptional quality. This is unbelievable. I am actually witnessing an exceptional Tier 6 pill. We, in the Wild Relic realm, do not have Tier 6 alchemists. Surely the Sacred Heart Pill cannot be a fake, can it? The crowd buzzed with astonishment at the appearance of the exceptional Sacred Heart Pill, while some voiced doubts about its authenticity. Rest assured, this Sacred Heart Pill has been appraised by the Alchemy Association of Zhongzhou, and it is indeed an exceptional Sacred Heart Pill. Today we are also honored to have the Vice President of the Alchemy Association, Hua Luo, present. President Hua is here in person and can verify that this is indeed the exceptional Sacred Heart Pill. Upon hearing doubts from the audience, Xiaoyu smiled brightly and looked toward a specific spot in the front row. At that moment, an elder in blue slowly stood, turning to face the crowd, and declared loudly, "Our Alchemy Association has had numerous Tier 5 alchemists authenticate this pill. It is 100% confirmed to be the legendary Sacred Heart Pill." With Hua Luo's confirmation, the audience felt a wave of relief wash over them. They quickly clamored to announce their bids. Eagerly, everyone wished to compete for the Tier 6 Sacred Heart Pill. Hearing this, Xiaoyu let out a charming laugh and slowly stated, "The starting bid for the Sacred Heart Pill is 1 low-grade Spirit Stone." "What? Only 1 low-grade Spirit Stone? I bid 2 low-grade Spirit Stones." An imposing man in green from the back corner immediately stood up and shouted his bid. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to him with incredulous expressions, as if to say, "Did you really think the starting price of 1 low-grade Spirit Stone meant it would only go for a few?" His bid of 2 low-grade Spirit Stones was nothing short of laughable. "I bid 100 million low-grade Spirit Stones." At that moment, Lu Xuesong, seated at the edge of the front row, suddenly sprang to his feet, his face brimming with excitement as he shouted his bid. Lu Xuesong's voice rang with confidence, as if he were determined to possess the Sacred Heart Pill. Upon hearing Lu Xuesong's bid, the crowd turned their attention to him. 100 million low-grade Spirit Stones was indeed a reasonable offer. 1 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. At this moment, Xiao Beichun, seated in the front row at the center, stood up and called out his bid in a booming voice. "What? 10 billion low-grade Spirit Stones?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xuesong immediately sank into despair, slumping down in his seat. Previously, Lu Xuesong had meticulously calculated the assets of the Lu family, gathering every bit he could to amass 10 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. Hoping to vie for the Sacred Heart Pill, little did he expect that the bidding would commence at such a staggering price of 10 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. This utterly extinguished all hope for Lu Xuesong. "Father, perhaps we should abandon our pursuit of the Sacred Heart Pill." Before their arrival, Lu Yong'an had already known that the Lu family stood no chance of acquiring the Sacred Heart Pill. It was merely Lu Xuesong's long-standing fixation on breaking through to the Emperor realm that had led him to fantasize about securing the pill for his breakthrough. "Grandfather, there are simply too many powerful factions today. Our Lu family cannot compete with them." Nevertheless, Lu Yun comforted Lu Xuesong, saying, "But I believe, grandfather, that even without the Sacred Heart Pill, you can still achieve a breakthrough to the Emperor realm." Lu Xuesong murmured in disappointment. Let us hope. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the King realm for decades, unable to advance to the Emperor realm. Without any other opportunities, he believed it would be exceedingly difficult to make that leap. 20 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. At this moment, bids began to emerge from the second floor. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, which came from box number 9 on the second floor, though the identity of the bidder remained unknown. 30 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. 40 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. 100 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. The bids from the second floor continued to escalate rapidly, and soon the price of the Sacred Heart Pill soared to 100 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. Chu Feng felt a surge of joy within as he witnessed the price of the Sacred Heart Pill climbing ever higher. In the upper realms, a top-tier Sacred Heart Pill would only fetch about 20 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. However, in the lowly realm of the Wasteland, where it was challenging to break through to the Emperor realm, it was no surprise that the price had reached such dizzying heights. 150 billion low-grade Spirit Stones. I am Ling Wei, the Saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land. I kindly request all esteemed guests to grant our Yaoqi Holy Land the courtesy of allowing us to acquire this Sacred Heart Pill. At this moment, the curtain of box number 4 on the second floor was drawn back, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman who surveyed the other boxes on the second floor. Only the major factions in the second floor boxes had the qualifications to contend for the Sacred Heart Pill. Those on the first floor were mere spectators. Upon hearing Ling Wei's words, Chu Feng glanced over and recognized her as the saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land, whom he had encountered upon his arrival in the sacred Heaven City. Hearing Ling Wei's remarks, Xiaoye at the auction platform also turned her gaze in Ling Wei's direction. Although Ling Wei's statement somewhat disrupted the rules of the auction, Xiaoye chose not to comment. She believed that the powerful factions attending the auction would not relinquish their pursuit of the Sacred Heart Pill merely because of Ling Wei's words. Chapter 120. The Three Pinnacle Factions of Zhongzhou. If it were an ordinary item, many factions might consider yielding to the Yaoqi Holy Land. However, for such a precious elixir as the Sacred Heart Pill, countless factions would undoubtedly not back down due to Ling Wei's appeal. It is important to note that even the most elite factions possess very few Emperor Realm experts. Securing a top-tier Sacred Heart Pill would essentially equate to gaining an additional Emperor Realm powerhouse, and thus, no faction would simply concede due to Ling Wei's request. 160 billion low-grade spirit stones. As expected, bids emerged from box number 3. 170 billion low-grade spirit stones. Box No. 2 followed suit with its own bid. Ling Wei, witnessing this, let out a huff of frustration and slowly lowered the curtain. The Yaoqi Holy Land had only allocated a budget of 150 billion low-grade spirit stones, and with the current bids exceeding that limit, Ling Wei had no choice but to withdraw. 180 billion low-grade spirit stones. 190 billion low-grade spirit stones. Boxes No. 2 and 3 continued to engage in a fierce bidding war. 200 billion low-grade spirit stones. At this point, box number 1 also began to place bids. The price continued to escalate, and the crowd could only watch as those in boxes 1, 2, and 3 competed for the prize. Who were these factions? Bidding in increments of 10 billion, as if spirit stones were of no consequence? The people in box number 3 were from the Wujizong, the second largest sect in Zhongzhou. The individuals in box number 2 hail from the Qin family, the most powerful family in Zhongzhou. And box number 1 likely belonged to the Xintian sect, the largest sect in our Zhongzhou. So it turned out that all the top factions of Zhongzhou were gathered here. It was impossible to predict which one would ultimately secure the Sacred Heart Pill. The outcome remained uncertain, hinging on the deeper foundations of the three factions. I have faith in the Xintian sect. After all, it is the strongest sect in Zhongzhou with profound roots. The Qin family's foundation is also substantial. But whether they would engage in a fierce contest with the Xintian sect remains to be seen. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chu Feng, having listened to the discussions, learned the identities of boxes 1, 2, and 3. At the same time, he was slightly astonished by the might of the Qin family. The Qin family had even outstripped the second largest faction, the Wujizong, by securing box number 2, showcasing their formidable strength. Before long, the bidding for the Sacred Heart Pill soared to 250 billion low-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, the Wujizong had withdrawn from the competition, leaving only the Xintian sect and the Qin family to vie for the prize. 260 billion low-grade spirit stones. 270 billion low-grade spirit stones. 300 billion low-grade spirit stones. In a moment, the Xintian sect had offered 300 billion low-grade spirit stones. Box number 2 did not issue any further bids. But instead, a cold voice emerged. Today, my Qin family will show some courtesy to the Xintian sect. We shall not contend for the Sacred Heart Pill. Suddenly, the curtain of the balcony in box number 1 was drawn back, revealing a burly man with a thick beard. The burly man looked toward the balcony of box No. 2 and laughed heartily. You Qin family are hypocrites. When you cannot compete with us in the Xintian sect, you feign generosity. At that moment, the curtain of the balcony in box number 2 was also pulled back, revealing a sinister-looking elder in black robes. The black-robed elder glared at the burly man from box number 1 and retorted angrily. Gu Xinghai, don't be ungrateful. If my Qin family were to continue bidding, your Xintian sect would have to offer at least double the spirit stones. Gu Xinghai regarded the black-robed elder with a wealth-imbued grin. Qin Peng, if you have the capability, then bid. Our Xintian sect possesses ample spirit mines. We are not afraid of spending a little more. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Qin Peng shot a cold glare at Gu Xinghai before retreating back into his box. The Qin family did not possess as many spirit mines as the Xintian sect, and utilizing 300 billion low-grade spirit stones was already a significant strain. Qin Peng was also concerned that continuing to bid might lead to a situation akin to what had happened with Xiao Chun being outmaneuvered by Chu Feng. Furthermore, the Sacred Heart Pill did not guarantee a successful breakthrough to the Emperor Realm. They had no need to gamble with such a large sum of spirit stones. Both Gu Xinghai and Qin Peng were first-level Emperor Realm experts, and the others present dared not interject during their heated exchange, silently observing the spectacle. Chu Feng, watching Gu Xinghai on the balcony of box number 1, found him rather amusing for his boldness in confronting the Qin family. This made Chu Feng regard him with a sense of camaraderie. An enemy's enemy is a friend, given that Chu Feng was currently at odds with the Qin family. He and Gu Xinghai could be considered allies. At this moment, Xiaoya, having witnessed the argument between Gu Xinghai and Qin Peng, smiled and inquired the guests, "Is there anyone else wishing to place a bid?" After waiting a moment with no further bids, Xiaoya turned to Gu Xinghai and announced loudly, "Then the exquisite Sacred Heart pill shall belong to the esteemed guest of box number 1. Following her statement, Xiaoya gestured for the black-clad elder guarding the Sacred Heart pill to proceed with the transaction with Gu Xinghai. As the black-clad elder departed, Xiaoya surveyed the crowd with a sultry smile, cheerfully proclaiming, "This auction has concluded splendidly, and I extend my gratitude to all esteemed guests for their unwavering support." Almost every item auctioned has fetched an impressive price, particularly the final Sacred Heart pill, which has reached an unprecedented astronomical sum. The auction house will receive 20% of the proceeds, and the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce has certainly reaped a bountiful harvest from this event. As the auctioneer, I shall also receive unimaginable rewards. This prospect filled Xiaoya with exuberance, allowing her to fully showcase her enchanting charm. For a brief moment, the crowd began to slowly disperse, though a few remained captivated by Xiaoya's enchanting allure, reluctant to depart. At that moment, Chu Feng was invited by Han Xiaoer to the backstage of the auction house, with Mo Qingyan accompanying him. Ji Xian, upon seeing Chu Feng, immediately wore a bright smile and handed him a storage ring, saying, "Young Master Chu, this is the spirit stones obtained from the auction of the Sacred Heart pill. We have already deducted the auction house's 20% fee, as well as the expenses for the Foundation Establishment pills you purchased earlier." Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyan looked at Chu Feng in astonishment, realizing that the Sacred Heart pill previously auctioned was indeed brought by Chu Feng. No wonder he had claimed to possess an abundance of spirit stones when he bid on the exquisite Foundation Establishment liquid. With such a vast wealth of spirit stones, it seemed he could spend endlessly. Indeed, Chu Feng replied with a faint smile as he accepted the storage ring. He had never anticipated selling for an astronomical sum of 300 billion low-grade spirit stones. This unexpected windfall was truly delightful. "I look forward to collaborating with young Master Chu again next time," Ji Xian remarked with a cheerful demeanor. "Certainly, I shall seek out the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce for any future auctions," Chu Feng replied with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he took his leave with Mo Qingyan. Shortly thereafter, the pair exited the auction house. Once outside, Chu Feng spotted Xiao Chun and Xiao Beichun waiting not far away, accompanied by several guards. As soon as Chu Feng appeared, Xiao Beichun and Xiao Chun approached him, seemingly intent on confronting him. Chapter 121. Chu Feng's Certain Doom. Seeing Xiao Chun and Xiao Beichun slowly advance, Chu Feng couldn't help but smirk coldly. He didn't need to think to know that the Xiao father and son were seeking revenge for the events at the auction. At that moment, Mo Qingqing and the 3 generations of the Lu family were also waiting nearby. Upon seeing Mo Qingyan and Chu Feng emerge, Mo Qingqing urgently called out, "Yenner, come here quickly." Mo Qingyan recognized the Xiao family's intentions towards Chu Feng and anxiously looked at him. Chu Feng offered a slight smile and said, "Don't worry. I shall be fine. You should return with your sister." "All right." Mo Qingyan understood that her presence would only hinder Chu Feng, so she hurriedly made her way towards Mo Qingqing. "You're Chu Feng, aren't you? How dare you deceive me earlier? Kneel and apologize at once, and compensate me for the spirit stones I lost, or I shall break your limbs." Xiao Chun bellowed at Chu Feng. Xiao Chun had already dispatched people to investigate Chu Feng and discovered that he was merely an unknown individual from the East Wilderness, fortunate enough to be chosen as a student by Sheng Liar. It was likely that his previous presence in the VIP room was due to the Sheng family's connections. With this knowledge, Xiao Chun was determined to teach Chu Feng a lesson. Despite his ties to Sheng Liar and Tai Academy, he couldn't kill Chu Feng, but he could certainly punish him. Hearing this, Chu Feng chuckled derisively. "What? Was a lesson at the auction insufficient? Do you wish for another?" Xiao Chun, enraged by Chu Feng's audacity to mock him, retorted, "Kid, it seems you are unaware of the consequences of offending our Xiao family. You were given a chance to apologize, yet you failed to appreciate it. Today, I shall ensure you comprehend the repercussions of crossing us." With that, Xiao Chun advanced menacingly towards Chu Feng. Boasting a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the celestial spirit realm, he believed his superior strength would allow him to personally teach Chu Feng a lesson. "Kneel." Xiao Chun leaped into the air, aiming to slam his palm down upon Chu Feng, intending to force him to the ground. Unfazed, Chu Feng casually waved his palm. Boom! Xiao Chun was instantly sent flying backwards. Hood, hood, hood. After landing, Xiao Chun staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, while Chu Feng remained unmoved, standing tall and resolute. Is Chu Feng truly this formidable? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Xiao Chun was a renowned prodigy of Holy Sky City, and no one had anticipated that he would be unable to match this nameless individual, especially considering that Xiao Chen's cultivation was significantly higher. This is impossible. Xiao Chen's face reflected disbelief. He was no ordinary celestial spirit realm cultivator. He had previously defeated powerful opponents. How could he possibly be at a disadvantage against a 9th layer Earth spirit realm cultivator? Fueled by indignation, he roared, "You shall pay for this." Breaking the heavens fist, Xiao Chun poured all his strength into unleashing his most powerful attack, the breaking the heavens fist. In an instant, the devastating energy surged forth, as if to shatter the heavens themselves, hurtling towards Chu Feng. Great annihilation fist. Chu Feng did not hold back, countering with a punch of his own. Previously, when Mu Qingyao mentioned that the Mu family sought to arrange a marriage between her and Xiao Chun, Chu Feng had already resolved to incapacitate Xiao Chun. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Xiao Chun was sent flying dozens of meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. Chenia! Xiao Beichun rushed forward to catch Xiao Chun upon witnessing the scene. "Father, avenge me!" Xiao Chun uttered before losing consciousness. You bastard! How dare you harm my son so grievously?" Xiao Beichun inspected Xiao Chen's injuries and found his meridians shattered, with a terrifying force wreaking havoc within him, continuously destroying his vitality. Xiao Beichun immediately enveloped Xiao Chen's heart with his spiritual energy, but he could not quell the chaotic power raging within. Just then, Qin Peng and Gu Xinghai, having exited the auction house in a huff, appeared, followed closely by Qin Wentian. Having concluded their discussions at the auction, Qin Peng and Gu Xinghai had been unable to reach an agreement, resulting in their current displeasure. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Qin Wentian, realizing he had also attended the auction. "Ancestor Qin, please save my son." Qin Peng, an elder of the Qin family, called out urgently to Qin Peng for assistance with Xiao Chen's injuries. What has happened to Xiao Chun? Qin Peng furrowed his brow at the sound of Xiao Beichun's cries. The Xiao and Qin families were related by marriage, and in Holy Sky City, few dare to harm members of either clan. To discover that Xiao Chun had been assaulted in the streets and seemingly gravely injured was shocking. Qin Peng quickly approached Xiao Chun, examining his wounds. "Stand Azida. Let me handle this." Qin Peng gestured for Xiao Beichun to move aside, preparing to treat Xiao Chun. Immediately complying, Xiao Beichun anxiously urged, "I implore you, Ancestor Qin, to save my son. He won't die," Qin Peng declared as he commenced purging the chaotic energy from Xiao Chen's body. "Thank you, Ancestor Qin." Xiao Beichun felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing that Xiao Chun would survive. Rising to his feet, Xiao Beichun turned to glare fiercely at Chu Feng, exclaiming, "You little bastard! How dare you injure my son so grievously? I vow that I shall not rest until you are utterly destroyed." Qin Wentian also cast a puzzled glance at Chu Feng, seemingly surprised that he had managed to injure Xiao Chun. Big brother, Montauk Qingyan, witnessing Xiao Beichun's intent to strike Chu Feng, looked on in alarm. "Yena, do not speak." Mo Qingqing quickly embraced her, covering her mouth. Given Chu Feng's grievous injury to Xiao Chun, the Xiao family would undoubtedly seek revenge. With the Qin family, their in-laws, and the presence of a formidable royal realm expert, Chu Feng's fate appeared dire. Mo Qingqing sought to prevent the Xiao family from discovering the connection between Mo Qingyan and Chu Feng, thus silencing her. Hearing Mo Qingyan's outcry, Lu Yong'an coldly rebuked, "Silence. Do you wish to bring ruin upon our Lu family?" Lu Yan also cast a cold glance at Mo Qingyan, saying, "Cousin Qingyan today? Chu Feng is as good as dead. Worrying for him is futile. You might as well consider how to assist in retrieving his remains afterward." However, given the severity of his injury to Xiao Chun, the Xiao family will likely ensure he meets a gruesome end. Retrieving his remains may prove impossible. Retrieve his remains? Lu Xuesong coldly scoffed. The head of the Xiao family has reached the 8th level of the King realm, surpassing that boy by nearly 2 whole realms. I reckon he will be reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Hearing the words of the Lu family's ancestors, Montauk Qingyan struggled in Montauk Qingqing's embrace. However, Mo Qingqing held her tightly, preventing her escape, and all she could do was gaze tearfully at Chu Feng. At that moment, Xiao Beichun slowly approached Chu Feng, his voice icy as he declared, "Chu Feng, I offer you a chance. Take your own life. This way, you may retain your complete form. Should I intervene, you will undoubtedly be annihilated. Chapter 122. The Shao family head underestimated. As he spoke, Xiao Beichun gathered all his energy and directed it towards Chu Feng, intending to force him into submission. Given the connection with Sheng Liar and Tai Academy, Xiao Beichun was wary of directly killing Chu Feng and could only aim to incapacitate him. However, if Chu Feng chose to end his own life, it would no longer concern the Xiao family. Chu Feng looked at Xiao Beichun and scoffed, "Fool, you still think I would take my own life? I truly wonder where your confidence comes from." Xiao Beichun's face contorted with rage upon hearing Chu Feng insult him. This man was so arrogant. Even when faced with death, he dared to insult the head of the Xiao family. Perhaps he wished to boast one last time before his demise. Rumor had it he hailed from the eastern wasteland, and it seemed he had grown accustomed to arrogance there, not realizing he needed to temper it upon arriving in the central state. He was clearly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. To dare to offend young Master Xiao and insult the head of the Xiao family, he would surely meet a dreadful end. Onlookers murmured among themselves. Casting glances at Chu Feng, fueled by indignation, Xiao Beichun unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Chu Feng. What a fearsome blow! The head of the Xiao family truly lived up to his reputation as a formidable 8th-level King Realm expert. With this strike, Chu Feng would likely be obliterated. The disparity in realms was too great. Chu Feng was bound to be reduced to a blood mist. As the crowd witnessed Xiao Beichun's attack, they erupted into further discussion. Facing the onslaught, Chu Feng remained undeterred, swiftly drawing his magic shadow sword. Clang! The magic shadow sword was unsheathed. In an instant, a fierce sword aura surged towards Xiao Beichun. Boom! The sword energy shattered Xiao Beichun's attack, while maintaining its momentum, continuing its advance toward him. Xiao Beichun was taken aback and hastily raised his defenses. Staggering backward several steps, he finally came to a halt. What was happening? Why was the head of the Xiao family being pushed back? Surely, he had underestimated Chu Feng and had not exerted his full strength. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could the head of the Xiao family, at the 8th level of the King Realm, be repelled by Chu Feng, who was merely at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm? The head of the Xiao family likely intended to torment Chu Feng, and was perhaps concerned about killing him with a single blow, thus holding back his power. The crowd concluded that Xiao Beichun had not used his full strength, and they speculated that he had merely been careless. At that moment, Xiao Beichun's heart was filled with astonishment. He had indeed been cautious about delivering a fatal blow to Chu Feng and had only used 50% of his power. Yet, he had not expected to be pushed back by Chu Feng. "I only used 10% of my strength," Xiao Beichun declared, unwilling to lose face. So it turns out the head of the Xiao family only used 10% of his power. No wonder he was repelled by Chu Feng. However, it is still impressive that Chu Feng could withstand even that. The head of the Xiao family had shown too much leniency, only utilizing a fraction of his power. But now he would surely take this seriously. Chu Feng would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The crowd buzzed with speculation. 10% of his strength. Chu Feng smirked softly. "Are you going to use 20% next? You will die," Xiao Beichun roared, his fury igniting as he unleashed his strongest palm technique, the Soul Pursuit Palm. As the Soul Pursuit Palm was summoned, a black palm imprint materialized in the air, hurtling towards Chu Feng with ferocity. The imprint seemed to be entwined with countless vengeful spirits, instilling terror in all who beheld it. This technique was formidable. It was as if innumerable specters were seeking retribution. Chu Feng was doomed. The onlookers quickly distanced themselves, fearful of the impending fallout. Clang! Chu Feng's magic shadow sword was drawn once more. Just as he had previously exerted 40% of his strength, this time he unleashed 80%. With the magic shadow sword in hand, an overwhelmingly terrifying sword aura raced towards Xiao Beichun. "What is this?" From afar, Qin Wentian's gaze sharpened as he beheld the sword energy unleashed by Chu Feng. He felt no confidence in facing it. At that moment, Qin Wentian realized the true extent of Chu Feng's terrifying power. Suddenly, he recalled Chu Feng's ascent to the pinnacle of the Sacred Path Tower. If Chu Feng possessed such strength, then he must have reached the summit of the Sacred Path Tower solely through his own prowess. Given that Chu Feng had climbed to the 1000th level, while he himself had only reached the 886th, did that mean he was significantly inferior to Chu Feng? This thought ignited a deep-seated animosity within Qin Wentian. As the foremost prodigy of the Wasteland Realm, he would not allow anyone to surpass him. Those who dare to exceed him must perish. This young man is truly formidable. At that moment, Gu Xinghai from the Xiantian sect, who had yet to depart, exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Chu Feng's sword energy. Chu Feng was merely at the Earth Spirit Realm, yet he could unleash such a terrifying attack if he were to reach the Celestial Spirit Realm or the King Realm. Gu Xinghai feared he might not stand a chance against Chu Feng. In an instant, the idea of recruiting Chu Feng into the Xintian sect blossomed in Gu Xinghai's mind. Boom! The sword energy unleashed by Chu Feng obliterated Xiao Beichuan's soul pursuit palm, hurtling toward him at lightning speed. This is impossible. Terror washed over Xiao Beichuan. He had not anticipated that even with all his strength, he would still fall short against Chu Feng. Boom! As the sword energy bore down upon him, Xiao Beichun poured every ounce of his power into defense. However, it was futile. He was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurting from his mouth, Xiao Beichun fell precisely beside Xiao Chun. At that moment, Qin Peng had just finished expelling the violent energy from Xiao Chen's body. As Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he saw his father, Xiao Beichun, being sent flying and spitting blood, and he immediately cried out in alarm. Father, Qin Peng, having just healed Xiao Chun, was taken aback to see Xiao Beichun injured by Chu Feng. He hurried over to assess Xiao Beichun's condition. Surrounding spectators were left in stunned silence, their discussions rife with disbelief. Chu Feng was astonishingly formidable. Even the head of the Xiao family at the 8th level of the King Realm was no match for him. I had thought Chu Feng would be reduced to a puddle of flesh by the head of the Xiao family. I never imagined he would be so powerful. Surely, the head of the Xiao family must have been careless and not used his full strength, right? Nonsense. It was clear to anyone with discernment that Xiao Beichun was no match for Chu Feng. Remarkably, Chu Feng was indeed terrifying. It seemed even Qin Wentian might not be his equal. If Qin Wentian could not contend with Chu Feng, then Chu Feng would undoubtedly reign as the foremost prodigy of the Wasteland realm. Meanwhile, the 3 generations of the Liu family stood at a distance, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they gazed at Chu Feng with shock. Chapter 123. Unaware of their own limitations? It was true. Chu Feng was indeed formidable. Previously, when Mo Qingqing had claimed that Chu Feng could slay 3 King Realm experts, wounding 2 others, the Liu family had been skeptical. Now, witnessing Chu Feng's overwhelming might, they were compelled to accept Mo Qingqing's assertions. Big brother is amazing. Mo Qingyan cheered out loud upon witnessing Chu Feng defeat Xiao Beichun. Mo Qingqing, relieved, let out a small sigh. After all, Chu Feng had previously assisted them, and she had hoped for his safety. Even if he has defeated the head of the Xiao family, what of it? The ancestral elder of the Qin family is present. Once he makes his move, Chu Feng will undoubtedly face a grim fate. Indeed, there exists a profound chasm between the realms of the emperor and the monarch. Even if Chu Feng were to vanquish a monarch-level adversary, he would undoubtedly fall short against the venerable ancestor of the Qin clan. The Xiao family, being kin to the Qin, would surely incite the wrath of the Qin ancestor following the injury inflicted upon the Xiao patriarch and Xiao Xiao. In the end, his demise is inevitable. It is certain that Chu Feng will meet a tragic end. The members of the Liu family, spanning 3 generations, regarded Chu Feng with indifference, engaging in fervent discussions. At that moment, Qin Peng administered a healing pill to Xiao Beichun, who gradually began to recover. With a glare filled with malice directed at Chu Feng, Xiao Beichun turned to Qin Peng, beseeching, I implore you, esteemed ancestor Qin, to take action and avenge us. Rest assured, Qin Peng responded, slowly turning his gaze towards Chu Feng, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. The Qin and Xiao families share a symbiotic relationship. Thus, Chu Feng, as an enemy of the Xiao, is also an enemy of the Qin. Given that Chu Feng has already displayed such prowess at the Earth Spirit Realm, should he be allowed to mature further, neither the Qin nor the Xiao families would stand a chance against him. Instantly, Qin Peng contemplated eliminating Chu Feng before he could fully develop, whether by crippling him or outright slaying him. With a cold stare fixed upon Chu Feng, he declared, You, boy, if you willingly forfeit your cultivation, I shall spare your life. Chu Feng, however, chose to ignore Qin Peng, silently gathering his sword intent. Having previously injured Xiao Beichun, he had anticipated Qin Peng's intervention and had begun to cultivate his sword intent in advance. With Qin Peng at the 1st level of the Emperor Realm and Chu Feng at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, Chu Feng believed that once his sword intent was fully charged, he might have a chance to contend with Qin Peng. If the odds turned unfavorable, he could always retreat into the Chaos Star Pearl. Qin Peng, it is utterly disgraceful for one of the Emperor Realm to target a mere Earth Spirit. At this moment, Gu Xinghai, observing Qin Peng's intent to confront Chu Feng, could not suppress his derision. "Oomph, this is a matter of my Qin family. Keep your nose out of it," Qin Peng retorted with a huff. Gu Xinghai then turned to Chu Feng, proposing, "Young man, how about joining my Tianqian sect? As long as you become a part of the sect, the Qin family will not dare to lay a finger on you." Previously, an agreement existed between the Xintian sect and the Qin family, ensuring mutual non-interference. Now, with Qin Peng seeking to deal with Chu Feng, Gu Xinghai found himself unable to intervene. However, should Chu Feng become a member of the Xintian sect, he would be justified in coming to his aid. "I have no intention of joining any sect at this time," Chu Feng replied coolly, declining the offer. Entering a sect is a far cry from joining an academy. Becoming part of a sect entails certain restrictions, and extricating oneself from such affiliations is notoriously difficult. Unlike an academy, where one may depart freely at any time. Gu Xinghai sighed upon hearing this, lamenting, "What a pity." Without Chu Feng joining the Xintian sect, Gu Xinghai could not assist him, leaving Chu Feng vulnerable to Qin Peng's potential devastation. How unfortunate that such an extraordinary talent as Chu Feng might simply fade away. This Chu Feng truly lacks awareness. Even with death looming, he refuses to ally with the Xintian sect. It is known that not everyone can join the sect, and Chu Feng has foolishly squandered such a golden opportunity. Does he seek to court death? Or does he believe he can contend with the venerable ancestor of the Qin? Those surrounding him, upon hearing Chu Feng's rejection, expressed their dismay, branding him ungrateful. "Fools!" The three generations of the Liu family chuckled derisively at Chu Feng's dismissal of Gu Xinghai's invitation. Upon hearing of Chu Feng's refusal to join the Xintian sect, Qin Peng exhaled a sigh of relief. If Chu Feng had truly allied with the Xintian sect, dealing with him would have become an impossibility. Now, with Chu Feng's refusal, it played right into his hands. At that moment, observing Chu Feng's aura intensifying as he prepared for confrontation, Qin Peng scoffed, "Ha! Such arrogance. Do you truly believe you can stand against me?" Noting Chu Feng's resolute defiance and burgeoning power, Qin Peng recognized the boy's intent to challenge him. Yet, what audacity possessed this earth spirit to harbor such confidence? The disparity between the Emperor realm and those below it is insurmountable. The former can wield the very forces of nature to unleash terrifying assaults, impervious to those of lesser realms. How can one know without testing? Chu Feng ziplit non xialeng. This boy was indeed brazen, daring to envision a battle against an Emperor realm powerhouse, a nameless youth from the eastern wilderness. He had likely never encountered an emperor before and remained blissfully unaware of their terrifying might. Soon, when the Qin ancestor reveals his true strength, he would grasp the gravity of the situation. He likely believed that defeating a high-tier monarch would grant him the means to contend with an emperor. How laughable. Truly ignorant of the peril he invites, he is destined for a horrific end. Those around him, witnessing Chu Feng's audacious ambition to confront the Emperor Qin Peng, could not help but snicker. Lo and behold, this boy has managed to coalesce his intent. Suddenly, Gu Xinghai observed the burgeoning aura of Chu Feng, now taking on a semblance of celestial might, leaving him astonished. At this juncture, Qin Peng, too, became aware of Chu Feng's remarkable transformation, his expression abruptly shifting to one of grave concern. Chu Feng's aura had grown formidable enough to pose a threat to an Emperor realm warrior. "You all should step back," Qin Peng instructed, gesturing for Qin Wentian and Xiao Beichun to retreat. Startled, Qin Wentian realized that Qin Peng's warning signified that Chu Feng now possessed the strength to endanger him, thus prompting the need for distance. Instantly, Qin Wentian's gaze towards Chu Feng was filled with profound astonishment. If Chu Feng could threaten an emperor while still at the Earth Spirit realm, what would become of him upon ascending to the Celestial Spirit or Monarch realm? Would he then be unmatched by any emperor? Contemplating this, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. He must ensure that he eliminates Chu Feng before he reaches his full potential. Otherwise, he would forever remain in the shadow of this formidable adversary. "Ancestor, we must eradicate this individual," Qin Wentian murmured urgently to Qin Peng before swiftly distancing himself. Xiao Beichun and his father, equally alarmed, hastily retreated. The onlookers, upon witnessing Qin Peng's intent to act, scattered in a panic. An emperor's intervention could rend the heavens asunder. Those below the Emperor realm would be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 124, Sword Intent versus Emperor's Might. At this moment, the previously unseen black-clad elder from the Fengshua Merchant Guild, tasked with safeguarding the Sacred Heart Pill, suddenly appeared on the scene. He positioned himself before the Fengshua auction house, seemingly intent on preventing the clash between Chu Feng and Qin Peng from damaging the establishment. Gu Xinghai promptly moved to a safe distance, ensuring that the battle would not encroach upon his side. Observing the bystanders' retreat, Qin Peng unleashed his Emperor Realm aura, bearing down upon Chu Feng. Boy, I must commend your strength. However, the divide between the Earth Spirit and Emperor Realms is an insurmountable abyss. You, an Earth Spirit, dare to challenge an Emperor. Today, I shall vividly demonstrate the terror of the Emperor Realm. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an enormous sword, forged from spiritual energy and measuring several dozen meters in length, materialized before Qin Peng. This colossal blade emanated a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spines of those watching from afar. At that moment, Mu Qingyao, returning to the Mu family from Tai Academy, happened to pass by the scene. Hearing the commotion, she hurried to investigate. Upon witnessing the confrontation between Chu Feng and Qin Peng, she was taken aback. Mu Qingyao also noticed the injured Xiao Chun in the distance and recalled her prior conversation with Chu Feng regarding her intended union with Xiao Chun, followed by his vehement declaration to slay Xiao Chun. Could it be that Chu Feng intended to assassinate Xiao Chun in the street, only to be confronted by the Qin family's venerable ancestor, who now sought to eliminate him? The thought of Chu Feng potentially falling victim to the Qin ancestor filled Mu Qingyao with profound regret. Initially, the Mu family indeed sought to arrange a marriage between Mu Qingyao and Xiao Chun. However, due to Mu Qingyao's loss of virtue, the Xiao family would only accept her as a concubine. The Mu family, unwilling to allow their legitimate daughter to assume such a role, had left the union unresolved. When Mu Qingyao previously spoke of her desire to marry Xiao Chun, it was merely a ploy to dissuade Chu Feng. She never anticipated that Chu Feng would genuinely attempt to kill Xiao Chun, only to encounter the wrath of the Qin family's emperor. It is she who has brought ruin upon Chu Feng. Had she not mentioned the union to him back then, he would not have come to slay Xiao Chun. And thus, today's calamity would have been averted. At that moment, those observing from the periphery were astonished by the terrifying prowess displayed by Qin Peng, engaging in fervent discussions. Is this truly the might of the Imperial Realm? It is utterly fearsome. Such a formidable sword will surely cleave Saint Heaven City in twain. Will it not? That seems improbable. However, it can undoubtedly sever Chu Feng in half. Nay, more than that, with this strike, Chu Feng shall certainly be reduced to mere ashes. This Chu Feng is indeed arrogant and ignorant, daring to challenge a powerhouse of the Imperial Realm, only to meet a tragic fate of utter annihilation. At this juncture, the Imperial Realm experts within Saint Heaven City felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Peng. Who dares to wield Imperial Realm power within the confines of Saint Heaven City? To unleash such a force indicates an impending battle of the Imperial Realm. There exists an unwritten rule in Saint Heaven City that forbids combat between Imperial Realm entities within its territory. If disputes arise, they must be resolved outside the city, lest they disturb its peace. It has been many years since a battle of the Imperial Realm has transpired within these walls, yet today, it seems such a confrontation is imminent. In an instant, numerous Imperial Realm experts soared into the sky, hastening towards Chu Feng. Qin Peng, well aware of the prohibition against combat in the city, nonetheless, was only engaged in battle with a mere Earth Spirit Realm practitioner. Under normal circumstances, an Imperial Realm expert could easily dispatch those beneath their level with a mere flick of the wrist. However, upon encountering the peculiar Chu Feng today, Qin Peng was compelled to exert his full strength and harness the might of heaven and earth to launch his assault. Perish! With a mighty sweep of his hand, Qin Peng unleashed the terrifying sword towards Chu Feng. At this moment, he disregarded Chu Feng's status as a student of Tai Academy, intent solely on swiftly eliminating him. For if Chu Feng were to grow stronger, it would spell disaster for the Qin clan. Chu Feng. At this moment, Mu Qingyao, witnessing Qin Peng's attack, felt a pang of despair for Chu Feng and cried out to him with urgency. She was uncertain why the thought of Chu Feng's demise brought her heart such pain. Perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps she had developed feelings for him. Regardless, she wished for nothing more than for him to survive. As the terrifying sword descended upon him, the ground beneath began to fracture violently, creating a deep chasm towards Chu Feng. Simultaneously, an incomprehensibly dreadful aura of the Imperial Realm bore down upon him. Clang! At that instant, Chu Feng had gathered his sword's momentum, and with a swift draw, the demon shadow sword erupted forth. In an instant, a radiant light sliced through the void, shattering the oppressive Imperial Realm force, and meeting the incoming monstrous sword head-on. Boom! The clash of Chu Feng's sword energy with the terrifying great sword erupted into a cataclysmic force. The ancient Xinghai and the Elder in Black immediately focused all their strength to contain the ensuing power from affecting the surroundings. Chu Feng's sword energy directly shattered Qin Peng's formidable sword, surging forth towards him. This is impossible. Qin Peng, taken aback, hastily summoned all his strength to fend off the sword energy. Boom! Chu Feng's sword energy struck Qin Peng, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into a distant structure, lifeless. Ancestor! Qin Wentian cried out in alarm, rushing to assess Qin Peng's injuries. Puff! At that moment, Chu Feng was also blasted back over 100 meters, spitting blood. His cultivation was still too low, unable to withstand the residual force of the battle. Struggling, Chu Feng quickly retrieved healing elixirs from his storage ring and sat down to circulate his energy for recovery. Now, gravely wounded, if anyone were to attack him again, he would likely be unable to withstand it, forced to retreat into the Chaos Star Pearl. Fortunately, even if Qin Peng survived, he was severely injured and could no longer launch an assault on Chu Feng. At this moment, the scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. How could this be? No, this cannot be real. The disparity between the Earth Spirit Realm and the Imperial Realm was akin to fireflies against the full moon. How could Chu Feng, a mere Earth Spirit, have defeated an Imperial Realm expert? Such an occurrence was almost unfathomable, leaving everyone in disbelief. Yet, the truth stood before them, undeniable. At this time, Gu Xinghai and the Elder in Black from the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce gazed at Chu Feng in astonishment. They were Imperial Realm experts, acutely aware of the vast chasm between their realm and those beneath it. It was precisely this understanding that left them profoundly shaken by Chu Feng's prowess. Big Brother is incredible, Mo Qinyan exclaimed joyously upon witnessing Chu Feng's triumph over Qin Peng. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing, standing beside her, was struck dumb by the revelation. She had always known Chu Feng was powerful, yet she never anticipated he would be capable of defeating an Imperial Realm powerhouse. Chapter 125. This child is terrifying. At this moment, the three generations of the Liu family were utterly astounded, rendered speechless. Chu Feng was defying the heavens, far exceeding their expectations. Simultaneously, a deep sense of regret welled up within them. With such extraordinary potential, Chu Feng's future was boundless. He might even become the strongest in the wasteland. They had previously underestimated him, thinking him merely an obscure youth from eastern wilderness, treating him with disdain and ridicule, missing the best opportunity to forge a bond with him. It would likely be impossible to befriend him in the future. In the distance, Xiao Beichun and Xiao Chun were left petrified. They had anticipated Qin Peng to shatter Chu Feng into a million pieces, only to witness Qin Peng himself being defeated by a single strike from Chu Feng. This left them terrified, fearing that Chu Feng might turn his wrath upon them. Fortunately, it appeared that Chu Feng was injured as well and did not attack. Let's depart at once. Xiao Beichun hastily urged Xiao Chun to flee. Chu Feng, not far away, Mu Qingyao whispered, her gaze fixated on Chu Feng, unable to move. She had previously believed she would bring about his demise, yet here he was, defeating the Imperial Realm's Qin Peng. This revelation shook her to her core. Such excellence in Chu Feng rendered her feeling unworthy to stand beside him. Even though she had developed feelings for him, and he had confessed his affections, she had lost her innocence. How could she be deserving of someone so exceptional? When Chu Feng ascended to the peak of the Sacred Path Tower, Mu Qingyao had already felt their paths could never align, and witnessing his brilliance once more solidified her despair. As a woman who had lost her virtue, she had no right to aspire to be with someone as extraordinary as Chu Feng. At that moment, Qin Wentian emerged from the ruins, carrying the unconscious Qin Peng. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the sight of the fallen Qin Peng. It was utterly inconceivable. The ancestor of the Qin family, an Imperial Realm expert, had succumbed to a single strike from Chu Feng. If Chu Feng, at the Earth Spirit Realm, could exert such terror, it was unfathomable to consider how astonishing he would become in the future. Suddenly, a series of terrifying auras manifested above the crowd. In mere moments, over a dozen Imperial Realm experts had arrived. Most of these were the ancestors of various families within St. Heaven City, along with those from Tai Academy. What has transpired? Who has initiated a battle within the Imperial Realm here? A fearsome elder with a white beard inquired coldly, his voice laced with anger and accusation. As he spoke, the elder's icy gaze fell upon Gu Xinghai and the Elder in Black from the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, assuming they were the ones engaged in battle. Seeing the elder's frigid demeanor, Gu Xinghai quickly replied, "Elder Wu, it is not us who are fighting." The elder with the white beard was Wu Hongru, the former head of Tai Academy. His cultivation level stood at the 6th stage of the Imperial Realm, making him one of the most formidable experts in Saint Heaven City. During his tenure at Tai Academy, he had always upheld the order of Saint Heaven City. Upon witnessing the tumultuous battle occurring in the Sacred Heaven City, an overwhelming fury engulfed him. He felt compelled to impart a lesson to the Imperial Realms that instigated the conflict, warning them that such skirmishes should never transpire within Sacred Heaven City. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, leading to a scenario where other Imperial Realms might recklessly engage in combat, resulting in untold suffering and the tragic demise of countless innocents. Who else could it be, if not you? Qin Peng? Wu Hongru's gaze abruptly shifted towards the unconscious Qin Peng, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. "Lin Zhu, come quickly. Peng Zhu has been injured." Suddenly, Qin Wentian called out loudly to an elderly figure clad in gray who had just arrived at the scene. "What has transpired? How is Qin Peng injured? And who has harmed him?" The elderly man, another elder of the Qin family named Qin Lin, swiftly appeared beside Qin Peng to assess his wounds. "It was Chu Feng. He is the one who injured Peng Zhu," Qin Wentian declared through gritted teeth, pointing towards Chu Feng, who was seated in meditation, recuperating. "Him?" A multitude of Imperial Realm experts followed Qin Wentian's finger, their eyes landing on Chu Feng. However, given that Chu Feng was only at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, they immediately began to question whether Qin Wentian had misidentified the assailant. "Indeed, it is he," Qin Wentian asserted firmly. At that moment, Gu Xinghai also stepped forward to corroborate, stating, "Elder Wu, it was indeed this young brother who inflicted injury upon Qin Peng." Wu Hongru, incredulous, retorted, "How could a mere Earth Spirit Realm practitioner possibly harm an Imperial Realm like Qin Peng?" Gu Xinghai, aware of the implausibility, nonetheless explained, "This young brother's swordsmanship is extraordinarily formidable. He struck once and severely wounded Qin Peng." "Only one strike?" The assembled Imperial Realm experts wore expressions of disbelief. They, being of the Imperial Realm, understood the vast chasm that separated their power from that of those beneath them. Now, Gu Xinghai claimed that Chu Feng, at the Earth Spirit Realm, had managed to injure Qin Peng with a single blow. How could they possibly accept this? Cough. At that moment, Qin Peng, under Qin Lin's care, began to gradually regain consciousness. Upon seeing Qin Lin, he exclaimed, "Brother Lin, we must kill Chu Feng. Are you truly injured by this Chu Feng?" Qin Lin, noting Qin Peng's urgent demand for vengeance, furrowed his brow. "Indeed, this child is far too terrifying. He must not be allowed to grow stronger." Qin Peng seemed oblivious to the presence of the surrounding Imperial Realm experts, fixated solely on compelling Qin Lin to eliminate Chu Feng. Upon hearing Qin Peng's words, Wu Hongru let out a cold snort, remarking, "Is this how your Qin family conducts itself?" Only then did Qin Peng turn to see Wu Hongru, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of trepidation as he stammered, "Elder Wu, when did you arrive?" Chu Feng is a student of the Tai Academy, and he had just brazenly declared his intent to kill Chu Feng in the presence of Wu Hongru, an act that was tantamount to courting death. Wu Hongru had always been protective of the students from Tai Academy, and if he were to learn of Qin Peng's intentions, he would surely not let him off lightly. Observing Wu Hongru's expression, it seemed he was still unaware of Chu Feng's association with the Academy. In that instant, Qin Peng urgently transmitted a message to Qin Lin, informing him of Chu Feng's status as a Tai Academy student and urging him to hastily depart. Upon receiving Qin Peng's communication, Qin Lin's expression faltered momentarily. With his own cultivation only at the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, he realized he could not withstand Wu Hongru's wrath should he become enraged. Thus, Qin Lin quickly donned a sheepish smile and said, "Elder Wu, Qin Peng's injuries are quite severe. I must escort him back for treatment." After which, he gestured for Qin Wentian and swiftly took flight with Qin Peng. Wu Hongru, perplexed, wondered why Qin Lin was so eager to depart. Was he fearful of facing consequences for Qin Peng's instigation of an Imperial Realm conflict within Sacred Heaven City? As the Qin family members departed, the attention of the crowd once again turned toward Chu Feng. "Who exactly is this Chu Feng?" Wu Hongru inquired. Chu Feng hails from the Eastern Wilderness continent and is currently a student at Tai Academy. At that moment, Ji Xian, the manager of the Fengshua Chamber of Commerce, emerged from the auction house. He had previously investigated Chu Feng's background and was well acquainted with his information. "What? He is a student of Tai Academy?" "Qin Peng, you are courting death by attempting to harm a student of mine." Wu Hongru erupted in fury, directing his ire towards the direction in which Qin Peng had departed. Chapter 126. Unreasonable. In the distance, Qin Lin, hastening away with Qin Peng, heard Wu Hongru's furious shout and promptly increased his speed toward the Qin family estate. The presence of other Imperial Realm ancestors back at the Qin family meant they had nothing to fear from Wu Hongru's potential retribution. Wu Hongru, however, chose not to pursue Qin Peng and instead approached Chu Feng to assess his condition. Upon observing that Chu Feng's aura was steady and that he appeared to have sustained minimal injury, he felt a sense of relief. Wu Hongru turned his attention to Gu Xinghai, asking, "Gu Xinghai, would you kindly recount the events that transpired earlier?" Of course. Gu Xinghai began to narrate the unfolding events in detail. Wu Hongru and the surrounding Imperial Realm experts listened intently to Gu Xinghai's account, interjecting with exclamations of astonishment throughout. "Elder Wu, I never imagined that Tai Academy would produce such an extraordinary talent," they remarked. "If Chu Feng continues to develop, he will undoubtedly become the preeminent figure in our wasteland realm. Indeed, it seems Tai Academy has struck gold this time." One added, "I have heard that this year's new students include a prodigy who has ascended the Sacred Path Tower. Could it be this very individual before us?" After Gu Xinghai concluded his narration, the other Imperial Realm experts lavished Wu Hongru with compliments. "Someone from Tai Academy has ascended the Sacred Path Tower? How was I unaware of this?" Wu Hongru exclaimed, taken aback. Having sequestered himself in the depths of Tai Academy for cultivation, he would not have emerged had he not sensed the eruption of conflict in Sacred Heaven City. However, the ascent of a student to the Sacred Path Tower was a significant matter. Kong Wenqi should have informed him. Wu Hongru's mind surged with anger. How could Kong Wenqi neglect to share such vital information? In truth, Kong Wenqi had not disregarded Wu Hongru. Rather, it was widely believed that Chu Feng had ascended the tower through unscrupulous means, leading Kong Wenqi to deem it unnecessary to inform Wu Hongru. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet, having temporarily stabilized his internal injuries and prepared to return for further recovery. "Elder brother," at this juncture, Mo Qingyan, upon seeing Chu Feng awake, exclaimed excitedly. After witnessing Chu Feng's victory over Qin Peng, she had rushed to his side, remaining vigilantly beside him while he healed, careful not to disturb him. "Yes," Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. "Elder brother, are you all right?" Montauk Qingyan inquired anxiously. "I'm fine." Chu Feng reassured her with a smile. "That's wonderful." Mo Qingyan's relief was palpable. At this moment, Wu Hongru interrupted their conversation, asking, "Are you Chu Feng, a student of Tai Academy?" "Yes, I'm a new student of Tai Academy this year." Chu Feng nodded slightly, questioning, "And you are?" Before he could receive an answer, Gu Xinghai interjected, "Young brother, Elder Wu is the former dean of Tai Academy." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately bowed to Wu Hongru, saying, "Elder Wu, indeed, is your injury serious?" Wu Hongru inquired with genuine concern. Chu Feng softly replied, "It is no longer severe. With a few days of rest, I shall recover fully." Wu Hongru nodded and continued, "What provoked Qin Peng's desire to kill you?" While Gu Xinghai had recounted the battle between Chu Feng and Qin Peng, he remained unaware of the circumstances that had led to their altercation and sought clarification from Chu Feng. In response, Chu Feng recounted the events at the auction house, explaining how a conflict had arisen with the Shao family over a bidding item, and that the Shao family had sought retribution, with Qin Peng intervening on their behalf. The Qin and Shao families have always relied on their power to intimidate others. Rest assured, you are a student of Tai Academy. I shall not allow them to harm you." With a cold snort, Wu Hongru prepared to visit the Qin family later, intending to warn them against taking further action against Chu Feng. "Thank you, Director Wu." Chu Feng expressed his gratitude immediately upon hearing his words. The disparity between Chu Feng and the royal realm was still too vast. His previous victory over Qin Peng had been a stroke of luck, a result of fully charging his sword momentum. If he were to encounter another royal realm expert who attacked him immediately, he would be utterly defenseless. With Wu Hongru's protection, Chu Feng could momentarily feel at ease. "You shall accompany me back to Tai Academy. For the next few days, you will remain there," Wu Hongru instructed. "Later, I will pay a visit to the Qin family to ensure they cease their hostilities towards you before you venture out again." "All right." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. During this period, he had no pressing matters, making it an opportune time to cultivate at Tai Academy. Shortly thereafter, Wu Hongru bid farewell to the surrounding royal realm individuals and prepared to escort Chu Feng back to the academy. Big brother, Mo Qingyan, seeing Chu Feng depart, felt a pang of reluctance, seemingly wishing to follow him. Chu Feng merely waved at Mo Qingyan and left with Wu Hongru. Mo Qingyan, possessing the celestial demon Sacred Body, had a formidable karmic connection, and previously Linger had advised Chu Feng to minimize contact with her. Thus, he could only heed Linger's counsel and avoid engaging with Mo Qingyan. Not long after, Chu Feng followed Wu Hongru back to Tai Academy. Upon entering the academy, Kong Wenqi approached them. He had received word of Wu Hongru's departure from Tai Academy, but was unaware of his intentions and could only wait within the academy. Teacher. Kong Wenqi respectfully bowed to Wu Hongru. Previously, he had been a student of Wu Hongru, and the position of director had been bestowed upon him after Wu Hongru stepped down, which instilled in Kong Wenqi immense respect for him. Wu Hongru regarded Kong Wenqi with a cold snort, saying, Kong Wenqi, have you grown some wings? A significant event has transpired in the academy, yet you failed to inform me. Kong Wenqi was momentarily perplexed, as nothing particularly noteworthy had occurred in the academy during that time. Suddenly, he noticed Chu Feng behind Wu Hongru and immediately understood that Wu Hongru referred to the matter concerning the Sacred Path Tower. Teacher, Chu Feng ascended the Sacred Path Tower, but he did so through dubious means, which I deemed somewhat disgraceful, hence my silence, Kong Wenqi hurriedly explained. Dubious means? How could one cheat in the Sacred Path Tower? Wu Hongru glared at Kong Wenqi, exclaiming, have you lost your senses? Chu Feng's speed in ascending the tower was simply unnatural. Kong Wenqi au quad rapide. Fool! How can one perceive a transcendent prodigy like Chu Feng through the lens of ordinary standards? Wu Hongru scolded Kong Wenqi, continuing. I must inform you that just a moment ago, Chu Feng severely injured a royal realm expert. What? How is that even possible? Kong Wenqi exclaimed, aghast. As he looked at Chu Feng, his gaze filled with disbelief. How could a mere Earth Spirit Realm practitioner injure someone of the royal realm? This completely shattered his understanding. Do you think I am deceiving you? Wu Hongru scoffed. Student dares not. Kong Wenqi quickly bowed in apology. Many witnesses in Holy Heaven City observed Chu Feng injuring Qin Peng of the Qin family. Wu Hongru dismissed Kong Wenqi's astonishment and continued. I fear the Qin family may take adverse actions against Chu Feng. Arrange for him to reside at the academy for a while. Yes. Kong Wenqi promptly nodded in agreement. He turned to Chu Feng, seeking confirmation. Chu Feng, you truly ascended the Sacred Path Tower with your own strength? Chu Feng slightly nodded. Indeed. I simply wished to avoid drawing too much attention, hence my reticence. Upon hearing Chu Feng's confirmation that he had indeed ascended through his own power, Kong Wenqi was rendered speechless, utterly astounded. Chu Feng was exceedingly remarkable, a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. Stop dawdling. Chu Feng is still injured. Quickly arrange a place for him to rest and recuperate. Furthermore, from now on, Chu Feng shall be a student of the Inner Academy. Wu Hongru urged, observing Kong Wenqi still in shock. Yes, Kong Wenqi immediately complied. The Inner Academy of Tai Academy comprised mostly Royal Realm cultivators, with only a select few exceptional students of the Earth Spirit Realm being allowed entry. Qin Wentian, with a cultivation base of only the 9th level of Earth Spirit Realm, had been admitted early due to his extraordinary talent. Now that Chu Feng was so remarkable, he too could undoubtedly become an Inner Academy student. Chu Feng, focus on recovering your injuries at the academy. I am heading to the Qin family, Wu Hongru declared. The Qin family dares to attempt to kill a student of Tai Academy in the streets. I shall teach them a lesson. With that, Wu Hongru took flight and departed. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback by Wu Hongru's fervent demeanor. He had not expected such urgency. However, this fervor only deepened Chu Feng's admiration for him. Having such a director was indeed a blessing for the students of Tai Academy. Once Wu Hongru left, Kong Wenqi promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare an identity, jade, token, and garments for Chu Feng as an Inner Academy student. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged woman who had previously assisted Chu Feng with his enrollment arrived, bearing the identity, jade, token, and attire. Upon seeing Chu Feng, the middle-aged woman was momentarily stunned. She remembered him well, as he had inquired about how to become an Inner Academy student. She had advised him to take time to consolidate his foundation before considering the Inner Academy. Little did she expect that it would be so soon before he became an Inner Academy student. This revelation left the middle-aged woman in shock, perplexed as to how Chu Feng had achieved this status so rapidly. However, Kong Wenqi gestured for her to leave, and she could only depart, filled with deep curiosity. Chu Feng, from now on, you shall be a student of the Inner Academy of Tai Academy. The Inner Academy is located on the back mountain of our academy. You may explore it at your leisure shortly. Currently, there are approximately 100 students in the Inner Academy, and the environment and benefits here far surpass those of the Outer Academy. Of course, competition is also more intense, but for you, that should pose no challenge. Kong Wenqi remarked, still bearing a hint of astonishment. At his current realm, he was still at the 9th level of the Royal Realm, unable to contend with any Royal Realm experts, while Chu Feng had already proven capable of defeating them. In this light, He realized he was not even a match for a student. The thought left Kong Wenqi feeling somewhat ashamed. All right, Chu Feng nodded slightly. He had previously visited the back mountain of the academy, but at that time, he was merely an outer academy student and could not enter the inner academy. Kong Wenqi continued. Each student who becomes an inner academy student for the first time is granted 10 hours in a cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber is significantly denser than outside, allowing for rapid cultivation. Typically, entering the cultivation chamber requires a substantial amount of credits, and many students reserve it for breakthroughs, utilizing the rich spiritual energy to facilitate their advancement. You are currently at the 9th level of Earth Spirit Realm, making this 10-hour cultivation chamber time ideal for your breakthrough to the Celestial Spirit Realm. Chu Feng nodded slightly at this information. However, he was aware that his cultivation of the chaotic art required him to reach the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm before he could break through to the Celestial Spirit Realm. The peak of the Earth Spirit Realm was notoriously difficult to achieve, but once he did break through to the Celestial Spirit Realm, his strength would see a substantial enhancement. The Celestial Spirit Realm would enable him to fly, and upon reaching that level, he would even be able to soar on a sword, making travel far more convenient. Additionally, as an inner academy student, he could stay overnight at the academy, and there were 10 palaces on the back mountain that could serve as residences for cultivation. However, these palaces were earned through strength, and with his capabilities, he would undoubtedly secure one. You can explore the palaces and challenge their owners for whichever one you desire. Kong Wenqi concluded. That is all I shall say for now. You can familiarize yourself with the rest at your own pace. Thank you, Director. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude. After saying this, he took his leave from Kong Wenqi and headed towards the back mountain of the academy. The rear mountain of Tai Academy is shrouded in mist, rendering it impossible to discern the situation within from the outside. When Chu Feng last visited, he was aware of the enchanting formations that isolated the mountain's interior from view. 2 guards stood sentinel at the foot of the mountain, preventing anyone who was not a student of the inner courtyard from entering. On his previous visit, Chu Feng had been halted and informed that this area was a forbidden zone. This time, he was similarly obstructed by the guards. However, Chu Feng promptly produced his identity Jade token as an inner courtyard student. Upon seeing the token, the guards were momentarily taken aback. Having watched over the rear mountain for many years, they had never encountered a student from the inner courtyard who possessed the Earth Spirit Realm status. The sight of such a student left them utterly astonished. After a thorough examination of Chu Feng's Jade token to confirm its authenticity, they finally permitted him to proceed into the rear mountain. As he stepped onto the mountain, Chu Feng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and in an instant, he found himself before a grand mountain, its height nearly 100 meters. At the base, a winding path paved with green stones led up to the summit. Atop the mountain stood exquisite palaces that appeared like ethereal abodes from a distance. The concentration of spiritual energy in the inner courtyard was astonishingly several times denser than that of the outer courtyard, prompting Chu Feng to take a deep breath in awe. Rather than hastily ascending, Chu Feng sought a secluded spot at the mountain's foot to sit and meditate, intending to first recuperate from his internal injuries before making his ascent. Within the storage ring gifted to him by Sheng Liar, he had several healing herbs. Chu Feng promptly retrieved one, channeling his energy through the chaos technique to gradually absorb its essence and mend his wounds. A day later, having nearly healed, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Not far in front of him, a rotund youth with a prosperous appearance was staring at him in a daze. This young man had arrived half a day prior, but seeing no malice in him, Chu Feng had chosen to ignore him. Good sir, are you also a student of the inner courtyard? The chubby youth inquired as Chu Feng stood. Indeed, Chu Feng replied with a slight nod. You're impressive. To achieve inner courtyard status at the Earth Spirit Realm is truly unprecedented. The youth exclaimed in admiration. It is merely the dean's favor. Chu Feng responded nonchalantly. Oh. The youth assumed Chu Feng had gained admission through connections, and thus refrained from further questioning. Chu Feng, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, began his ascent up the mountain. Seeing Chu Feng ascend, the youth quickly followed, smiling as he introduced himself. I am Murong Qing. May I ask your esteemed name, brother? Chu Feng, he replied coolly. Zhu, from which faction in Zhongzhou do you hail? Murong Qing inquired, puzzled by the name. I am from the Eastern Wasteland continent, Chu Feng stated matter-of-factly. Murong Qing halted in surprise, having anticipated Chu Feng to be a disciple of some significant faction in Zhongzhou, only to discover he was merely from the Eastern Wasteland, a region regarded by Zhongzhou inhabitants as a barbaric land with no notable powers, where even the strongest were but at the King realm. This revelation left Murong Qing deeply perplexed as to how Chu Feng had managed to enter the inner courtyard. Chu Feng disregarded Murong Qing's confusion and continued his ascent. Along the way, he observed numerous students meditating and cultivating, all of whom were at realms above the king level. Upon witnessing a mere Earth Spirit Realm student in their midst, many displayed expressions of profound bewilderment. Before long, Chu Feng reached the summit, which resembled a celestial paradise with 10 exquisite palaces artfully scattered across its expanse. In the center stood a vast training arena. At that moment, Murong Qing caught up with him. Is there anything particularly special about this inner courtyard? Chu Feng asked, unable to discern any features that might facilitate rapid cultivation. Special? The 10 palaces themselves are the special aspect, signifying one's status in the inner courtyard. Murong Qing replied, noting the numbered palaces from 1 to 10, speculating that the first palace belonged to the strongest individual in the inner courtyard. Can these palaces aid in cultivation? Chu Feng continued to inquire. The palaces do not assist in cultivation. They merely signify status, Murong Qing clarified. The true place for cultivation assistance is the Gale Wind Secret Realm. What lies within the Gale Wind Secret Realm? Chu Feng asked. Murong Qing elaborated. The secret realm is filled with terrifying gale winds that can fortify the body and aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Chu Feng nodded, understanding the gale wind's potential. Given his current lower realm, he could significantly enhance his physical strength, allowing him to better withstand harm when facing higher-level adversaries in the future. Who is the strongest in the inner courtyard, and what is their realm? Chu Feng pressed on. The mightiest is Mu Lei, at the 6th level of the King realm, currently residing in the first palace. The second palace belongs to senior sister Han Yu, while the third palace is occupied by Qin Wentian. Upon hearing the name Qin Wentian, Chu Feng interjected, Qin Wentian occupies the third palace? Murong Qing nodded, indeed. Do not be deceived by his status as a 9th heaven of the celestial spirit realm. His strength is extraordinarily formidable, and even some of the 9th king realm cannot contend with him. Where's the third palace? Chu Feng inquired further. Over there. Murong Qing gestured towards a distant palace. Without hesitation, Chu Feng made his way toward the third palace. Chu brother, do you aspire to become one of Qin Wentian's subordinates? Murong Qing queried, following closely behind. Qin Wentian is the direct descendant of Zhongzhou's most powerful family, with unparalleled talent and limitless potential. Many students in the inner courtyard wish to be his underlings. Upon hearing the mention of Qin Wentian, Chu Feng intended to seize the third palace for himself, not to serve as a subordinate. Becoming Qin Wentian's subordinate? Chu Feng Skop Gun Li, I am here to claim the third palace, not to become one of his lackeys. Even if he were to offer to serve me, I would refuse. Moments later, Chu Feng arrived at the third palace and boldly entered. Chu brother, you cannot just barge in like that. You will offend Qin Wentian. Murong Qing cautioned from outside, unable to follow Chu Feng inside. However, Chu Feng paid him no mind and strode deeper into the palace. A short while later, he emerged, revealing that Qin Wentian was not present. It seemed he was at the Qin family and had not come to Tai Academy. Chu brother, you must hurry out. Qin Wentian will arrive soon. Murong Qing exclaimed as Chu Feng stepped outside. Qin Wentian is coming? Chu Feng asked, his interest piqued. He almost always comes daily. He didn't show up yesterday for some reason, but I believe he should be here today. Murong Qing glanced back toward the foot of the mountain. You should come out. We can discuss things outside. No need. I shall wait for him here, Chu Feng replied, settling down to meditate while he awaited Qin Wentian's arrival. Murong Qing, frustrated, realized he had no obligation to worry about Chu Feng's fate, given that this was their first encounter. At that moment, several individuals approached from a distance. Upon seeing Chu Feng seated within the third palace, they began to murmur among themselves. An Earth Spirit Realm student has entered the inner courtyard. Could he be the offspring of some prominent figure? Murong Qing, who is he? How dare he intrude upon Qin Wentian's domain? Murong Qing quickly clarified. He is a new addition to the inner courtyard, likely hoping to become Qin Wentian's subordinate, but he simply lacks experience and barged into Qin Wentian's palace. At that moment, Chu Feng turned to the crowd and calmly declared, from this day forth, this third palace shall be mine. Murong Qing and the passers-by were left in stunned silence. Particularly Murong Qing, who had previously assumed Chu Feng sought to be Qin Wentian's subordinate, was astounded to learn that Chu Feng intended to seize the third palace for himself. Though anyone could challenge the owners of the 10 palaces, the audacity of Chu Feng, an Earth Spirit Realm student, to challenge the formidable Qin Wentian ranked third was nothing short of astounding. This is simply courting disaster. Brother Chu, Qin Wentian's temperament is notoriously volatile. The last time a renowned student dared to challenge him, he was left severely injured, bedridden for an entire month before he could recover. Now that Qin Wentian has yet to arrive, you must hastily vacate the third palace. Murong Qing urged anxiously. Upon hearing Murong Qing's words, Chu Feng maintained an air of indifference, stating, "He is merely Qin Wentian. I do not regard him at all." Murong Qing was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated such brazen ignorance from Chu Feng. Qin Wentian was, after all, one of the most exceptional prodigies across the central continent. And for Chu Feng to dismiss him so casually was nothing short of outrageous. Such hubris. The unseasoned calf fears neither tiger nor lion. Once he faces Qin Wentian's wrath, he will surely rue this moment. He is merely at the Earth's spirit realm. One slap from Qin Wentian could likely obliterate him. Several students from the inner court, overhearing Chu Feng's proclamation, erupted into derisive laughter. Before long, the commotion attracted a considerable crowd. Upon learning that Chu Feng, an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, audaciously aspired to challenge the third-ranked Qin Wentian, they all scoffed at his naivety. Qin Wentian is coming. Suddenly, a student among the onlookers shouted. Everyone turned their gazes towards the foot of the mountain and beheld Qin Wentian gradually ascending. "Brother Chu, Qin Wentian has arrived. You must leave the third palace at once." Murong Qing called out, urging Chu Feng to retreat. He had arrived just in time. Chu Feng had been concerned that Qin Wentian might not show, but now that he had, it was precisely what he desired. Seeing that Chu Feng remained obstinate, Murong Qing had no choice but to distance himself, fearing for his own safety. "What are you all doing here?" Qin Wentian questioned, his brow furrowed as he observed the crowd gathered before his third palace. "Qin Xiao, someone wishes to challenge you for your third palace," a student announced. Seeking death. Qin Wentian's anger flared. The last time he had witnessed Chu Feng's strength surpass his own, coupled with the protection of Wu Hongru, the Qin family could not afford to eliminate Chu Feng. This had left Qin Wentian seething with frustration, eager to find an outlet for his pent-up rage. "Come forth and embrace your demise." Qin Wentian swiftly approached the third palace, ready to summon the challenger to their fate. However, upon spotting Chu Feng seated at the entrance, his expression momentarily froze. "Kid, Qin Xiao has arrived. You ought to hurry out and kneel in apology. Indeed, if you humbly apologize, perhaps Qin Xiao, in his magnanimity, will grant you leniency." Several sycophants clamored for Chu Feng to emerge and plead for forgiveness. "Brother Chu, perhaps it would be prudent to apologize and lessen your punishment." Murong Qing, concerned for Chu Feng's well-being, urged him to concede. At that moment, Chu Feng rose slowly upon seeing Qin Wentian and calmly proposed, "Qin Wentian, shall we engage in combat?" Qin Wentian cast a cold glare at Chu Feng, wishing nothing more than to rend him limb from limb. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Chu Feng. To fight would only bring humiliation, while to abstain would invite scorn from the onlookers. In an instant, Qin Wentian found himself rooted in place, caught in a quandary. What is the matter with Qin Xiao? The crowd, witnessing Qin Wentian's hesitation and silence, was filled with confusion. "The third palace is yours." Feeling the peculiar gazes of the crowd upon him, Qin Wentian decided he could no longer remain. He coldly uttered a parting remark and turned to depart. Pathetic, too cowardly to accept a challenge. Chu Feng mocked loudly, attempting to provoke Qin Wentian into action. Yet, Qin Wentian merely paused momentarily before hastening away. Why is Qin Xiao leaving? The spectators were left in a state of shock as they observed Qin Wentian turn and leave. Disregarding even Chu Feng's taunts, they had anticipated a severe reprimand for Chu Feng, yet he had simply relinquished the third palace and walked away. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that Chu Feng's background is even more formidable than Qin Wentian's? Impossible. Qin Xiao is the scion of the illustrious Qin family, the most powerful clan in the central continent. Who could possibly rival his lineage? Then what could this mean? Is it conceivable that Qin Xiao was unable to contend with Chu Feng? Absolutely not. Qin Xiao is one of the foremost prodigies of the central continent, capable of battling above his realm. Chu Feng's cultivation is even a significant tier below Qin Xiao's. How could he possibly not be his opponent? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chu Feng paid no heed to their bewilderment, turning instead to stride into the third palace, discarding all of Qin Wentian's belongings that had been left inside. Chu Feng is impressive. He has discarded all of Qin Wentian's possessions, now that the third palace belonged to Chu Feng. Does this mean we can all challenge him and seize the palace? What use would it be to seize it with your strength, only to have it taken away by someone even stronger afterward? If I manage to take it, I can at least boast of being the former owner of the third palace. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to challenge Chu Feng. Clear the way. The third palace is mine. Suddenly, a gruff voice boomed. The crowd turned to see a burly man striding forth with an imposing presence. Is that Lin Kuei? How did he receive the news so swiftly? Now that he has arrived, we have no chance. Lin Kuei ranks 11th among the inner court. He has long sought to claim a palace, but has yet to succeed. Now that Qin Wentian has ceded the third palace to Chu Feng, it presents the perfect opportunity for Lin Kuei. Those students who aspired to become the former owner of the third palace sighed upon witnessing Lin Kuei's arrival. Lin Kuei had been cultivating not far away when he saw Qin Wentian relinquish the third palace to Chu Feng. He hurried over, eager to claim it for himself. "Kid, hurry out and surrender the third palace to me," Lin Kuei shouted at Chu Feng from the entrance. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted from within the third palace. In an instant, a wave of terrifying sword energy surged toward Lin Kuei at the entrance. Seeing this, Lin Kuei hurriedly summoned all his strength to defend himself. Boom! Lin Kuei could not withstand Chu Feng's sword energy and was violently hurled back several dozen meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Chu Feng's power is utterly terrifying? The crowd gazed in shock as Lin Kuei was sent reeling by a mere sword attack from Chu Feng. Lin Kuei, ranked 11th in the inner court, could not even withstand a single sword strike from Chu Feng. What does this imply about Chu Feng's strength? No wonder Qin Wentian chose to flee earlier. It appears that he recognized he was no match for Chu Feng and thus departed. This Chu Feng, at the Earth Spirit Realm, possesses such terrifying power. What an extraordinary prodigy. Qin Wentian has long been hailed as the strongest prodigy of the younger generation. Yet it seems Chu Feng is truly the mightiest among them. The onlookers buzzed with astonishment and speculation. Moments later, Lin Kuei struggled to rise from the ground, swaying unsteadily as he turned to leave. He could scarcely withstand the weaponized energy that Chu Feng had unleashed. Challenging him was simply out of the question. The crowd gradually dispersed, no longer daring to covet the third palace. At that moment, Murong Qing, seeing that the crowd had departed, approached the entrance of the third palace and called out to Chu Feng, "Brother Chu, may I enter?" "Please do," Chu Feng replied coolly. "Brother Chu, I had no idea you were this formidable. My previous worries were entirely unfounded," Murong Qing said, looking at Chu Feng with a face full of admiration. Was Chu Feng's nonchalant response, as he felt little inclination to engage with Murong Qing. Yet, given that Murong Qing had previously acquainted him with the inner court's circumstances, he did not wish to be overly inhospitable and simply dismiss him. Suddenly, Murong Qing adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "Brother Chu, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the scion of the Murong family from the central continent, and also a disciple of the Xintian sect." "A disciple of the Xintian sect?" Chu Feng replied, momentarily surprised. "Our Xintian sect stands as the foremost sect in Zhongzhou. Brother Chu, having seized the third hall from Qin Wentian, he will undoubtedly send his kin to exact revenge upon you. Why not join our Xintian sect? As long as you align yourself with us, the Qin family will think twice before acting against you," Murong Qing proclaimed with a beaming smile. Upon hearing Murong Qing's numerous entreaties, Chu Feng discerned that he was being invited to join the Xintian sect, and he promptly declined with a calm demeanor, saying, "I have no intention of joining a sect." Previously, Elder Gu Xinghai from your Xintian sect also extended an invitation, which I declined as well. "Elder Gu?" Murong Qing paused. Taken aback, he had not anticipated that Chu Feng would refuse even Gu Xinghai's invitation. Murong Qing, assigned by the sect to recruit exceptionally gifted talents to the Xintian sect, saw Chu Feng, a remarkable prodigy who had offended the Qin family, as a prime candidate for his mission. However, he was dismayed to realize that Chu Feng had no desire to join a sect at all. "Very well. I shall venture into the Gale Wind secret realm. You may take your leave if you have no other matters at hand," Chu Feng said, wishing to end the conversation. Murong Qing, unfazed by Chu Feng's indifference, immediately responded with enthusiasm, "Brother Chu, since you've never been to the Gale Wind secret realm, allow me to guide you there." Glancing at Murong Qing, Chu Feng did not refuse his offer and nodded in agreement. "All right." Murong Qing, elated, led the way as they proceeded towards the Gale Wind secret realm. Along the path, Murong Qing eagerly shared insights about the Gale Wind secret realm. Inside the Gale Wind secret realm lies an expansive desert, with fierce gales emanating from a canyon deep within. The closer one approaches the canyon, the more intense the gale becomes. Typically, the students of the Inner Academy remain outside the desert, utilizing the winds for body refinement, avoiding proximity to the canyon. Soon, Chu Feng followed Murong Qing to the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance was concealed within a cave at the edge of a mountain cliff, a location Chu Feng would have struggled to find without Murong Qing's guidance. "Brother Chu, I recently entered the Gale Wind secret realm, so I shall not accompany you this time. One cannot enter the Gale Wind secret realm too frequently, as it may inflict irreparable harm on one's body," Murong Qing explained. having visited the realm just the previous day and now refraining from re-entry. Understood. Thank you. Chu Feng replied with a slight nod of gratitude. No need for thanks. It is my honor to assist you, Brother Chu. Murong Qing smiled gently before bidding farewell and departing. As Murong Qing left, Chu Feng promptly entered the Gale Wind secret realm. With a powerful gust, the winds howled, and yellow sand filled the air. The sky was shrouded in dust. The sunlight obscured, casting everything in a dim yellow hue. In the distance, the fierce winds carried grains of sand, forming waves that surged forward in a continuous roar. What a ferocious gale! Chu Feng exclaimed, taken aback by the scene within the secret realm. The intensity of the gale was staggering, and it was evident that something extraordinary lay within the depths of the canyon. Chu Feng resolved to investigate further. Visibility was exceedingly low within the realm, and Chu Feng could not discern the location of the Gale Canyon. However, since the winds originated from the canyon, he knew that by moving against the wind, he would surely find it. Moments later, Chu Feng conjured a shield of spiritual energy, braving the winds as he began his search for the Gale Canyon. Along the way, he encountered several students seated on the ground, utilizing the gale for body refinement. Friend, do not venture further. With your current cultivation, proceeding ahead could be fatal. One student advised as Chu Feng passed by. Hearing this, Chu Feng merely smiled faintly and continued deeper into the desert. The student, witnessing Chu Feng's disregard for the warning, shook his head in resignation, muttering that Chu Feng was courting danger. In the depths of the desert, a colossal mountain range split open to reveal a vast canyon. The terrifying gale emanated from deep within this canyon. Not far from the canyon, in the desert, a man and a woman were struggling to approach, battling the fierce winds. Hanyu, if you cannot hold on, you might as well concede, the man shouted to the woman beside him. The gales roared so violently that one had to shout to be heard even at close range. Mule, dream on. Even if I concede, it will be on my own terms, the woman retorted loudly. This man and woman were Mule and Hanyu, the top two ranked students of the academy. Their abilities matched each other, and their competition had always been closely contested. To determine who held the title of the first and second of the Inner Academy, they had wagered on who would reach the Gale Canyon first or who would concede first. For nearly 10 days they had competed, unable to approach the canyon. Yet neither was willing to yield. Hanyu, as a woman, it would be detrimental for you to continue any further. Mule glanced at Hanyu's tattered clothes, which the gale had shredded, leaving her exposed. Mule was similarly disheveled, yet as a man, his exposure was less of concern. Han-Yi, noticing Mule's wandering gaze, glared furiously at him. Keep your eyes to yourself. Embarrassed, Mule quickly averted his gaze. How about we postpone our competition to a later date? Continuing this way is harmful to both our physiques. Having spent too long in the Gale Wind secret realm, they risked damaging their foundational health, and Mule sought to negotiate a delay. Absolutely not. This time, we must determine who is truly the first of the Inner Academy. An iwa ufadafianli, rejecting Maurici lei esa suggestion. Suddenly, a figure approached from afar, swiftly surpassing Mule and Hanyu, leaving them in stunned silence. Chapter 131. The Heavenly Tyrant Body. After a lengthy search, Chu Feng finally discovered the Gale Canyon. He began to make his way towards it slowly. Noticing Mule and Hanyu not far from the canyon, Chu Feng chose to ignore them and strode past them directly into the canyon. 9th level of Earth Spirit Realm? How is that possible? Mule and Hanyu were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Both of them were at the 6th level of King Realm, yet they had been unable to approach the canyon. To their astonishment, a nameless young man at the 9th level of Earth Spirit Realm had surpassed them, drawing near to the canyon. He is a student from our Inner Academy? How have I never seen him before? How ridiculous. We prided ourselves on being the top 2 of the Inner Academy, only to find there is someone even more formidable than us. Mule and Hanyu, witnessing Chu Feng enter the canyon, felt a wave of self-deprecation wash over them. What now? Mule turned to Hanyu. Meeting Mule's gaze, Hanyu sighed despondently. That person is undoubtedly the true first of the Inner Academy. There is no need for us to determine who is first anymore. Let us just leave. Agreed. Mule nodded in affirmative. With that, they turned and, with the Gale's assistance, quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had entered the Gale Canyon. Within the canyon, the Gale's ferocity was several times stronger than outside, and the wind speed was greatly increased. The roaring wind sliced through the air like blades, causing Chu Feng's entire body to ache. It seems I can go no further. Chu Feng observed the increasingly violent gales in the depths of the canyon and reluctantly halted his advance. The gales within the canyon were so terrifying that even a Royal Realm cultivator might struggle to withstand them, given his current low cultivation. Forcing his way deeper could severely injure his foundational health. After a moment, Chu Feng sat cross-legged, slowly channeling the Heavenly Tyrant Body technique to begin refining his body. The Heavenly Tyrant Body technique was an ancient body refinement method that Chu Feng had fortuitously acquired in his past life. When perfected, it could awaken the slumbering dragon within him, enabling him to shatter mountains and split seas with a single punch. Moreover, when under attack, a layer of protective energy would automatically manifest on his body to deflect harm. The Tianganba Tianju is a cultivation technique that utilizes the power of Gang Qi to refine the body, making it exceptionally suitable for Chu Feng's current training. Previously, in the Holy Dao Tower, Chu Feng acquired a substantial amount of body-refining spiritual liquid, which is now perfectly timed for consumption to expedite his mastery of the Tianganba Tea. Day after day, Chu Feng diligently consumed the refining liquid to enhance his training. Once he depleted the liquid, he continued to draw from the spiritual herbs stored in the ring given to him by Shengli persisting in his cultivation. After a month, Chu Feng finally achieved a minor accomplishment in the Tianganba Tea. With this advancement, his bodily defenses were significantly bolstered. If he were to encounter a situation similar to his previous battle with Qin Peng, he would no longer be vulnerable to the aftermath of the fight. During this period, Chu Feng's realm also ascended to the extreme of the Earth Spirit Realm, although he did not manage to break through to the Heavenly Spirit Realm. After achieving a minor success in the Tianganba Tea, Chu Feng cautiously ventured deeper into the canyon, yet he still could not approach the depths. He had initially aspired to uncover the secrets of the Gangwen Canyon, but it now appeared to be an impossibility, leaving him with the prospect of returning to explore once his strength had increased. Having spent a month in the Gangwen Canyon, Chu Feng's body was nearly at its limit. He needed to exit now, lest he jeopardize the foundation of his physique. Moreover, a month had passed, and Shengli might have returned, prompting Chu Feng's desire to see her. In a moment, Chu Feng turned, harnessing the wind's force, akin to leaves swept by a tempest, and soared towards the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, at the entrance of the Gangwind secret realm, Mu Rongqing was anxiously awaiting. Chu Feng had been inside the realm for a month without re-emergence, and she feared something ill had befallen him. Generally, cultivators spend only a few days within the Gangwind secret realm. Even Mu Lei and Han Yu could manage only about 10 days. With Chu Feng now over a month inside, it was certain something had gone awry. Has Chu Feng not yet emerged? At this juncture, Mu Lei and Han Yu arrived at the entrance of the Gangwind secret realm. They had encountered Chu Feng outside the canyon and learned of the news regarding him. Upon discovering that Chu Feng had seized Qin Wentian's third palace, they were astonished that Qin Wentian had left without daring to utter a word. Both were taken aback by this revelation. Neither of them could guarantee a victory against Qin Wentian. Furthermore, Qin Wentian was the heir of the most powerful family in Zhongzhou. It was utterly shocking that he had not retaliated against Chu Feng for commandeering his palace, leading them to deeply respect Chu Feng's strength and background. They had long wished to truly know Chu Feng, yet he had not emerged from the secret realm. 10 days prior, they learned of Chu Feng's continued absence and had ventured into the secret realm to search for him. However, they could not approach the canyon to discern the situation within, making it impossible to ascertain whether Chu Feng was alive or dead. They could only wait outside. Upon hearing Mu Lei and Han Yu's inquiries, Mu Rongqing sighed softly. He has not yet emerged. It has been a month. The odds of survival are slim. Han Yu, upon hearing Mu Rongqing's words, immediately assumed the worst for Chu Feng. What a pity that such an exceptional talent is lost to us. I shall never have the chance to know him. Mu Lei, filled with regret, was about to declare that Chu Feng had perished when suddenly a figure stepped out from the secret realm, interrupting him. You're still alive? Han Yu exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the figure emerging from the realm. Brother Chu, you are alive. How wonderful. Mu Rongqing's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Chu Feng. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Mu Rongqing. At that moment, Mu Lei, astonished by Chu Feng's survival, remarked, You managed to stay in the Gangwind secret realm for such an extended period, and within the Gangwind Canyon no less. Are you even human? Chu Feng glanced at Mu Lei and Han Yu, recalling their previous encounter outside the Gangwind Canyon. Brother Chu, these are our top 2 ranked individuals in the Inner Academy, Mu Lei and Han Yu. Mu Rongqing introduced them to Chu Feng. We're not the top 2 in the Inner Academy. Both Mu Lei and Han Yu, having witnessed Chu Feng's prowess in the secret realm, no longer dared to claim such superiority. Now, Chu Feng was the true first, with them relegated to second and third. I am Chu Feng. Upon hearing Mu Rongqing's introduction, Chu Feng promptly stated his name. As long as they were not adversaries, he had no qualms about forging friendships. Mu Lei and Han Yu, witnessing Chu Feng's humility, smiled and shared their backgrounds, engaging with him sincerely. They were astonished to learn that Chu Feng hailed from the eastern wasteland, having previously assumed he was a descendant of a hidden family in Zhongzhou. This revelation only served to highlight Chu Feng's extraordinary talent. After a brief exchange, Mu Lei expressed a desire to invite Chu Feng for drinks, but Chu Feng, eager to reunite with Sheng Li, politely declined, suggesting they could imbibe together another time. Chapter 132. A person from the upper realm. After bidding farewell to Mu Lei and the others, Chu Feng exited the inner academy, preparing to return to Feng Ting Courtyard to find Sheng Li. Chu Feng, you have returned from the secret realm? As Chu Feng stepped out of the inner academy, he encountered Kong Wenqi. Dean. Chu Feng offered a slight bow to Kong Wenqi. Kong Wenqi regarded Chu Feng with a broad smile, saying, Chu Feng, I never imagined you could endure a month in the Gangwin secret realm. It is truly remarkable. Had it not been for the teacher entering the secret realm and confirming your safety, I would have suspected you had perished within. Dean Wu had previously entered the secret realm to seek me? Chu Feng responded with mild confusion. During his time in the Gangwin Canyon, he had been wholly focused on his cultivation, and the surrounding noise of the Gangwind had been so overwhelming that he had not sensed Wu Hongru's presence. Kong Wenqi replied with a smile, indeed. I was concerned when I learned you had not emerged after more than 20 days. And since I could not approach the Gangwin Canyon, I had to request the teacher to enter the realm to find you. Thank you for your concern, Dean. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude softly. Kong Wenqi, pleased by Chu Feng's thanks, continued, the teacher wishes to see you after your exit, and I happen to be free to take you to him. Very well. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. A moment later, Kong Wenqi led Chu Feng to a magnificent palace. Chu Feng had previously seen this palace during his exploration of the academy, but it was a restricted zone that he had not been able to approach. This is where the teacher retreats for cultivation, Kong Wenqi explained. Understood. Chu Feng nodded in response. Shortly thereafter, Kong Wenqi guided Chu Feng into the palace, continuing deeper until they arrived at a cultivation chamber. The chamber was situated underground, its ceiling adorned with several large luminous pearls that illuminated the entire space with brilliance. The abundance of spiritual energy within the chamber far surpassed that of the inner academy, several times over. Chu Feng knew that the Tai Chi Academy was built atop a high-quality spiritual vein and understood the rationale for the chamber's subterranean construction. At that moment, at the far end of the cultivation chamber, Wu Hongru sat upon a massive cushion, eyes closed in meditation. Kong Wenqi respectfully bowed to Wu Hongru, announcing, Teacher, I have brought Chu Feng. Wu Hongru opened his eyes at the mention of Chu Feng and turned to look at him. Dean Wu. Chu Feng offered a slight bow. Chu Feng, it seems your time in the secret realm has yielded fruitful results. Although Chu Feng's cultivation remained at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, Wu Hongru sensed a significant enhancement in his power. It is all thanks to the cultivation and support provided by the Academy. Chu Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without enrolling in Tai Chi Academy, his growth would not have progressed so swiftly. The immense fortune gained from the Holy Dao Tower and the opportunities within the Inner Academy's Gangwine secret realm were all blessings bestowed by his entrance to Tai Chi Academy. Moreover, Wu Hongru had previously intervened to protect him from the Qin family, sparing him from their retribution. All these factors filled Chu Feng with profound appreciation for Wu Hongru and Tai Chi Academy. Wu Hongru regarded Chu Feng and slowly remarked, the Academy merely offers you a venue. Your achievements stem from your own capabilities. Now, let us set aside these pleasantries. I called you here primarily to discuss the matter concerning the Qin family. I recently conferred with several elders from the Qin family, and while they ostensibly agreed that the Qin family's imperial realm would refrain from targeting you in the future, the underlying truth remains uncertain. Although the Qin family's imperial realm cannot directly intervene, they still possess the capability to summon external imperial forces against you. Therefore, exercise caution and refrain from leaving the Holy Sky City, if possible. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dean Wu. The mere thought that the Qin family's imperial realm would hesitate to act against him filled Chu Feng with immense satisfaction. Given a period to grow, he would no longer fear the Qin family. Moreover, strive to avoid conflict with the Qin family. They have a formidable ancestor whose strength surpasses mine. However, his whereabouts remain a mystery, and his fate is uncertain, Wu Hongru advised. Understood. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. As long as the Qin family did not provoke him, he too wished to avoid any confrontation, opting to wait until his strength had increased. After a moment of silence, Wu Hongru suddenly turned to Chu Feng and asked, Would you be willing to take me as your master? Kong Wenqi, upon hearing this, also looked at Chu Feng with anticipation. seemingly eager for him to become Wu Hongru's disciple. This caught Chu Feng off guard. He had not expected Wu Hongru to propose such a thing. However, he felt that Wu Hongru lacked the qualifications to be his mentor and promptly declined, saying, "I already have a master." "You have a master? Who is it?" Wu Hongru inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. He had previously investigated Chu Feng and was aware that he did not have a master. Now that Chu Feng claimed he did, was it possible he deemed Wu Hongru unworthy of the title? "My master is not from the Wasteland Realm." Chu Feng could not directly say that Wu Hongru was unfit to be his master. Instead, he fabricated a story about having a master. Not from the Wasteland Realm? Wu Hongru's expression faltered momentarily before he grasped the implications. No wonder Chu Feng possessed such terrifying strength at such a young age. Wu Hongru had previously wondered how Chu Feng had cultivated such power. Now, realizing his master was not from the Wasteland Realm, he understood the source of Chu Feng's formidable abilities. His master must be a powerful being from a higher realm, capable of nurturing someone as exceptional as Chu Feng. "Is your master still in the Wasteland Realm?" Wu Hongru continued his inquiries. "Not anymore. Had my master been in the Wasteland Realm, I would have asked him to eradicate the Qin family." "Chu Feng ziplit non jialen." "What realm does your master belong to?" Wu Hongru asked, intrigued. "Imperial Realm." "Chu Feng zet ponde." "What? Imperial Realm?" Both Wu Hongru and Kong Wenqi were left utterly astonished. The Imperial Realm was a legendary level, and they had never anticipated that Chu Feng's master would be such a powerful figure. Seeing that they believed him, Chu Feng continued his pretense, saying, "Yes, my master claims to be from the upper realm. Our Wasteland Realm is merely the lowest tier. Above it lies countless intermediate realms, and the upper realm is a higher realm above the intermediate ones." Wu Hongru sighed in disbelief. "I never imagined this world to be so vast. Some of my contemporaries left the Wasteland Realm and never returned. I had assumed they perished out there. It appears they have ascended to realms beyond my comprehension." Chu Feng chose to remain silent, observing as the two fell into a state of astonishment and contemplation. After a considerable pause, Wu Hongru finally spoke. "Chu Feng, you may leave now." "Yes." Chu Feng promptly took his leave. Shortly after, he exited the Tai Academy, intending to return to Fengting Courtyard. It had been a month since his last visit, and he was eager to see Shengli who should have returned by now. "Chu Feng." Suddenly, a melodious voice called out, halting him in his tracks. He turned to see Mu Qingyao standing a short distance away, looking delicate and troubled. Noticing her pallor, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Had her cold goo poison flared up again, or had something unfortunate occurred? As he approached Mu Qingyao, he inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" "Yes. The spirit stones I gave you for the Crimson Flame Red Lotus seeds were insufficient, and I have gathered some more for you." Mu Qingyao replied, handing him a storage bag. Chu Feng glanced at the storage bag, but refrained from taking it. Instead, he looked up at Mu Qingyao and said, "I do not lack spirit stones. There is no rush. You can give them to me when you have more to spare. I do not wish to owe you." Mu Qingyao insisted, pressing the storage bag into his hands once more. Reluctantly, Chu Feng accepted it and continued, "How is your cold goo poison faring?" "It's manageable for now. It hasn't flared up." Mu Qingyao responded softly. One Crimson Flame Red Lotus seed could only suppress the cold goo poison for 10 days. And she had already used 4 of the 5 Chu Feng had given her, leaving her with just 1. However, she did not want to trouble him further and kept this information to herself. "I still have 3 Crimson Flame Red Lotus seeds. Take them as well." These 3 seeds were those Shengli had given to Chu Feng previously, and he now had the opportunity to pass them on to Mu Qingyao. "Really?" Mu Qingyao's eyes brightened slightly at the mention of the additional seeds. With 3 more, she could endure for over a month. "Yes," Chu Feng nodded, retrieving the seeds from his storage ring and handing them to her. Mu Qingyao gratefully accepted them without reservation. "Thank you. I will repay you with spirit stones for these 3 Crimson Flame Red Lotus seeds next time." She expressed her gratitude. Chu Feng earnestly looked at her and said, "There's no need to repay me with spirit stones. These 3 Crimson Flame Red Lotus seeds are a gift. I cannot accept this without giving something in return. I will repay you." Mu Qingyao shook her head in refusal. Seeing her obstinacy, Chu Feng could only smile wryly, contemplating how to improve their relationship. Mu Qingyao was his beloved. He did not wish for their interactions to be so distant. After a moment, he continued, "You seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulties? Share them with me, and I shall assist you. My matters do not concern you, and you cannot help me." Mu Qingyao replied coldly. Previously, the Mu family had sought to arrange a marriage between Mu Qingyao and Xiao Chun of the Xiao family. However, due to her perceived loss of virtue, Xiao Chun only agreed to take her as a concubine. The Mu family did not wish for their legitimate daughter to be reduced to a concubine, resulting in a stalemate. However, a month prior, Xiao Chen had been crippled by Chu Feng and now agreed to marry Mu Qingyao as his wife. The Mu and Xiao families were reportedly renegotiating the marriage arrangements, and it was likely that an engagement would soon be established. Mu Qingyao did not wish to marry Xiao Chun, yet she felt powerless to resist, her heart heavy with despair. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt a surge of anger, exclaiming, "How can you say I cannot help you if you do not speak up?" Mu Qingyao gazed into the distance, remaining silent. Chu Feng realized he could not influence her family's decisions unless he were to marry her himself. Perhaps then they might reconsider, given his potential. However, the likelihood of that occurring was slim, as his current strength was too low, and he had offended the Qin family. The Mu family would hardly risk their standing to oppose the Qin family on his behalf. "I am fine. Now, I must return home. I will repay you for the spirit stones for the Crimson Flame, Red Lotus Seeds, next time." Unable to change the inevitable outcome, Mu Qingyao did not wish to linger on the topic and coldly stated before turning to leave. Seeing her walk away so coldly, Chu Feng felt a wave of frustration, wishing he could chase after her and give her a piece of his mind. Not long after, he returned to Fengding Courtyard. At this moment, Lin Shuang was still guarding the courtyard. Lier has not returned yet. Chu Feng learned from Lin Shuang that Sheng Li was still absent, causing his brow to furrow in concern for her safety. "Do not worry, young master. The young lady sent a message 10 days ago, stating she would resolve her matters within 2 months and return to meet you." Lin Shuang zet pet fun informed Chu Feng. All right, Chu Feng nodded slightly. He had not seen her for such a long time and longed to reunite with Sheng Li, only to find out she had not yet returned. The message indicated she would be back within 2 months, which meant he would have to wait nearly another month. Chu Feng decided to return to the Tai Academy for further cultivation during this time. "I have journeyed to Tai Academy to cultivate, and upon Lier's return, you must instruct her to seek me out at Tai Academy." Chu Feng directed his gaze towards Lin Shuang. "Understood." Lin Shuang promptly replied with utmost respect. Having said that, Chu Feng prepared to depart for Tai Academy. Suddenly, the stewardess, Hong Yu, rushed out, respectfully addressing Chu Feng. "Young master, 3 days ago, Fengshui Chamber of Commerce sent a message, inviting you for a meeting." Fengshui Chamber of Commerce? Chu Feng's heart leaped with joy, pondering whether it might be the return of a superior from Ji Xian. With this thought, Chu Feng hastened his steps toward Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. If indeed a superior from Ji Xian had returned, it would allow him to establish contact with Luo Shui. Once he connected with Luo Shui, he could return to the higher realm and swiftly augment his strength. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived at Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. "Young Master Chu," Hon Qiuad Exilema, her face lighting up as she approached him to pay her respects. The previous auction of the 6th grade Sacred Heart Pill had garnered her a substantial reward, filling her with gratitude towards Chu Feng. Is your manager present?" Chu Feng replied with a warm smile. "Yes, the manager instructed me that upon your arrival, I should escort you to him." Han Xiao responded, leading Chu Feng to a courtyard located at the rear of Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. Chu Feng had anticipated being taken to the 7th floor, but was instead led to the courtyard at the back. "Manager, young Master Chu has arrived." Han Xiao called out to the courtyard. Moments later, Ji Xian slowly emerged from the courtyard. "Young Master Chu, please come in." Ji Xian greeted with a smile, inviting him inside. Chu Feng stepped into the courtyard, which exuded tranquility and elegance, a scene reminiscent of poetry. Hastening to Ji Xian's side, Chu Feng eagerly inquired, "Manager Ji, has your superior returned?" "Indeed, the superior is awaiting your presence," Ji Xian replied with a smile. Subsequently, Ji Xian led Chu Feng to the rear courtyard. At that moment, a formidable middle-aged man clad in a blue robe sat in the central pavilion of the courtyard, his eyes closed in meditation. 7th level of the Divine Emperor Realm. Chu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment upon perceiving the man's cultivation level. He had expected the steward of Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, who governed a realm, to be a formidable figure at the level of a sect master or a sovereign. But it turned out to be merely the 7th level of the Divine Emperor Realm. "Sir, young Master Chu has arrived," Ji Xian respectfully announced to the blue-robed man. The man slowly opened his eyes, appraising Chu Feng from head to toe. After a moment, he cast a glance at Ji Xian, who promptly understood the unspoken command and withdrew. "I hear you are acquainted with Luo Shui?" The blue-robed man observed Chu Feng with a detached demeanor. "Indeed," Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Luo Shui's name, Chu Feng was assured that Fengshui Chamber of Commerce was indeed the establishment founded by Luo Shui. "Then enlighten me, who is Luo Shui?" The blue-robed man continued to gaze at Chu Feng, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 134. Love at first sight with Luo Shui. Luo Shui is, of course, your master, the founder of Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. How did you come to know this? The blue-robed man's eyes turned frosty as he scrutinized Chu Feng, as if ready to strike if he received an unsatisfactory answer. Luo Shui herself disclosed it to me. Chu Feng maintained his composure. You speak nonsense. The master has never set foot in the wasteland realm. How could she possibly tell you? The blue-robed man's gaze was laced with murderous intent, poised to eliminate Chu Feng at any moment. I met Luo Shui in a secret realm that connects to Myriad Worlds. She just happened to enter that realm, and thus we became acquainted. Chu Feng fabricated atade. Even if the master met you, she would never casually divulge matters concerning the Chamber of Commerce. Speak the truth. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. The blue-robed man remained skeptical, his cold stare demanding the truth. What I say is the truth. Luo Shui and I fell in love at first sight in the secret realm. She confided many of her secrets to me, instructing me to seek out Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce and find her through it. Chu Feng continued his charade. In his previous life, he had always been aware of the affections Luo Shui and her sister held for him, but due to the constraints of the nether demon body, he had been unable to accept them. In this life, liberated from those constraints, he would not betray their feelings again. You seek death, daring to insult the master. The blue-robed man was enraged, rising to strike down Chu Feng. Unfazed, Chu Feng declared, you cultivate the heavenly net heart method, which has 7 levels. Given your realm, you should only have mastered the 3rd level, correct? In his previous life, Luo Shui had consulted Chu Feng about passing the heavenly net heart method to the steward of Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce, and he had consented, allowing her to impart it. The blue-robed man halted abruptly, exclaiming in astonishment, you even know this? His expression reflected disbelief. Their connection with Luo Shui was shrouded in secrecy, and outsiders were not privy to their methods. Could it be that Chu Feng truly was the one Luo Shui had fallen for at first sight? Thus she revealed all her secrets to him. However, he remained skeptical, doubting that a nameless boy from a lower realm could captivate Luo Shui so deeply. Seeing the blue-robed man's lingering disbelief, Chu Feng slowly recited the incantation for the 3rd level of the heavenly net heart method. Those in charge from other realms also know this. It does not prove your identity. The blue-robed man snorted, suspecting that Chu Feng might have learned these secrets from another realm as steward. I know all the techniques and skills that Luo Shui practices. If you have seen her use any, name it, and I shall demonstrate. In his previous life, all of Luo Shui's skills have been taught by Chu Feng, and he was well versed in them all. After a moment of contemplation, the blue-robed man spoke, I have seen the master utilize the snowfall and flowerfall palm. If you could perform it, show me. Chu Feng smiled faintly at the request, swiftly executing the palm technique towards a nearby sapling. Instantly, an imprint resembling falling snowflakes struck the small tree with great force. Boom! The sapling shattered into countless fragments, each glimmering with frost. You truly can. The blue-robed man was taken aback, astonished. After a brief pause, he named 2 more techniques used by Luo Shui, which Chu Feng effortlessly replicated. At that moment, the blue-robed man finally believed Chu Feng's words. Stone Rock pays his respects to young master, confirming Chu Feng as the one who had captured Luo Shui's heart. The blue-robed man immediately bowed respectfully. You're called Stone Rock. Chu Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, I am your subordinate, Stone Rock. The blue-robed man replied with a respectful nod. Tell me about Shui. How is she faring now? Chu Feng inquired eagerly, desperate to learn of Luo Shui's well-being. He had been worried that after being ambushed to death by several peak Emperor realm experts, Luo Shui and Luo Xian might seek vengeance, putting themselves in danger. Stone Rock replied respectfully, I have not seen a master for a long time and do not know her current status. A year ago, we received orders from above to conceal ourselves and refrain from contacting them for the time being. I have been out of contact for a year, so I'm unaware of what has transpired above. Chu Feng's brow furrowed upon hearing this. A year ago, it must have been after his incident that Luo Shui and Luo Xian took some form of retaliatory action, drawing the attention of those peak Emperor realm experts, prompting the lower ranks to hide. Now that Stone Rock had severed contact with the higher-ups, he could not glean any news of Luo Shui or reach out to her. Damn it! Chu Feng had initially believed that finding Stone Rock would enable him to swiftly connect with Luo Shui and return to the higher realm. Little did he know it would lead to such a predicament, leaving him empty-handed. Young master? Observing Chu Feng's fluctuating expression, Stone Rock inquired with concern. It's nothing. I had hoped that by locating you, I could quickly find Shui. To my astonishment, you are utterly uninformed. It seems I must wait until my strength escalates before I can embark on a quest to find her. Chu Feng directed his gaze toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan's prowess remains insufficient. Were he to attain the pinnacle of the sect realm, or even the esteemed realm, Chu Feng could command him to lead him to the upper realm. However, with Shi Yan's current cultivation level at the 7th stage of the royal realm, he is incapable of providing adequate protection. Moreover, without any means to contact Luo Shui and the others, returning to the upper realm poses a significant risk to his safety. For now, he must remain in the desolate legacy realm and await the enhancement of his abilities before venturing to the upper realm. It is my inadequacy that prevents me from aiding you, young master. Shi Yan immediately lowered his head in apology upon hearing this. Chu Feng's eyes fixed upon Shi Yan. Although Shi Yan could not escort him back to the upper realm, he could still prove to be quite helpful within the desolate legacy realm. With Shi Yan at the 7th stage of the divine emperor realm, one level above Wu Hongru, Chu Feng no longer needed to fear the Qin family. Have you perfected the 3rd layer of the Tianluo heart method? I am willing to impart the incantations for the 4th layer. Chu Feng wished to assist Shi Yan in enhancing his power, enabling him to better safeguard himself. At these words, Shi Yan's body trembled with excitement as he replied, I have indeed perfected the 3rd layer, but I've been unable to contact the higher levels to obtain the incantations for the 4th layer. Their heart methods were not passed on all at once. One had to cultivate each preceding layer to perfection before seeking the next. Shi Yan had completed the 3rd layer 6 months ago, but he lost contact with the upper levels and was unable to acquire the subsequent incantation. Hearing that Chu Feng could teach him the 4th layer incantation filled Shi Yan with immense joy. Chapter 135. The Master of the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. After a brief moment, Chu Feng began to impart the 4th layer of the Tianluo heart method to Shi Yan, elucidating the critical points of its cultivation. With patient repetition, it took Shi Yan 2 thorough explanations before he fully grasped it. Thank you, young master. From this day forth, you shall be my master, just as Luo Shui is. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to command me. Chu Feng was the object of Luo Shui's affections, and she had divulged many secrets to him. It was clear that they would ultimately be together. Shi Yan believed that by expressing his loyalty now, he would surely earn Chu Feng's greater favor. There is no need to call me master. Simply refer to me as young master. Chu Feng was thoroughly pleased with Shi Yan's declaration. Yes, Shi Yan respectfully acknowledged. Devote yourself to your cultivation. Once you have perfected the 4th layer, I shall impart the 5th layer to you. Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. Thank you, young master. Shi Yan expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. What weapon do you wield? Noticing Shi Yan's loyalty, Chu Feng contemplated passing on a high-level spiritual technique to enhance his power, thus enabling him to assist more effectively in the future. I do not utilize weapons. I rely solely on my iron fists in battle. Shi Yan clenched his fists and displayed them to Chu Feng. Fists? Chu Feng pondered briefly and then proposed. I shall now pass on to you a mid-tier heavenly level fist technique. The Great Wilderness Meteor Fist. A mid-tier heavenly level fist technique? Shi Yan exclaimed with uncontainable joy. His current technique was merely a high-tier earthly level one, and the thought of receiving a mid-tier heavenly level technique from Chu Feng thrilled him immensely. It seemed he had not misrepresented his loyalty. Even the smallest favor from Chu Feng would be of lifelong benefit to him. Indeed, Chu Feng smiled slightly at Shi Yan's exuberance. In his previous life, Chu Feng had many subordinates, and whenever they performed their duties competently, he would reward them with various techniques or elixirs. Those who received such rewards would express their gratitude, just as Shi Yan was now. It had been a long time since Chu Feng had experienced such a feeling, and witnessing Shi Yan's reaction brought memories of his past to mind. Half an hour later, Chu Feng had imparted all the incantations and techniques of the Great Wilderness Meteor Fist to Shi Yan. Shi Yan expressed his gratitude once more, eager to remain by Chu Feng's side for protection. However, Chu Feng preferred that Shi Yan did not accompany him, for he spent most of his time at the Tai Academy, which did not require Shi Yan's presence. Focus on your cultivation. I will summon you when necessary. Chu Feng in Stut Sizan. Yes, young master. Shi Yan replied with respect. Very well. I must head to the Tai Academy for my training. Chu Feng stood up, preparing to take his leave. Young master, allow me to escort you. Shi Yan immediately offered, eager to accompany Chu Feng out. Ah, young master. This is a special distress signal flare from our Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. Should you find yourself in peril, activate the signal, and I will arrive at the quickest speed. Shi Yan presented several flares to Chu Feng. Understood. Chu Feng accepted the flares. Given his current low cultivation level, he might indeed find them useful in the future. Moments later, Shi Yan escorted Chu Feng to the entrance of the courtyard. At that moment, Ji Xian awaited outside the gate. My lord. Ji Xian greeted Shi Yin with a respectful bow, astonished to see Shi Yin personally seeing Chu Feng off. Yixuan, from now on, young master is the master of our Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. Shi Yin pointed at Chu Feng, introducing him with gravity. Ah! Ji Xian exclaimed in shock, his gaze directed at Chu Feng filled with disbelief. He had investigated Chu Feng's background and knew him to be merely a scion of a minor family from the eastern wilderness continent. He could not fathom why Shi Yin would recognize Chu Feng as the master of the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. What do you mean, Quickly pay your respects to young master. Shi Yin reprimanded. Yes. Ji Xian quickly turned to Chu Feng and bowed respectfully. Master, there is no need to call me master. Simply refer to me as young master. Chu Feng ziplit gan li. Yes, young master. Yixuan hastily affirmed. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chu Feng glanced at Shi Yin and Ji Xian before turning to depart. My lord, is Chu Feng truly the master of our Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce? After Chu Feng left, Ji Xian inquired of Shi Yin once more, worried that Shi Yin might have been deceived by Chu Feng. Of course. What is it to you? Do you have any objections? Shi Yin glared at Ji Xian. Not at all. I was merely perplexed. Yixuan stammeret. You need not delve too deeply. Simply understand that young master is the master of our chamber. Shi Yin reiterated. Yes. Ji Xian dared not express further doubt, responding with respect. After leaving the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce, Chu Feng ambled toward the Tai Academy. Before long, he passed through a secluded street. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the end of the street, accompanied by sounds of a brawl. Chu Feng turned his gaze to see a group of individuals surrounding a man and a woman, the man already injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shi Bufan? Although Chu Feng initially had no intention of intervening, recognizing the couple compelled him to halt and approach the group. The man was Shi Bufan, accompanied by a woman he was fond of. Chu Feng was uncertain of her name, but he recalled that Sheng Liar had mentioned her surname was Du. At that moment, Xiao Yun wore a sinister grin as he gazed at Shi Bufan and the woman beside him, declaring, Shi Bufan, kneel and apologize to me, and I may consider sparing you. Xiao Yun harbored resentment over Shi Bufan's previous dominance in the new student secret realm and the Sacred Path Tower, and today, he seized the opportunity to confront Shi Bufan, intent on teaching him a lesson. As a student of the Tai Academy, Shi Bufan could not be killed, but he could certainly be beaten and humiliated. Xiao Yun, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay for this. Shi Bufan glared fiercely at Xiao Yun, wishing he could tear him to shreds. Typically, Shi Bufan cultivated in the vicinity of the Tai Academy, and Xiao Yun dared not act against him there. Today, however, Shi Bufan had relaxed, inviting his beloved Du Yi for a stroll in the sacred Heaven City, only to unexpectedly encounter Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was accompanied by two individuals at the King Realm, one of whom was at the 8th stage of the King Realm, making Shi Bufan no match for them and subjecting him to Xiao Yun's humiliation. Shi Bufan resolutely shielded Du Yi, unwilling to permit her to suffer any indignity. Regardless of his own humiliation, rest assured, I am a good person and shall not kill you. Xiao Yundan cast a dismissive glance at Shi Bufan, refusing to take his threats to heart. His gaze shifted to Du Yi, who stood behind Shi Bufan, and he smiled, saying, Miss Du, why not join me? The Xiao family is a prestigious clan in Zhongzhou, with access to advanced cultivation techniques and spiritual skills. Whatever you desire, I can provide for you. The greatest humiliation for Shi Bufan would be to snatch away the woman he cherished. Xiao Yundan reveled in the thought of seizing Du Yi from Shi Bufan's side, relishing the prospect of inflicting profound shame upon him. Chapter 136. Protecting one's beloved. You can't possibly think I would leave my brother Bufan. Du Yi shot an indignant glare at Xiao Yundan. Since you lack appreciation for my intentions, I shall take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing Du Yi's words, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within Xiao Yundan as he contemplated forcing himself upon her. Du Yi was merely an ordinary student at Tai Academy. Even if he were to insult her, the Academy would only impose a trivial punishment. However, should he offend Du Yi, the repercussions for Shi Bufan would be lifelong torment. The mere thought of Shi Bufan's anguish sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Xiao Yundan. Moreover, Du Yi was a striking beauty, a rare gem that had long captivated his imagination. Today, he could achieve two objectives, winning Du Yi and subjecting Shi Bufan to unbearable suffering. Hold them both. I want Shi Bufan to witness how I humiliate his beloved. Xiao Yundan cackled wickedly. Upon hearing his declaration, two powerful warriors from the Xiao family swiftly restrained Shi Bufan and Du Yi. Xiao Yundan, if you dare lay a hand on Yi, I swear I will annihilate your entire lineage. Shi Bufan's eyes burned with fury as he roared at Xiao Yundan, who was slowly approaching Du Yi. Ha ha ha! The sight of Shi Bufan's rage and despair sent Xiao Yundan into fits of ecstatic laughter. The suffering of his enemy was his greatest delight. Get away, you monster! Du Yi cried out in terror as Xiao Yundan drew nearer. In response, Xiao Yundan seized her chin, grinning maliciously. Dear beauty, hold your cries for now. We shall save them for later. Ha ha ha! With that, he prepared to strip her of her garments, intent on committing unspeakable acts. Suddenly, a faint voice interrupted him, causing his excitement to falter abruptly. Under the broad daylight, you dare to engage in such nefarious deeds? Chu Feng strolled forward from a distance, having witnessed Xiao Yundan's intentions, and immediately intervened. Get lost. Dare to disrupt my business, and I will flay you alive. Xiao Yundan, caught off guard and furious at the interruption, turned to berate Chu Feng. However, upon recognizing Chu Feng's visage, his words died in his throat, and he trembled with fear. Xiao Yundan, the youngest son of Xiao Beichun, was well aware of the terrifying events surrounding Chu Feng's previous encounter with Xiao Chun, as well as his defeat of Xiao Beichun and Qin Peng. Afterward, Xiao Beichun had warned him to avoid provoking Chu Feng at the academy, lest the Xiao family be unable to save him. Xiao Yundan never anticipated encountering Chu Feng in such a dire situation. Chu Feng and Shi Bufan, along with Du Yi, hailed from the eastern wasteland, and it was certain they were acquainted. Now that Chu Feng witnessed him attempting to harm Du Yi, he would not easily let him off the hook. Trembling in fear, Xiao Yundan stammered, Chu Feng, I was merely joking with him. Yes, just a harmless jest. The two warriors accompanying Xiao Yundan turned pale at the mention of Chu Feng's name, fully aware of the events that had transpired at the auction house. Even Xiao Beichun and Qin Peng were no match for Chu Feng, and they certainly stood no chance. Just, Chu Feng ziplit gonli, skopfing, leave. Chu Feng had initially intended to step in and teach Xiao Yundan a lesson for Shi Bufan's sake, yet he refrained from intervening too much, knowing that Shi Bufan would prefer to settle the score himself rather than through his intervention. Yes, we shall leave at once. Relieved at Chu Feng's permission to depart, Xiao Yundan hastily turned to flee, glancing back anxiously as if fearing Chu Feng might change his mind and unleash a blast of sword energy upon him. In mere moments, Xiao Yundan and his companions vanished from sight. Chu Feng then approached to free Shi Bufan from his restraints. Shi Bufan rushed to Du Yi, releasing her from her confinement, and urgently asked, Yi, are you all right? As soon as Du Yi was freed, she leaped into Shi Bufan's embrace, holding him tightly. Shi Bufan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as he looked at her, saying, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect you. Du Yi released him and met his gaze, saying, Bufan, I don't blame you. It's all Xiao Yundan's fault. Shi Bufan declared angrily, I will kill Xiao Yundan. Only then did he recall Chu Feng's presence, quickly turning to him and expressing his gratitude. Brother Chu, thank you for your timely assistance. Without Chu Feng's intervention, Shi Bufan could scarcely imagine the dire fate that awaited him and Du Yi. After enduring Xiao Yundan's humiliation, Du Yi would likely have contemplated taking her own life, and he would have been left to suffer in despair for the rest of his days. I was merely passing by. It was a simple matter, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Brother Chu, your simple act has saved both our lives. Shi Bufan said as he took Du Yi's hand, once again thanking Chu Feng. From now on, focus on your cultivation and protect your beloved. Chu Feng sudenli advis. Uncertain of why he felt compelled to share this advice with Shi Bufan, he recognized his own desire to safeguard his cherished ones, perhaps empathizing with Shi Bufan's plight. He did not wish for him to lose Du Yi, just as he didn't want to lose Sheng Liar and the others. The recent disappearance of Yin Qingying had left him heartbroken for a time. Had he possessed greater strength then, he would not have lost her. Yes, I will. Thank you. Brother Chu, Shi Bufan replied, gazing at Chu Feng. Brother Chu, have we met before? You seem so familiar. Chu Feng did not conceal the truth, saying, we competed against each other in the Eastern Wasteland competition. I was known as Chun Feng back then. Ah, you are Chun Feng? Shi Bufan exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Chu Feng. Du Yi also gazed at Chu Feng in surprise, recalling the match between Shi Bufan and Chun Feng. Indeed, this is my true identity now, Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. How foolish of me not to recognize an old acquaintance. Shi Bufan quickly said, no worries. Well, I must take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to. Xiao Yundan should refrain from making further moves against you for the time being, but do remain vigilant. Chu Feng concluded, bidding farewell before slowly departing. After witnessing Shi Bufan's ordeal, Chu Feng felt an urgency to strengthen himself. determined to avoid any future loss of loved ones. With Luo Xian and Luo Shui still unaccounted for, and Yun Qingying's whereabouts unknown, he needed to accelerate his cultivation. What a shame. I'd hoped to share a drink with Brother Chu. Sure Bufan lamented as he watched Chu Feng leave. Don't worry. Since Brother Chu is also at Tai Academy, there will surely be opportunities for you to drink together in the future. Du Yi reassured him with a smile. Yes. But now Brother Chu has grown so formidable that even the two Royal Realm warriors beside Xiao Yundan fear him. Sure Bufan expressed with a hint of envy. If only he possessed strength akin to Chu Feng's, such incidents could have been avoided. Were they not frightened by the Saint Elder behind Chu Feng? Du Yi had assumed that Xiao Yundan and his Royal Realm companions fled in fear of the Saint Liar and the Sheng family. No, I could sense that they were genuinely afraid of Brother Chu himself. The reason remains unknown to me. Sure Bufan replied, unaware of the earlier events at the auction house. However, he could discern from the fear in Xiao Yundan and the two Royal Realm warriors' eyes that their trepidation stemmed from Chu Feng as an individual, not merely his connections. Chapter 137. Breaking Through to the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Not long after, Chu Feng arrived at Tai Academy. Having previously become an inner court student and earned 10 hours of cultivation room time, he had yet to utilize it. Now, Chu Feng has encountered the opportunity to break through to the celestial spirit realm, and he intends to utilize this time to make that leap. Once he achieves this breakthrough, his strength will see a significant enhancement. Soon, Chu Feng arrived at the training chamber of the Tai Academy, located 20 meters underground at the heart of the institution. In a vast passageway, there were several training rooms lined on either side, each housing a dozen or so students. At this moment, many students were queuing, seemingly waiting to use the training rooms. Seeing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brows slightly. With so many students, he would likely have to wait an extended period. Given the crowd today, it might well extend into tomorrow. Just when I finally accumulated enough credits to use the training room for my breakthrough, I never anticipated such a throng of people. It seems today, 1TB my turn. How fortunate the inner courtyard students are with their dedicated training rooms. They hardly ever have to queue. Yet, it is understandable. Inner courtyard students are exceptionally gifted prodigies, and it is only fair that the academy grants them certain privileges. If you possess the ability, strive to become an inner courtyard student as well, then you 1T have to wait in line. As Chu Feng hesitated whether to join the queue, he suddenly overheard a discussion among the students waiting. Is it true that inner courtyard students possess such privileges? Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised by the revelation and immediately made his way to the front of the line. Hey, do you even understand the rules? Get to the back of the line. Some of the students waiting noticed Chu Feng attempting to cut in and immediately began to scold him angrily. In response, Chu Feng calmly produced his identity Jade token as an inner courtyard student and waved it gently. The outer courtyard Jade token is pure white, while the inner courtyard one is a mix of white and green, easily distinguishable at a glance. An inner courtyard student? How could he, at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, be an inner courtyard student? His Jade token can't possibly be genuine, right? I'm at the 9th level of the Celestial Spirit Realm, and I couldn't enter the inner courtyard. Why does he deserve to be there? It's utterly unfair. I recognize him. That is Chu Feng. He ascended to the top of the Holy Path Tower through cheating last time. He must have been allowed into the inner courtyard due to the contributions he made there. Damn it. Why is his luck so extraordinary? Cheating his way to the top of the Holy Path Tower, receiving massive rewards, and now gaining entry to the inner courtyard. The crowd looked at Chu Feng with resentment, murmuring amongst themselves. Chu Feng paid no heed to their chatter and walked directly to the registration desk within the passage. After the middle-aged man in a green robe verified his inner courtyard Jade token, he inquired, "How many hours will you be using?" "All 10 hours, Chu Feng declared, wishing to devote all his time to breaking through to the Celestial Spirit Realm. Once he achieves that, any remaining time can be utilized for solidifying his newfound level. However, he feared that if he exhausted the 10 hours without breaking through, it would all be for naught. Room 3. The green-robed man recorded Chu Feng's information and handed him a bronze token inscribed with the number 3. Chu Feng grasped the token and proceeded towards Training Room 3. At the entrance of the training room, a mechanism awaited, and upon inserting the 3rd token, the stone door of Room 3 slowly creaked open. The room was modest in size, entirely devoid of furnishings. In the center stood a fist-sized stone aperture, from which rich spiritual energy flowed steadily into the room. As soon as Chu Feng entered, the stone door began to close. Moments after the door sealed, the spiritual energy within the chamber became exceedingly dense. Chu Feng settled beside the stone aperture, preparing to commence his cultivation. Suddenly, he heard Linger's voice whispering in his ear, "Chu Feng, through this stone aperture. I can assist you in absorbing the high-grade spiritual vein located underground into the Chaos Star Pearl. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's heart leapt with joy. If he could absorb the high-grade spiritual vein into the Chaos Star Pearl, he would be able to cultivate within it day and night, significantly accelerating his training speed. However, he quickly recalled that all the students within Tai Academy relied on this high-grade spiritual vein for their growth. If he were to take it away, the students would no longer be able to cultivate within the academy, drastically reducing their training efficiency, leading to the slow decline of Tai Academy. Previously, he had already gained numerous opportunities from Tai Academy, and it would be selfish of him to claim the high-grade spiritual vein for himself. Moreover, while a high-grade spiritual vein is considered top-tier in the Wasteland realm, in higher realms, it pales in comparison. There are even superior-grade veins, sacred-grade veins, and the legendary divine and imperial-grade veins. In the future, he would have access to even better veins. There was no need to pilfer Tai Academy's high-grade spiritual vein now. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng resolutely decided, never mind. This high-grade spiritual vein belongs to Tai Academy. I shall not take it. Linger, please do your utmost to draw the spiritual energy over. I will see if I can break through to the celestial spirit realm. Linger readily agreed upon hearing Chu Feng's decision. All right. Shortly thereafter, following Linger's instructions, Chu Feng positioned his right hand, marked with the Chaos Star Pearl, above the stone aperture. Instantly, a beam of spiritual light shot forth from the palm of his hand, penetrating deep into the stone aperture. In a moment, an unceasing flow of dense spiritual energy began to pour out from the aperture. What a richness of spiritual energy! Observing this abundance, Chu Feng immediately commenced his cultivation. Throughout the process, he continuously consumed spiritual herbs to assist his training. An hour passed, 2 hours, 9 hours. What is happening? Where has the spiritual energy gone? Why has it vanished? At this moment, individuals in the other training rooms noticed the sudden stop of spiritual energy flowing from the stone aperture, and bewilderment and anger spread among them. Many had queued for a prolonged period, accumulating credits for quite some time, only to arrive at the training room for a breakthrough. Now, with no spiritual energy available, their credits seemed wasted. Consequently, everyone exited their training rooms in a huff, raising their voices in protest. Everyone, please remain calm. The training room's energy will be replenished shortly. I will go summon someone to investigate the situation. The personnel responsible for the training rooms hastily tried to calm the agitated crowd. Meanwhile, all the spiritual energy from the high-grade vein was being drawn into Chu Feng's training room by Linger, causing a gentle rain of spiritual energy to fall within. Chu Feng had reached a critical juncture for his breakthrough, necessitating an ample supply of spiritual energy. 15 minutes later, suddenly, Chu Feng's body trembled violently, unleashing an immensely powerful flow of energy. Ha ha ha! I've finally broken through. Chu Feng's eyes flew open, and he erupted into joyous laughter. With the aid of the spiritual herbs from St. Lyre's storage ring and the abundant spiritual energy summoned by Linger, Chu Feng spent 9 hours breaking through the barrier of the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm, ascending to the first level of the Celestial Spirit Realm. Having achieved this breakthrough, Chu Feng's meridians and energy expanded dramatically, and his power surged to new heights. From the Celestial Spirit Realm onwards, he could manipulate energy to traverse the skies. Chu Feng could even fly with a sword, making future travels far more convenient. Chapter 138, Credit Task. The training room has regained its spiritual energy. Shortly thereafter, a student outside the training room observed the stone aperture once again overflowing with spiritual energy and called out loudly. After Chu Feng's breakthrough, Linger restored the spiritual vein, and the stone apertures of each training room began to refill with energy. However, the amount of energy released was considerably thinner than before. Previously, Linger had drawn a vast quantity of spiritual energy from the vein, nearly exhausting it, and it would require some time to regenerate its rich essence. Upon seeing the thinning spiritual energy, the crowd once again exited their training rooms, clamoring in discontent. This time, Chu Feng followed suit, leaving the training room. Aware of the situation outside, he opted to avoid further trouble by departing directly. Having utilized over 9 hours of training room time, the remaining hour was inconsequential. After exiting the training room, Chu Feng returned to the Gale Wind secret realm within the inner courtyard. Now that he had broken through to the Celestial Spirit Realm, he prepared to continue cultivating the Celestial Tyrant body. Soon, Chu Feng found himself once again in the Gale Wind Canyon. With his enhanced strength, he delved deeper into the canyon than before. Yet, he still could not approach the depths of the Gale Wind Canyon, unable to discern the source of the gale. After a moment, Chu Feng sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation anew. The gusts of wind here were even more ferocious, each one slicing through the air like a speeding sword. Relentlessly battering against Chu Feng, he continuously circulated the celestial tyrant body technique to withstand the onslaught of the winds. Time passed in a blur until, in a moment of clarity, he suddenly recalled the verses from the sacred Tao scripture and began to silently recite them. Before long, Chu Feng entered a state of enlightenment once again. One day turned into 2, then 3. After 3 days, he finally emerged from his meditative state. His sword intent had reached a minor accomplishment. Although his celestial tyrant body did not attain completion during this epiphany, his sword intent had ascended from the subtle to the minor level. With this minor accomplishment in sword intent, its power would be considerably more terrifying. Given sufficient time to cultivate it, Chu Feng would be able to contend with ordinary emperors. The sacred Tao scripture was indeed a peerless treasure. Reflecting on the scenes before his enlightenment, Chu Feng could not help but marvel. The sacred Tao scripture had allowed him to enter a state of enlightenment so effortlessly. It was truly an extraordinary classic. With the sacred Tao scripture in hand, his future cultivation of techniques and skills would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Chu Feng continued his training for another 2 days, yet his celestial tyrant body still did not reach completion, nor did he enter another state of enlightenment. Thus, he resolved to leave the secret realm to check if Sheng Lier had returned. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng returned to the Maple Courtyard. From Lin Shuang, he still gleaned no news of Sheng Lier. Concerned for her safety, he felt an urgent need to search for her. However, Lin Shuang informed him that Sheng Lier's trip was shrouded in secrecy, and she had no idea where she had gone. Faced with this, Chu Feng could only continue to await her return. Before long, Chu Feng made his way back to the Tai Academy, prepared to resume his cultivation. As he passed the mission desk, he unexpectedly spotted Mu Qingyao and immediately approached her with a slow gait. The mission desk was where students accepted tasks to earn credits, and Mu Qingyao was likely here to undertake a mission. As anticipated, she walked up to a massive mission board, appearing to search for tasks to undertake. "Sister, shall we form a team?" he proposed. Anyone could accept missions from the board, and teams could be formed to complete them together. Although Mu Qingyao always wore a veil, her graceful figure instantly attracted the attention of many males eager to team up with her. "I do not team up with others." She coldly rejected the numerous invitations. At that moment, Chu Feng drew closer to the mission board himself. He had previously considered taking on some tasks to fulfill the Academy's credit requirements, and seeing Mu Qingyao seeking missions made him wish to join her in completing them. Approaching her side, he smiled and said, "Miss Mu, how about we team up? I have already stated that I do not team up with others." Mu Qingyao had already coldly dismissed several people, and upon hearing yet another request for a team, her irritation flared as she turned to glare at Chu Feng. However, upon recognizing him, her expression momentarily faltered. Mu Qingyao had already completed her credit tasks, and her current aim in accepting missions was to earn credits to trade for spiritual herbs and treasures to repay her debt to Chu Feng for the Crimson Lotus Seed. She had not expected to run into Chu Feng now, yet she did not wish for him to know her motive for taking on missions, so she coldly replied, "I do not want to team up." Seeing her icy demeanor, Chu Feng felt an urge to slap her with frustration. "I previously assisted Miss Mu. It should not be too much to ask for you to take me on a mission this once, right?" he implored, invoking their past encounter to persuade her. "Do you really need me to lead you?" Mu Qingyao retorted coldly. Given Chu Feng's prowess, he could easily complete ordinary tasks without assistance. "Of course, this is my first time. It would be better if you guided me." Chu Feng deeply shaman li. "Fine, I will lead you. I will take on the mission." Mu Qingyao shot him a glare, yet agreeing to team up with Chu Feng allowed her to repay her debt to him. Moreover, teaming with him enabled her to take on many high-difficulty missions to accumulate more credits. "Very well, feel free to accept any tasks." Chu Feng smiled upon hearing her agreement. He had long sought an opportunity to interact more with Mu Qingyao, and now that he could join her on missions, he hoped this experience would improve their relationship. After a moment, Mu Qingyao accepted all the high-difficulty tasks on the board and also casually picked up some simpler ones along the way. Chu Feng paid little attention to the tasks themselves. His primary desire was to spend more time with Mu Qingyao. The more missions she accepted, the more time they would have together. Once Mu Qingyao had finished selecting her tasks, she turned to Chu Feng and said, "Let us depart." "Okay, you lead the way. I am unfamiliar with Zhongzhou." Chu Feng replied with a smile. "Do you have a mount?" she inquired. "No," he responded, though he could fly using a sword. He chose not to mention it, as he desired more interaction with Mu Qingyao. Then go buy a mount. I will return to fetch mine, and we will meet at the West City Gate in 2 hours. Mu Qingyao instructed, looking at Chu Feng. All right. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. After speaking, Mu Qingyao swiftly departed. Chu Feng then headed to the Maple Snow Merchant Association, intending to acquire a mount. Chapter 139. Accompanying Mu Qingyao on a mission. Shortly after, Chu Feng arrived at the Maple Snow Merchant Association. Miss Xiao, greetings to the master. As soon as Han Xiao saw Chu Feng, she hurried forward to greet him and respectfully bowed. After her greeting, she promptly called over others in the association to pay their respects to Chu Feng. Previously, Shi Yin and Ji Xian had announced to everyone in the Maple Snow Merchant Association that Chu Feng was now the master of the association. Upon hearing this news, Han Xiao was overjoyed. She had a good relationship with Chu Feng, and with him now as the master, she would surely receive greater recognition in the future. From now on, you need not call me master. Simply refer to me as young master. Chu Feng addressed the crowd. Yes, young master. Han Xiao and the other members of the Maple Snow Merchant Association promptly responded with respect. Young master, the manager is on the 7th floor. Let me call him down to welcome you. Han Xiao respectfully said to Chu Feng. No need. I just want to select a mount, and we'll be leaving shortly. So there's no need for him to meet me. Chu Feng ziplit sopti. Understood. Young master, I will take you to the back to select a mount. Han Xiao immediately led Chu Feng to the rear of the Merchant Association to choose a mount, while discreetly informing Ji Xian of Chu Feng's arrival. What kind of mount do you need, young master? Our association has all types of mounts, including a flying mount, the Gale Hawk. Han Xiao cheerfully introduced the various mounts as she guided Chu Feng to the back of the association. I only need a regular mount. Chu Feng ziplit sopti. He did not require an extravagant mount. A simple one would suffice for accompanying Mu Qingyao, as he might very well abandon it along the way. After a moment, Han Xiao brought Chu Feng to the mount enclosure at the back of the association. After a brief observation, he chose a magnificent white tiger mount. Although this white tiger was merely a Tier 3 mount, its beauty was its main allure. Young master, this white tiger may not befit your status. You could select a higher tier mount. That dragon horse over there looks splendid. Han Xiao pointed to a formidable dragon horse in the distance. No need. I will only use it casually, and I might discard it after use, so there is no need for such a high-tier dragon horse. Chu Feng ziplit sopti. Han Xiao saw that Chu Feng had made his decision and no longer insisted on discussing it further. She promptly instructed the guard who was tending to the steed to bring forth the white tiger for Chu Feng. The white tiger, having been tamed through special means, posed no threat to humans and calmly stood in place once let out. Chu Feng gently caressed the tiger's head before leaping onto its back. My lord, you look splendid riding that white tiger. Han Xiao praised. You little rascal. Chu Feng chuckled, fully aware that Han Xiao was flattering him, yet unable to suppress a delighted smile. At that moment, Ji Xian, having received word of Chu Feng's arrival, also made his way to the scene. My lord, Zi Suan Zet Petfun Salut Chu Feng. Ah, Ji Xian, you arrived just in time. From now on, let Xiao manage the Merchant Association. Chu Feng commanded Ji Xian. Han Xiao's diligent work ethic resonated with Chu Feng, and he believed she would serve him well in this capacity. Han Xiao exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Chu Feng's words, momentarily in disbelief. However, seeing that Chu Feng was not jesting, she quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Ji Xian, acknowledging Chu Feng's order, nodded in affirmation. Yes, my lord. Seeing Han Xiao's excited demeanor, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile gently and remarked, make sure to help manager Ji manage the association well. Han Xiao eagerly nodded in agreement, promising, rest assured, my lord, I will wholeheartedly assist manager Ji. Very well. Chu Feng replied with a slight nod, then turned to Ji Xian, inquiring, where is Shi Yan? Lord Shi is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to a new realm. Yixuan promptly responded. Chu Feng had intended to meet Shi Yan, but upon learning of his seclusion, he resolved to wait for another opportunity. All right, I shall take my leave, he announced, before riding the white tiger toward the western city gate of Saint Sky City. Half an hour later, Chu Feng arrived at the western city gate, where Mu Qingyao was already waiting. She rode a snow-white unicorn. Her attire, a pristine white gown, made her appear as a fairy in the snow, immaculate and ethereal. As Chu Feng approached Mu Qingyao, he teasingly remarked, Miss Mu, you arrived even earlier than I did. It seems you're eager to embark on our quest together. Infuriated by his words, Mu Qingyao shot back, what nonsense. Who is eager? It's you who seems impatient. Haha, I misspoke. It is I who am impatient, not you. Chu Feng's my supli. Umph. Mu Qingyao seemed unwilling to engage in further banter, urging, "Let us depart swiftly." With that, she galloped out of the city on her unicorn, prompting Chu Feng to hastily follow suit on the white tiger. "Slow down, Mu Qingyao." The unicorn, a fifth-tier mount, far surpassed the third-tier white tiger in speed. Despite the tiger's efforts to catch up, Chu Feng could only call out, urging her to slow her pace. However, it seemed Mu Qingyao was oblivious to his pleas, continuing to race ahead. This woman, Chu Feng felt a surge of frustration as he watched her grow increasingly distant. Moments later, he channeled his energy into the white tiger, enabling it to move with the swiftness of a swallow, significantly increasing its speed. While this consumed a considerable amount of energy, Chu Feng had no choice but to employ this method to catch up with Mu Qingyao. Before long, he caught up with her. "Why are you running so fast?" Chu Feng asked, visibly annoyed. Mu Qingyao replied calmly, "The sooner we go, the sooner we return." Chu Feng found himself momentarily speechless. It seemed that Mu Qingyao was not interested in spending more time with him. She merely wished to complete their task quickly and depart. Consequently, he silently trailed behind her, contemplating how to improve their relationship. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the edge of a dense forest. Mu Qingyao halted her unicorn, and Chu Feng followed suit. A quick glance at the forest revealed numerous demonic beasts residing within, though their realms were not particularly formidable, ranging between true spirit and mystic spirit levels. "There are plenty of forest wolves in these woods," Mu Qingyao noted, gazing into the depths of the forest. "Our task is to collect 20 demon cores from them." This was a simple task that could be accomplished along the way and wouldn't take much time, so Mu Qingyao readily accepted it. With that, she unsheathed a spirit sword and rode her unicorn slowly into the woods. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly followed her, grinning. "Qingyao, you needn't lift a finger, just watch." Mu Qingyao turned to him, her tone cool. "Please refer to me as Miss Mu or Young Lady Mu." Chu Feng chuckled lightly, playfully responding, "We are teammates now. Calling you Miss Mu or Young Lady feels too formal. If you don't want me to call you Qingyao, how about I call you Yair?" Enraged by his irreverent demeanor, Mu Qingyao clenched her fists, wishing to give him a good beating. However, recognizing that she was no match for him, she could only huff in annoyance and ignore him. At that moment, several 3-meter-tall forest wolves suddenly sprang out of the woods. Upon seeing Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao trespassing into their territory, they charged forward with furious howls. Chapter 140. The Blackwater Giant Serpent. Boom! Chu Feng was the first to act, delivering a powerful punch that dispatched the charging forest wolves in an instant. "You brute! Be careful! You've shattered the demon cores." Mu Qingyao glared at Chu Feng, horrified by the carnage and the scattered remnants of the wolves. "I'll be gentler next time." Chu Feng ziplit sip be seen. He had been eager to showcase his strength and momentarily forgot that they needed the demon cores for their task. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered more forest wolves. This time, Chu Feng refrained from using his full strength, merely swatting them aside and extracting the cores. Soon, they had collected 20 demon cores. Task completed. Chu Feng continued to follow Mu Qingyao to their next destination. Over the course of 2 days, they accomplished numerous tasks involving slaying demonic beasts and gathering spiritual herbs. On this particular day, they arrived at an expansive swamp. The water was a murky black, emitting a foul stench. Scattered throughout the swamp were various decaying carcasses of large demonic beasts, including giant lizards, blackwater crocodiles, and enormous toads. At that moment, several cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle against a 3-meter-high giant toad, which could leap over 10 meters with ease, presenting a terrifying sight. Mu Qingyao turned to Chu Feng and said slowly, "This is the Blackwater Swamp. We have several tasks here involving the extermination of demonic beasts. Among them is a high-level task to slay the Blackwater Giant Serpent that lurks deep within the swamp. That serpent is a peak king-level beast, exceedingly fearsome. This task has remained unattempted by anyone until now. I took it on a whim. You can assess the strength of the Blackwater Giant Serpent, and if it's beyond our capability, we can choose not to pursue it." Upon hearing that Mu Qingyao doubted his ability to handle the serpent, Chu Feng scoffed lightly. "It's merely a giant serpent. To me, it resembles a small snake. Just watch how I slay it." Confident that he could easily handle any beast below the royal level, he smiled with assurance. "Then we shall see how you perform." Mu Qingyao felt somewhat reassured by Chu Feng's confidence. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded with a subtle smile. Afterward, they found a suitable spot to leave their mounts before soaring into the sky toward the depths of the swamp. Along the way, they dispatched any task-related demonic beasts they encountered. An hour later, they arrived at the heart of the swamp. Here, a thick mist enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. What is this mist? Chu Feng sensed something strange about it, feeling as though it harbored some hidden danger, yet he could not pinpoint any immediate threat. This marks the territory of the Blackwater Giant Serpent. Most cultivators dare not enter this mist. Mu Qingyao gazed apprehensively at the fog. The peak king-level Blackwater Giant Serpent was beyond her ability to confront. She could only rely on Chu Feng to handle it alone. "Let's proceed," Chu Feng said, glancing at Mu Qingyao. "All right." Mu Qingyao, curious about what lay within the mist, promptly followed him inside. As soon as they entered the mist, an unsettling aura enveloped their hearts. "Chu Feng, perhaps we should reconsider this mission," Mu Qingyao expressed her concern. Chu Feng replied with a reassuring smile, "Do not worry. Stay close to me, and I shall keep you safe." "All right." Mu Qingyao could only place her trust in Chu Feng at this moment. After a brief while, the two continued their journey through the dense fog. Visibility was exceedingly low, yet Chu Feng possessed the ability to sense distant surroundings, confirming there were no demonic beasts nearby. It seemed this was the territory of the Blackwater Giant Serpent, and other beasts dared not intrude. However, the absence of the serpent's presence puzzled Chu Feng slightly. As they advanced through the fog for a quarter of an hour, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating their spirits. "This must be a rare, spiritual herb," Chu Feng exclaimed with excitement. The scent confirmed to him that a precious medicinal plant lay ahead. Indeed, the presence of such a rare herb means the Blackwater Giant Serpent must be nearby, so we should proceed with caution, Mu Qingyao cautioned, her joy tempered by apprehension. Chu Feng dismissed the threat of the serpent with a smile, saying, "I will handle the Blackwater Giant Serpent. You focus on collecting the herb." "Understood." Mu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Before long, they reached the coveted spiritual herb. In the center of a large pond, a small patch of land emerged, where a luminescent spirit grass swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a rich fragrance. The grass stood half a meter tall, with a reddish stem and two vibrant green leaves at its apex, three-leaf dragon pattern grass. Chu Feng's heart soared at the sight. This rare herb could significantly enhance one's cultivation and aid in breaking through realms. However, only two leaves remained, indicating that one had already been consumed by the Blackwater Giant Serpent. Suddenly, the Blackwater Giant Serpent erupted from the pond, roaring at Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao. Its massive, menacing head revealed gleaming white teeth, sharp as daggers, instilling fear in their hearts. "Get back," Chu Feng ordered, recognizing the formidable nature of the serpent and urging Mu Qingyao to distance herself. The serpent was perilously close to the royal realm, and Chu Feng, wary of its might, swiftly drew his shadow demon sword. Seeing Chu Feng stand his ground rather than flee, the serpent let out another thunderous roar and lunged at him like a bolt of lightning. With a clash, Chu Feng unleashed a fierce sword energy towards the Blackwater Giant Serpent. The energy struck the serpent's head, causing it to wail in pain. Yet it suffered little harm and continued its assault. Reacting quickly, Chu Feng evaded the serpent's attack and retaliated with another wave of sword energy. At this moment, the serpent's massive body fully emerged from the pond, stretching nearly 100 meters long, its skin covered in black scales. With a mighty roar, Chu Feng's sword energy shattered the serpent's scales, spilling forth black blood. Wounded, the Blackwater Giant Serpent became frenzied, opening its jaws to unleash a torrent of venom towards Chu Feng. In response, he deflected the poison with another sword strike, though the toxic mist lingered ominously within the fog. Utilizing his agile footwork, Chu Feng deftly dodged the serpent's attacks while launching counterstrikes, soon leaving the creature bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyao observed that Chu Feng had drawn the serpent far from the pond and seized the opportunity to collect the three-leaf dragon pattern grass. Enraged at the theft, the Blackwater Giant Serpent disregarded Chu Feng's attacks and barreled towards Mu Qingyao, desperate to reclaim the herb that was crucial for its ascension to the royal realm. Seeing the serpent charge at her, Mu Qingyao panicked and turned to flee, abandoning the three-leaf dragon pattern grass. Chu Feng, noticing the impending danger, sprinted after the serpent, intending to intercept it while shouting for Mu Qingyao to discard the herb, whether she did not hear his calls or was reluctant to part with it. Mu Qingyao continued to flee in terror. As the Blackwater Giant Serpent closed in on her, Chu Feng, fearing for her safety, ignited his vitality to unleash a forbidden technique, Blood Blaze Frenzy. This technique sacrificed his own vitality for a temporary surge of immense power, though it would leave him weakened and risk damaging his foundation. In his previous life, Chu Feng seldom employed this technique, but his concern for Mu Qingyao spurred him into action. Upon activating Blood Blaze Frenzy, his realm surged, reaching the first level of the royal stage. He shouted, channeling all his energy into a strike against the Blackwater Giant Serpent. In an instant, a razor-sharp sword energy hurtled towards the serpent at blinding speed. Realizing the impending danger, The serpent attempted to evade, but found it too late. In a final act of defiance, it unleashed a stream of venom towards Mu Qingyao. The sword energy cleaved the serpent in two, while the venom struck Mu Qingyao, though she managed to shield herself with a spiritual treasure, mitigating the impact. Chu Feng rushed to her side, checking for injuries. Relieved to find her unscathed, he swiftly produced an antidote pill for her to consume. I told you to discard the 3-leaf dragon pattern grass. Why did you not listen? He admonished. The herb can be sought again, but a life lost is eternal. I believed you could handle it. Mu Qingyao replied meekly, her gaze downcast. Chu Feng, seeing her expression, felt a surge of guilt. It was indeed his responsibility to protect her, and he had encouraged her to gather the herb. After a moment, Chu Feng returned to the patch of land in the pond and uprooted the 3-leaf dragon pattern grass, placing it carefully within his Chaos Star Pearl. Although it could be transplanted, regrowing its leaves would require considerable time. Mu Qingyao approached Chu Feng, watching him extract the root of the herb in silence. We shall each take a leaf of the 3-leaf dragon pattern grass, she offered, handing him one of the leaves. Very well. I need to recuperate, Chu Feng replied, accepting the leaf, ready to use it for recovery. He had just employed Bloodblaze Frenzy and felt extremely fatigued. Consuming the herb would aid in his restoration. As he prepared to meditate and absorb its essence, he suddenly noticed a flush creeping onto Mu Qingyao's face. Have you been afflicted by the serpent's lustful poison? He inquired, his expression shifting to one of concern. Realizing her predicament, his thoughts drifted to their first encounter, igniting a sudden heat within him as he regarded her with renewed intensity. Get away. Control your impure thoughts. I can handle the antidote myself. Mu Qingyao snapped, perceiving the fervor in his gaze. Handle it yourself? Chu Feng's expression turned bemused at her defiance. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyao, feeling the surging heat within her, quickly retrieved a pill from her storage ring and consumed it. The high-grade clear heart pill she took had been prepared in advance, a precaution since her last encounter with Kong Dai's treachery. Just moments ago, Mu Qingyao utilized a spiritual treasure to shield herself from the majority of the venom, leaving her with only a slight poisoning. A high-grade clear heart pill would suffice to eradicate the lewd poison within her body. Chu Feng, witnessing this, offered an awkward smile and said, I harbor no ill intentions. I'm merely concerned for your well-being. Having previously shared an intimate bond with Mu Qingyao, he was not in a rush to deepen their relationship, but rather anxious for her safety. After a brief moment, he observed the unusual flush on Mu Qingyao's face dissipate entirely, prompting him to consume the 3-leaf dragon pattern herb to aid in his recovery. Upon seeing Chu Feng engage in his cultivation, Mu Qingyao promptly moved to another side to partake in the herb herself. This territory belonged to the Blackwater giant serpent, and with its demise, no other beasts posed a threat, allowing the two to cultivate without fear. A day later, Chu Feng had fully regained his strength, and his realm had ascended to the 2nd level of the heavenly spirit realm. As he opened his eyes, he noticed Mu Qingyao still immersed in her cultivation, seemingly on the verge of breakthrough. Without hesitation, he continued to cultivate, awaiting her success. 2 days passed, and Chu Feng sensed Mu Qingyao's aura intensifying, indicating her imminent breakthrough. He ceased his practice, determined to safeguard her. Moments later, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Mu Qingyao, sending everything nearby flying. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the King Realm, Chu Feng exclaimed with a smile, extending his heartfelt congratulations to her. Thank you, Mu Qingyao replied, her spirits lifted by her advancement to the King Realm, and she couldn't help but smile brightly at Chu Feng. Typically, achieving a breakthrough to the King Realm requires extensive accumulation of experience. She never anticipated that accompanying Chu Feng on this mission would fortuitously grant her the 3-leaf dragon pattern herb, facilitating her ascent. After a brief pause, Chu Feng glanced at the distant corpse of the Blackwater giant serpent and inquired, shall we take its corpse back to report our mission? We only need to bring back its head. Its inner core and scales are valuable resources, though the scales are quite damaged. We can simply extract its inner core. Mu Qingyao smiled in response. All right, Chu Feng replied, moving to the serpent's carcass to sever its head with a single strike of his sword, then extracting its inner core. I have a storage ring specifically for mission items. Please place the head within. Mu Qingyao instructed as she approached Chu Feng. Sure, and the inner core as well. Chu Feng handed the Blackwater giant serpent's inner core to Mu Qingyao. Perfect, she said, receiving the inner core and placing the severed head into her storage ring. Once they completed their task, Mu Qingyao looked at Chu Feng with delight and declared, let us proceed to the next mission. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly. Before long, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao soared out of the Blackwater Marsh and, upon locating their mount, set off toward their next mission point. A day later, they arrived before a colossal mountain range, endless in its stretch, with a grand city nestled at its center. Chapter 142, The City of Chaos. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao hovered in midair. Pointing toward the city at the heart of the mountains, Mu Qingyao informed Chu Feng. That city is known as the City of Chaos, the domain of the Chaos Lord Han Meng, renowned for his malevolence. Anyone who pledges allegiance to him is welcomed into his ranks. Many individuals, having committed transgressions, seek refuge in the City of Chaos, where Han Meng indiscriminately accepts them into his fold. Over time, his followers have amassed into a legion of ruthless criminals, turning the City of Chaos into a den of iniquity. Numerous righteous individuals yearn to eradicate the evildoers of the City of Chaos. However, under Han Meng's protection, none dare to act recklessly there. Han Meng is at the 5th level of the Emperor Realm, a top-tier existence in the Central Continent. Previously, he reached an accord with the righteous Emperor Realm experts. They are forbidden from engaging in conflict within the City of Chaos. While Han Meng has promised not to indiscriminately kill as long as the righteous do not stir trouble within his domain, Mu Qingyao gradually elaborated on the City of Chaos and Han Meng. The 5th level of the Emperor Realm? Our mission target isn't to eliminate Han Meng, is it? Chu Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. While he could confront some lower-tier Emperor Realm beings with his sword intent, he felt no confidence in challenging someone at the 5th level. Mastery of the intent at that level is far beyond the capabilities of those who are merely beginning to grasp it. Not Han Meng. Our target is Han Meng's strategist. Skungun. Zhang Gan was once a disciple of a minor sect, but after killing his master and violating his master's wife and sister, he was pursued by the righteous and fled to the City of Chaos, where he became Han Meng's strategist. Zhang Gan is cunning and nefarious, having committed numerous heinous acts using the power of Han Meng's followers. Many righteous individuals wish to eliminate Zhang Gan, however, as he remains in the City of Chaos. The only way to kill him is to infiltrate the city. Mu Qingyao slowly conveyed the information regarding their mission target, Zhang Gan. Chu Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, eliminating Zhang Gan may be straightforward, but once we do, Han Meng will undoubtedly learn of it immediately, complicating our escape. Although Zhang Gan was only at the 1st level of the King Realm, Chu Feng knew that finding an opportunity to strike would be easy, but escaping the City of Chaos afterward posed a significant challenge. Mu Qingyao looked at Chu Feng and said, I possess a teleportation talisman that can transport us 10 kilometers away. Once we eliminate Zhang Gan, we can activate the talisman to escape the City of Chaos. 10 kilometers? Chu Feng gone tempet. Escaping the pursuit of a 5th level Emperor Realm being over such a distance would be challenging. You can give me the talisman. I will infiltrate the City of Chaos to eliminate Zhang Gan while you wait outside. He was reluctant to let Mu Qingyao, a delicate beauty, venture into such a dangerous environment filled with wicked individuals. He intended to face Zhang Gan alone, with the Chaos Star Pearl, even if he couldn't escape. He could conceal himself within it. No, I must witness Zhang Gan's demise. He previously violated the daughter of my wet nurse, who begged me for vengeance before her death. I promised her that I would avenge her daughter, and I must see Zhang Gan perish. Rest assured, I can disguise myself using a transformation pill and accompany you. With that, Mu Qingyao utilized the transformation pill to alter her appearance into that of an unattractive woman. That transformation pill won't suffice for your disguise. If you intend to accompany me, I shall impart a more advanced disguise technique. Seeing Mu Qingyao's determination to enter, Chu Feng had no choice but to teach her a sophisticated method of disguise to ensure her safety. Before long, Mu Qingyao mastered the disguise technique Chu Feng had taught her, transforming herself into an unappealing woman once more. Chu Feng also adopted the guise of a fearsome, scar-faced individual. Let's proceed. With their disguises complete, Chu Feng led Mu Qingyao toward the City of Chaos. Once we arrive, we shall pose as siblings. Mu Qingyao had already devised their relationship to prepare for any inquiries from the guards at the City of Chaos. Just follow my lead. I have experience in this. Chu Feng said with a calm smile. Understood. Mu Qingyao nodded in agreement, reassured by Chu Feng's confidence. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the gates of the City of Chaos. At the entrance stood 2 menacing guards who immediately approached to intercept them upon noticing Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao. Who goes there? What brings you to our City of Chaos? Hearing this, Chu Feng stepped forward and declared, I have killed a female disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land and am being pursued by them. I have come specifically to seek refuge under Lord Han Meng. You killed a female disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land? One of the guards in green attire sneered at Chu Feng's words, asking with ill intent. I heard that the female disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land are known for their purity, brother before you killed her. Of course, I would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Chu Feng grinned, sharing in the guard's mockery. Oomph. At this moment, Mu Qingyao, overhearing the exchange between Chu Feng and the guard, let out a cold snort. Who are you? The green-clad guard turned his attention to Mu Qingyao, scrutinizing her with a predatory gaze. Now, Mu Qingyao appeared rather unappealing, yet her figure was strikingly curvaceous, undeniably alluring. Chu Feng promptly smiled and introduced elder brother. This is my wife, Chu Qingyao. Though she may be somewhat unsightly and fierce, I beseech you not to hold it against her. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao shot an indignant glare at Chu Feng. Previously, she had intended to pose as a sister, but now Chu Feng had brazenly proclaimed her to be his wife. Furthermore, he had even altered her surname to Chu, branding her as ugly and fierce. Since she was the spouse of a brother, she resigned herself to it. The blue-clad guard, upon hearing this, ceased further inquiries. Thank you, esteemed brother. I am Chu Feng, and I offer you this token of goodwill. Please take care of us in the future. Chu Feng said as he handed a small pouch of spirit stones to the blue-clad guard. You are too courteous, brother. The guard accepted the spirit stones with a smile and informed Chu Feng, if brother wishes to align with Emperor Han, you must first register your identity at the household office, and then meet with strategist Zhang to become one of us. Afterward, the guard explained how to reach the household office and meet strategist Zhang. Who is strategist Zhang? Chu Feng in Guit. Strategist Zhang is Zhang Gan, the one who oversees all matters, great and small, in the city of chaos before presenting them to Emperor Han. The blue-clad guard elucidated. Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart soared with joy, and he exclaimed, Excellent. Thank you, brother. Previously, he had anticipated a daunting task in locating Zhang Gan, but it seemed that meeting him would be a breeze. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng bid farewell to the blue-clad guard and set off with Mu Qingyao towards the household office of the City of Chaos. After walking a distance, Mu Qingyao glared at Chu Feng in fury. You scoundrel! Why did you just claim I was your wife and even change my surname? I did this to evade scrutiny. Chu Feng Chuka Lai Di. You could have simply said I was your sister. Mu Qingyao retorted angrily. Our appearances are so dissimilar that claiming siblinghood would only arouse suspicion. Enough. My dear wife, do not be vexed. We shall soon eliminate Zhang Gan and depart. Just endure a little while longer. Chu Feng thought to himself, stifling a laugh. Upon hearing him call her wife again, Mu Qingyao's fury flared. You scoundrel, do not call me that. If you do, I would rather expose us and perish together. Very well. I shall refrain for now and only use it when necessary. Chu Feng said. Mu Qingyao huffed, falling silent thereafter. Before long, they arrived at the household office of the City of Chaos. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao fabricated identities for their registration and prepared to meet Zhang Gan. Just prior to registration, the household office staff had warned them against fabricating identities, lest they be discovered when meeting Zhang Gan. This left Chu Feng slightly puzzled. Could Zhang Gan truly see through others' disguises? However, he brushed it off, thinking that once he met Zhang Gan, he would strike him down with a single sword and take Mu Qingyao away. Soon after, they arrived at the strategist's office not far from the household office. After announcing their presence, they were invited inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast courtyard. Following a black-clad guard, they approached a pavilion at the center of the courtyard. At that moment, a sinister middle-aged man wearing an eye patch lounged in a rocking chair within the pavilion, cradling a beautiful woman in his arms, his hand shamelessly exploring within her garments, their intimacy blatant. Outside the pavilion stood an indifferent elder in black, at the 9th level of the King Realm, observing Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao with a detached gaze. Strategist, these two wish to join our City of Chaos. The black-clad guard respectfully addressed the one-eyed man. Realizing that this man was indeed their target, Zhang Gan, both Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao understood the gravity of their situation. Zhang Gan, however, paid them no heed, continuing his intimate actions with the woman, eliciting soft gasps from her. Mu Qingyao felt her cheeks flush and quickly lowered her gaze. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Gan finally lifted his head, casting a disinterested glance at Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao, but his gaze suddenly fixated on Mu Qingyao, as if captivated by her alluring figure. Come here and serve the strategist, Zhang Gan commanded, pointing at Mu Qingyao. Mu Qingyao's expression froze at his words. Chu Feng quickly interjected, Strategist, this is my wife. She is but a rough individual and unworthy to serve you. Dare you defy my command? Zhang Gan's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, his eyes turning as sharp as a blade. The elder beside him instantly shot a chilling glare at Chu Feng, as if ready to strike him down should he dare resist. At that moment, Chu Feng noticed a flicker of unusual light emanating from the eye behind Zhang Gan's patch. Is it anomalous eye? Chu Feng's heart raced with alarm. Though he was unaware of the nature of Zhonggan's eye, it was evident that it could see through their disguises. Otherwise, Zhonggan would not have shown interest in Mu Qingyao. The staff at the household office had warned them against fabricating identities, foreseeing that Zhonggan would uncover the truth. It became clear that Zhonggan possessed a unique eye capable of piercing through others' facades. No wonder Han Ming valued Zhonggan so highly. It was because of his extraordinary vision. Chu Feng swiftly conveyed to Mu Qingyao that Zhonggan had seen through their ruse, urging her to be ready to activate the teleportation talisman to escape. Mu Qingyao gasped in shock. Strategist, we merely seek a safe haven. I possess a 5th-grade elixir that is highly beneficial for King Realm cultivators. I am willing to offer it to you in exchange for spare my wife. In speaking, Chu Feng produced a 5th-grade elixir from his pocket. This elixir, named Spirit Recovery Pill, had been concocted using the spiritual herbs given to him by Sheng Liar. While it primarily served to hastily replenish spiritual energy and held little value for King Realm cultivation, that did not hinder Chu Feng from using it to deceive Zhonggan. He intended to utilize this elixir to draw closer to Zhonggan and strike him down. A 5th-grade elixir? Oh, it appears to be of the highest quality. Zhonggan couldn't discern the elixir's true effects, yet he recognized its exceptional quality from the patterns inscribed upon it. Yin Song, bring it to me. Zhonggan instructed the elder in black. Yes. The elder promptly complied with respect. There's no need to trouble yourself, esteemed sir. I shall personally deliver it to the strategist. Chu Feng declared as he swiftly approached the pavilion. You need not deliver it. Hand it over to me. Yin Song interjected, positioning himself in front of Chu Feng. Finding no other option, Chu Feng surrendered the elixir to Yin Song. Yin Song took the elixir and turned to present it to Zhonggan. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng swiftly retrieved the Shadow Demon Sword from his storage ring, launching a powerful strike at Yin Song. Seeking death, Yin Song realized Chu Feng's intent just as he drew the sword and spun around to counter with a palm strike. Boom! Yin Song was sent flying several meters, blood spewing from his mouth. He had underestimated Chu Feng, believing him to be merely a 2nd-level celestial realm cultivator. Yet now, it was he who had been sent reeling. After propelling Yin Song away, Chu Feng directed a sword chi toward Zhonggan. Simultaneously, to ensure success, he merged with his sword, charging toward Zhonggan. Boom! Zhonggan appeared to possess some protective artifact, instantly conjuring a barrier to block Chu Feng's sword chi attack. At that moment, Chu Feng's sword struck Zhonggan with the swiftness of lightning. Another barrier materialized around Zhonggan, thwarting Chu Feng's assault. Unperturbed, Chu Feng swung his sword horizontally towards Zhonggan's neck. This time, no barrier emerged, and Chu Feng's sword cleaved off Zhonggan's head. Let's depart. Chu Feng seized Zhonggan's head and hurried back to Mu Qingyao, urging her to activate the teleportation talisman and flee. All right, Mu Qingyao, still somewhat dazed from the sudden turn of events, struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Yet upon witnessing Chu Feng had slain Zhonggan, she instantly grasped his hand and activated the talisman. Whoosh! The two of them instantly appeared outside the city of chaos. Hurry, let's go. Chu Feng continued to pull Mu Qingyao as they raced away into the distance. Zhonggan's demise would soon reach Han Meng's ears, and it was inevitable that he would pursue them. Therefore, the two of them had to flee this place post-haste. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao escaped from the Chaos Mountain Range and arrived at a quaint little town. They swiftly reverted to their true appearances, even changing their garments. Once they had completed this, they finally felt a sense of relief. Chu Feng, thank you. With Zhonggan's death, Chu Feng had fulfilled the dying wish of Mu Qingyao's wet nurse, and she earnestly expressed her gratitude to him. Chapter 144, The Snow Falcon. Meanwhile, upon learning of Zhonggan's murder, Han Meng was consumed by fury and immediately dispatched individuals to search for the culprit. However, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao had already disguised themselves as ordinary practitioners and had distanced themselves from the Chaos Mountain Range. A day later, following Mu Qingyao, Chu Feng arrived at the foot of a mountain known as Snow Peak, towering majestically into the clouds. The summit of Snow Peak was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Mu Qingyao gazed up at the peak and said, "This is the final leg of our mission. Once we complete our tasks here, we shall return to Tai Academy." At the summit of Snow Peak lies the rare spiritual herb, the snow lotus, as well as many fearsome snow falcons. We have two tasks here. One is to find a snow lotus that is over 100 years old at the peak, and the other is to locate 2 snow falcon eggs. The snow falcons, pure white in color, are all above the king realm, often lurking in the snow, waiting to strike. They are extremely difficult to detect. Both of our tasks carry the risk of encountering snow falcons, which is perilous. In the past, several students from our academy have perished here due to these tasks, and since then, no one has dared to undertake them. The snow falcons are terrifying, and even students of the King Realm do not dare to accept these missions lightly. It is only because I have you with me, Chu Feng, that I am willing to take on this task. Chu Feng chuckled softly and reassured her, do not worry, with me by your side, I shall ensure your safety. Mu Qingyao felt reassured by Chu Feng's words. There is a town at the foot of the mountain called Snow Peak Town. Let us first rest there before ascending the mountain. All right, Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Soon, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao arrived at Snow Peak Town, bustling with activity. The presence of the rare snow lotus and other exotic herbs on Snow Peak attracted many practitioners, which accounted for the town's prosperity. I happened to pass through here once, but I did not ascend Snow Peak, Mu Qingyao remarked slowly. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly. After a brief moment, they found a tavern where they decided to enjoy a meal before continuing their journey. Seated at a window-side table, they ordered some food and beverages and waited for their meal to arrive. Suddenly, the conversation from a nearby table piqued Chu Feng's interest. Have you heard? Yesterday, there was an anomaly at the heavenly pool atop the mountain. What kind of anomaly? For some unknown reason, the water in the heavenly pool has vanished, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Someone discovered an ancient bronze door beneath the pit, but is guarded by a demon dragon of the first rank of the Emperor realm, making it impossible to ascertain what lies within the ancient door. An ancient door guarded by a demon dragon of the Emperor realm? That ancient door must conceal a treasure. Indeed, however, the demon dragon is too fearsome. We can only wait for a powerful entity from a major force to come and slay the dragon before we can explore what lies within the ancient door. Unfortunately, the summit is also rife with terrifying snow falcons and other fearsome beasts. Otherwise, we could wait and see what treasures are revealed after the demon dragon is slain. There would certainly be dangers within the ancient door. We should refrain from meddling. Yes, losing our lives would not be worth it, and many powerful beings will surely come. Even if there are treasures within the ancient door, they would not be ours to claim. As Chu Feng listened, he discreetly observed Mu Qingyao. After receiving several fierce glares from her, he remained undeterred, prompting her to turn her gaze toward the window, disregarding him. Understanding the situation, Chu Feng smiled and addressed her. My dear, would you be interested in investigating that ancient door with me? Upon hearing him refer to her as my dear, Mu Qingyao chose to ignore him. Seeing her response, Chu Feng changed his approach, grinning as he said, Miss Mu, would you like to join me? If we procure any treasures, we can split them equally. Mu Qingyao pondered for a moment upon hearing his proposal before nodding in agreement. Very well. It won't take too much time, and I'm curious about what lies within the ancient door. With that, she consented to accompany Chu Feng in their exploration. Shortly thereafter, their meal was served, and they quickly finished eating before setting off up the mountain. The two soared through the air until they reached the snowy expanse, where they descended and began their ascent. The snow-covered area was the territory of the snow falcons, which were known for their astonishing speed, making it difficult to evade their attacks while flying. Concerned for Mu Qingyao's safety, Chu Feng decided to land, guiding her as they climbed the mountain together. At this moment, heavy snow began to fall at the summit, blanketing the landscape in white and drastically reducing visibility. The howling winds at the peak created an environment where snow falcons and other beasts could easily conceal themselves and launch surprise attacks, making detection nearly impossible. After walking for a short while, a snow wolf, standing a meter tall and as white as the snow, suddenly emerged from the snow, lunging at Mu Qingyao with the intent to bite. The snow wolf was at the first rank of the celestial spirit realm and had been lying in wait, undetected by either of them until it moved. Boom! Chu Feng swiftly delivered a punch that dispatched the snow wolf, its blood staining the pure white snow, only to be quickly covered by the falling flakes. Turning to Mu Qingyao, he urged, stay close to me. I will protect you from any danger. Mu Qingyao nodded and cautiously drew nearer to Chu Feng. If she had failed to notice a mere snow wolf of the celestial spirit realm, she would be utterly defenseless against a surprise attack from a snow falcon of the king realm. The speed of the snow falcons was incredibly swift. A surprise attack could result in severe injury or even death. The two continued onward. As they were uncertain of the heavenly pool's location and needed to search for the snow lotus, they began to explore the surroundings at random. After a brief while, Chu Feng spotted a snow lotus at the edge of a cliff. The snow lotus, glistening white and exuding a faint fragrance, was an exquisite sight. Chu Feng approached the snow lotus, preparing to harvest it when, suddenly, a white shadow shot out from the cliffside, hurtling toward him. Chu Feng, be careful. Mu Qingyao, witnessing the impending danger, called out loudly, Reacting swiftly, Chu Feng drew his magic shadow sword and swung it. Boom! The sword's energy collided with the white shadow, sending it flying several dozen meters before it plummeted off the cliff. Not dead yet. As the white shadow fell, it occasionally flapped its wings, indicating it was merely injured and not yet dead. Was that a snow falcon? Its speed is astonishing. Mu Qingyao rushed to Chu Feng's side, peering over the cliff to catch a glimpse below. Indeed, that snow falcon's speed is truly remarkable. Although it was only at the 3rd rank of the King Realm, its velocity is extraordinary. If Chu Feng had not been prepared, it could have easily succeeded in a surprise attack. Chu Feng gazed at the cliff's edge and remarked, "That snow falcon just flew out from there. I will check if there are any snow falcon eggs nearby." Chapter 145, The Demon Dragon. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao searched the cliffside for a considerable time, but they found neither the snow falcon's nest nor any eggs. Consequently, they decided to harvest the snow lotus first. Observing the flower, Mu Qingyao expressed a regret. It's a pity this snow lotus is only a little over 10 years old. It won't suffice for the task. Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. No worries. We shall continue our search. Mu Qingyao nodded lightly. After a moment, the two set off again. Having witnessed the snow falcon's incredible speed, Mu Qingyao now walked closely beside Chu Feng. Roar! Just as they had walked a short distance, a snow bear came charging at them with a ferocious roar. The snow bear, a formidable creature of the 1st level of the King Realm, loomed large, causing the ground to tremble as it traversed the snow. Its sluggish speed rendered it akin to a stationary target for Chu Feng. With a swift motion, Chu Feng cleaved the snow bear in two with a single stroke of his sword. As he prepared to sheath his weapon, an ear-piercing shriek echoed from above. A colossal snow falcon descended from the heavens, its formidable presence unmistakable. Recognizing the imminent threat, Chu Feng quickly unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the snow falcon. However, the majestic bird, possessing the prowess of the 9th level of the King Realm, effortlessly shattered his attack and continued its descent. Alarmed, Chu Feng seized Mu Qingyao's hand and retreated hastily while launching another strike at the snow falcon. The creature, adept in evasion, flapped its wings and narrowly avoided the assault, soaring back into the sky. Realizing the snow falcon's astonishing speed and peak strength, Chu Feng concentrated his energy to prepare for the next encounter. Yet, the falcon was relentless, diving towards him once more. Stay back, he urged Mu Qingyao, who promptly complied. Be careful, she cautioned as she swiftly withdrew. Chu Feng unleashed another wave of sword energy, but the snow falcon dispersed it effortlessly and continued its attack, forcing him to dodge once again. After its assault, the falcon ascended at lightning speed, poised for another strike. It was evident that the snow falcon had identified Chu Feng as a worthy adversary, focusing its fury solely on him and sparing Mu Qingyao from harm. This revelation granted Chu Feng a modicum of relief. His concern lay not with the falcon itself, but with its potential threat to Mu Qingyao. For a brief moment, the two engaged in a series of exchanges, neither able to gain the upper hand. Moments later, the snow falcon soared high into the sky, circling as if searching for an opportune moment to strike. This provided Chu Feng with the precious time needed to gather his sword energy. As he concentrated, the falcon suddenly dove towards him at blinding speed. In a split second, just as it reached him, he unleashed a brilliant beam of sword light that shot skyward, colliding with the descending falcon. The enhanced sword energy cleaved the creature in two, scattering blood and flesh across the ground. With the snow falcon vanquished, Chu Feng slowly sheathed his sword and turned to Mu Qingyao, inquiring, are there any Emperor-level snow falcons atop Snow Peak Mountain? The challenge posed by a 9th-level snow falcon was formidable. The prospect of facing an Emperor-level one would compel him to seek refuge within the Chaos Star Pearl. I have heard no mention of Emperor-level snow falcons on Snow Peak Mountain. There should be none, Mu Qingyao replied, though uncertainty lingered in her tone. Yet, the thought of such a creature filled her with trepidation. Perhaps we should abandon these two tasks. She feared for their lives, given the astonishing speed of the snow falcon they had just encountered. Do not fret. Even if an Emperor-level snow falcon appears, we shall be safe. Chu Feng the Sonvet, determined to take Mu Qingyao into the Chaos Star Pearl should danger arise. Having already forged an intimate bond with her, he felt no apprehension about revealing the secret of the pearl. All right, Mu Qingyao conceded, her anxiety slightly alleviated by his words. Let's investigate that small peak above. The falcon descended from there. It may be its nest, Chu Feng suggested, pointing towards a nearby hill. She nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the small peak and began searching. Eventually, they discovered a nest at the edge of a cliff containing 6 snow falcon eggs. Splendid, Mu Qingyao exclaimed. excitement radiating from her. The mission concerning the snow falcon eggs was of high rank, yielding ample credits and allowing for repeated submissions. With 6 eggs, they could complete the task thrice and amass significant credits. After a moment, Mu Qingyao stored the eggs in her spatial ring. There may still be a male snow falcon nearby. We must leave at once. Chu Feng urged, concerned that the male falcon, likely an emperor-level creature, could return at any moment. Mu Qingyao's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of the male falcon, and she allowed herself to be pulled away without protest. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Chu Feng paused to catch his breath. It should be safe now, he remarked, glancing back. The landscape behind them was a pristine expanse of white, their footprints rapidly concealed by the snow. Yes, Mu Qingyao replied, hastily freeing herself from his grasp. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from a distance, reminiscent of an intense battle. Chu Feng motioned for Mu Qingyao to follow him stealthily. Ahead, they observed a gray-clad, middle-aged woman engaged in a fierce struggle against a massive demonic dragon. The dragon, serpentine in form and adorned with black scales, stood out starkly against the snowy backdrop. Its formidable visage, complete with menacing fangs and broad wings, added to its terrifying presence. Despite the woman's higher cultivation level, second level of the Emperor realm, she struggled to inflict any damage upon the dragon. It appears this demonic dragon is the guardian of the ancient gate. Unexpectedly, we have stumbled upon the right place, Chu Feng remarked, casting a smile towards Mu Qingyao. Yet, she remained cold and distant, her expression darkened by a flicker of resentment. Noticing her demeanor, Chu Feng's smile faded. Is this woman your enemy? Would you like me to eliminate her? He inquired. Not at all. Mu Qingyao inhaled deeply, turning her gaze away from the gray-clad woman. Do you know her? Chu Feng pressed on. I do, she replied, her tone calm, yet revealing a deeper emotion. She's the Grand Elder of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, my former mentor, Qi Mengzhu. Your former mentor? Chu Feng's curiosity piqued. Why did you leave the Yaoqi Sacred Land? Her expression darkened, and anger surged within her as she recounted. Do you think I wish to leave? They forced me out. They deemed me unworthy due to the humiliation I suffered at the hands of a beggar, claiming I sullied the sanctity of the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Qi Mengzhu herself severed our master-disciple bond, denouncing me as useless for being insulted by a beggar. One by one, they cast me aside, declaring me tainted, compelling me to exit the sacred land. As her voice trembled with emotion, tears welled in her eyes, revealing the depth of her pain. Chu Feng fell silent, unsure of how to comfort her. Moments later, witnessing Mu Qingyao kneeling in despair, he approached her gently. You are not tainted. In my eyes, you are the purest of souls. Her gaze snapped up, fury igniting as she retorted. You are no better. Your interest in me is merely carnal. I assure you, my intentions are sincere. I desire to be with you eternally, not to objectify you, Chu Feng insisted, desperation lacing his voice. Mu Qingyao remained skeptical, her tone laced with sarcasm. Such sweet words. If you truly wish to be with me forever, then go to the Mu family and propose openly. Marry me with honor. Chu Feng hesitated, grappling with the implications of such a commitment, especially concerning Shenglier. Huh, you truly are unworthy. Mu Qingyao scoffed, her voice tinged with sorrowful mockery. Seeing her disdainful expression, Chu Feng realized she believed he only coveted her body, dismissing any notions of genuine affection or commitment. The revelation plunged Mu Qingyao into a profound sorrow, although she had previously contemplated the improbability of Chu Feng marrying her. The stark reality of his unwillingness to do so still struck her heart with a pang of sadness. However, considering the circumstances, it was hardly surprising. A paragon of excellence like Chu Feng could hardly be expected to wed a woman who had been humiliated by a beggar. Upon witnessing Mu Qingyao's despondence, Chu Feng hastily reassured her, I never said I wouldn't marry you. Upon my return, I shall formally propose to the Mu family. After all, he intended to marry Mu Qingyao eventually, and, as his first love, it seemed only fitting that she be the one he wed. As for Shenglier, he would explain matters to her at a later time. Such deceit. Mu Qingyao dismissed his words, firmly believing that he would never approach the Mu family with a proposal. Even if he did, it was inconceivable that the Mu family would consent to such a union. Her earlier remarks had merely been a test, and Chu Feng's hesitation had revealed everything she needed to know. This realization allowed her to finally let go of any lingering hope. I am earnest. Mu Qingyao, I will certainly marry you. Seeing her skepticism, Chu Feng reiterated with utmost seriousness. Enough. Mu Qingyao had already resolved that there was no possibility for them, and she no longer wished to discuss the matter with Chu Feng. At that moment, an elder clad in green, possessing the third level of the sovereign realm, accompanied by two first-level sovereign cultivators, suddenly appeared on the scene. Upon perceiving the unfolding events, they swiftly joined forces to attack the demon dragon. Boom! 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 Under the coordinated assault from Pai Mengzhu and the Elder in Green, the demon dragon was soon overwhelmed. Despite suffering grievous wounds, the demon dragon stubbornly refused to flee, seemingly intent on defending its ground. Shortly thereafter, it was vanquished by the combined might of Pai Mengzhu and the Elder. At last, the demon dragon is dead. The crowd erupted in excitement, eager to descend and unlock the ancient bronze door, their curiosity piqued by the treasures that might lie within. There must be extraordinary artifacts inside. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Be cautious. There may still be dangers lurking within. Numerous onlookers surrounded the deep pit, and upon witnessing the demise of the demon dragon, they began to murmur excitedly. After dispatching the foe, Pai Mengzhu and the Elder wasted no time in descending into the pit, prompting many others to follow suit. Chu Feng also approached the edge of the pit, gazing down into the abyss. The pit spanned approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, and its depths were shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Let us descend, Chu Feng declared, turning to Mu Qingyao. Very well, she replied with a subtle nod. While she acknowledged that a future with Chu Feng was unlikely, it did not deter her from exploring the treasures alongside him. The two then began their descent, gliding gently downward. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 15,000 meters. After descending 15,000 meters, they finally spotted a protruding platform at the cliff's edge, upon which stood an ancient bronze door towering several dozen meters high. Given that Snow Peak stood only 10,000 meters tall, they had effectively reached the subterranean depths. Yet, even at this depth, the view remained a shroud of darkness, obscuring the bottom and leaving them unaware of how much further it extended. At this moment, those who had descended gathered on the platform, awaiting the next move. How deep does it go? Chu Feng pondered aloud, standing at the precipice. Previously, a group had explored the depths, estimating that there was still around 5,000 meters below. Is there anything of value down there? Some speculated that only the bones of demon beasts lay beneath, devoid of any true treasures. As Chu Feng approached the edge to survey the situation below, he overheard the discussions around him. Realizing that there was little of worth to be found, he lost the urge to delve deeper. Meanwhile, Pai Mengzhu and the Elder were devising a method to open the ancient bronze door. Chu Feng quickly discerned how to unlock it, yet refrained from speaking up, not wishing to draw attention to himself. Moments later, several more individuals descended from above, including 2 formidable sovereign realm experts. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The more sovereign experts present, the more challenging it would be to seize any potential treasures within. As he was not a sovereign himself, he could only rely on his sword intent to contend with them. If it did not grant him the time to gather his strength, he would stand no chance against the sovereign cultivators. Suddenly, with a resounding rumble, someone discovered the mechanism to unlock the bronze door, which began to creak open. What lies inside? The assembled crowd inquired eagerly. However, all they could see was an impenetrable darkness within, obscuring any view of its contents. At that moment, several cultivators standing beside the bronze door gasped in shock at the sight before them. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao cautiously approached the entrance, revealing an expanse of endless blackness beyond the ancient door. A stone bridge extended across the threshold, devoid of railings and leading into the depths of obscurity. Before long, someone dared to step onto the bridge. A 5th-level King Realm cultivator, eager to uncover treasures, eschewed the bridge and instead soared directly into the darkness. Yet, as soon as he ventured forth, it was as if some unseen force dragged him downward, eliciting a piercing scream as he plummeted into the abyss. The chilling cry startled all who had contemplated entering, casting a shadow of fear that perhaps something dreadful lurked in the darkness. Chapter 147. Not going in? There is a restriction here. One cannot fly. Those who had ventured onto the stone bridge felt an oppressive force weighing down upon them, rendering them incapable of even jumping. Can't fly? What if we accidentally fall? The crowd hesitated, the foreboding atmosphere making it clear that entering could cost them their lives. In an instant, many began to reconsider their decision to step forward. With such restrictions in place, it was evident that unimaginable treasures, or perhaps perilous opportunities, awaited within. Some believed that fortune often accompanied danger and pressed onward across the bridge into the dark unknown. Yet others, sensing the ominous aura, quickly turned to ascend, leaving the pit behind. Before long, fewer than 10 individuals remained outside the bronze door. Shall we enter? Mu Qingyao observed Chu Feng staring blankly into the depths, his silence prompting her to inquire. It is too eerie, we should not proceed. Chu Feng had caught a familiar scent emanating from within the ancient door, the unmistakable odor of blood demons. In his past life, he had encountered a blood demon of imperial stature, a colossal creature adorned with countless tentacles, some stretching hundreds of feet long, a truly terrifying sight. Uncertain why the scent of blood demons lingered here, he feared that the presence of such a creature would spell certain doom for anyone who ventured inside. Not going in? Mu Qingyao was momentarily taken aback by Chu Feng's words. Just moments ago, he had expressed a desire to explore the ancient door with her. Yet now he seemed hesitant to proceed. Gazing into the abyss of darkness, Chu Feng replied, "Indeed, we shall not enter. There are fearsome beasts within." Mu Qingyao's expression fell slightly at his assertion. Having arrived at the bronze door, she too yearned to discover what lay hidden in the depths. Yet, respecting Chu Feng's decision, she reluctantly conceded. At that moment, several figures clad in white descended gracefully from above, resembling celestial maidens gracing the earth. Ling Wei. Mu Qingyao's demeanor shifted coldly as she recognized the leading white-clad woman, sensing animosity toward her. Ling Wei, having spotted Mu Qingyao, responded with mockery, "Oh, if at ISNT our former saintess, Mu Qingyao, to refer to her as a former saintess is an affront to our sacred grounds. Indeed, how could one who consorts with beggars be worthy of associating with our Yaoqi sacred land?" The disciples following Ling Wei joined in, hurling insults at Mu Qingyao. Silence. Enraged, Mu Qingyao drew her sword, ready to retaliate. A middle-aged woman clad in white, also a fifth-level king realm cultivator beside Ling Wei, coldly laughed. "What? Do you wish to strike us? Humph. You should have been stripped of your powers when you left the sacred land. To even think of utilizing the techniques and powers of our sacred domain is nothing short of an affront." At that moment, Chu Feng turned to face the white-clad middle-aged woman, his gaze laced with intent to kill as he demanded, "Apologize." Upon hearing this, the woman turned towards Chu Feng, and upon realizing his cultivation was merely at the second level of the heavenly spirit realm, she burst into loud laughter, exclaiming, "With your appearance, you must be the new paramour of Mu Qingyao." Clang! Chu Feng unsheathed his sword with a fierce motion. In an instant, a blade of energy surged towards the white-clad woman, sending her flying over 100 meters, blood spilling from her mouth. "Please, young Master Chu, show mercy." At this moment, Ling Wei finally noticed Chu Feng and hurriedly interceded. She had previously witnessed Chu Feng defeating Qin Peng at the Fengshui auction house, aware of his formidable strength. She hadn't realized the connection between him and Mu Qingyao until now. The white-clad woman, looking weak, flew back to Ling Wei's side. Chu Feng had not exerted his full power. Otherwise, she would have met her demise. "Apologize." Chu Feng's gaze remained icy as he regarded the white-clad woman. "Do not act rashly. We shall apologize." Ling Wei, sensing the murderous intent in Chu Feng's eyes, quickly offered to make amends. With that, she led the white-clad woman and the other disciples of the Yaozi sacred land to apologize to Mu Qingyao. Humph. Mu Qingyao merely snorted coldly upon witnessing Ling Wei and the others' apologies, disregarding them entirely. Ling Wei, undeterred, turned to Chu Feng and asked, "Young Master Chu, may we depart now?" Chu Feng replied with a subtle nod. Seeing this, Ling Wei promptly guided the disciples of the Yaozi sacred land into the ancient gate. They ascended the stone bridge, hastily advancing into the depths of darkness. After some distance, the white-clad woman turned to Ling Wei and questioned, "Saintess, why should we apologize to that wretched Mu Qingyao? Even if that lad possesses remarkable strength, with the great elder present, we need not fear him." Ling Wei replied softly, "Did you not see the murderous intent in Chu Feng's eyes? Had we not apologized, he likely would have attacked us without hesitation. He is capable of defeating even those at the Imperial Realm. We cannot afford to take such risks." The white-clad woman was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. "That Chu Feng has defeated someone from the Imperial Realm?" Ling Wei affirmed, "Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. But let us not dwell on him. We must hasten to find my master." With that, Ling Wei quickened her pace into the darkness. At this moment, Mu Qingyao, noticing Ling Wei and her companions vanish, swiftly turned to express her gratitude to Chu Feng. "Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to bully you in the future." Chu Feng assured her. Mu Qingyao casually nodded, not taking his words to heart. She held little faith in his promise, as she would soon return to marry Xiao Chun, and thus would have no further contact with Chu Feng. "Let's depart." Chu Feng glanced back at the endless darkness within the ancient gate, preparing to lead Mu Qingyao away. "All right," Mu Qingyao replied with a slight nod. "Wait, Chu Feng, do not leave just yet. I sense something familiar within." Just as Chu Feng was about to take flight, Ling Er's voice echoed in his ear. "Something familiar?" Chu Feng paused in surprise. Yes, you must enter first. It's too distant. I need to be closer to confirm. Ling Ye urged. What is this familiar thing? Chu Feng in Guit? A treasure of chaos. Hurry, lest someone else seizes it. Ling continued to press. A treasure of chaos? Chu Feng was taken aback. Such treasures are legendary. No one in the upper realms possesses them, and he had encountered mention of them only in an ancient tome in his past life. Each treasure of chaos possesses world-altering power, and he never anticipated such a thing existing in this lowly realm of the abandoned wilds. I'm still uncertain. Its aura is too faint. It's somewhat reminiscent, but I need to be closer to be sure. Ling explained. Very well, I shall enter now, Chu Feng promptly declared. After concluding his communication with Ling he turned to Mu Qingyao, stating, We shall go in. What? We're entering again? Mu Qingyao, who was preparing to leave, was taken aback by Chu Feng's sudden change of heart. Did he wish to enter upon seeing Ling Wei do so? Chapter 148, Beneath the Darkness. Mu Qingyao had observed that Chu Feng and Ling Wei seemed to know each other. Otherwise, why would Ling Wei apologize the moment Chu Feng mentioned it? Did Chu Feng share some undisclosed relationship with Ling Wei? Instantly, Mu Qingyao's gaze towards Chu Feng grew somewhat unfriendly. Hurry inside. Chu Feng stepped onto the stone bridge, urging Mu Qingyao to follow swiftly. Understood. Mu Qingyao, slightly irked, initially hesitated to follow, but after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to accompany him. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao slowly advanced into the depths of darkness. As they delved deeper, an overwhelming sense of dread settled upon their hearts. Chu Feng sensed something terrifying lurking in the darkness beneath the stone bridge, though he could not discern what it was. Fortunately, it did not attack them. Half an hour later, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao reached the depths of darkness. At this point, the individuals who had entered were gathered on a segment of the stone bridge ahead. Chu Feng Zeko Yin Ti Mengyu, Lang Wei, and the green-clad elder at the third level of the Imperial Realm among them. The stone bridge ahead had come to an end, leaving no path forward. Yet before them lay only endless darkness. What's going on? Why is there no way forward? Are we being toyed with? I thought there would be some unparalleled treasures here, but it seems there's nothing at all. Some newcomers, upon realizing there was no path ahead, began to complain loudly. Some had even started to backtrack, turning to leave. Chu Feng, after a brief investigation, discerned nothing unusual. It truly appeared there was no way forward. Ha ha ha. I heard a treasure vault was discovered here, so I came to join the fun. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from behind, filled with malevolence. Everyone turned to see a blue-clad, middle-aged man with a wicked countenance striding forward. Han Meng, Qi Mengzhu exclaimed in surprise upon spotting the blue-clad man. It's rare for the fairy Qi to remember me. After decades, you still look as splendid as ever. Han Meng smirked devilishly at her words. Oomph. Qi Mengzhu coldly snorted and turned away, seemingly having past grievances with Han Meng. At this moment, both Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao were taken aback to realize that the blue-clad man was indeed Han Meng. They had previously slain Zhang Gan, and to their astonishment, even after having distanced themselves from the chaotic mountain range, Han Meng had pursued them. However, it was evident that Han Meng had come for the treasure vault rather than to hunt them down. Han Meng, why are you not in the Chaos City, but have come to my Wuji sect's territory? The green-clad man at the third level of the Imperial Realm, Lu Hongnan, an elder of the Wuji sect, questioned coldly upon seeing Han Meng's uninvited presence. Although Lu Hongnan was not a match for Han Meng, the Wuji sect had a 7th-level elder, so he was not intimidated. Upon hearing Lu Hongnan's inquiry, Han Meng coldly retorted, I am unaware that the little brat who killed my strategist Zhang Gan has fled here. I came to pursue him, but upon hearing of a treasure vault, I decided to take a look. That brat had committed many atrocities. He deserved to die. Lu Hongnan had heard about Zhang Gan's demise. Hearing Lu Hongnan's gloating words, Han Meng's expression turned icy. It wouldn't be you Wuji sect's doing, would it? I too wish to kill that brat Zhang Gan, but it was not our Wuji sect that did it. Lu Hongnan denied. Han Meng scoffed. Once I discover who killed Zhang Gan, I shall flay them alive. At this time, some individuals, seeing Han Meng's arrival, began to slowly turn to leave. With Han Meng's formidable cultivation, even if treasures existed, they would not be able to contend with him. Furthermore, Han Meng was known for his malevolence and unpredictable temperament. Many sought to depart as quickly as possible. Mu Qingyao discreetly tugged at Chu Feng's hand, attempting to urge him to leave. However, Chu Feng was unable to locate the primordial treasure that Ling had mentioned, rendering his departure impossible. Chu Feng inquired of Ling there seems to be no path ahead. Where's the treasure you spoke of? It lies beneath that final stone pillar. Ling replied, a Upon hearing this, Chu Feng directed his gaze towards the vast, dark stone pillar at the end of the stone bridge, which plunged into the shadows below, its depth concealed from sight. Yet, many individuals stood before him, compelling Chu Feng to wait until they departed before he could venture down to explore. Han Meng, after a brief survey of the surroundings, appeared equally at a loss. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing a white-clad cultivator of the first rank in the Wang realm and flinging him into the abyss of darkness ahead. The white-clad cultivator cried out in terror, desperately attempting to turn back, but found himself unable to return, struggling for a moment before being pulled downwards as if ensnared by some unseen force. Han Meng, how dare you take a life without cause? Lu Hongyan exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Han Meng. If you're a good person, why not descend and ascertain the situation? Han Meng replied with a cold laugh. Descend? An idea suddenly struck him, and he abruptly glanced down at the final stone pillar. Though the depths remained unfathomable, he was certain the pillar would lead directly to the bottom. With this thought, Han Meng hastened to the pillar and began to climb down. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Han Meng would risk himself to explore the unknown. Observing Han Meng's descent, Chu Feng promptly grasped Mu Qingyao's hand, exclaiming, "We must follow." Startled by Chu Feng's sudden pull, Mu Qingyao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to trust him and began her descent alongside him. At that moment, Qi Mengzhu caught sight of Mu Qingyao. However, she merely cast a cold glance in her direction and chose to disregard her. Their master-disciple relationship had been severed, and Mu Qingyao was no longer a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land. They were now strangers. As others witnessed Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao following suit, they exchanged glances. But before long, some decided to follow as well. Lu Hongyan turned to Qi Mengzhu, stating, "We should also descend and investigate." Indeed, Qi Mengzhu nodded in agreement. Soon, Lu Hongyan and several others followed suit, descending the pillar. Observing Lu Hongyan and Qi Mengzhu's actions, the remaining individuals hesitated before also choosing to follow. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao descended the stone pillar at a steady pace. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Below, darkness enveloped them, concealing the depths. Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed 3 stone bridges emerging not far below. Each bridge extended into the darkness ahead, as well as to the left and right. At that moment, Han Meng lingered on the foremost bridge, seemingly deliberating which path to take. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao leaped onto the right bridge, surveying their surroundings. The endless darkness persisted, with nothing visible beyond the stone bridge. After a moment's contemplation, unsure of which direction to take, Chu Feng turned to Linger, asking, "Linger, which way should we proceed?" "To the left," Linger indicated. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng promptly led Mu Qingyao towards the left bridge. Shortly thereafter, they reached the end of the left bridge and continued their descent along the final stone pillar. After another 5,000 meters, a new stone bridge appeared below them. But this time, there was only a single bridge extending to the left. Chu Feng swiftly guided Mu Qingyao onto the bridge, continuing onward. After several descents totaling another 5,000 meters, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao finally arrived at the abyss's bottom. The light here was considerably better than above, casting a hazy glow that allowed them to discern distant scenery. The ground of the abyss lay desolate, devoid of spiritual energy, resembling an ancient battlefield littered with fragmented weapons and skeletal remains. Some beast corpses were so enormous that they defied imagination. "Chu Feng," Mu Qingyao exclaimed, pointing towards a massive beast skeleton towering hundreds of feet high. She was astonished to discover such a colossal creature existed in the world. The sheer size of the beast remains hinted at the terror it must have instilled while alive. That is merely the carcass of an ancient giant beast. "There is nothing to be astonished about," Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. Turning to Linger, Chu Feng asked, "Linger, where is the treasure?" "To your left," she indicated. Without delay, Chu Feng led Mu Qingyao towards the left. The gravity here was peculiar, affecting their movement and forcing them to proceed cautiously. The path was lined with terrifyingly large beast bones, remnants of ancient giants long extinct, their identities now unrecognizable. Yet, the size of these remains and the scars upon them spoke of their ferocity. After an hour, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao arrived at a vast deep pit. The pit sloped downwards, and something seemed to be concealed at its center. The gravity within the pit was even more oppressive. Chu Feng turned to Mu Qingyao, saying, "Wait here, I'll go take a look." "Be careful," Mu Qingyao replied, her breath slightly labored from the intense gravity. Chu Feng nodded slightly and began to slide down the slope. Before long, he reached the bottom of the pit, where he discerned what lay within, a rusted sword. Grasping the hilt, He effortlessly drew the sword from its resting place. Is this merely a broken sword? Chu Feng remarked, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. He had anticipated discovering a peerless treasure, only to find an exceedingly ordinary broken sword. Aside from its rust, there was nothing remarkable about it. Lingia, is this what you referred to as the primordial treasure? Chu Feng queried, puzzled. Linger fell silent. Linga? Noticing her lack of response, Chu Feng's confusion deepened, and he inquired again, what is it? I simply did not expect it to be in such a state. Linger responded, her voice tinged with an inexplicable sadness. A primordial treasure can be severed? Chu Feng asked, astonished. Legends spoke of primordial treasures as the mightiest of artifacts, and he could scarcely fathom the terror of whatever could sever such a treasure. This sword is known as the Hongmeng primordial sword. What could sever it is the Chaos opening axe. There are 9 primordial treasures in existence, each more powerful than the last, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Among them, the Chaos opening axe ranks as the foremost primordial treasure, while the Hongmeng primordial sword holds the 3rd position. Yet, I cannot comprehend why the Hongmeng primordial sword was severed by the Chaos opening axe. Logically, even the Chaos opening axe would find it difficult to cleave through the Hongmeng primordial sword unless the latter had lost its spirit and allowed the axe to strike for an extended period. Linger explained slowly. Chaos opening axe? Hongmeng primordial sword? Chu Feng's expression was one of astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of such primordial treasures. In his previous life, Chu Feng was among the most formidable beings in the upper realm, yet he had never encountered a primordial treasure. This underscored how limited his perspective had been, confined to the depths of a well, while a far grander world existed above, populated by beings of unimaginable strength. Linger sighed softly. The spirit of the Hongmeng primordial sword has dissipated. It is now merely a useless sword. Nevertheless, it still retains a trace of its former essence, which is why I could sense it. Just a useless sword? Chu Feng felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had hoped to acquire a primordial treasure, only to end up with a mere broken sword. Yet, even as a useless sword, it surpasses ordinary spiritual swords. No other weapon can hope to harm it. Moreover, it still carries a hint of the primordial treasure's aura, making it stronger than typical sacred artifacts. In its complete form, the Hongmeng primordial sword would be beyond your current capabilities, but now it is within your reach. Linger elaborated softly. Stronger than a typical sacred artifact? Chu Feng's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Indeed, Linger nodded slightly. Chu Feng continued to inquire. Is it still possible for the Hongmeng primordial sword to be restored to a Chaos supreme treasure? Impossible, Linger replied, her voice tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. The sword's spirit has dissipated, and the blade is shattered. It cannot be restored. What a pity, Chu Feng expressed, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, acquiring a broken sword comparable to a sacred weapon is still commendable. Suddenly, Linger's voice urged him, we must leave this place quickly. There are still some ancient creatures lurking underground, not yet fully deceased. The Hongmeng primordial sword was the focal point of the sealing formation, suppressing this land. Now that you have removed it, those ancient beings will awaken. What? Chu Feng exclaimed in alarm. The ancient creatures were terrifyingly powerful, far beyond his current capabilities. He immediately scrambled up the slope, preparing to flee with Mu Qingyao. Chapter 150. In life we cannot share the same bed, but in death, we can share the same grave. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in blue appeared ahead. You there, you're the one who killed my strategist, Zhang Gan, aren't you? The man regarded Chu Feng with a sinister glare. Amen. Both Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao were taken aback upon recognizing him, halting in their tracks. It was indeed Han Meng, who had followed them here. Moreover, it seemed he had identified them as Zhang Gan's killers. You needn't think of denying it. You, a man and a woman, possess the same cultivation levels as the two who killed Zhang Gan. Han Meng stated coldly. What we do, Chu Feng? Mu Qingyao's face turned pale with despair upon realizing that Han Meng had recognized them. Fear not. If it comes to it, we shall die together. In life, we cannot share the same bed, but in death, we can share the same grave. At this critical moment, Chu Feng found a way to tease Mu Qingyao. Yes, we shall die together. Mu Qingyao suddenly grasped Chu Feng's hand tightly. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to jest, not expecting her to take it seriously. Yet, it seemed that her actions indicated she harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not be willing to die alongside him. In life, we cannot share the same bed, but in death, we can share the same grave. How touching. Han scoffed coldly. Suddenly a bizarre, creeping claw emerged silently from underground behind Han Meng. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly remarked, of course, not only can we share the same grave in death, but we can also share the same bed in life. Delusional, Han Meng sneered, preparing to strike down Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao. In an instant, the strange claw ensnared his leg. Let us move. Chu Feng seized Mu Qingyao and swiftly maneuvered around Han Meng, fleeing in the direction they had come from. What on earth is this? Han Meng exclaimed, noticing something wrapping around his foot. He struck at the claw with his palm, but it did not budge, nor could he sever it with his sword. This left him aghast. Moments later, he discovered the claw was sucking the blood from his leg. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and severed his thigh with his sword, hopping on one leg to pursue Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao. Chu Feng, what was that beast? Mu Qingyao, who had thought she was going to die alongside Chu Feng, was astonished to see the strange claw ensnaring Han Meng, granting them an opportunity to escape. It should be an ancient creature. As for what kind of beast it is, I cannot say. Chu Feng urged Mu Qingyao onward as they fled. Ancient creature? Mu Qingyao glanced back in shock, just in time to witness Han Meng severing his leg to escape. She exclaimed, quickly informing Chu Feng. Han Meng is coming after us, having cut off his leg. Chu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Han Meng would act so decisively. He immediately intensified his efforts, dragging Mu Qingyao to flee with all his might. As they ran, Chu Feng occasionally unleashed sword energy behind them to obstruct Han Meng's pursuit. Before long, they reached the stone pillar and began to ascend it rapidly. At that moment, the ground in the distance began to heave, with colossal ancient beasts emerging from the earth. Massive ancient bulls towering over 100 feet, and ancient snails the size of hills. Mu Qingyao's legs felt weak at the sight, yet she steeled herself against her fear and continued to climb. Soon, they reached the summit of the first stone pillar. You go ahead. I will stay behind to hold off Han Meng, Chu Feng declared, drawing out the Han Meng primordial sword and preparing to gather his sword energy. He aimed to catch Han Meng off guard and eliminate him here. Otherwise, escaping this place would make it nearly impossible to evade Han Meng's pursuit. This was the best opportunity to eliminate Han Meng. Once he gathered his sword energy, he could deliver a surprise strike that would surely incapacitate him. Even if he couldn't kill Han Meng in one blow, he could severely injure him. In such a perilous situation, with so many ancient creatures lurking behind them, if Han Meng were gravely injured, he would certainly fall prey to those ancient beings. Seeing Chu Feng's resolve to confront Han Meng, Mu Qingyao urgently interjected, "No. If we are to flee, we flee together. If we are to die, we die together." Chu Feng's choice to stay behind would surely spell his doom. And even if she managed to escape, Han Meng would pursue and kill her. If death was inevitable, it was far better to perish together. Now, Mu Qingyao had confirmed her feelings for Chu Feng, yet various obstacles stood in their way. They could not be together in life, but they could share death. "Then you wait for me ahead." Chu Feng, pleased by Mu Qingyao's refusal to leave him, gestured for her to move ahead. Once he gathered his sword energy, he was confident he could severely wound Han Meng. All right, Mu Qingyao complied, moving a short distance ahead to wait for Chu Feng. Before long, Han Meng, driven by desperation, finally reached the base of the stone pillar and began to climb rapidly. "Just wait until I catch you. I will tear your bodies to shreds." Han Meng fantasized about capturing Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao, envisioning their dismemberment. At that moment, the terrifying claw also pursued him. Its true form was a hideous reptilian creature, the nature of which Han Meng could not discern. However, this grotesque being was at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, forcing Han Meng to flee for his life. Quickly, Han Meng excitedly reached the top of the stone pillar. However, just as his foot was about to step onto the stone bridge, he was suddenly met with an immensely terrifying sword energy hurtling towards him. Chapter 151, Blood Demon Beast. Just moments earlier, as Chu Feng fully charged his sword energy, he spotted Han Meng climbing up with a look of exhilaration from narrowly escaping death. Without hesitation, he swung his sword fiercely at Han Meng. Caught off guard by his excitement, Han Meng was completely unprepared. Boom! In a frantic attempt to defend himself, Han Meng could not withstand the force of Chu Feng's fully charged sword energy, which sent him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he plummeted. Before Han Meng could reach the ground, a strange claw emerged from below, ensnaring his waist, resulting in a horrified scream that echoed through the air. Yet, despite his cries, he could not break free from the claw's grip. Seeing Han Meng being flung downward, Chu Feng immediately turned and raced towards Mu Qingyao, grasping her hand as they fled. The ancient beast below had awakened, and Chu Feng could hear the earth trembling under their massive weight. While those beasts could not ascend the stone bridge, he worried that they would topple the stone pillar, causing the bridge to collapse. With a thunderous rumble, the stone bridge began to give way, just as Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao reached another bridge above. "We must hurry," Chu Feng exclaimed, noticing Mu Qingyao glancing back. and swiftly scooped her up, carrying her as they dashed forward. "Put me down. I can walk." Mu Qingyao protested, struggling against Chu Feng's hold. "The bridge is collapsing. Stay still, or we will both perish here." Chu Feng tightened his grip around her, ignoring her struggles as he sped onward. Seeing the bridge behind them crumbling beneath them, Mu Qingyao relented, allowing Chu Feng to carry her as they fled. As they raced forward, Mu Qingyao gazed at Chu Feng's handsome profile, her heart stirring with emotions. If only it were a year ago, when she could have made her own choices, perhaps she could have truly been with Chu Feng. At present, the Mu family would never consent to her union with Chu Feng. She has lost her purity, rendering any possibility of their togetherness nearly impossible. A thunderous rumble echoed as the stone bridge behind them continued to collapse. Soon after, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao returned to the previous fork in the path. At this moment, others from different directions were frantically fleeing upwards in terror. With the Hongmeng primordial sword drawn by Chu Feng, the ancient creatures of the land awakened, breaking through the earth en masse. Those from other directions encountered numerous ancient behemoths, some meeting their doom on the spot, while only those swift enough managed to escape with their lives. It was utterly terrifying. I had never witnessed such colossal demonic beasts before. Our sect's elder at the first level of the Imperial Realm was actually struck dead by a giant bear's paw. I was fortunate to be far away. Otherwise, I too would have perished. Some fled, while fearfully discussing their predicament. Chu Feng held Mu Qingyao tightly as they hurried away. When Mu Qingyao spotted others, she wished to urge Chu Feng to set her down, but he paid her no heed, keeping her firmly in his embrace. Thus, she shyly buried her face in his chest to avoid being recognized. At that moment, Qi Mengzhu was also hastily escaping alongside Ling Wei. As Qi Mengzhu darted past Chu Feng, she caught sight of Mu Qingyao in his arms and let out a cold huff. Upon hearing Qi Mengzhu's voice, Mu Qingyao's body stiffened momentarily, but she quickly reminded herself that she and Qi Mengzhu had severed all ties, and she relaxed once more. Before long, they all reached the highest point of the stone bridge. The end of the bridge led to an exit, and everyone excitedly rushed toward it. Suddenly, a piercing scream caused everyone to halt in terror. An eerie tentacle shot up from beneath the stone bridge, ensnaring the hapless Qi Mengzhu, who was at the forefront of the fleeing crowd. The one who screamed was Ling Wei. After Qi Mengzhu was captured, she was flung forward, allowing her to escape a grim fate. "Master!" Ling Wei cried out in horror to Qi Mengzhu but dared not approach to rescue her. "Blood demon beast." Chu Feng was taken aback by the strange tentacle. Initially, he feared it was the very tentacle pursuing them from below. However, he soon caught the distinct stench of the blood demon beast. This tentacle belonged to the blood demon beast. It emerged from the depths of darkness, its length unknown. At that moment, the tentacle merely held Qi Mengzhu captive, causing her no immediate harm. Qi Mengzhu drew her spiritual sword, desperately hacking at the tentacle in an attempt to free herself. Yet, the tentacle's formidable defenses rendered her strikes ineffective, maintaining its grip on her. Lu Hongnan of the Wuzhong and several other Imperial Realm experts attempted to intervene and rescue Qi Mengzhu, but the tentacle flailed violently to ward off their attacks, preventing them from unleashing their full power for fear of injuring her. Moments later, a foul-smelling, fearsome beast began to ascend from the central stone pillar of the bridge. It was a blood demon beast at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm. Upon recognizing the beast's cultivation level, Chu Feng exhaled in relief. It was merely at the Imperial Realm. Had it been a Saint-level or Emperor-level beast, even if he sought refuge within the Chaos Star Pearl, he would never escape. The blood demon beast was massive, boasting numerous tentacles nearly 100 feet long. It crouched before the stone bridge, its sweeping tentacles creating an insurmountable barrier for the onlookers. What manner of beast is this? It is utterly terrifying. I do not know, but it is a beast at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm. We are no match for it. We are finished. It blocks our path on the bridge, and we cannot escape. The crowd gazed in horror at the fearsome blood demon beast. "Master, hold on. I will go find someone to rescue you." At that moment, Ling Wei, who had been thrust forward by Qi Mengzhu, recognized the futility of facing the blood demon beast and uttered those words before turning to flee. The blood demon beast was so formidable. With Qi Mengzhu ensnared, her escape seemed nearly impossible, and the others found it equally challenging to get away. Ling Wei reasoned that remaining there would not aid Qi Mengzhu. It was better to flee first. Traitor! Qi Mengzhu, seeing Ling Wei abandon her to escape, erupted in furious protest. It was she who had fought against the odds to help Ling Wei ascend to the position of saintess when Mu Qingyao was stripped of her title. Moreover, it was she who had flung Ling Wei forward moments earlier, allowing her to evade danger. Yet now, Ling Wei had the audacity to leave her behind. This infuriated Qi Mengzhu. Elder Lu, what shall we do? The other Imperial Realm members looked at Lu Hongnan in confusion, seeking his guidance. Lu Hongnan surveyed the thrashing tentacles of the blood demon beast. They could only escape by vanquishing it. However, with the beast at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm, even their combined might not suffice. Suddenly, a scream echoed from behind. The crowd turned to look. What a massive snake! An ancient colossal serpent, its length immeasurable, was swimming towards them. The unfortunate cultivator who had screamed had just been devoured in one gulp. Chu Feng, what shall we do? Mu Qingdao, who had long harbored a fear of snakes, was now petrified by the sight of the terrifying ancient serpent. Observing her distress, Chu Feng furrowed his brow, his mind racing for a solution. The giant serpent's level matched that of the blood demon beast, both at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm. With the blood demon beast ahead and the ferocious serpent behind, both at the pinnacle of the Imperial Realm, he found himself at a loss for an escape plan. Chapter 152, A Self-Inflicted Wound. At that moment, the ancient serpent halted upon spotting the blood demon beast, its eyes gleaming with malice. Chu Feng was taken aback. It seemed as though they were natural enemies, or perhaps it was a case of not being able to coexist peacefully. A battle was imminent. On this narrow stone bridge, he could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue should they clash. If the bridge were to shatter, all present would perish. Qingyao, do not resist when time comes. Given the current dire circumstances, Chu Feng could only take it one step at a time, first bringing Mu Qingyao into the Chaos Star Pearl. Mu Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Chu Feng meant by not resisting. Did he intend to do something untoward to her in their final moments? Instinctively, she shot him an indignant glare. Yet, understanding the gravity of their situation, she realized it was not unreasonable for Chu Feng to have such thoughts in their direst hour. However, with so many people around, if he were to act inappropriately, she would be utterly mortified. At this moment, many had discerned the impending clash between the ancient serpent and the blood demon beast, their faces filled with dread. In such a confined space where flight was forbidden, there was nowhere to flee. They could only await their fate. Boom! The ancient serpent suddenly lunged towards the blood demon beast with the swiftness of lightning. Mu Qingyao clutched Chu Feng's hand tightly, anticipating some final act from him. However, after a long wait, he made no move. As the ancient serpent bore down upon them, disappointment washed over her. She lamented not having a moment with Chu Feng before death. Just as Mu Qingyao prepared to close her eyes and accept her fate, she suddenly felt a disorienting shift and found herself in a strange place. The air was thick with spiritual energy, a picturesque scene of babbling brooks and flourishing flora, with elegant pavilions forming a scene that resembled a poetic paradise. Previously, when Chu Feng had asked Linger to adorn the starry world, it appeared to have transformed into a small realm of immortality. Mu Qingyao gazed at the breathtaking tableau before her, momentarily bewildered. Hadn't she just been in that endless abyss? How had she suddenly arrived here? Turning to see Chu Feng, she felt a flicker of reassurance and inquired, Chu Feng, have we died? In this ethereal setting, Mu Qingyao began to doubt their state of existence. Not dead. Chu Feng, amused by her dazed expression, reached out and playfully pinched her cheek. The warmth of his touch made Mu Qingyao instantly realize she was still alive. But where's this place? Mu Qingyao asked, her face a mask of confusion. This can be considered a small world. You should rest for a bit while I check the situation outside. Chu Feng allowed Mu Qingyao to explore freely, giving her a moment to rest. Linger, what is the situation outside? Chu Feng promptly contacted Linger to inquire about the circumstances beyond. With the presence of the Chaos Star Pearl, he felt assured regarding their safety. However, he was deeply concerned that the battle between the ancient giant snake and the blood demon beast might cause the stone bridge to collapse. If that were to happen, they would be trapped forever. After a brief moment, Linger began to relay the events unfolding outside. The ancient giant snake had surged towards the blood demon beast with breathtaking speed, instantly sending everyone on the bridge flying. The abyss below was unfathomably deep, and with no means of flight, those who had been thrown off were screaming as they plummeted into the void. Fortunately, some had anticipated the ancient giant snake's assault and had taken refuge under the bridge, successfully evading its strike. Upon engaging, the ancient giant snake and the blood demon beast became entangled in a fierce struggle. The ancient giant snake coiled around the blood demon beast with its lengthy body, relentlessly tearing at it with its fangs. The blood demon beast, undeterred, ensnared the ancient giant snake with its numerous colossal tentacles. For a time, the two titans rolled and wrestled upon the bridge, eventually halting as they sought to strangle one another. After a moment, Those who had narrowly escaped the initial onslaught began to contemplate fleeing, but no one dared to be the first, fearing they might be flung into the abyss by the raging beasts. I shall take a look. After observing the hesitation among the others, Lu Hongnan bravely volunteered to scout the situation. Slowly, he approached the ancient giant snake and the blood demon beast. Before long, he found himself before the two formidable creatures, and seeing that they paid him no heed, he cautiously attempted to step onto the body of the blood demon beast. The onlookers watched with bated breath, anxious that the ancient beasts might retaliate against Lu Hongnan, thereby sealing their own fates. Gradually, Lu Hongnan managed to step onto the blood demon beast, which remained indifferent to his presence. In comparison to the beast's immense form, Lu Hongnan appeared as insignificant as an ant, with such a grave threat at hand. The blood demon beast had no time to concern itself with this mere insect. Upon realizing the blood demon beast's lack of reaction, Lu Hongnan was overjoyed and swiftly traversed the bodies of the blood demon beast and the ancient giant snake, racing toward the far side of the bridge. The crowd, witnessing this, displayed expressions of delight as they hurried after him. You can leave now. Those two beasts should not attack you. At this moment, Linger, having observed the situation outside, urged Chu Feng to lead Mu Qingyao out. With a surge of excitement, Chu Feng turned to Mu Qingyao and called out, "Qingyao, come quickly. We are leaving." Curiosity piqued. Mu Qingyao, who had been admiring the starry world, immediately flew towards Chu Feng upon hearing his voice. He grasped her hand, and together they ventured into the outside world. At that moment, the crowd had already dashed past the ancient giant snake and the blood demon beast, hastily making their way toward the exit. Seeing this, Chu Feng also pulled Mu Qingyao forward toward the beasts. As they approached the fearsome forms of the ancient giant snake and the blood demon beast, Mu Qingyao gasped in alarm. "Do not fear. Follow me. Nothing will happen." Noticing her hesitation, Chu Feng turned and smiled reassuringly at her. Feeling a bit more at ease, Mu Qingyao still found her legs trembling at the sight of the monstrous creatures. Observing her faltering pace, Chu Feng quickly scooped her up in his arms and continued to dash forward. This time, Mu Qingyao made no attempt to resist, allowing him to carry her onward. In no time, Chu Feng had traversed past the ancient giant snake and the blood demon beast. "Qingyao, help me!" Just as he was about to escape with Mu Qingyao, a cry for help rang out from behind. It was Qi Mengzhu. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Feng hesitated momentarily, glancing back. At that moment, Qi Mengzhu was ensnared by the blood demon beast. Once it had captured its prey, the blood demon beast would not release it unless it perished, leaving Qi Mengzhu with little hope of survival. Mu Qingyao's expression shifted between shades of concern and indifference as she beheld Qi Mengzhu. Having been her disciple for nearly a decade, she had always held Qi Mengzhu in high regard. Yet, when trouble had struck, Qi Mengzhu had abandoned her, a betrayal that she had struggled to accept. Now, witnessing Qi Mengzhu abandoned by her new disciple, Ling Wei, she felt a sense of poetic justice. "Chu Feng, let's depart," Mu Qingyao declared, unwilling to concern herself with Qi Mengzhu any longer, urging Chu Feng to take her away. "Qingyao, do not leave. I was wrong. I should not have severed our master-disciple bond. Please, save me. If you rescue me, I can ensure your return to the Yaoqi sacred land." Qi Mengzhu, realizing Mu Qingyao intended to leave, grew frantic and pleaded for her assistance. With everyone else having escaped, only Mu Qingyao and Chu Feng remained. If she did not help Qi Mengzhu, the latter would surely meet her demise. Faced with death, Qi Mengzhu was forced to abandon her pride and seek forgiveness from Mu Qingyao. Taken aback by Qi Mengzhu's apology, Mu Qingyao found herself momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that the once mighty Qi Mengzhu would humble herself before her. However, feeling utterly incapable of assisting her, Mu Qingyao simply replied, "I am sorry. I cannot save you." Having said this, she urged Chu Feng to lead her away. "No, Qingyao, come back and save me." Qi Mengzhu's desperate cries echoed as she witnessed Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao retreating. Carrying Mu Qingyao, Chu Feng hastily made his way toward the exit while she remained silent, a veil of sorrow shadowing her face. "If you wish to save her, I can help." Noticing the sadness etched on Mu Qingyao's features, Chu Feng assumed she wanted to save Qi Mengzhu. Though the blood demon beast's defenses were formidable, the Hongmeng primordial sword might sever its tentacles, providing an opportunity to rescue Qi Mengzhu. However, such an endeavor could provoke the beast's wrath, rendering it perilous. Mu Qingyao, touched by Chu Feng's words, felt a flicker of emotion. Yet, she had no desire to save Qi Mengzhu. Even if Chu Feng could, she did not wish for him to take such risks. "Do not take the risk. I do not want to save her. My sorrow stems from a decade of misplaced devotion. For 10 years, I revered her as a mother. Yet she abandoned me when I needed her most, casting me into the depths of despair. Upon hearing Mu Qingyao's lament regarding her betrayal, Chu Feng gazed at her earnestly and vowed, "Qingyao, rest assured, I shall never abandon you." Mu Qingyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet she quickly recalled the challenges that lay between her and Chu Feng, her expression hardening. "We have nothing between us. What is there to discuss about abandonment? Who says there is nothing? Do you not desire for me to openly propose to the Mu family? Upon our return, I shall do just that." Chu Feng had resolved to seek Mu Qingyao's hand in marriage upon their return, for she was his first love, and he would never allow her to belong to another. I shall await that day." Mu Qingyao scoffed lightly, still skeptical of Chu Feng's intentions. "Fear not. I speak only the truth," Chu Feng assured her earnestly. Seeing the sincerity in his gaze, Mu Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, allowing herself to hope that perhaps Chu Feng would truly propose, and they could be together forever. Yet, recalling her lost innocence, doubt crept in once more, and she questioned whether he would genuinely take such a step. Furthermore, even if he did, the Mu family would likely never consent to their union. Realizing their love was fated to remain unfulfilled, Mu Qingyao dismissed any lingering hopes. Soon, a radiant gateway appeared in the distance. "We have reached the exit," Chu Feng exclaimed with joy. Previously, he had been apprehensive that the stone bridge might succumb to the chaos wrought by the ancient giant snake and the blood demon beast. Now, spotting the exit, he felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. In a matter of moments, he carried Mu Qingyao out of the bronze ancient gate. "We have finally escaped," Chu Feng exclaimed with a triumphant smile. "Quickly, set me down." As they emerged from the ancient gate, Mu Qingyao insisted that Chu Feng release her from his grasp. Chu Feng yearned to embrace Mu Qingyao a while longer. However, upon noticing her growing irritation, he reluctantly set her down. Soon, he would visit the Mu family to propose. And once their relationship was solidified, he could embrace her as he pleased. After releasing Mu Qingyao, Chu Feng turned his gaze towards the ancient bronze door, contemplating his next move. With a decisive swing of his sword, he attempted to sever the stone bridge, aiming to prevent the ancient creatures within from escaping. Yet, to his astonishment, his sword energy failed to inflict any damage upon the bridge. The material of this bridge was incomprehensibly resilient. "You need not destroy this stone bridge. There are formidable restrictions within the realm of the bronze door, ensuring that the creatures cannot emerge." As Chu Feng pondered alternative methods to breach the bridge, he suddenly heard Linger's voice beside him. A powerful restriction? Who could have imposed such a barrier? Chu Feng was left in a state of confusion. Perhaps it was the previous master of the Hongmeng ancestral sword, or another unimaginable powerhouse, Linger suggested. The master of the Hongmeng ancestral sword? What manner of being was he? Chu Feng mused, contemplating the kind of individual capable of wielding the complete Hongmeng ancestral sword. Surely, this individual was among the most formidable in existence. Though he likely no longer walked the earth, the Hongmeng ancestral sword had been severed and discarded here, indicating that he must have encountered a significant calamity. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken such a treasure. Ling Ye sighed softly. Chu Feng fell into a brief silence. His current power was far too feeble. Even if he regained his former strength, he would still be seen as mere fodder by those at the pinnacle of the world. Nonetheless, he had only just begun this life and could continue to grow stronger. In this lifetime, he was determined to ascend to the zenith of the world without leaving any regrets. "We must depart swiftly. The two ancient beasts may soon settle their contest and charge forth." At that moment, Mu Qingyao, noticing Chu Feng's dazed fixation on the ancient bronze door, urged him to leave. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Feng snapped back to reality and smiled at her. "There is no need for concern. The creatures cannot emerge from this bronze door. They cannot." "That is splendid news." Mu Qingyao's anxiety dissipated upon his words. In a brief moment, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao soared upwards towards the summit of the snow-capped mountain. By the time they reached the peak, the snowfall had ceased, though the wind continued to howl fiercely. So many lives have perished here? Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed numerous corpses surrounding a deep pit, many of whom had previously escaped from the bronze door below, including 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the King Realm. The state of the bodies suggested they had fallen victim to a beastly assault. Mu Qingyao examined the wounds of the deceased and turned to Chu Feng. They were likely slain by the snow falcon. The snow falcon? Chu Feng immediately recalled the female snow falcon they had encountered and killed earlier. He had been pondering whether a male snow falcon existed. Now, it appeared quite plausible, and this male was likely of the Emperor Realm. There might be an Emperor Realm snow falcon here. I should take you into that small world we visited earlier. Concerned for Mu Qingyao's safety, Chu Feng resolved to transport her into the Chaos Star Pearl. After all, she had already entered it once, so doing so again posed no issue. An Emperor Realm Snow Falcon? Mu Qingyao was taken aback. Indeed, Chu Feng affirmed with a nod. Moments later, Chu Feng carefully placed Mu Qingyao inside the Chaos Star Pearl. This is the safest place. Remain here for a while. I will bring you out once we descend, he assured her. All right. Mu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Chapter 154. The Race for the Snow Lotus. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng emerged from the Chaos Star Pearl and cautiously made his way down the mountain. Suddenly, not far ahead, he heard the piercing cry of a snow falcon. Following that, a cacophony of clashes ensued, suggesting a fierce battle was underway. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Chu Feng approached stealthily to ascertain what was transpiring. Soon, he beheld the unfolding scene. Lu Hongnan and a gray-clad elder of the first level of the Emperor Realm were engaged in a fierce skirmish against a second-level Emperor Realm Snow Falcon. The speed of the Emperor Realm Snow Falcon was astonishing, and Lu Hongnan and his companions struggled to land a blow on it. The gray-clad elder had sustained injuries in the fray. Snow Lotus. Chu Feng's gaze was drawn to a crystalline snow lotus blooming atop a nearby peak. Lu Hongnan and the elders sought to seize the snow lotus, but were persistently thwarted by the Emperor Realm's Snow Falcon. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao's task still remained, collecting a century-old snow lotus. They had been unable to find one until now, and this particular flower appeared to be of significant age. Given Lu Hongnan's intent to claim it, it was undoubtedly a rare snow lotus exceeding a century in age. In an instant, Chu Feng resolved to snatch the snow lotus and fulfill their final task. Having accompanied Mu Qingyao on this journey, they had completed numerous missions, leaving only the snow lotus task unfulfilled. Chu Feng did not wish to harbor regrets. He aimed to complete the quest for the snow lotus. As the battle raged on, Lu Hongnan and the elder were increasingly wounded in their relentless assault against the Emperor Realm Snow Falcon. Lu Hongnan suffered a grievous wound to his shoulder, blood streaming profusely. The Snow Falcon, too, had endured several heavy hits from Lu Hongnan and his companion, its beak stained with blood. Yet, the Snow Falcon continued to obstruct Lu Hongnan and his ally from obtaining the snow lotus. Chu Feng remained hidden among the snow, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to seize the snow lotus. Not long after, Lu Hongnan was struck again by the Emperor Realm Snow Falcon, spitting blood. Le Lao, we should retreat. The gray-clad elder, seeing Lu Hongnan grievously injured, felt a sense of urgency to withdraw. If this continued, he feared both of them would perish here. After emerging from the deep pit, they had been met with the Snow Falcon's assault, resulting in the deaths of many. They had pursued it, intent on eradicating this menace, only to discover that this second-level Emperor Realm Snow Falcon was far more formidable than anticipated. A first-level and a third-level Emperor Realm cultivator were unable to overcome it, and instead, they had suffered grave injuries. Very well, I shall return to the sect and summon others to deal with this beast. Frustration welled within Lu Hongnan, a third-level Emperor Realm cultivator unable to contend with his second-level Snow Falcon. However, with his wounds, he could only retreat for now. With that, Lu Hongnan and the elder began to withdraw while still clashing with the Snow Falcon, quickly vanishing from Chu Feng's sight. The Emperor Realm Snow Falcon, having sustained injuries, did not pursue them, but gradually descended onto the peak where the snow lotus resided. Chu Feng, having concealed his presence, observed as Lu Hongnan and the elder departed. He now aimed to eliminate the Emperor Realm Snow Falcon and claim the snow lotus for himself. Though the Snow Falcon was wounded, Chu Feng dared not charge forward hastily. He could only gather his sword energy, preparing for a decisive strike against the Snow Falcon to secure the snow lotus. Moments later, Chu Feng unsheathed the Hongmeng ancestral sword and began to accumulate his sword energy. As he did so, the distant Emperor Realm Snow Falcon seemed to sense Chu Feng's presence. However, perceiving him merely as a second-level celestial spirit realm insignificant being, it dismissed him entirely. Additionally, it was preoccupied with healing its wounds and showed no inclination to engage Chu Feng. Before long, Chu Feng's sword energy reached its zenith. At that moment, the Emperor Realm Snow Falcon became aware of the threat Chu Feng posed. Its instincts urged it to take flight, flapping its wings with incredible speed towards him. Foolish bird, come forth. Chu Feng had fully charged his sword energy and was considering how to lure the Emperor Realm Snow Falcon closer when, unexpectedly, it came rushing towards him, seemingly eager for its demise. The Emperor Realm Snow Falcon surged toward Chu Feng at breakneck speed. Chu Feng remained poised, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The distance was still too great. His sword energy might be evaded by the Snow Falcon. He needed to ensure that it was right in front of him to guarantee a successful hit. At that moment, the Emperor Realm Snow Falcon was not yet close, but an overwhelming aura surged toward Chu Feng like a blade, causing his garments to billow in the wind. Chu Feng remained serene, continuing to await the Snow Falcon's approach. Soon, the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk charged towards Chu Feng, halting just a short distance away. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Chu Feng gripped the primordial ancestor sword tightly and swung it forward with great force. Instantly, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the void, hurtling directly towards the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk. Sensing the terrifying aura of the sword light, the Snow Hawk was filled with dread and attempted to evade. However, the proximity left it with no time to escape, forcing it to muster all its strength to resist. Boom! The sword light collided with the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept away the surrounding snow, scattering it to the farthest reaches. The sheer power of the impact sent Chu Feng hurtling back over 100 meters, blood spilling from his lips. Nevertheless, fortified by the celestial body of the Heavenly Gang, he significantly mitigated the damage, sustaining only minor injuries. After a brief moment, Chu Feng rose to his feet and began to walk slowly towards the opposite side. For a moment, he could not discern the whereabouts of the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk, but given their previous proximity, even if it had survived, it would surely be gravely injured. Before long, Chu Feng discovered the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk embedded in a deep crater within a mountainside, its body a mangled mess, utterly unable to move. Seeing this, Chu Feng showed no mercy, advancing to deliver a fatal blow with his sword and extracting its inner core. The inner core of the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk was a rare treasure, possessing immense value. After retrieving the inner core, Chu Feng swiftly ascended the mountain to gather snow lotus flowers. At this moment, the snow lotus flowers were blanketed beneath a thick layer of snow, but recalling their location, Chu Feng quickly unearthed them. Beholding the snow lotus flowers in his possession, Chu Feng felt a surge of joy. This particular bloom had matured for 200 years. During this outing with Mu Qingxuang, they had successfully completed all their assigned tasks. Several of these tasks were deemed impossible by others, marking this adventure as an unforgettable experience. Shortly after, Chu Feng descended to the base of the snow-capped peak, promptly summoning Mu Qingxuang from the Chaos Star Pearl. Upon her emergence, Mu Qingxuang looked at Chu Feng with excitement, exclaiming, "Chu Feng, your little world is truly remarkable, capable of accommodating living beings." The Chaos Star world not only brimmed with spiritual energy, but also featured a delightful environment. Mu Qingxuang quickly grew fond of it. "Indeed, should you wish to visit in the future, I can bring you in at any time," Chu Feng remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed her enthusiasm. "I have no desire to reside there," Mu Qingxuang replied, momentarily pausing before resolutely rejecting Chu Feng's suggestion. Upon returning, she would have to comply with her family's arranged marriage, making any further interaction with Chu Feng impossible, and precluding her from living in his little world. Chapter 155, Mu Weinin. Upon hearing Mu Qingxuang's refusal, a subtle smile crept across Chu Feng's face. At present, their relationship remained undefined. Once it was solidified, Mu Qingxuang would undoubtedly be more inclined to dwell within. After a brief moment, Chu Feng produced the 200-year-old snow lotus flower he had just harvested, presenting it to Mu Qingxuang with a smile. "This is the snow lotus I just collected. Now all our tasks are complete." 200 years old snow lotus? Mu Qingxuang exclaimed in excitement as she accepted the flower, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Where did you find this?" "I encountered an Imperial Realm Snow Hawk and obtained it by slaying the creature." Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. "You killed an Imperial Realm Snow Hawk?" Mu Qingxuang was utterly astonished. Having witnessed Chu Feng's confrontation with a 9th-level King Realm Snow Hawk previously, she was acutely aware of the Snow Hawk's ferocity. She could hardly believe that Chu Feng had the power to vanquish an Imperial Realm one. "Yes, I even extracted its inner core for you," Chu Feng said, smiling as he produced the inner core of the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk and extended it toward Mu Qingxuang. Mu Qingxuang took the inner core, examining it for a moment, her astonishment palpable. "You killed the Imperial Realm Snow Hawk, but I cannot accept the inner core," she insisted, returning it to Chu Feng. The snow lotus was a task item, and she was responsible for collecting all task items. However, the inner core was a prize from Chu Feng's solitary victory, and she did not wish to owe him anything. Chu Feng understood Mu Qingxuang's character. She had previously declined the Qian red lotus seeds he offered, so he anticipated her refusal of the inner core as well. Consequently, he accepted the inner core back and placed it into his storage ring. After Mu Qingxuang secured the snow lotus flowers, she looked at Chu Feng and said, With all tasks completed, we should return. Upon mentioning their return, a profound sense of melancholy washed over her. On this trip back, she would likely be compelled to accept her family's arranged marriage, leaving her with no further opportunities to embark on adventures with Chu Feng. Yet, completing all the tasks together had forged an unforgettable memory for them. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded with a smile. In stark contrast to Mu Qingxuang's despondency, Chu Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Upon returning, he intended to approach the Mu family to propose as the heir of the Fengshui Merchant Guild, with Shurian support. In a sacred heart pill to present as a betrothal gift, he was confident that the Mu family would acquiesce. Once he and Mu Qingxuang solidified their engagement, she would be entirely his, impervious to anyone else's claims. Contemplating Mu Qingxuang's imminent belonging to him, Chu Feng's gaze towards her ignited with fervor. He vividly recalled their first encounter, and even retained the memory stone of their previous experience. Mu Qingxuang, noticing the intensity of Chu Feng's gaze, let out a cold huff. Realizing he had momentarily lost himself in thought, Chu Feng quickly regained composure, offering an awkward smile. He had been suppressing his desires, but the prospect of Mu Qingxuang becoming his woman had inadvertently revealed his emotions. After a brief silence, Chu Feng finally spoke. Shall we be on our way? Mu Qingxuang nodded lightly. With that, the two began their journey back to St. Heaven City. 2 days later, Chu Feng and Mu Qingxuang arrived at the western gate of St. Heaven City. As they approached the city, Mu Qingxuang suddenly halted her steps. Noticing her pause, Chu Feng turned to her, a look of confusion on his face. What's wrong? For the past 2 days, Chu Feng had sensed something amiss with Mu Qingxuang. But when he had inquired, she insisted there was nothing wrong, prompting him to refrain from further questioning. Nothing. Mu Qingxuang sighed softly. This return to St. Heaven City meant she would have to accept the arranged marriage, and she was uncertain what life would entail after marriage. However, if it were to Xiao Chun, she was certain her later years would be devoid of happiness. Let us go. We should first return to the academy to submit our tasks. Chu Feng was unaware of Mu Qingxuang's thoughts. But once they returned to the academy and completed their task submissions, he would arrange for the proposal. Once their engagement was settled, he could help her resolve all troublesome matters, ensuring she could live a carefree life. Mu Qingxuang nodded gently. With that, the two slowly entered St. Heaven City. Ah, sister, you're back? I thought you had run away from your marriage. As Chu Feng and Mu Qingxuang stepped through the city gates, they were suddenly confronted by a group of people heading out, led by a woman in green. Upon spotting Mu Qingxuang, she sarcastically remarked, Mu Weining, spare me your mockery. The marriage alliance has yet to be finalized. Who's to say the betrothed will not be you? Mu Qingxuang retorted coldly, fixing her gaze on the woman. The woman in green was Mu Qingxuang's half-sister, Mu Weining. With a playful laugh, Mu Weining replied, Sister, I lack the fortune to become young Master Zhao's wife. Only you are worthy of him. Mu Qingxuang scoffed in anger at her words. Xiao Chun had already been rendered incapable, and yet Mu Weining still referred to him as a prodigy, a clear attempt to ridicule Mu Qingxuang. However, the Mu family had already determined that Mu Qingxuang would be the one to enter into the marriage alliance. Faced with Mu Weining's taunts, Mu Qingxuang found herself unable to retort. Yair, who is she? At this moment, Chu Feng, having observed Mu Weining's incessant jibes at Mu Qingxuang, directed a cold gaze towards her. She's my half-sister, Mu Weining, Mu Qingxuang replied flatly. Upon hearing Mu Qingxuang refer to her as a half-sister, Mu Weining was instantly enraged. I am not a half-sister. My mother is in charge of the Mu family's back courtyard. I am the legitimate daughter. Mu Qingxuang sneered. You are not deserving of such a title. Your mother was merely a concubine. You can only be a concubine's daughter. My father once proclaimed that he would soon elevate my mother to the status of his wife, which means I will soon become the legitimate daughter. Mu Weining, unwilling to continue disputing the status of a concubine with Mu Qingyao, turned her gaze toward Chu Feng and inquired, Who is this man? Why does he call you Yao Yao? Is he your lover from outside? You think too much. We are both from Tai Academy, and this time we merely venture out together to undertake a task. Mu Qingyao replied indifferently. With a scoff, Mu Weining retorted, Humph. His gaze toward you is anything but normal. Sister, you are about to enter into a marriage alliance, and you must not do anything to betray young Master Xiao. Although you have had a man before, another one is out of the question. Slap. Enraged by Mu Weining's words, Mu Qingyao immediately struck her across the face. How dare you hit me? Mu Weining exclaimed, clutching her cheek and glaring at Mu Qingyao. I am the legitimate daughter, and a mere concubine's words do not concern me. What is wrong with teaching you a lesson? Mu Yingao replied coldly. Mu Weining. possessing only the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, stood no chance against Mu Qingyao and could only furiously turn to a 6th level Wong Realm guard clad in green behind her. Are you dead? Hurry and teach her a lesson. Second miss, the green clad guard was a member of the Mu family. Despite Mu Qingyao's current lack of favor, she was still the legitimate young lady, and he did not dare to lay a hand on her. Chapter 156, Task Submission. Hurry up and act. Help me slap her. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Mu Weining yelled angrily upon seeing the guard's hesitation. However, the guard remained timid and did not dare to act, fully aware that once he struck Mu Qingyao, the Mu family would not let him off lightly. Chu Feng, let us depart. Mu Qingyao, noticing the guard's reluctance, sneered at Mu Weining and turned to call for Chu Feng to leave. All right. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at Mu Weining and the guard before following Mu Qingyao away. You useless fool. Mu Weining felt deeply insulted by Mu Qingyao's smirk before she left and immediately turned to scold the green-clad guard. The guard, unwilling to involve himself in the dispute between Mu Weining and Mu Qingyao, could only silently endure her tirade. After a short distance, Mu Qingyao turned to glare at Chu Feng and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, why did you call me Yao Yao? Do you wish to bring me to ruin?" She was about to enter into a marriage alliance with the Xiao family, and any rumors of an ambiguous relationship with Chu Feng would make her future there exceedingly difficult. Chu Feng spoke softly. "Oh, I did not intend to harm you. Do not call me Yao Yao." Mu Qingyao interjected angrily, interrupting him. With that, she hastened her steps toward Tai Academy, seemingly eager to submit the task and part ways with Chu Feng. Noting her refusal to listen to his explanation, Chu Feng could only shake his head in resignation. At this point, saying too much would likely not convince Mu Qingyao. She would only trust him once he formally proposed to the Mu family and solidified their relationship. Before long, Chu Feng followed Mu Qingyao back to the task submission area at Tai Academy. At that moment, a throng had gathered at the task center. Some were preparing to accept tasks, while others sought companions to embark on their missions. "We are here to submit a task." Mu Qingyao and Chu Feng approached the submission counter beside the task board, stating their intent to submit. The individual responsible for task verification was a white-bearded elder at the 9th level of the Wong realm. Upon hearing Mu Qingyao's request, he briefly lifted his gaze to glance at them before quickly averting his eyes again. Noticing the low cultivation levels of Mu Qingyao and Chu Feng, the elder assumed that their completed task was of an ordinary nature and spoke dismissively. "What task are you submitting? Just bring out the task items." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao promptly retrieved all the task items from her storage ring and placed them on the ground. The items were too numerous, especially the colossal head of the Blackwater giant serpent, which could only be set on the floor. What beast's head is this? It is enormous. Could it be the head of the Blackwater giant serpent? A task that has remained uncompleted by anyone. The surrounding students erupted in exclamations upon witnessing Mu Qingyao produce the head of the Blackwater giant serpent. What? The head of the Blackwater giant serpent? The white-bearded elder stood up abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the head. "Did you too slay the Blackwater giant serpent?" The elder scrutinized Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao, his expression incredulous. The Blackwater giant serpent was a beast nearing the Emperor realm. Even the elder himself could not have accomplished such a task. To his astonishment, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao had completed it. Mu Qingyao, glancing at Chu Feng, turned back to the elder with a smile, nodding. Indeed, while it was Chu Feng who delivered the final blow, this task was a joint effort, and I share in the credit. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened further as he spotted additional task items beside the Blackwater giant serpent's head, and he exclaimed, "Ah, a snow falcon egg? 200-year-old snow lotus? And is at the head of Zhonggan." These tasks ranked among the most challenging, and no one had previously succeeded in completing them. Yet today, both Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao had accomplished it. Seeing the elder's astonishment, Mu Qingyao couldn't help but smile with delight. Among these items, Zhonggan's head was originally intended for a private submission to avoid retaliation from the chaos within the city. However, with the demise of the chaos Lord Han Meng, Mu Qingyao was no longer concerned about retribution and openly displayed it. Chu Feng silently observed Mu Qingyao. The tasks held little significance for him, as long as they brought her joy. As the surrounding crowd heard the elder's exclamations, they flocked over. They gazed in awe at the task items on the ground, then turned their astonished gazes toward Mu Qingyao and Chu Feng. These two were remarkable, having completed so many tasks that had never been accomplished before. It must primarily be due to this senior sister's prowess. Who is she? So formidable. This lad is truly fortunate to have completed so many tasks that no one else could with such a capable senior sister. The crowd, observing Mu Qingyao's higher cultivation level, concluded that she must have led Chu Feng in completing these tasks. Hearing their discussions, Chu Feng merely smiled faintly, opting not to clarify. It was merely vanity, and he found it unnecessary. After all, he and Mu Qingyao would soon be inseparable. These accolades meant little to him. No, these tasks were completed by Chu Feng leading me. Mu Qingyao, hearing the crowd's speculation, quickly interjected to clarify. However, the crowd was not convinced by her explanation. With Chu Feng's cultivation at merely the second level of the celestial spirit realm, they found it implausible that he could have assisted Mu Qingyao in completing such high difficulty tasks. They believed Mu Qingyao must have harbored feelings for Chu Feng and wished to bestow these accolades upon him. Seeing the disbelief in the crowd, Mu Qingyao cast an apologetic glance at Chu Feng. Noticing her expression, Chu Feng smiled gently, saying, "That's fine, no need to explain." Suddenly, the white-bearded elder turned to Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao, saying, "Before you argue about who assisted whom, quickly provide evidence to prove that these tasks were completed independently by you." Given their cultivation levels, it seemed nearly impossible for the two to have completed these tasks. The elder suspected they had enlisted the help of a powerful family member. Previously, Tai Academy had established regulations prohibiting the hiring of outside assistants for tasks. Violation of this rule would lead to expulsion from the academy. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao urgently clarified, "I assure you, we completed this together without any outside help." However, the elder remained unconvinced and insisted on seeing proof. Feeling the situation escalate, Chu Feng coldly addressed the white-bearded elder. "We lack evidence, but you may challenge me in combat, and you'll understand whether we possess the ability to accomplish these tasks." Upon hearing Chu Feng's challenge, the elder scoffed coldly. "Very well. Both of you, come to me together. If you can defeat me, I shall believe in your capabilities to accomplish these tasks." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, "There's no need for such trouble. If you can withstand a single strike from me, we shall concede defeat." Chapter 157. From now on, I shall owe you nothing. Arrogance. The old man with the white beard laughed in fury at Chu Feng's words. A mere second level of the heavenly spirit realm dares to claim that he cannot withstand a single sword strike. This is nothing short of an insult. Step aside. Today, I shall teach this ignorant brat a proper lesson. With that, the old man commanded those around him to clear the way, preparing to give Chu Feng a thorough reprimand. What is happening? Suddenly, Kong Wenqi entered, noticing the impending confrontation between Chu Feng and the old man, and immediately frowned, inquiring. The old man with the white beard seized the opportunity to complain, "Dean, your arrival is timely. This rascal has enlisted outsiders to assist him with tasks, and now he dares to claim I cannot withstand a single strike from him." Kong Wenqi cast a glance at Chu Feng, then turned to the old man, stating coolly, "You truly cannot withstand a strike." "What? Impossible. How could I be unable to withstand a strike from this boy?" The old man was enraged, his beard bristling with indignation. He defeated a member of the Qin family in the Imperial Realm with a single strike. Do you think you can compare to the Imperial Realm? Kong Wenqi retorted calmly. What? Defeated an Imperial Realm expert with a single strike? The old man was rendered speechless, disbelief etched across his face. Those nearby were equally astonished. "Enough. Quickly grant them their task credits." Kong Wenqi, unwilling to linger on the matter of Chu Feng, ordered the old man to settle the task credits for Chu Feng and his companion. Yes. The old man glanced at Chu Feng, still skeptical of his strength. But he had no choice but to comply with Kong Wenqi's orders. Soon, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao received their task credits. Upon receiving the credits, Mu Qingyao was filled with excitement. With such an abundance of credits, she would hardly need to undertake any tasks in the future, and she could exchange many treasures for sale to repay the spirit stones she owed Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, thank you." Mu Qingyao expressed her gratitude, her gaze warm and appreciative. "There is no need for thanks between us," Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Seeing Chu Feng's words laced with ambiguity, Mu Qingyao shot him a glare and said, "The task is complete. I will return the spirit stones for the Crimson Flame Red Lotus Seed to you later. From now on, I shall owe you nothing." Mu Qingyao was reluctant to exchange credits for treasures in front of Chu Feng, not wanting him to witness her embarrassment. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Mu family. Relying on herself to earn spirit stones through tasks felt rather humiliating. However, the Mu family was currently under the control of Mu Weiniang's mother, who granted Mu Qingyao no freedom in managing spirit stones. Following her loss of virtue, her father had also grown cold towards her, leaving her no choice but to earn spirit stones on her own. "Very well, Chu Feng." Seeing Mu Qingyao's insistence on repaying him, could only agree for the time being. When he went to the Mu family to propose marriage and solidify their relationship, he would see if she still wished to repay him then. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Mu Qingyao cast a lingering glance at Chu Feng before turning to depart. Chu Feng made no attempt to detain her and immediately headed towards the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce, intending to seek their assistance in proposing to the Mu family. Not long after, Chu Feng arrived at the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce. Young master. Upon spotting Chu Feng, Han Xiao'er immediately approached him with a bright smile. At that moment, she had donned a more professional outfit, exuding a sharper and more refined aura. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile and praise. Well done. All thanks to your support, young master. Han Xiao'er expressed her gratitude. The Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce was the foremost commercial entity in the Central State, and her position as a manager significantly elevated her salary and social standing. Many who had previously looked down on her were now eager to curry her favor, which filled Han Xiao'er with immense gratitude towards Chu Feng. It was his recognition that had granted her everything she currently had. There's no need to thank me further. Your dedication to the Maple Snow Chamber of Commerce is the greatest appreciation you can show me, Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Understood, young master. I will wholeheartedly devote myself to my duties. Han Qiao responded respectfully. Has Shi Yan emerged from his seclusion? Chu Feng in Guit. Lord Shi Yan emerged yesterday. Han Qiao replied promptly. Summon him to meet me. Upon hearing that Shi Yan had emerged, Chu Feng's mood lifted slightly. With Shi Yan present, proposing to the Mu family would be much easier. Yes, please wait in the VIP room, young master. I will fetch Lord Shi Yan. Han Xiao'er said with respect. All right. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Soon, Han Xiao'er led Chu Feng to an opulent VIP room, arranged for tea and snacks, and personally went to invite Shi Yan. After approximately 15 minutes of waiting, Han Xiao'er returned with Shi Yan and Ji Xian. Behind Shi Yan was a black-clad elder at the first level of the Imperial Realm, who had been responsible for protecting the Sacred Heart Pill at the previous auction. Young master, Shi Yan and Ji Xian bowed respectfully to Chu Feng, and the black-clad elder followed suit. Excellent. Chu Feng beamed upon seeing that Shi Yan had advanced to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. The 8th level of the Imperial Realm was among the top tiers in the Desolate Remnants realm, even though there were those at the 9th level. Chu Feng believed Shi Yan possessed the strength to contend with them. It is all thanks to the heart technique you imparted that I could break through so swiftly. Shi Yan expressed his gratitude. Without the 4th layer of the Tian Luo heart technique taught by Chu Feng, Shi Yan would not have achieved his advancement to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm so quickly. Chu Feng smiled slightly in response, turning to the black-clad elder and asking, "And who might this be?" "This is Meng Shan. I once saved his life, and now he serves as a protector for our Chamber of Commerce," Shi Yan introduced. Upon hearing this, the black-clad elder bowed again to Chu Feng, saying, "Meng Shan pays his respects to you, young master. I still vividly remember your grace from our last encounter." The scene of Chu Feng defeating Qin Peng outside the auction house had left a deep impression on Meng Shan, and he had remained curious about Chu Feng's true identity, marveling at how someone in the Earth Spirit realm could vanquish an Imperial Realm expert. He never anticipated that Chu Feng was the master of their Chamber of Commerce. Chu Feng responded with a slight smile. "Very well. Serve the chamber faithfully, and it shall not neglect your contributions." "Yes," Meng Shan replied respectfully. Turning back to Shi Yan, Chu Feng stated, "I called you here to accompany me to propose to the Mu family." "Propose?" Shi Yan was momentarily taken aback. "You wish to marry a young lady from the Mu family?" "Indeed," Chu Feng affirmed with a nod. "But what about Miss Luo Shui?" Shi Yan asked hastily. "Rest assured, Shui will not oppose my marrying another woman." Chu Feng asut gone feed in. He understood that Luo Shui would not mind him having other relationships. All right. Shi Yan contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Given the current situation, he had no idea when he would see Luo Shui again, and he felt it unreasonable to expect Chu Feng to remain without a partner. Furthermore, even if he were to meet Luo Shui in the future, she would have no grounds to blame Shi Yan for it. Thus, he readily agreed to assist Chu Feng in proposing to the Mu family. "Congratulations, young master!" Han Xiao'er exclaimed joyfully upon hearing of Chu Feng's impending marriage, eager to assist in arranging the proposal. Chapter 158, The Proposal. Shi Yan turned to Chu Feng and inquired, "May I ask which young lady from the Mu family you wish to marry?" "I wish to marry Mu Qingyao of the Mu family," Chu Feng replied softly. Mu Qingyao. Shi Yan and the others were taken aback. They had previously heard of the incident where Mu Qingyao was humiliated by a beggar in the eastern desolate continent, and they were instantly puzzled as to why Chu Feng would still wish to marry her. Did he not know about the humiliation she endured at the hands of that beggar? Immediately, Ji Xian spoke up to inform him, "Young master, it is said that Miss Mu was previously." Chu Feng did not conceal the truth and replied directly, "That beggar was me." "What? You were that beggar?" Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. Chu Feng explained, "Indeed, when I was in dire straits, I was drugged, which led to the unfortunate humiliation of Mu Qingyao. This incident caused her considerable distress. However, over the course of our interactions, I have developed feelings for her, which is why I wish to marry her." Upon hearing this, the others quickly grasped the situation. "My lord, I have heard that the Mu family intends to arrange a marriage between Miss Mu and the Xiao family." Yixuan suddenly interjected. Chu Feng's expression turned cold at this revelation. "Mu Qingyao is mine. No one shall lay a finger on her." Shi Yin immediately responded, "My lord, then we shall head to the Mu residence at once. Indeed, this time, I plan to propose to Mu Qingyao as the heir of the Fengshui commerce. From now on, you shall address me as young master," Chu Feng declared, looking at the group. "Yes, young master." Shi Yin and the others promptly nodded in agreement. With that, Chu Feng, Shi Yin, Ji Xian, and Meng Shan, a total of 4 individuals, set forth towards the Mu residence. In Saint Sky City, at the Mu residence, the head of the family, Mu Yuanhang, was deep in thought regarding the future of the Mu family. The Mu family had risen to become a top-tier family in Saint Sky City, largely due to the presence of an ancestral figure at the second level of the Emperor realm. However, this ancestor's lifespan was dwindling, and death could come at any moment. Without an Emperor realm figure, the Mu family would soon descend into a second-rate family, losing much of their possessions to rival families. Currently, Mu Yuanhang was fervently seeking a powerful marital alliance to safeguard the family once the ancestral figure passed. The Qin family, being the largest in Saint Sky City, was the most favorable choice for such an alliance, yet they looked down upon the daughters of the Mu family. Presently, the only suitable candidates for marriage were Mu Qingyao and Mu Weining, with the latter being a concubine-born daughter, wholly disregarded by the Qin family. As for Mu Qingyao, the Qin family had previously intended to betroth their legitimate son to her. However, after she lost her purity a year ago and was expelled from the sacred pool, the Qin family abandoned their plans for a union. This matter weighed heavily on Mu Yuanhang's mind, and he felt profound disappointment towards Mu Qingyao. Initially, as the holy maiden of the sacred pool, she had attracted many top talents. Yet, unexpectedly, she squandered her potential and fell victim to a scheme, losing her virtue to a beggar and being cast out of the sacred pool. This caused the top talents pursuing her to turn away in disdain. With the Qin family unwilling to accept Mu Qingyao, Mu Yuanhang was left with no choice but to seek a union with the Xiao family. However, negotiations for this alliance had stalled. Just a few days prior, news had surfaced regarding the ancestral figure's imminent demise, compelling Mu Yuanhang to urgently finalize the marriage arrangement. He had already dispatched someone to notify the Xiao family, intending to secure the alliance today. Even if the Mu family had to concede some terms, the marriage was essential. Otherwise, they would face even greater losses once the ancestral figure passed. As Mu Yuanhang pondered these matters, a black-clad guard hurried in, urgently reporting, "Master, the manager Ji of the Fengshui commerce has come to visit." "Ji Xian? What do you want?" Mu Yuanhang inquired, perplexed by the unexpected visit from someone with whom they had no previous dealings. The subordinate is uncertain, but Manager Ji has brought 2 powerful figures from the Emperor realm with him. They may not come with good intentions. The guard replied hastily. "What? Accompanied by 2 Emperor realm figures?" Mu Yuanhang was taken aback, realizing this could signify trouble for the Mu family, as it was unlikely they would arrive unannounced without a reason. Had someone from the family offended the Fengshui commerce? "I do not know," the guard responded. "Immediately investigate to determine what has transpired," Mu Yuanhang commanded, rising in anger. The Mu family was already on shaky ground. Incurring the wrath of the Fengshui commerce could spell disaster. Yes, the guard promptly exited. Mu Yuanhang also ordered someone to inform the ancestral figure of the Mu family, hoping for one last act of protection. Realizing this might not be enough, he swiftly arranged for the ancestral figure of the Xiao family to also visit the Mu residence. Once all arrangements were made, Mu Yuanhang slowly made his way to the reception hall to stabilize the Fengshui commerce representatives. At this moment, in the Mu family's reception hall, Chu Feng and his companions had been waiting for quite some time. Yet no one from the Mu family had come out to greet them. Shi Yin, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "The Mu family is quite arrogant, leaving us waiting for so long." "Patience is a virtue," Chu Feng replied calmly. "Yes." Shi Yin, upon hearing this, slightly calmed his anger but still grumbled. "The Mu family holds themselves in such high regard. If it weren't for you, my lord, I would have annihilated them." At that moment, as Mu Yuanhang approached the entrance. He overheard Shi Yan's remark about destroying the Mu family, causing him to startle and instinctively consider fleeing. However, Ji Xian had already spotted him and called out, "Mu family head, you have kept us waiting." Realizing he could not escape, Mu Yuanhang abandoned the thought and, trembling, entered the reception hall, forcing a smile as he said, "I was preoccupied with important matters and instructed my subordinates not to disturb. Thus, I have neglected my esteemed guests. I hope Lord Shi and Manager Ji can forgive my oversight. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? We have come to propose marriage," Chu Feng stated directly, wishing to avoid any further delay. Propose marriage? Mu Yuanhang was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression transformed into one of elation. He had initially believed that the Feng Shui commerce had come to trouble the Mu family, but it turned out they were merely here to propose a union. What a relief. Indeed, we are here to propose for our young master. Yixuan smiled. Youth master? Mu Yuanhang glanced at the others before his gaze settled on Chu Feng. He had not previously met Chu Feng and had not heard of any young master from the Feng Shui commerce. Yet, given that both Shi Yan and Ji Xian were present, it was clear that Chu Feng's status as the young master could not be a fabrication. Considering the immense power of the Feng Shui commerce, Mu Yuanhang felt a surge of joy. If the Mu family could marry into the Feng Shui commerce, especially to their young master, they would no longer need to worry about being oppressed by other families after the passing of their ancestral figure. Indeed, this is our young master, Chu Feng. Ji Xian introduced him solemnly. Upon hearing Ji Xian's introduction, Mu Yuanhang quickly smiled at Chu Feng. Ah, so it is young Master Chu. Please forgive my previous lack of discernment. May I inquire which daughter of the Mu family young Master Chu wishes to marry? Hearing Mu Yuanhang's question, Chu Feng replied firmly. I wish to marry Mu Qingyao. Marry Qingyao? Mu Yuanhang was momentarily stunned before his expression shifted to one of sheer joy. Chu Feng had stated marry, not take as a concubine. Until now, Mu Yuanhang had assumed Chu Feng wanted to take one of the Mu family's daughters as a concubine. Given that the only eligible daughters were Mu Qingyao and Mu Weining, the latter being a concubine-born daughter unworthy of being Chu Feng's wife. And Mu Qingyao had already lost her purity, making her an unlikely candidate as well. To his astonishment, Chu Feng declared his intent to marry Mu Qingyao, filling Mu Yuanhang with uncontainable delight. Indeed, Chu Feng, Fim, wonderful, Mu Yuanhang exclaimed with excitement. Quickly, fetch Qingyao at once. He urgently called for his servants to bring Mu Qingyao to him. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Mu residence, in Mu Qingyao's small courtyard, she rested her head on one hand against the windowsill, gazing at the little birds flitting about the eaves across from her, lost in a sea of thoughts. She was on the verge of marriage, yet to a man she did not love, and her premarital loss of virtue would surely lead to a life of hardship. She had heard that Xiao Chan had taken several concubines, and she would have to contend with them in her new life. The thought of such a life, filled with strife, in the inner chambers brought her spirits crashing down. Suddenly, a maid dressed in green entered, interrupting Mu Qingyao's reverie. Miss, this is the bridal gown that Madame Ning had sent over. Mu Qingyao turned to see the maid holding a vibrant red bridal gown. Her enthusiasm this time was quite evident. Even before my marriage was fully settled, she had already prepared my wedding dress. Seemingly eager to hasten my departure from the Mu family, Mu Qingyao let out a faint scoff. The lady in question, mentioned by the maid in blue, was Ning Ro, a concubine of Mu Yuanhang and the mother of Mu Weining. Following the unexpected death of Mu Qingyao's mother, Ning Ro had taken charge of all matters in the Mu family's inner courtyard. However, Mu Yuanhang had yet to elevate Ning Ro to the status of a formal wife, which Ning Ro attributed to Mu Qingyao still residing within the Mu household. Thus, she was keen on hastily marrying Mu Qingyao off. For now, Mu Qingyao subtly gestured for the maid in blue to place the wedding dress aside. As you wish, the maid replied softly, promptly taking the dress to the inner chambers. Mu Qingyao once again rested her arms on the windowsill, gazing at the opposite eaves. At that moment, the little bird perched there had already taken flight. Observing this, Mu Qingyao's expression dimmed slightly. While the bird could soar freely, she was confined to a family alliance, destined to wed someone she did not cherish. In an instant, a thought of escape from the Mu family blossomed within her. Yet, where could she possibly flee? In the desolate realm, no matter where she went, both the Mu and Xiao families would be able to track her down. Moreover, she was unwilling to live a life of evasion and concealment. She yearned to marry openly, to pursue her desires without the need for secrecy. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingyao relinquished her thoughts of fleeing the Mu household. It seemed she must resign herself to her fate. With a soft sigh, she acknowledged her circumstances. Suddenly, A guard clad in black hurried in and reported to Mu Qingyao. Miss, the head of the family requests your presence in the guest hall. The guest hall? Mu Qingyao momentarily regained her focus. Turning to the guard in black and inquiring softly, did my father mention the reason for my summons? It seems someone has come to propose to the young lady. The guard replied, a proposal? Isn't it my father who decides such matters? Why must I go? Mu Qingyao stated indifferently. She surmised that the suitor must surely be from the Xiao family, and since the Mu and Xiao families had already made arrangements, her presence would not alter the outcome. Instantly, she felt disinclined to attend. The subordinate is unaware. The head of the family insists that you must go. The guard insisted. Very well, I understand. Mu Qingyao rose slowly, adjusting her attire before following the guard to the guest hall. Not far from Mu Qingyao's courtyard, in Ning Rose Garden. She and Mu Weining were together, having just heard of the Fengshui Merchant Association's young master's visit to propose. The news of Mu Qingyao's lost virtue and the impending union with the Xiao family had already spread. Ning Rou believed that the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association had come to propose to Mu Weining, and she looked at Mu Weining with a beaming smile. Weining, when did you become acquainted with the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association? How is it that he has come to propose to you? Mother, I do not know. Perhaps my charm is simply so great that I caught the eye of the young master by chance. Mu Weining replied, her expression flushed with shyness. The Fengshui Merchant Association was the foremost trading entity in the central state, backed by a powerful royal presence. No faction in the region dared to offend them. Furthermore, the association possessed boundless resources at their disposal. Marrying the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association would indeed elevate one to great heights. Upon hearing Ning Rou mention the proposal from the young master, Mu Weining was filled with uncontrollable excitement. My daughter is remarkable, effortlessly exuding charm that leads the young master to seek her out for marriage. Unlike that filthy Mu Qingyao, who is now unwanted and must settle for the waste that is Xiao Chun, Ning Rou exclaimed with a smile. At the mere mention of Mu Qingyao's name, Mu Weining's face darkened with anger, and she huffed, that wretched Mu Qingyao who dared to slap me at the city gate last time. Once I become the young master's wife, I will make her pay. Fear not. Once you are the young master's wife, Mu Qingyao will be at your mercy. Ning Rou laughed. Come, let us secretly see what your future husband looks like. Upon hearing Ning Rou's suggestion, Mu Weining shyly nodded in agreement and hurried back to change into her most splendid attire, following Ning Rou to the guest hall. At this moment, Mu Zhen, the ancestor of the Mu family, who had attained the second level of the Imperial Realm, had also arrived at the guest hall, having heard of the Fengshui Merchant Association's visit. Initially, he wore a worried expression, knowing his time was short, and now that the Mu family had offended the Fengshui Merchant Association, it seemed a catastrophe for them. However, upon learning that the young master was there to propose, his mood instantly transformed into one of ecstatic joy. If the Mu family could ally with the Fengshui Merchant Association through marriage, he could depart without worry. Brother Shi has actually broken through to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. Mu Zhen suddenly gasped in astonishment upon seeing Shi Yan's level. Decades ago, when Mu Zhen first met Shi Yan, he had only been at the 4th level of the Imperial Realm. Now, Shi Yan had reached the 8th level, while Mu Zhen remained at the 2nd level. This revelation left him utterly astounded. Mu Yuanhang, hearing Mu Zhen mention Shi Yan's advancement, could not help but laugh with delight. The more powerful the Fengshui Merchant Association became, the less anyone would dare to bully the Mu family in the future. At that moment, Mu Qingyao arrived outside the guest hall. Hearing the sound of laughter from within, she furrowed her brow slightly. Mu Yuanhang's joy led her to believe that the betrothal gifts from the Xiao family must have been substantial. Head of the family, the young lady has arrived, the black-clad guard announced as he stepped inside first. Seeing this, Mu Qingyao followed suit and entered the guest hall. Chu Feng. Upon entering, Mu Qingyao was taken aback to see Chu Feng sitting beside Mu Yuanhang. Confusion washed over her. How could he be here? Suddenly, she recalled that Chu Feng had mentioned he would come to the Mu family to propose. Connecting the dots with the guard's earlier words about someone coming to propose, she realized that perhaps Chu Feng truly had come for her hand. Staring at Chu Feng, her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Considering how joyfully Mu Yuanhang had laughed moments ago, could it be? Mu Qingyao dared not entertain the thought further, fearing it might all be a fleeting illusion. At that moment, Chu Feng noticed her arrival and immediately winked at her with delight. He had promised to come to propose to Mu Qingyao, and now he had fulfilled that promise. From this day forth, Mu Qingyao would truly be his, and he would protect her, ensuring no one would dare to bully her. Qingyao, you have come. This is the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association, Chu Feng. Mu Yuanhang, observing Mu Qingyo's dazed expression, was unsure if she recognized Chu Feng and hastily introduced him. The young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association? Upon hearing Mu Yuanhang's introduction, Mu Qingyao was momentarily stunned again. Wasn't Chu Feng from the Eastern Wasteland? How had he become the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association? However, knowing Ji Xian was present, she reasoned that Chu Feng's identity could not be false. Master Chu, I know Miss Qingyao. We are both students of Tai Academy, Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. That is good to hear. Mu Yuanhang chuckled heartily, turning to Mu Qingyao and asking, Qingyao, the young master has come today to propose to you. Do you wish to marry him? At Mu Yuanhang's words, Mu Qingyao's body trembled violently, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Chu Feng. He had truly come to the Mu family to propose in earnest. He wished to marry her. Previously, when Chu Feng had mentioned he would come to propose, she had thought he was merely speaking sweetly to comfort her, never expecting it to be genuine. Moreover, he was proposing as the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association, bestowing upon her a status that would allow her to marry splendidly. Noticing Mu Qingyao's stunned silence, Mu Yuanhang quickly reassured Chu Feng. Qingyao is simply overwhelmed with emotion. She is certainly willing in her heart. He then discreetly encouraged Mu Qingyao with his eyes, urging her to respond promptly. Upon hearing the words, Chu Feng paid no heed and stood up, slowly making his way to Mu Qingyao. With a gentle smile, he inquired, Miss Qingyao, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? As Chu Feng rose, Mu Qingyao's heart began to race uncontrollably, and when he approached her to propose, it felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. After a brief moment of silence, noticing that Mu Qingyao had yet to respond, Chu Feng feigned a sorrowful expression and lamented, It seems Miss Qingyao is unwilling to marry me. Thus I must seek another. Qingyao. Both Mu Yuanhang and Mu Zhen immediately called out in alarm. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Mu Qingyao snapped back to reality and exclaimed anxiously, No, I am willing to marry you. At this, Chu Feng burst into joyous laughter, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Mu Qingyao, declaring, Yaoer, from this moment forth, you shall be mine. Realizing that Chu Feng had merely been teasing her, Mu Qingyao felt a rush of embarrassment and shot him a playful glare, exclaiming, You rascal. Ha! Excellent. Both Mu Yuanhang and Mu Zhen erupted in laughter upon hearing Mu Qingyao's affirmation. Shi Yan and Ji Xian also wore delighted smiles. At that moment, Ning Rou and Mu Wanning had just arrived at the reception hall and overheard Mu Qingyao's declaration of willingness to marry Chu Feng. Ning Rou immediately grasped Mu Wanying's hand and hurried into the hall, anxiously addressing Mu Yuanhang, my lord. Did not the heir of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce come to propose to Wanning? How has it turned into a matter concerning Mu Qingyao? Mu Yuanhang's brows furrowed sharply as he replied sternly, Who told you that young Master Chu came to propose to Wanning? He is here to court Qingyao. Do not spread baseless rumors. Leave at once. Ning Rou, however, refused to withdraw, believing the union with the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce was an opportunity bestowed by Mu Yuanhang. How could such a splendid alliance be given to Mu Qingyao and not to Mu Wanning? With indignation, she retorted, My lord, is Mu Qingyao not set to marry Xiao Chun? How can you change your mind? Furthermore, how can a woman who has been insulted by a beggar presume to marry the heir of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce? This opportunity should be bestowed upon Wanning. Infuriated by Ning Rou's public exposure of Mu Qingyao's shameful past, Mu Yuanhang bellowed in anger, Ning Rou, get out of my sight this instant. The Mu family has finally secured a union with the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce, and if you ruin this, I swear I shall end you. At that moment, Mu Qingyao, hearing Ning Rou's words, felt her complexion drain of color. The revelation of her past humiliation made her fear that Chu Feng would feel disgrace and retract his proposal. In a panic, she turned to Chu Feng, anxious to see his reaction. However, before she could discern his expression, she saw him move with lightning speed. With a resounding slap, Chu Feng struck Ning Rou across the face, instantly rendering her visage unrecognizable. Yaoer is my woman. Should you dare to insult her again, I will end you. Chu Feng glared coldly at Ning Rou. You dare strike me? Ning Rou glared at Chu Feng with venomous eyes. You insult Yaya, and had it not been for the presence of the Chu family head, I would have already ended you with a single sword stroke. Chu Feng ziplit isili, Ning Rou, sensing the murderous intent in his gaze, was immediately gripped by fear, silenced by the terror that he might indeed carry out his threat. Mu Qingyao stared at Chu Feng in a daze, her heart racing with worry that he would reject her upon hearing Ning Rou's words. To her surprise, Chu Feng had stepped in to defend her honor. He slowly returned to Mu Qingyao's side, taking her hand in his and assuring her, from this day forth, I shall not allow anyone to bully you. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, tears of gratitude welled in Mu Qingyao's eyes. Seeing her moved expression, Chu Feng smiled gently at her. My lord, Ning Rou, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao, turned to Mu Yuanhang with indignation. The fact that Chu Feng had struck her and that Mu Yuanhang remained indifferent filled her with rage. This was the Mu family, and, as the matriarch of the household, how could she bear being publicly slapped by an outsider? Mu Yuanhang cast a cold gaze at Ning Rou and commanded, Silence. Speak again, and I shall cast you aside. Ning Rou's face paled in disbelief at Mu Yuanhang's words. Mother, please do not say any more. Upon hearing Mu Yuanhang's threat to dismiss Ning Rou, Mu Wanning urgently grasped her mother's arm, imploring her to remain silent. Having previously encountered Chu Feng at the city gates, Mu Wanning was aware of the ambiguous relationship between him and Mu Qingyao. Initially, she had contemplated using their relationship to manipulate Mu Yuanhang and the Xiao family into dealing with Mu Qingyao. Yet, she had not anticipated that Chu Feng was the heir of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce. Now that Chu Feng had come to propose, it was evident that this was not an opportunity granted by Mu Yuanhang, but rather that Chu Feng had harbored intentions for Mu Qingyao long before. However, she could not fathom why the heir of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce would favor a woman who had been insulted by a beggar over herself. A pristine young lady. Was it simply because Mu Qingyao was a legitimate daughter while she was but a concubine's child? With this thought, Mu Wanning was consumed by bitterness. Suddenly, a guard clad in green entered, announcing, Head of the family, the Xiao family has arrived. Upon hearing the guard's words, Mu Yuanhang's expression turned peculiar. He had initially thought that Chu Feng and his company were here to cause trouble, which was why he had sent for the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Beichun, to bring the family elder for assistance. Little did he know that Chu Feng was here to propose, and the intended bride was none other than Mu Qingyao, the very individual previously agreed upon for a union with the Xiao family. Flustered, Mu Yuanhang commanded, Quickly, invite the head of the Xiao family in. Just as Mu Yuanhang was at a loss, Ning Rou ordered the guard in green to bring in the Xiao family members. She believed that, with their arrival, she could disrupt the union between Mu Qingyao and Chu Feng, paving the way for her daughter Mu Wanning to marry him instead. Yes. The guard promptly took his leave. Observing this, Mu Yuanhang furrowed his brow but did not intervene. The matter of Mu Qingyao would need to be clarified with the Xiao family eventually, and with Chu Feng and Shi Yin present. It would be an opportune moment to resolve everything and avoid future accusations of dishonoring their agreement. Upon hearing that the Xiao family had arrived, Mu Qingyao felt a tremor of anxiety, fearing that her engagement with Chu Feng might be jeopardized. Noticing her distress, Chu Feng smiled reassuringly at her. Do not worry. I will handle everything. Mu Qingyao felt a wave of relief wash over her at his words. After that, Chu Feng guided her to a side where they could sit and await the arrival of the Xiao family. Mu Yuanhang turned to Chu Feng and Shi Yin, saying, Young Master Chu, Lord Shi, we of the Mu family were previously preparing for a union between Qingyao and the Xiao family. Now that they have arrived, Shi Yin snorted coldly, asserting, Miss Qingyao is the beloved of our young master. Not only is there no formal engagement between your two families, but even if there were, the Xiao family must annul it. Upon hearing Shi Yan's forceful declaration, Mu Yuanhang quickly responded with a smile. Then I hope Lord Shi will assist us in dealing with the Xiao family. Shi Yan clenched his fists, speaking in a low voice. Rest assured, if the Xiao family dares to covet our young master's woman, I will smash their heads. Mu Yuanhang was taken aback, fearing that if Shi Yan acted against the Xiao family, it would incite the Qin family to seek retribution. He hastily replied, I implore Lord Shi to prioritize harmony. As long as they are sensible, I am not unreasonable. Shi Yin replied nonchalantly, I trust the Xiao family will not dare offend Lord Shi. Mu Yuanhang smiled indeed. At this moment, Mu Qingyao felt immense relief at Shi Yan's unwavering defense of her union with Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and reassured her, do not worry. You will not have to concern yourself with such matters in the future. I will take care of everything. Chu Feng, thank you. Mu Qingyao felt deeply moved by his words. Noticing her emotional response, Chu Feng gently smiled and replied, In the future, there will be no need for you to thank me. Mu Qingyao shyly nodded her head. A moment later, the guards in blue attire entered the room, accompanied by Xiao Beichun, Xiao Chun, and an elderly man clad in gray. The gray-clad elder was the ancestral figure of the Xiao family, Xiao Tianfeng, who had reached the first level of the imperial realm. Previously, Mu Yuanhang had dispatched someone to the Xiao family, indicating that there were pressing matters to discuss, and requested that Xiao Beichun bring the imperial realm elder, Xiao Tianfeng, along. As it happened, Xiao Tianfeng had some free time, so Xiao Beichun promptly brought him over. Hearing that they were headed to the Mu family, Xiao Chun insisted on joining them, which led to Xiao Beichun bringing him along as well. When the three of them entered the guest hall of the Mu family and beheld the multitude present, they were momentarily taken aback. Upon spotting Chu Feng, the expressions of Xiao Beichun and Xiao Chun shifted dramatically, particularly Xiao Chun, who harbored an intense desire to rend Chu Feng into 1,000 pieces. Previously, Chu Feng had destroyed Xiao Chen's meridians, and during this time, the Xiao family had finally found a method to help Xiao Chen restore his meridians. However, after restoration, he would need to undergo extensive training anew, which would take a considerable amount of time before he could regain his previous realm. The thought of wasting so much time left Xiao Chun filled with animosity towards Chu Feng, wishing desperately to eliminate him on the spot. After a moment, unable to suppress his fury, Xiao Chun bellowed at Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, you scoundrel! How dare you come to the Mu family? Uncle Mu, I implore you to expel him." The Mu family was the clan of Mu Qingyao, and since he was about to be engaged to her, the Mu family was also considered his own. The fact that Chu Feng had crippled him, yet still dared to appear in his family, enraged Xiao Chun, who immediately sought to have Mu Yuanhang drive Chu Feng away. Upon hearing Xiao Chun refer to Chu Feng as a scoundrel, Shi Yin, filled with indignation, hurled a punch at Xiao Chun. In response, Xiao Tianfeng swiftly intervened, meeting Shi Yin's punch with an open palm. Boom! Xiao Tianfeng was sent flying from the guest hall of the Mu family, spitting blood. Shi Yin had merely intended to teach the Xiao family a lesson, not using his full strength. Otherwise, Xiao Tianfeng would have been gravely injured, if not killed. 8th level of the Imperial Realm? Who are you? Xiao Tianfeng gazed at Shi Yin in terror. What? 8th level of the Imperial Realm? Both Xiao Beichun and Xiao Chun were taken aback by this revelation. Mu Yuanhang hastily introduced Shi Yin to Xiao Tianfeng, saying, "Elder Xiao, this is Lord Shi Yin from the Fengshui Merchant Association." The Fengshui Merchant Association? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianfeng was greatly astonished. He had heard of a powerful figure within the Fengshui Merchant Association, but had never had the chance to meet him. He was shocked to learn that Shi Yin had reached the 8th level of the Imperial Realm, making him one of the most formidable beings in the entire wasteland. However, the Xiao family had not offended the Fengshui Merchant Association, leaving him puzzled as to why Shi Yin would act against them. "Lord Shi Yin, why are you attacking our Xiao family?" Xiao Tianfeng voiced his confusion. Shi Yin pointed at Chu Feng and replied, "This is our young master from the Fengshui Merchant Association. Your young man dared to insult our young master. I am merely giving you a lesson." "What? Chu Feng is the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association?" Both Xiao Beichun and Xiao Chun gasped in disbelief. They had previously investigated Chu Feng's background and knew him to be an unnamed individual from the East Wilderness continent. How could he now be the young master of the Fengshui Merchant Association? "Hurry and apologize to our young master, or I will not hold back any longer," Shi Yin said coldly. Xiao Chun felt a surge of frustration at this command. Chu Feng had crippled him and was his sworn enemy. Now he was being asked to apologize to Chu Feng. How could he possibly accept this? Chapter 162, A Price Beyond Measure. Hurry and apologize. Seeing that Xiao Chun hesitated to apologize, Xiao Tianfeng immediately admonished him to do so. Perhaps Xiao Chun was unaware of the terror that the 8th level of the Imperial Realm embodied, but as a practitioner of the Imperial Realm, Xiao Tianfeng understood that every minor difference in realm could lead to a world of difference. If they offended Shi Yin, it was likely that none of them from the Xiao family would leave the Mu family alive. Thus, Xiao Tianfeng sternly instructed Xiao Chun to apologize. Hearing his elder's command, Xiao Chun could only begrudgingly say to Chu Feng, "Chu Feng, I'm sorry." Chu Feng merely cast a faint glance at Xiao Chun, saying nothing in response. "Elder Xiao, head of the Xiao family, please take a seat." Mu Yuanhang, seeing that Xiao Chun had apologized, quickly smiled and invited Xiao Tianfeng and the others to sit down. "Head of the Mu family, may I ask what important matter has prompted your summons?" Xiao Beichun inquired, harboring some annoyance towards Mu Yuanhang. He was aware of the incident where Chu Feng had crippled Xiao Chun and injured him, and now, with Chu Feng and the representatives of the Fengshui Merchant Association present, Mu Yuanhang had still invited them over, seemingly intent on making them uncomfortable. Mu Yuanhang chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Brother Xiao, the primary reason for calling you here is that young Master Chu and Qingyao are deeply in love. Now young Master Chu has come to propose, and our two families' union may need to be reconsidered." "What? Chu Feng, you're being too much." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun erupted in rage, rising to glare furiously at Chu Feng. For a long time, Xiao Chun had coveted Mu Qingyao. Initially, he had refrained from marrying her due to concerns that marrying her after she had been insulted by a beggar would lead to ridicule. He had intended to take her as a concubine, But the Mu family had consistently refused, resulting in a prolonged delay. Just recently, after being crippled by Chu Feng, he had finally resolved to marry Mu Qingyao. He never expected that Chu Feng would now seek to usurp her, provoking Xiao Chun's wrath. Brother Mu, the betrothal gifts we discussed previously are ready. You cannot go back on your word. Xiao Beichun was equally furious upon hearing Mu Yuanhong's words. Thinking of the betrothal gifts, Xiao Chun immediately assumed that Chu Feng must have offered a greater price, prompting Mu Yuanhang to give Mu Qingyao to him. He quickly turned to Mu Yuanhang and said, Uncle Xiao, did Chu Feng provide a larger betrothal gift? Just name a number, and our Xiao family can increase the betrothal gift. It will not be less than what Chu Feng offers. Before Mu Yuanhang could explain that it was not about the betrothal gifts, Chu Feng suddenly spoke up. I plan to offer a premium Sacred Heart pill, along with numerous rare treasures as my betrothal gift to marry Yao Yao. What? Premium Sacred Heart pill? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they turned to Chu Feng. At the auction held by the Fengshua Merchant Association, the premium Sacred Heart pill had made headlines across the entire central region, ultimately selling for an unprecedented price of 30 billion spirit stones. No one had anticipated that Chu Feng would possess a premium Sacred Heart pill and use it as a betrothal gift for marrying Mu Qingyao. Mu Yuanhang trembled with excitement, staring at Chu Feng with fervor. Young Master Chu, you truly intend to use a premium Sacred Heart pill as a betrothal gift? Indeed, the premium Sacred Heart pill can be presented as a betrothal gift to the Xiao family right now. With that, Chu Feng retrieved the prepared premium Sacred Heart pill from a storage ring and offered it to Mu Yuanhang. Mu Yuanhang swiftly seized the premium Sacred Heart pill, as if afraid that Chu Feng might change his mind. Previously, the premium Sacred Heart pill purchased by the Shantian sect had enabled a Peking realm member to break through to the Imperial realm. Now, with the lifespan of the elder of the Mu family dwindling, acquiring the premium Sacred Heart pill would allow the Mu family to produce another member at the Imperial realm, ensuring their status as a leading family would endure. It truly is a premium Sacred Heart pill. Xiao Beichun and Xiao Chen's eyes were fixated on the premium Sacred Heart pill that Chu Feng had produced. They had witnessed the premium Sacred Heart pill at the auction, and it was identical to what Chu Feng had just revealed. You're actually using a premium Sacred Heart pill as a betrothal gift? Xiao Chun stared incredulously at Chu Feng. Just moments ago, he had contemplated increasing the betrothal gift to persuade Mu Yuanhang to marry Mu Qingyao to him. Now, with Chu Feng offering a premium Sacred Heart pill as a betrothal gift, even if they drained the resources of the Xiao family, they could not match what Chu Feng had presented. Shi Yin, Ji Xian, and the others gazed at Chu Feng in astonishment. They had not known he possessed a premium Sacred Heart pill, nor anticipated he would offer it as a betrothal gift. However, since the premium Sacred Heart pill belonged to Chu Feng, how he chose to use it was beyond their concern. Chu Feng, Mu Qingyao stared at him in a daze, her eyes misting over once again. She understood the value of the premium Sacred Heart pill and was overwhelmed that Chu Feng would use such an exorbitant betrothal gift to propose to her. It was unimaginable how great a stir this news would cause when spread. After today, she shall become the most coveted woman in the desolate realms. While others disdain her, Chu Feng has offered an unprecedentedly exorbitant betrothal gift to marry her. This instantly captivated Mu Qingyao, her gaze towards Chu Feng brimming with affection. At that moment, Mu Yuanhang concealed the exquisite Sacred Heart pill within his storage ring, laughing heartily as he looked at Chu Feng. Haha, Ni Fiu Tu. The Mu family graciously accepts your betrothal gift. Henceforth, Qingyao shall be yours, and you may come to wed her at your convenience. The Sacred Heart pill held immense significance for the Mu family, and now, no one could sway Mu Yuanhong's resolve. Excellent. Chu Feng zet ponde, casting a gentle smile towards Mu Qingyao. In response, Mu Qingyao blushed, her heart swelling with joy. The thought that she was now irrevocably Chu Feng's filled her with a delightful shyness. Brother Xiao, my apologies. If you still wish for a union, I can forego the betrothal gift and marry my other daughter, Waning, to Xiao Chun, with the exquisite Sacred Heart pill secured. Mu Yuanhang saw no need to placate Xiao Beichun and bluntly declared that Mu Qingyao could no longer be wed to Xiao Chun. Having acquired the Sacred Heart pill, Mu Yuanhang no longer desired the Xiao family's betrothal gift. To maintain relations between the Mu and Xiao families, he was willing to forego the betrothal and marry Mu Waning off to the Xiao family. Father, I refuse to marry Xiao Chun. At this moment, Mu Waning, hearing her father's intent to marry her off without a betrothal, protested vehemently. Why should Mu Qingyao, also a daughter of the Xiao family, be pursued with such a lavish betrothal while she was to be wed without one to that waste of a man? Xiao Chun? This was utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Mu Wanying's refusal, Mu Yuanhang let out a cold snort, saying, "This matter is not yours to reject." Mu Wanying's countenance turned ashen at his words. Previously, she had mocked Mu Qingyao for marrying that good-for-nothing Xiao Chun, yet now, Mu Qingyao was set to wed the master of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, while she herself was to marry that same waste. How could she possibly come to terms with this? Oomph. A mere illegitimate daughter like her has no right to marry my son. Xiao Beichun scoffed. Chapter 163. Visiting the Mu family. If Brother Xiao is willing, I can arrange for Waning to become a concubine for Xiao Chun. Mu Yuanhang, understanding that an illegitimate daughter could not be wed as a wife, hastily proposed that Mu Waning serve as a concubine instead. Hearing this, Mu Waning felt as if struck by lightning. She had always envisioned her father raising Ning Ro to the status of a legitimate wife, making her the true daughter of the Mu family, and marrying a promising heir from a noble family. Yet now, her father was suggesting she become a concubine to Xiao Chun. How could she accept such a fate? Father, I do not wish to be a concubine. Mu Waning cried out in distress. Ning Ro anxiously turned to Mu Yuanhang, saying, Master, how could Waning become a concubine? Mu Yuanhang replied coldly, Why not? Are you not a concubine? Earlier, Ning Ro had nearly jeopardized the alliance between the Mu family and the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, and now Mu Yuanhang had little patience for her. Upon hearing his words, Ning Ro's expression stiffened, and she pleaded, Master, did you not say you would elevate me to the position of a legitimate wife? Mu Yuanhang coldly retorted. I merely said I would consider it. Given your recent behavior, you hardly merit such a title. You will continue as a concubine. My only wife shall forever be Qingyao's mother. Previously, after the incident where Mu Qingyao was insulted by a beggar, the Mu family had no legitimate daughters left to marry off, prompting Mu Yuanhang to consider elevating Ning Ro to wife status so that Mu Waning could be wed as the legitimate daughter. Now that the Mu family had formed an alliance with the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce and acquired the Sacred Heart Pill, they no longer needed to rely on Mu Waning for a marriage alliance. Furthermore, Mu Qingyao was no longer the same, soon to become the wife of the master of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. Thus, Mu Yuanhang would have no reason to raise Ning Ro to wife status. Master, you cannot do this. Ning Ro cried out in desperation. If you continue to speak, I will divorce you. Mu Yuanhang replied coldly. Ning Ro's face turned pale upon hearing this. Just before coming here, she had envisioned her daughter marrying the master of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, thinking she would soon become the true matriarch of the Mu family. Now, however, the situation had turned completely against her desires. She would remain a concubine, and her daughter too would be destined to be someone else's concubine. How could she bear this? Head of the Mu family, we shall take our leave. Seeing that any potential union between Xiao Chun and Mu Qingyao was now impossible, Xiao Beichun did not wish to linger and promptly stood to depart. Brother Xiao, what of Wan Ying becoming a concubine? Mu Yuanfang headed inquired. She is merely a concubine. If my son likes her, we can arrange a date to elevate her. But if he does not, then this matter is concluded. Xiao Beichun replied coldly. Very well. I shall see you off, Brother Xiao, Mu Yuanhang said, preparing to escort Xiao Beichun and Xiao Tianfeng as they departed. No need, Xiao Beichun replied curtly, turning to leave with Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Chun. Watching them leave in a huff, Mu Yuanhang was unconcerned. Now that the Mu family had allied with the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce and secured the Sacred Heart Pill, they had no fear of offending the Xiao family. You two may leave now. Mu Yuanhang turned to Ning Ro and Mu Waning, signaling for them to exit first. Yes, Ning Ro, in a daze, turned to lead Mu Waning away. Though Mu Waning wished to protest, a single icy glare from Mu Yuanhang silenced her, and she could only follow her mother away in sorrow. Once Ning Ro and Mu Waning departed, Mu Yuanhang smiled at Chu Feng, saying, Nephew Chu, when do you plan to bring Qingyao into your home? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng glanced at Mu Qingyao, who was blushing, seemingly acquiescent to all of Chu Feng's plans. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng replied, Let's first establish the engagement today. I shall set the date for bringing Ye into my home later. As Sheng Lier had yet to return, Chu Feng wished to wait until she was back to clarify matters regarding Mu Qingyao before proceeding with the marriage. Otherwise, Sheng Lier would likely harbor great resentment towards him. Very well, Mu Yuanhang nodded in agreement. Having secured the Sacred Heart Pill from Chu Feng, he felt confident that Chu Feng would not renege on his promise. Moreover, establishing the engagement would solidify their relationship. After their discussion, Mu Yuanhang and Ji Xian began making arrangements for Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao's engagement. With a smile, Chu Feng turned to Mu Qingyao, saying, Will you show me around the Mu family? I wish to see the place where you grew up. Qingyao, take Chu Feng for a good tour. We will call for you when we are ready. Mu Yuan Fang Adid, Edrisin Mu Qingdao. All right. Mu Qingyao nodded slightly, rising to guide Chu Feng out of the reception hall. As they exited, Chu Feng boldly grasped Mu Qingyao's hand, wishing to stroll through the Mu family holding her hand. Let go. Mu Qingyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yair, you are now mine. What is there to fear in holding hands? Chu Feng's Mai Gen Li. There are too many people. Mu Qingyao was not unwilling. She merely felt shy about holding hands in front of so many familiar faces within the Mu family. Fear not. It is a good opportunity for them to know that I am your future husband. Chu Feng held on to Mu Qingyao's hand resolutely. You rogue. Mu Qingdao, unable to break free, acquiesced to accompany Chu Feng. After all, the news of their impending union would soon spread throughout the Mu family and even the entirety of Saint Heaven City. The fact that the Sacred Heart Pill was the betrothal gift would create quite a stir across Central State, leaving her with nothing to hide. After half an hour, Mu Qingyao had shown Chu Feng around the entire Mu family estate. Yair, where do you reside? You haven't shown me yet. Chu Feng smiled at Mu Qingyao, eager to see her living quarters. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao shot Chu Feng a sideways glance. Her private chambers were not a place meant for male visitors. However, since Chu Feng was to be her husband, she no longer felt the need to be coy and replied, I shall take you there now. Very well. Chu Feng's my. As he was primarily interested in visiting the place where Mu Qingyao lived. Soon, Mu Qingyao led Chu Feng to the modest courtyard where she resided. Why is your courtyard so simple? Chu Feng remarked, furrowing his brow upon observing the surroundings, which were devoid of any ornamental flowers or plants, rendering it quite austere. After the incident, my father became indifferent to me, and Ning Ro took charge of the backyard, removing all my previous decorations. Mu Qingyao replied with a hint of resignation. Had I known, I would have swollen her other cheek too. Chu Feng retorted, a flicker of anger in his eyes. It's all right. I don't care for those trivial things anyway, Mu Qingyao said, her heart warming at the sight of Chu Feng's indignation on her behalf. I will have Ji Xian send someone over to embellish your courtyard. After all, you will be the future madam of the Fengshui Merchant Guild. If you need anything, just send someone to the guild to fetch it. We have plenty of money. Take whatever you desire without hesitation, Chu Feng assured her. Thank you, Chu Feng. Mu Qingyao exclaimed, her heart swelling with gratitude. There is no need for thanks between us, he replied with a gentle smile, presenting her with a storage ring. Inside are 100 billion low-grade spirit stones for your use, as you please. Having acquired 300 billion low-grade spirit stones from the auction of the Supreme Sacred Heart Pill, he had reserved 100 billion specifically for her. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones? Mu Qingyao gasped, hastily declining. That's far too much. I cannot accept it. Chu Feng, however, grasped her hand and slipped the storage ring on her finger, smiling warmly. The times have changed. You are now mine, and what is mine is yours. Previously, when he wished to gift her the Qi Yin Hong Lian Zi, she had insisted on not wanting to owe him anything, offering spirit stones instead. But now that Mu Qingyao belonged to him, he would not allow her to refuse his gifts any longer. Chu Feng. Tears glistened in Mu Qingyao's eyes as she felt overwhelmed by emotion. With no one else around, she threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Ever since the incident in the eastern wilderness, she had endured countless grievances, feeling abandoned even by her master and father, believing she would suffer a lifetime of sorrow. Yet, unexpectedly, she had encountered someone as kind as Chu Feng. Seeing her willingly embrace him brought a smile to his face as he returned her hug. You naughty girl. After a moment, Mu Qingyao suddenly broke free from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at him. Chu Feng, caught off guard, could only offer an awkward smile. As he held her, inhaling her captivating fragrance, a surge of desire ignited within him, leading to a physical reaction. Miss. Suddenly, a young maid in green stood at a distance, her eyes wide with shock at the sight of Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao in such an intimate position. She looked around nervously, and seeing no one, rushed toward Mu Qingyao in a panic. Miss, you must come inside quickly. Shall you? There is no need to fret. Mu Qingyao chuckled softly at the maid's anxious demeanor. Is she your maid? Chu Feng inquired, amused by the girl's evident concern. It was clear she believed Mu Qingyao was engaging in a secret affair with him, fearing detection by the Mu family. Yes, this is my maid, Xiaoyu. All my other maids were coerced away by Ning Ro, but Xiaoyu has remained loyal to me, Mu Qingyao introduced with a smile. At that moment, Xiaoyu, noticing that Mu Qingyao and Chu Feng were still casually chatting, hurried over, her voice filled with urgency. Miss, you must go inside. What will you do if others find out? Given Mu Qingyao's precarious situation, if anyone from the Mu family discovered her clandestine meetings with an outsider, The consequences would be dire. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, let me introduce you, Mu Qingyao said, blushing slightly as she pointed to Chu Feng. This is my future husband. Chu Feng. Future husband? Xiao Yu gasped in disbelief. The thought of Mu Qingyao having secretly pledged herself to someone would surely infuriate Mu Yuanheng. Father has already approved of our union. Mu Qingyao quickly clarified, trying to assuage Xiao Yu's shock. The head of the family agreed? Xiao Yu's expression was one of incredulity. Rumors had circulated within the Mu family that Mu Qingyao was to marry Xiao Chun from the Xiao family. How could Mu Yuanheng possibly change his mind to allow her to marry Chu Feng? Indeed, Chu Feng is the heir of the Fengshui Merchant Guild, and my father has accepted his betrothal gift. Our engagement is already settled. Mu Qingyao responded with a smile. After the difficulties Mu Qingyao faced, Xiao Yu had remained steadfastly by her side, and now, with the prospect of marriage, Mu Qingyao intended to bring Xiao Yu along as her personal maid. The heir of the Fengshui Merchant Guild? Miss, are you truly marrying him? Xiao Yu could hardly believe it, knowing Mu Qingyao's past. She found it astonishing that Chu Feng, as the heir of the Fengshui Merchant Guild, would take her as his wife rather than a concubine. Before Mu Qingyao could respond, Chu Feng interjected, of course. From now on, Yao Yao shall be the madam of the Fengshui Merchant Guild. At this, Xiao Yu's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly congratulated Mu Qingyao. Congratulations, miss. Congratulations. Having been treated as an outcast by the Mu family and facing numerous hardships, Mu Qingyao's newfound fortune and impending marriage to the heir of the foremost merchant guild in the central region would undoubtedly alter her fate, ensuring that no one would dare to bully her again. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness for Mu Qingyao. Seeing Xiao Yu's excitement, Mu Qingyao smiled back, saying, Xiao Yu, once I am married, you shall accompany me and continue as my personal maid. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Xiao Yu exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy at the prospect of serving Mu Qingyao as the madam of the Fengshui Merchant Guild. Remembering the hardships she had endured, tears of happiness nearly spilled from her eyes. All right, no need to cry. Brighter days are ahead. Mu Qingyao smiled, offering her comfort. Yes. Xiao Yu quickly composed herself. Miss, you and the young master enjoy your conversation. I will go prepare tea for you. All right, Mu Qingyao nodded gently. As Chu Feng watched Xiao Yu hurriedly leave, he remarked with a smile, your little maid is quite loyal. Indeed, Mu Qingyao replied with a smile. I have relied on Xiao Yu's companionship through so much. With that, Mu Qingyao began to lead Chu Feng into a small hall. Her courtyard, while modest, featured 3 rooms and a small parlor for receiving close friends. Where's your boudoir? Chu Feng inquired after surveying the small hall for a moment. What do you wish to do in my boudoir? Mu Qingyao's cheeks flushed at his question. I am merely curious to see what my future bride's boudoir looks like, Chu Feng said with a smile. Mu Qingyao, thinking he had ulterior motives, huffed playfully. Do not harbor any wicked thoughts. We are not yet married. Chu Feng, taken aback, shot her an incredulous look. Yao Yao, what you take me for? Even if he were desperate, he would never demean her in such a manner. It would be a grave insult to her. Follow me, Mu Qingyao said, realizing Chu Feng did not seem like the type to rush matters, and she led him toward her boudoir. A moment later, Mu Qingyao ushered Chu Feng into a fragrant room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large screen, behind which lay a cozy bed, accompanied by a dressing table and a wardrobe. The room appeared quite simple, yet was impeccably clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. Mu Qingyao smiled self-deprecatingly and remarked, isn't this rather rudimentary? You are the eldest daughter of the Mu family, yet they treat you in such a manner. Chu Feng felt a flicker of indignation. This is all Ning Ro's doing. She sees that my father pays me no mind and bullies me at will, taking most of the things from my courtyard. Mu Qingyao explained, I promise I will never allow anyone to bully you again. If anyone is to bully you, it shall only be me. Chu Feng assured her while gazing intently at Mu Qingyao. You rascal, all you think about is bullying me. Mu Qingyao shot him a playful glare upon hearing his words. Fear not, for I shall no longer bully you. I will only cherish you. Chu Feng replied with a grin. Mu Qingyao's face lit up with joy at his words, but she quickly turned serious and looked at Chu Feng, saying, Chu Feng, do you truly not mind my past? Even now, Mu Qingyao struggled with insecurities, unable to fathom that such a paragon as Chu Feng would choose to wed a woman who had lost her virtue. I do not mind. Do not ask such questions again. Just remember that I will never forsake you, Chu Feng declared firmly. At that moment, he still had not found the right moment to confess to Mu Qingyao about their first encounter, intending to wait until they were married before revealing it. Mu Qingyao exclaimed with excitement, throwing herself into Chu Feng's embrace. After being humiliated by a beggar, she had contemplated a life of solitude or marrying anyone just to escape her plight. Little did she expect that Chu Feng would offer her an unprecedentedly generous betrothal gift. Chu Feng was the young master of the Feng Shui Commerce Guild, possessing unparalleled talent and strength. His future achievements were bound to be limitless. The fact that such an extraordinary individual would marry her, a woman with a tarnished past, made Mu Qingyao feel as if everything happening today was but a dream. After a long, intimate embrace, Chu Feng finally released Mu Qingyao. He then slowly sat on her bed and beckoned her, saying, "Come here." Mu Qingyao's cheeks flushed at his gesture, and she glared at him, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" "Come here. I wish to examine your body." Chu Feng smiled. "I am fine. There is no need for you to check." Mu Qingyao's face turned crimson as she took a small step back, hesitant to approach him. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to check for the Yin cold goo poison within you, and see if we can expel it." Upon hearing about the Yin cold goo poison, Mu Qingyao's expression dimmed instantly. The red lotus seed he had previously given her was about to run out, and she would soon have to endure the torment of the poison once more. The thought of the excruciating pain that accompanied its onset caused her spirits to plummet. Chu Feng, noticing her distress, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will be here for you. I will help you rid yourself of the Yin cold goo poison." Mu Qingyao felt a slight sense of comfort and slowly approached the bed, sitting across from Chu Feng. He took her hand for a moment before examining her back. After a prolonged assessment, he finally discovered the source of the Yin cold goo poison within her. There resided a Yin cold goo worm, currently nestled near her heart. Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly at this realization. The positioning made it challenging to extract the Yin cold goo worm. Any forceful removal could jeopardize Mu Qingyao's life. Is it impossible to eliminate it? Mu Qingyao sensed Chu Feng's furrowed brow and felt her heart sink, believing he could not assist her. Chu Feng did not respond to her, but instead pondered every possible solution. Suddenly, he recalled that he possessed a unique fire. The extraordinary flame was the nemesis of such Yin cold goo worms, which he could use to drive it out of Mu Qingyao's body. Instantly, Chu Feng smiled at Mu Qingyao and said, "Do not fret. I have devised a method to help you eliminate the Yin cold goo poison. It will just be a bit troublesome." "Really?" Mu Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Chu Feng. The Yin cold goo poison had relentlessly tormented her, leading her to contemplate suicide during its episodes. Now, hearing that Chu Feng could completely rid her of it filled her with exhilaration. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. "Yes, there is a Yin cold goo worm within you, and I can use my unique fire to expel it. However, you will need to remove your upper garments during the process." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao's cheeks flushed deeply. "You rascal, surely you're not trying to deceive me?" Chu Feng playfully pinched her cheek, replying, "You're already mine. Do I need to resort to such trickery? Well, when will you assist me?" Mu Qingyao thought about how she would ultimately belong to Chu Feng and, not wanting to endure the torment of the Yin cold goo poison any longer, she readily agreed to let him help her remove the worm. Chu Feng contemplated for a moment. "Let's wait a couple of days. It's not convenient to do it here at the Mu residence. We can go to the Feng Shui Commerce Guild, where I will find a quiet place to assist you." "All right." Mu Qingyao sighed in relief upon hearing this. She worried that if Chu Feng attempted to help her at the Mu residence, others might discover it and accuse her of impropriety for cohabitating with him before marriage. Going to the Feng Shui Commerce Guild alleviated such fears. "What did you come to be afflicted by this Yin cold goo worm? Do you know who is responsible?" Chu Feng Yin Gui. Mu Qingyao recalled for a moment and replied, "The Yin cold goo poison manifested suddenly 6 months ago, and I have no idea how I came to be afflicted. Such worms can only be placed by those close to you. Could it possibly be Xiaoyu?" Chu Feng speculated. "It can't be Xiaoyu." Mu Qingyao immediately refuted, conjecturing, "It may have been one of my previous maids or the mother and daughter duo of Ning Ro. 6 months ago, I still had other maids here, and I've been in contact with Ning Ro and her mother during that time. They have always viewed me as an eyesore, wanting to expel me from the Mu family. It is highly likely they are the culprits." Hearing this, Chu Feng's anger flared, and he coldly asserted, "That mother and daughter pair are clearly not decent people. I will help you eliminate them." "No need, I can handle them myself." Mu Qingyao did not wish for Chu Feng to clash with the Mu family and prefer to deal with Ning Ro and her mother on her own. Previously, due to her loss of virtue, Mu Yuanheng had been utterly disappointed in her, and she had lacked the will to confront Ning Ro and her mother, allowing them to bully her. Now that she had a marriage pact with Chu Feng, she felt empowered to confront Ning Ro and her mother at will. "Later, I will have the Feng Shui Commerce Guild send a Peking Realm Guard to protect you, making it easier for you to deal with them." Chu Feng, concerned that Mu Qingyao might struggle against Ning Ro and her mother, intended to send someone to safeguard her. "No need, I can handle them myself." to send a female guard. Although Mu Qingyao initially wished to refuse, she could only acquiesce upon meeting Chu Feng's resolute gaze. With no loyal individuals to rely on within the Mu family, having Chu Feng send assistance would certainly ease her burdens. Upon hearing Mu Qingyao's acceptance of his arrangement, Chu Feng's face broke into a delighted smile. Excellent. I will arrange for someone to come over shortly. Mu Qingdao nodded gently. Her gaze toward Chu Feng filled with affection. The events of today had dramatically altered the course of her life. Not only was her future now secure, but the torment of the Yin cold goo poison that had plagued her would soon be resolved. This profound gratitude for Chu Feng flooded her heart. Reaching an unprecedented peak on this day, she felt she could never repay him adequately, save for expressing her gratitude after they wed. Witnessing the love reflected in Mu Qingyao's eyes filled Chu Feng with joy. He had finally won her heart completely. Unburdened, Mu Qingyao opened up, joyfully recounting her past amusing tales while warmly inquiring about various aspects of Chu Feng's life. Her newfound lightheartedness radiated happiness and joy, bringing immense delight to Chu Feng. After chatting for about half an hour, a voice suddenly pierced the air from outside. Miss, the family head has sent someone to convey that the arrangements for the betrothal have been finalized, and you and the young master are to proceed. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Mu Qingyao could hardly contain her excitement as she promptly rose to her feet, smiling brightly at Chu Feng and exclaiming, "Let us depart." It seemed that only by formalizing their engagement could their relationship be truly solidified. Mu Qingyao appeared somewhat anxious, perhaps fearing that Chu Feng might have a change of heart, and was eager to complete the engagement rituals with him. Indeed, Chu Feng replied with a warm smile and a nod. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao arrived at the main hall of the Mu family. Under the careful orchestration of the gathered crowd, they proceeded to fulfill each step of the engagement ceremony in accordance with tradition. After half an hour, they successfully completed the engagement process, thereby solidifying their vows. Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao exchanged an exhilarated glance, marking the moment when their lives became irrevocably intertwined. Mu Yuanhang, witnessing the successful engagement, burst into joyous laughter and promptly arranged a banquet to celebrate, inviting Chu Feng and Shi Yin among others. The atmosphere at the banquet was filled with exuberance as revelers indulged in hearty toasts. Ning Rou and Mu Weining also made an appearance, yet both maintained a sullen demeanor, casting the occasional venomous glance toward Mu Qingyao. Noticing their stares, Mu Qingyao merely smiled faintly, dismissing them with indifference. The festivities continued for quite a while before Chu Feng and his companions took their leave. Once outside the Mu residence, Chu Feng turned to Ji Xian and inquired, "Does the merchant guild have any female guards of Pinnacle King Realm or high-ranking King Realm? We must assign one to protect Yao Yao. I fear Ning Rou and her daughter may pose a threat." Ji Xian pondered for a brief moment before respectfully replying, "The guild lacks high-ranking female guards. But we do have a female deacon at the 9th level of the King Realm. However, she is somewhat difficult to approach, as she is wholly devoted to her cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Have her protect Yao Yao for a while. I can offer her a set of suitable heavenly-grade spiritual techniques." He believed that her unwavering commitment to cultivation would make her unable to resist the allure of heavenly-grade techniques. Ji Xian chuckled. With heavenly-grade techniques, she will undoubtedly agree. Chu Feng continued to probe, "Is she reliable?" Ji Xian immediately reassured him, "Rest assured, young master. She has served as a deacon for over a decade and is known for her loyalty and dependability." Chu Feng nodded slightly. "Very well, it shall be her. Please return to the guild and have her meet me shortly." Ji Xian responded with utmost respect. "Understood. Additionally, find me a suitable residence near the merchant guild for welcoming Yao Yao." Chu Feng instructed further. The Fengting courtyard, where he currently resided, had been a gift from Sheng Liar, making it somewhat inappropriate for such a significant occasion. He desired to secure a different abode for the purpose of marrying Mu Qingyao. Ideally, this new residence would be in proximity to the Fengshui Merchant Guild, ensuring convenience in times of need, allowing Shi Yin and the guild's members to come to their aid promptly. "Yes, young master, rest assured, I will certainly find a suitable residence," Ji Xian assured him. Even if no appropriate properties were available, the Fengshui Merchant Guild had the wealth to negotiate a favorable deal. Indeed, Chu Feng replied with a smile and a nod. With all arrangements in place, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Now, he awaited Sheng Liar's return to clarify his relationship with Mu Qingyao. However, thoughts of Sheng Liar stirred a wave of concern within him. He was uncertain whether she would mind his bond with Mu Qingyao and worried for her safety. Having been away for so long, an unsettling feeling lingered in Chu Feng's heart, as though something unfortunate might have befallen Sheng Liar. As he walked, he contemplated when he might visit the Sheng family to inquire about Sheng Liar's whereabouts and ensure she was unharmed. Suddenly, a large crowd appeared ahead, riding various steeds. At the center of the throng, several individuals carried an ornate palanquin, suggesting the presence of someone of great importance. Qin Wentian, at the forefront of the crowd, a young man clad in white and mounted on a black tiger, was none other than the Chu Feng he recognized. Upon spotting Qin Wentian, an icy smile crept onto Chu Feng's face. Observing the excited expression on Qin Wentian's face, it seemed he must have received news of a beloved or an important individual returning. Make way, clear the path. The Qin family guards led the way, shoving people aside to create a path. At that moment, a black-clad guard from the Qin family noticed that Chu Feng and his companions had not yielded and approached Chu Feng menacingly. In an instant, the Qin guard stood before Chu Feng, glaring at him with a fierce voice. You there, have you lost your sight? Can't you see our Qin family's procession coming through? Get out of the way. With a resounding thud, Chu Feng delivered a powerful kick that sent the Qin guard flying several meters away. You little brat. Seeking death by daring to harm a member of the Qin family. Other guards from the Qin family, witnessing their comrade's plight, swiftly drew their blades and encircled Chu Feng menacingly. Who is this kid? How dare he attack the Qin family in broad daylight? Does he wish to court death? It seemed he was a newcomer unaware of the Qin family's formidable reputation, prompting him to strike out. What a pity for having injured a member of the Qin family. His fate would likely be dire. The last individual who dared to harm a Qin family guard was rumored to have their corpse displayed at the city gate for 3 days before being discarded in a mass grave. The onlookers buzzed with chatter upon witnessing Chu Feng's audacious actions. At that moment, Qin Wentian, realizing it was Chu Feng who had harmed someone, approached on his black tiger and arrogantly addressed Chu Feng. Chu Feng, do you believe that with the protection of the Martial Academy, you can recklessly harm members of my Qin family? Oomph. Today, you have injured my kin, and not even the Martial Academy's head can save you. However, I can offer you a chance for survival. If you willingly forfeit your cultivation and kneel before me in apology, I might spare your life. You may call whoever you wish, but they will not be able to save you today. Stand back. I will deal with him personally. Upon hearing Qin Wentian's arrogant remarks, Chu Feng merely smiled coldly, signaling for Shi Yin and the others to step back, as he intended to personally teach Qin Wentian a lesson. Clang! With that, Chu Feng drew his demon shadow sword and unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy toward Qin Wentian. Unprepared for Chu Feng's decisive attack, Qin Wentian had no choice but to abandon his black tiger and leap aside to evade. Boom! The sword energy Chu Feng unleashed cleaved the black tiger in two, sending blood and entrails splattering across the ground in a gruesome display. How ferocious! He dares to lay hands on young Master Qin and has slain his beloved steed. The previous assailant against young Master Qin had reportedly had their grave overgrown with grass taller than a man. This young man truly seemed to have no regard for his own life, though he did not appear reckless. Perhaps he had some backing and was unafraid of the Qin family. After all, the Qin family stood as one of the most powerful forces in the central continent. Unless he were from the Xintian sect, it would be improbable for him to confront the Qin family. The gathered crowd marveled at Chu Feng's audacity in dispatching Qin Wentian's steed, their astonishment palpable. Chu Feng, you seek death. Qin Wentian's fury erupted as he saw his black tiger slain, veins bulging in his forehead. Though merely an ordinary high-tier mount, it was his first steed and one he cherished dearly. To his shock, it had been slain by Chu Feng in a single stroke, igniting an uncontrollable rage within him. Observing Qin Wentian's wrath, Chu Feng calmly remarked, "Come, let us settle this one-on-one." Humph. Qin Wentian scoffed, refusing to accept Chu Feng's challenge. He knew he was no match for Chu Feng, and with so many witnesses present, he would be foolish to agree to a duel. Chu Feng, do not mistake your brute strength for superiority. You cannot challenge my Qin family. Know this, today my ancestral elder returns, and not even the Martial Academy's head can save you. Qin Wentian glared coldly at Chu Feng before turning back toward the palanquin, bowing respectfully. Ancestral elder, this man has repeatedly humiliated me and even injured my ancestor. I beseech you to take action and dispose of him. Upon hearing Qin Wentian call for the person within the palanquin to take action against him, Chu Feng let out a cold, mocking laugh. Qin Wentian, I had thought you possessed some measure of strength. It seems you can only rely on others. Qin Wentian turned to Chu Feng with a disdainful smirk. If you have the capability, then call upon someone as well. My ancestral elder returns today, and no matter whom you summon, they cannot save you. At this moment, the onlookers, hearing Qin Wentian's words, exchanged astonished glances and murmured amongst themselves. Ancestral elder? Is it the formidable Qin song from the Qin family? Decades ago, Qin Song had already attained the 6th level of the Emperor Realm, making him the most powerful individual in Holy Sky City, even surpassing the former head of Tai Academy. His prolonged absence had led me to believe he had perished, yet here he stands, alive. With his return, he may have grown even stronger, known for his protective nature. Qin Song is unlikely to take kindly to someone daring to provoke Qin Wentian in his presence. The consequences for that audacity will surely be dire. At this moment, the palanquin carried by the Qin family's guards was gradually unveiled, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a cold demeanor. Qin Song, the most potent ancestor of the Qin family. For decades, he had secluded himself in a hidden locale, diligently cultivating his skills. Recently, he finally broke through to the 8th level of the Emperor Realm and was eager to return to the Qin family. However, upon his return, he encountered Chu Feng, a mere 2nd level of the Heavenly Spirit Realm boy, audaciously challenging the Qin family in broad daylight, igniting Qin Song's fury. It appears that after years of isolation, the world has forgotten the extent of his formidable might. Boy, kneel and commit seppuku. I may allow you to retain your corpse intact. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Qin Song coldly addressed Chu Feng, intent on delivering a harsh lesson to demonstrate that the Qin family is not to be trifled with, and to announce his resurgence. Huh, you think you can annihilate my entire clan? Chu Feng scoffed, turning to the back and calling out, Shurian, this one is yours. Understood. Shurian promptly stepped forward from behind Chu Feng. You are Shurian of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce? Qin Song finally noticed Shurian, but upon recognizing Shurian's realm, he was instantly astounded. Your cultivation has also reached the 8th level of the Emperor Realm. Decades prior, Qin Song had encountered Shurian, who was then merely at the 4th level of the Emperor Realm. In those years, Qin Song had progressed from the 6th to the 8th level, reveling in his rapid advancement, only to be shocked by Shurian's astonishing leap of 4 minor realms, his speed of growth eclipsing even Qin Song's. Shurian regarded Qin Song with cold eyes and remarked, Qin Song, you hold quite the influence, demanding our young master to kneel and commit seppuku. This boy is your young master of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce? Qin Song gasped in disbelief. He was aware of the immense background of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, a power from a higher realm, with the branch in the wilderness realm being merely a fraction of its true strength. If Shurian claimed Chu Feng as the young master, then Chu Feng's lineage must be extraordinary. What? Chu Feng is your young master? How can this be? Is he not just an unknown from the eastern wilderness continent? Qin Wentian was momentarily bewildered by Shurian's revelation. Previously, the Qin family had enforced a prohibition against provoking the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, and Qin Wentian understood its formidable nature. He had never anticipated that Chu Feng was its young master. Earlier, Qin Wentian had thought he could suppress Chu Feng with his family background, only to realize now that he was outmatched even in that regard, filling him with profound frustration. Our young master was merely hiding his identity for training. How dare you show disrespect to our young master? Kneel and apologize, and I may spare your lives. Shurian glared at Qin Song and Qin Wentian, demanding their submission. Absolutely not. Qin Wentian retorted angrily at the notion of kneeling before Shurian to apologize. With so many onlookers present, how could he possibly maintain any semblance of dignity if he were to kneel in public? Qin Song, equally incensed by Shurian's demand, sought to avoid conflict with the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce and, suppressing his anger, suggested, Shurian, we can offer an apology, but kneeling is out of the question. Shurian scoffed. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? One demanded our young master bow his head in repentance, while the other suggested he commit seppuku. Now, asking you to kneel and apologize is still lenient. Seeing Shurian's insistence on their kneeling, Qin Song could no longer contain his fury and declared, if that is the case, I shall test your strength. With that, he instructed the Qin family members to retreat, focusing all his energy to confront Shurian. Chapter 168. Today, I grant the Dean of Martial Arts a favor. As Shurian sensed Qin Song preparing to strike, he let out a cold laugh and also concentrated his energy to counter Qin Song. Boom! The two powerful auras clashed in the air, generating an overwhelming pressure that instilled profound fear in the surrounding crowd. Whose aura is this? It is utterly terrifying. In an instant, the Emperor Realm experts of Holy Sky City sensed the auras of Shurian and Qin Song and swiftly took to the skies, racing towards the scene. Witnessing the confrontation between Shurian and Qin Song, the onlookers were filled with dread and immediately fled. Both Shurian and Qin Song were top-tier experts at the 8th level of the Emperor Realm. If they unleashed their full power in Holy Sky City, the surrounding area would be reduced to rubble, and those caught in the conflict would meet a gruesome end. Fearing the collateral damage, Everyone scrambled to escape. Chu Feng also quickly retreated with Ji Xian. At this moment, Shi Yan and Qin Song were merely testing the extent of their respective powers, neither fully unleashing their potential. Soon, Shi Yan's aura began to overwhelm Qin Song. Having come from a higher realm, Shi Yan's mastery and application of power exceeded that of Qin Song. After a brief struggle, realizing he could not match Shi Yan's might, Qin Song contemplated utilizing his spiritual techniques to counter Shi Yan. Just then, numerous Emperor Realm cultivators from Holy Sky City arrived on the scene, their faces gravely serious as they witnessed the clash between the two 8th-level Emperor experts. You cannot fight in Holy Sky City. Wu Hongru, the Dean of Tai Academy, rushed to intervene upon seeing the impending confrontation between Shi Yan and Qin Song. Boom! Qin Song exerted all his strength to break through Shi Yan's pressure and proclaimed, Shi Yan, today I am showing favor to Dean Wu. I shall not pursue this matter further. With that, Qin Song attempted to turn away, appearing as though he was sparing Shi Yan out of respect for Wu Hongru. Huh, you think you can simply walk away? Shi Yan retorted coldly. Friend Shi Yan, let us prioritize peace. Wu Hongru urged, sensing the tension escalating. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Shi Yan angrily rebuked Wu Hongru before turning back to Qin Song. Qin Song, if you do not kneel and apologize to my young master today, I will annihilate your Qin family. Both Wu Hongru and Qin Song wore grim expressions upon hearing Shi Yan's threat. Shi Yan, do not push your luck. Qin Song, initially hoping Wu Hongru and the other Emperor Realm cultivators would temper Shi Yan's aggression, was taken aback by Shi Yan's blatant disregard for the situation, determined to force Qin Song to kneel in apology. Having understood through their earlier confrontation that he was no match for Shi Yan, continuing to fight would only bring humiliation. However, kneeling to Chu Feng was out of the question. With so many powerful forces present, it would be preferable to face death than to submit. The crowd was astonished by Shi Yan's overwhelming demeanor, never expecting him to dominate even the mightiest of the Qin family, Qin Song. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly interjected, Shi Yan, do not disrespect the Dean of Martial Arts. Yes, young master. Shi Yan immediately turned to Chu Feng, responding with utmost respect. Wu Hongru, taken aback, gazed at Chu Feng in astonishment. Chu Feng, are you the young master of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, Chu Feng replied with a gentle nod. At this moment, the Emperor Realm experts from various factions were taken aback by Chu Feng's confirmation of his identity as the young master of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. Many had witnessed the earlier confrontation between Chu Feng and Qin Peng outside the Fengshui auction house. They had recognized Chu Feng's exceptional prowess, but never anticipated he was the young master of such a powerful organization. Wu Hongru quickly stated, Chu Feng, I do not know what transpired today, but I implore you to resolve this peacefully and not harm the innocent. Chu Feng smiled lightly. Very well. Today I shall grant Dean Wu a favor and let this matter pass. Previously, after the conflict with the Qin family, Wu Hongru and Tai Academy had provided protection to Chu Feng for a time. Chu Feng, not wishing to offend Wu Hongru, deemed it only fitting to reciprocate this favor. Today, he had no intention of confronting the Qin family. It was merely a fortuitous encounter during which he aimed to assert some pressure on their influence, while simultaneously showcasing the strength and foundation of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce, with Shi Yan already demonstrating formidable prowess and sufficient authority. Chu Feng felt little need to pursue the matter further. It was an opportune moment to grant Wu Hongru a favor and bring today's events to a close. Thank you, Chu Feng. Wu Hongru sighed in relief upon hearing Chu Feng's decision not to pursue the issue, expressing his gratitude. Qin Song, upon hearing that Chu Feng would not press charges, also exhaled in relief and promptly turned to lead the Qin family away in a rather dejected manner. The spectators, witnessing the Qin family's retreat, were left in a state of shock, engaging in animated discussions. They had not anticipated that the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce could wield such power, capable of overpowering the Qin family. I had always thought the Fengshui Chamber merely excelled in trade, but their strength is truly terrifying. They murmured, with such might, doing business with them in the future would surely be a wise choice. Is that the young master of the Fengshui Chamber? He is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a lady by his side. How wonderful it would be if he could take me as his consort. I don't even aspire to be a principal wife. I would be content as a concubine or a warm bed servant. The crowd buzzed with various speculations, all astonished by the might of the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. After a brief moment, Chu Feng turned to Wu Hongru and bid farewell. Director Wu, we must take our leave. Very well, Wu Hongru nodded slightly. With that, Chu Feng, accompanied by Shi Yan and Ji Xian, began to depart. Wu Hongru gazed at their retreating figures, letting out a soft sigh. He had once considered taking Chu Feng as his disciple, but it now seemed an overreach. Not long after, Chu Feng and his companions returned to the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Han Xiaoer caught sight of them, she approached respectfully, asking, "Young master, were you successful in your proposal?" "Indeed," Chu Feng replied with a smile and a nod. "Congratulations, young master." Han Xiaoer beamed at the news. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Feng led Shi Yin and Meng Shan to Shi Yan's small courtyard. While they had certainly gained the upper hand against the Qin family, the Fengshui Chamber's royal-level experts remained too few. Should they face multiple factions simultaneously, they would undoubtedly struggle. Especially now that Shi Yin had lost contact with his superiors and could no longer rely on external support, they had to depend on their own strength. Chu Feng contemplated imparting some techniques to Shi Yin to bolster his abilities. Having already cultivated the Tianluo Heart method and possessing the mid-grade heavenly-level Great Wilderness Meteor Fist, Shi Yin was lacking only in movement techniques. Chu Feng intended to teach him a superior heavenly-level movement technique. "Shi Yin, I plan to impart to you a superior heavenly-level movement technique, flowing cloud shift," Chu Feng announced. "A superior heavenly-level technique?" Shi Yin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Thank you, young master." Meng Shan, upon hearing that Chu Feng would teach Shi Yin a superior heavenly-level movement technique, couldn't he help but feel envious. Turning to Meng Shan, Chu Feng smiled. "Meng Shan, as long as you remain loyal to the chamber, you too shall have the opportunity to learn." "Really?" Meng Shan exclaimed with delight, immediately expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young master. I vow to serve you and the chamber faithfully." A moment later, Chu Feng began to teach Shi Yin and Meng Shan the incantation for flowing cloud shift. He also marked the ground with the technique's footprints, instructing the two to practice following them. Instantly, both Shi Yin and Meng Shan were captivated by the intricacies of the technique, diligently practicing according to the incantation and the footprints laid before them. Soon after, Ji Xian entered the courtyard, accompanied by a young woman. The woman appeared youthful and attractive, although her figure was rather unremarkable. Ji Xian gestured toward her, introducing, "Young master, this is our chamber's honored guest, Wei Ying. What kind of movement technique is this?" Wei Ying exclaimed, entirely captivated by Shi Yin and Meng Shan's practice, momentarily forgetting to greet Chu Feng. Chu Feng glanced at Wei Ying and replied softly, "This is the superior heavenly-level movement technique, flowing cloud shift." "Superior heavenly level?" Wei Ying's eyes gleamed with desire upon hearing this. "Indeed," Chu Feng confirmed with a slight nod. "Manager Ji said that if I protect the young master's lady, I could earn a heavenly-level technique. May I learn this movement technique?" Wei Ying looked at Chu Feng with eager anticipation. "Certainly." Chu Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. I shall take up this movement technique." Wei Ying exclaimed with excitement. Addressing Chu Feng, "Young master, I am willing to protect your lady." "Very well. As long as you ensure her safety, you will undoubtedly reap rewards. And even assistance in breaking through to the royal level is not out of the question," Chu Feng said with a smile. Overjoyed by this, Wei Ying vowed, "Rest assured, young master, I will devote myself to protecting your lady and ensure she faces no harm." Pleased with Wei Ying's commitment, Chu Feng nodded approvingly. He then began to teach Wei Ying the incantation for flowing cloud shift and invited Ji Xian to join in, recognizing that teaching one or several was equally beneficial. A heavenly-level movement technique was not something Chu Feng took lightly. He simply instructed them all to refrain from disseminating it outside. Ji Xian, filled with excitement, recognized the importance of such techniques for survival, especially one of the superior heavenly level, which was exceedingly rare. His gratitude towards Chu Feng swelled. Having memorized the incantation, Wei Ying and Ji Xian joined Shi Yin and Meng Shan, practicing diligently by following the footprints on the ground. After observing them for a while, Chu Feng settled down to meditate quietly. His own strength still felt insufficient. He needed to accelerate his growth. 2 hours later, the four of them had a rudimentary grasp of flowing cloud shift, with Wei Ying mastering it most adeptly, achieving minor proficiency. This surprised Chu Feng. He had not anticipated Wei Ying to be such a talented practitioner, grasping the technique even faster than Shi Yin. "Young master, I shall go protect your lady at once," Wei Ying declared, brimming with excitement as he prepared to depart for Mu Qingyao. "Very well. I have already spoken to Yao Yao. You may go directly to the Mu residence. Also, please bring some pastries for her and tell her I sent you," Chu Feng instructed Wei Ying. "You are very considerate towards the young master's lady." Wei Ying smiled in response. "Go ahead." Chu Feng gestured for Wei Ying to leave. "Yes." Wei Ying bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Watching Wei Ying depart, Chu Feng slowly retracted his gaze. With arrangements made for Mu Qingyao, he turned his thoughts back to his own training. As night fell, Chu Feng chose not to return to the Fengting courtyard, but instead stayed at the Fengshui Chamber of Commerce. The following day, news of the young master of the Fengshui Chamber proposing to Mu Qingyao with an exorbitant betrothal gift of the Holy Heart pill quickly spread throughout the entire Holy Heaven City. Simultaneously, the previous day's scene of Shi Yin forcefully subduing Qin Song also circulated widely. In no time, the entire Holy Heaven City was abuzz with commotion. The Fengshui Chamber of Commerce was indeed formidable, and the Mu family was incredibly fortunate to forge a union with such a powerhouse. Mu Qingyao was especially lucky to become the young master's lady. 300 billion Holy Heart pills as a betrothal gift. The Fengshui Chamber truly was opulent beyond measure. Does anyone know if the young master of the Fengshui Chamber is in need of concubines? I would gladly serve as one. I don't even need to be a concubine. I'd be happy just to be a warm bed servant. That would be enough to bring honor to my family. Ugh, with your rotund figure, you make anyone sick just looking at you. Dream on about being a bed servant. In the streets and alleys of Holy Heaven City, people continued to discuss the previous day's events. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, who awaited Mu Qingyao at the Fengshui Chamber, he remained focused on his training, preparing to assist her in expelling the chilling insect from her body. However, after waiting all day, Mu Qingyao did not arrive, leaving Chu Feng with no choice but to continue his training in anticipation. While meditating, he suddenly encountered a breakthrough opportunity. In the previous encounter with Mu Qingyao, they vanquished the Blackwater Giant Serpent, acquiring the tri-leaf dragon pattern grass, which significantly enhanced Chu Feng's cultivation. At that moment, he was on the verge of breaking through to the third level of the celestial spirit realm. After a period of introspection, Chu Feng finally grasped the opportunity for that breakthrough. Recognizing the moment, he devoted himself entirely to his training. It was not until the third day that Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had finally broken through. A look of joy illuminated his face. Advancing to the third level of the celestial spirit realm, his strength had surged to new heights. After a brief moment, Chu Feng stepped out of his chamber. Young master. At that moment, a dark-clad servant from the Maple Snow Merchant Association stood outside the door. Upon seeing Chu Feng, he immediately bowed respectfully. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Noticing that the servant seemed to be waiting specifically for him, he inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The servant promptly replied with deference, "Young master, the young master's lady has arrived. Manager Han instructed me to wait here and inform you as soon as you emerged." "Mu Yao has come?" Chu Feng's heart surged with delight upon hearing this, and he asked, "Where is she now?" The servant responded, "Manager Han is currently accompanying the young master's lady in the main hall." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng hastened towards the main hall of the Maple Snow Merchant Association. Soon, he arrived at the grand hall, where Mu Qingyao was examining a treasured item, with Han Xiaoer closely beside her, smiling as she introduced the artifact. Wei Ying was also nearby, vigilantly guarding her. "Young master." The guards in the hall immediately saluted upon seeing Chu Feng. Hearing their acknowledgement, Mu Qingyao turned her gaze toward Chu Feng. Upon confirming it was indeed him, she joyfully set down the treasure in her hands and approached him with delight. "Chu Feng, have you completed your training?" Mu Qingyao beamed at him. "Yes, I just broke through a minor realm." Chu Feng smiled and asked, "When did you arrive?" "I just got here not long ago. Upon hearing that you were in secluded training, I decided to come and have a look." Mu Qingyao responded with a smile. "How have the past few days treated you? Did Ning Ro and her daughter give you any trouble?" Chu Feng in Guit, Chapter 170. Exorcising the Goo Worm. Upon hearing Chu Feng's question, Mu Qingyao's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "I have already driven them out of the Mu family." "So soon?" Chu Feng expressed mild surprise. "Yes, this is all thanks to Wei Ying's assistance." Mu Qingyao smiled, glancing at Wei Ying, who was standing not far away. What transpired? Chu Feng sought to know the details. At this moment, Han Xiaoer kindly interjected, "Young master, you can take the young master's lady to the adjacent VIP room for a detailed discussion." Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly and looked at Mu Qingyao, saying, "Yaoer, let us converse in the VIP room." "All right." Mu Qingyao nodded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng escorted Mu Qingyao to the nearby VIP room. Han Xiaoer promptly arranged for the finest tea and then withdrew, leaving the space for Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao to converse privately. Noticing Han Xiaoer departing, Chu Feng immediately positioned himself closer to Mu Qingyao. Seeing Chu Feng approach, Mu Qingyao's fair face involuntarily flushed slightly. Chu Feng, observing this, merely smiled gently and asked, "How did you manage to expel Ning Ro and her daughter from the Mu family? They are quite malicious." On the night following your proposal, They took advantage of my father's absence to relocate the guards of the Mu family and secretly allowed a few scoundrels into the Mu residence, intending to harm me. Among those scoundrels, 2 were cultivators of the King realm. Thankfully, Wei Ying was present. Otherwise, I might have truly fallen into their trap. Mu Qingjiao recounted, still shaken by the memory. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was immediately filled with rage. How despicable! Had I known, I would have arranged for someone to eliminate them. He was grateful that he had previously sent Wei Ying to protect Mu Qingyao. Otherwise, she might have suffered greatly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wishing he could slay Ning Ro and her daughter immediately. Noticing Chu Feng's fury, Mu Qingyao gently grasped his hand, urging him to calm his anger. After a moment, she continued. Subsequently, I had Wei Ying extract evidence from scoundrels, revealing that it was indeed Ning Ro and her daughter who orchestrated everything. Furthermore, it was confirmed that Ning Ro had surreptitiously relocated the guards that night. After my father discovered the truth, he immediately dismissed Ning Ro and expelled Mu Wenying from the Mu family. A few days ago, the Maple Snow Merchant Association's power was at its zenith, overshadowing even the Qin family. Mu Yuanhang was terrified upon uncovering the foolish deeds of Ning Ro and her daughter, drenched in cold sweat. Having accepted your betrothal gifts, he realized that if anything were to happen to Mu Qingyao, the Mu family would surely face annihilation at your hands. Though nothing ultimately transpired, Mu Yuanhang feared your wrath, leading him to dismiss Ning Ro and expel Mu Wenying from the Mu family. After all, they were merely a minor concubine and an illegitimate daughter, and Mu Yuanhang harbored little affection for them. To protect Mu Qingyao and the Maple Snow Merchant Association behind her, he decisively acted against his own kin. Merely driving them out of the Mu family is far too lenient. Chu Feng et glim vementin. Mu Qingyao smiled faintly. They treated me so poorly. I will not let them off easily. I have already instructed Wei Ying to secretly incapacitate them. Their existence now is akin to living in hell. Indeed, Chu Feng's anger gradually subsided as he continued. Now that Ning Ro and her daughter have been expelled from the Mu family, no one should be targeting you anymore, right? Chu Feng hoped to resolve all of Mu Qingyao's troubles, allowing her to live unburdened. None whatsoever. Mu Qingyao gazed at Chu Feng with deep affection and said, Chu Feng, I owe you everything. I cannot bear to imagine how dreadful my life would have been without you. Without Chu Feng, she would have been married off to the Shao family. Given her previous disgrace, she would undoubtedly have faced mistreatment there. With Ning Ro and her daughter constantly plotting against her, the Mu family would never have supported her, leaving her vulnerable to oppression. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. In the future, if you encounter any troubles, I will ensure they are resolved. You need only to remain cheerful each day. Chu Feng's my zits soon. Mu Qingyao's face broke into a radiant smile. Chu Feng continued, I shall first assist you in expelling the cold goo worm from your body. All right. Mu Qingyao felt a rush of shyness at the thought of removing her clothing in front of Chu Feng to rid herself of the cold goo worm, her cheeks turning a deep crimson. Come, I shall lead you to the room at the back. With that, Chu Feng took Mu Qingyao towards the chamber where he had previously trained. Upon learning that Chu Feng intended to assist Mu Qingyao in detoxifying, Han Xiaoer promptly stood guard outside the door, ensuring they would not be disturbed. Once inside the room, Mu Qingyao kept her head bowed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Observing her demeanor, Chu Feng smiled gently, saying, There is no need for concern. I will not take advantage of you. Simply remove your upper garment and face away from me. Mu Qingyao nodded slightly, sitting at the edge of the bed and turning her back to Chu Feng as she slowly loosened her clothing. Moments later, as Chu Feng beheld the pristine skin exposed before him, his throat turned dry and his breath quickened. However, he quickly regained his composure and approached Mu Qingyao from behind. Noticing her delicate form trembling slightly, he comforted her, Do not worry. It will be over swiftly. With that, Chu Feng summoned the red lotus earth fire, condensing it into a slender flame that gently approached her back. As the red lotus earth fire drew near, a cold goo worm became visible, writhing on Mu Qingyao's back. The cold goo worm awakened, and Mu Qingyao was instantly enveloped in a chilling sensation, frost forming on her fair skin. Endure, Chu Feng quickly urged. He cautiously brought his palm closer to the location of the cold goo worm, applying pressure to force it upwards. The cold goo worm, seemingly terrified of the strange fire, wriggled hastily in an attempt to escape. After a brief moment, sensing the right moment, Chu Feng struck down with his palm onto Mu Qingyao's back. Poof! Mu Qingyao violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered onto the bed, revealing a small goo worm writhing within it. Chu Feng immediately struck again, crushing it. After expelling the blood, Mu Qingyao instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. She beheld the goo worm that Chu Feng had crushed, her disbelief evident as she turned to him and inquired, "Is this the Yinhan goo worm? So diminutive. It can unleash such terrifying cold poison." Chu Feng gazed at Mu Qingyao, momentarily taken aback, and replied, "Indeed, the goo worm has been expelled. You shall no longer be tormented by it." Upon meeting his gaze, Mu Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily donned her clothes. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chu Feng chuckled softly, refraining from any immediate actions toward her. After a brief moment, once Mu Qingyao had dressed, Chu Feng led her out of the room. He addressed Han Xiaoer at the entrance, instructing her, "Please tidy up the room." As Han Xiaoer entered and witnessed the blood-stained bed, coupled with the echoes of Mu Qingyao's earlier cries, her expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. At that moment, Chu Feng was escorting Mu Qingyao back to the previous VIP room when a thunderous explosion resonated from afar, reverberating as if it could rend the very fabric of the holy sky city. Chu Feng immediately soared into the air, directing his gaze toward the source of the noise. Was it the Liu family? Noticing that the disturbance originated from their abode, he hesitated, contemplating Mo Qingyan and the formidable karmic ties stemming from her heavenly demon sacred body, uncertain whether he should investigate. "Young master, I shall go and see." At that juncture, Shi Yin, alerted by the commotion, swiftly ascended from the Fengshui chamber and sped toward the Liu family. Concurrently, numerous cultivators within Holy Sky City took flight, heading towards the Liu residence. "It seems the Liu family is in peril. What could have transpired?" Mu Qingyao queried, hovering beside Chu Feng in confusion. "It is likely an assault on the Liu family." Chu Feng Mu Set Tao Wu Fun. The magnitude of that explosion suggests a confrontation among high-ranking royal realms, though the assailants remain unknown. A moment later, another profound explosion echoed from the Liu family, indicating a clash between the royal realm experts and their attackers. Mu Qingyao turned to Chu Feng and suggested, "Shall we go and take a look?" Indeed, Chu Feng assented, noticing her eagerness to proceed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in the vicinity of the Liu family, where several royal realm cultivators were besieging a man clad in black. The black-clad figure bore a small, pointed horn upon his forehead, appearing distinctly non-human. "Royal Realm 9th Layer," Chu Feng remarked in astonishment upon discerning the individual's level of cultivation. He was the highest-ranked being he had encountered in the abandoned realm. And while there were no sect-level experts in that desolate place, this individual must have been its pinnacle, though his identity remained a mystery. "The Qiren clan," Mu Qingyao exclaimed upon noticing the horn man. Chu Feng turned to her, inquiring, "Is he from the Qiren clan?" "Indeed. The Qiren clan members all possess a small horn on their foreheads," she confirmed. Chu Feng pondered, what brings the Qiren clan here? Suddenly, he observed a black-clad Qiren man emanating demonic energy while attacking, instantly recalling Mo Qingyan's heavenly demon sacred body. Could it be that this dark-clad individual was here for her? "Big brother." As Chu Feng contemplated Mo Qingyan, he was startled by her voice emanating from below. He glanced down to see Mo Qingxing cradling Mo Qingyan atop a rooftop. Watching the distant battle, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but gradually descended with Mu Qingyao. "What are you two doing here? What has happened at the Liu family?" he inquired, perplexed. He had assumed the black-clad Qiren was targeting Mo Qingyan, yet it appeared she and her sister were unharmed. "We are uncertain. I took Yin'er out this morning and only just learned of the incident at the Liu family, which is why I brought her back," Mo Qingxing replied, her expression tinged with sorrow. At that moment, the Liu residence lay in ruins, and it was likely that its inhabitants had perished. Chu Feng's heart sank at her words, and he felt compelled to distance Mu Qingyao from the sisters. Given the circumstances, it seemed the black-clad Qiren was indeed seeking Mo Qingyan. The Liu family had been annihilated in her absence, and if the Qiren were to spot Mo Qingyan now, they would undoubtedly rush toward her. Chu Feng, wishing to protect Mu Qingyao, contemplated leading her away. However, this was merely speculation, and Mo Qingyan's pitiful demeanor made it unlikely that she would forgive him for abandoning her. Though he sought to avoid entanglements with Mo Qingyan, he also wished to refrain from offending her. After all, Mo Qingyan was destined to stand atop this world, and crossing her would surely lead to dire consequences. In an instant, he resolved to wait and see. If the black-clad Qiren did indeed charge toward Mo Qingyan, he would promptly escort Mu Qingyao away, or perhaps even seek refuge within the Chaos Star Pearl. At that moment, Qin Song also arrived on the scene, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, suggesting he had sustained injuries from the black-clad Qiren. "Qiren, how dare you come to our realm to kill? You shall remain here forever." Qin Song glared at the black-clad Qiren, and then turned to the surrounding royal realm cultivators, proclaiming, "This individual is our people's arch-nemesis, Qijan. Let us unite and eliminate him." Having spoken, Qin Song launched a fierce assault against Qijan. The latter effortlessly deflected Qin Song's attack, sneering contemptuously, "Humph. You worthless humans think you can kill me? Such delusions." Qijan. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Chu Feng's expression froze in shock. Just moments ago, he had subdued Qijan atop the Sacred Path Tower, and now he found himself face to face with the man himself. Furthermore, Qijan's cultivation had already reached the Royal Realm 9th layer, drawing perilously close to the Sect Realm. Before long, Wu Hongru also appeared at the scene. Recognizing the black-clad Qiren as Qijan, he immediately rallied everyone to join forces against him. The numerous Royal Realm cultivators, aware of Qijan's status as an enemy of humanity, promptly engaged in combat. Yet, many of them were low-ranked Royal Realm cultivators, incapable of inflicting any damage upon Qijan. "Stand back, let me deliver a blow." Suddenly, Shi Yin bellowed, soaring into the sky and unleashing the most formidable move of the great desolate meteor fist, Falling Stars. As Shi Yin executed the Falling Stars, an overwhelmingly terrifying force surged forth, exerting its dominance over the entire expanse. In the next instant, a cataclysmic energy, akin to descending stars, hurtled toward Qijan below. The onlookers, gripped by fear, hastily withdrew to evade the impending doom. Qijan, witnessing the impending strike, exhibited a flicker of concern. However, Shi Yan's falling stars had already locked onto him, leaving him with no time to evade. He could only muster all his strength to withstand the blow. In a heartbeat, Qijan gathered his full power and unleashed a colossal palm strike to counter Shi Yan's falling stars. Boom! The clash between Qijan's palm and Shi Yan's falling stars erupted with an unfathomable force, instantly leveling the surrounding structures to the ground. Ultimately, Shi Yan's attack shattered Qijan's palm, creating a vast crater in the earth, with numerous fissures stretching far and wide. What a terrifying punch! Shi Yan had unleashed such a fearsome attack, rivaling even Qijan. Had Qijan perished? Given the ferocity of that strike, he should have met his end, right? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Qin Song, too, wore a look of shock. He realized he could never withstand Shi Yan's blow. Reflecting on his earlier desire to duel Shi Yan sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the deep pit below. It was Qijan. He had survived. Though his attire was tattered, he appeared relatively unscathed. "You possess a modicum of strength, human, but to think you could slay me is quite a stretch." Qijan coldly regarded Shi Yan. "Humph, come again," Shi Yan retorted, immediately charging at Qijan once more. "Next time, I shall engage you in battle," Qijan declared, effortlessly deflecting Shi Yan before abruptly turning to fly towards Chu Feng and the others. Chu Feng's heart raced with alarm. His earlier apprehensions had proven true. Qijan was indeed here for Mo Qingyan. "You all should take cover." Chu Feng gestured for the two sisters, Mo Qingyan and Mo Qingqing, to retreat, while simultaneously throwing Mu Qingyao in a different direction to ensure she would not bear a grudge against him for not rescuing her. In an attempt to feign his effort to save the sisters, he acted as if he was strenuously coming to their aid. After casting Mu Qingyao aside, he promptly drew the shadow blade and positioned it protectively in front of the two sisters. "Chu Feng!" Mu Qingyao exclaimed in terror as she saw Qijan charging towards him. "Stay back!" Chu Feng shouted to deter Mu Qingyao from approaching. Moments later, Qijan stood directly before him. Get out of my way!" Qijan sneered upon realizing that Chu Feng was merely at the third level of the heavenly spirit realm, and he casually unleashed a palm strike towards him. Chu Feng immediately summoned all his strength to withstand the blow. Boom! Chu Feng was sent flying several dozen meters, blood spattering from his mouth. "Chu Feng!" Mu Qingyao cried out in horror as she rushed towards him. "Young master!" Shi Yan shouted, following suit. "Big brother!" Montauk Qingyan exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of Chu Feng being injured while shielding them from Qijan. However, before she could rush over to assess Chu Feng's injuries, Qijan suddenly seized her. "Let go of my sister!" Mo Qingqing yelled, drawing her sword and striking at Qijan. Boom! Qijan effortlessly swatted Mo Qingqing away and swiftly departed from Holy Sky City with Mo Qingyan in tow. The heart-wrenching cries of Mo Qingyan echoed in the distance. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain as to why Qijan had abducted a young girl. None dared to pursue him. His power was far too terrifying, and chasing after him would surely be tantamount to seeking death. Chu Feng. At that moment, Mu Qingyao rushed to Chu Feng's side, cradling him in her arms and anxiously inspecting his wounds. "Cough!" Chu Feng coughed lightly, blood trickling from his lips as he slowly rose from her embrace, offering a reassuring smile. Mifine, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Mu Qingyao held him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Feng had just transformed her life, and they had recently engaged. If anything were to happen to him, she could hardly bear to live on. I'm all right now. Chu Feng gently extracted himself from her grasp, intending to check on Mo Qingqing's condition. Having witnessed Mo Qingqing being struck by Qi Zhan, he was concerned for her well-being. Knowing her cultivation was only at the Earth Spirit realm, and a single blow from Qi Zhan could be fatal. Moments later, Chu Feng arrived at Mo Qingqing's side. She was gasping for breath, her life hanging by a thread. He quickly retrieved a healing pill, intending to administer it to her. No, Chu Feng, please, help me save Yen'er and take care of her. Mo Qingqing pleaded, blood trickling from her lips as she beseeched him to rescue Mo Qingyan. Chu Feng fell silent. Though he did not understand why Qi Zhan had abducted Mo Qingyan, he was certain that her inherent strong karma would protect her from harm. Attempting to rescue her could very well result in a backlash of that very karma, leading to his own demise, much like Mo Qingqing. I beg you. Mo Qingqing clutched Chu Feng's arm with her last ounce of strength, her voice tinged with despair. All right. Chu Feng finally acquiesced after a moment of contemplation, nodding slightly in agreement. With Mo Qingyan now in Qi Zhan's grasp, it was uncertain whether Chu Feng would ever see her again. He did not want Mo Qingqing to depart this world with regrets, prompting his reluctant agreement. Thank you. Mo Qingqing's words were cut short as Chu Feng felt her grip on his arm suddenly slacken. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped him. He recalled their first encounter, never imagining that they would now be separated by the veil of death. After a considerable time, Mu Qingyao slowly spoke. Chu Feng, we should find a suitable place to give her a proper burial. Chu Feng, hearing her words, rose slowly and nodded in affirmation. He intended to ensure that Mo Qingqing would be laid to rest in a dignified manner, so that when Mo Qingyan returned, she would not hold him accountable. Yet he pondered whether Mo Qingyan would be saddened to learn that her sister's demise was linked to her own fate. Before long, Chu Feng sent word for the Feng Shui Merchants Association to procure a fine coffin and a suitable burial site for Mo Qingqing. Once everything was arranged, he and Mu Qingyao paid their respects to Mo Qingqing before returning to the Feng Shui Merchants Association. On their way back, Mu Qingyao looked at Chu Feng with a worried expression and asked, Chu Feng, are you truly going to rescue that young girl? Qi Zhan's strength is formidable. Given your current capabilities, attempting to save Mo Qingyan would be tantamount to courting disaster. She was deeply concerned that Chu Feng, in his resolve to keep his promise, might lose his life. Fear not, I am well aware of my limitations. I cannot rescue her now. Doing so would be suicidal. I shall wait until I possess the strength to do so. Chu Feng reassured her, opting not to disclose the nature of Mo Qingyan's potent karma, wishing to spare her further anxiety. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao's spirits lifted. Well, you only promised to save her without specifying when, so you can wait until you're stronger. At that moment, she was unconcerned with whether Chu Feng would keep his promise. Her only wish was for his safety. Chu Feng's my Yen Li. You need not worry about me. Have you forgotten the starry world I took you to? If danger arises, I can simply retreat into it to ensure my safety. Oh, I was so anxious that I completely overlooked it. Mu Qingyao suddenly recalled the small world she had previously entered. Then, with a hint of shyness, she looked at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, since you have a small world, you must take me with you wherever you go. Weren't you the one who said you didn't want to stay in there before? Chu Feng did that politely. Previously, at the foot of Xiefeng Mountain, Chu Feng had told Mu Qingyao that she could enter the small world to stay whenever she wished. At that time, she had declined, stating she would not live there. Now, hearing her express a desire to accompany him into the small world, he found it amusing and decided to tease her. Mu Qingyao, sensing his playful tone, protested lightly. We hadn't established our relationship back then. How could I possibly stay in your small world? Chu Feng smiled gently at her response, refraining from further jesting. Rest assured, wherever I go in the future, I will always take you with me. Mu Qingyao beamed with joy at his words. Before long, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao returned to the Feng Shui Merchants Association. By then, night had fallen. Chu Feng promptly arranged for a banquet to share dinner with Mu Qingyao. After dinner, Mu Qingyao reluctantly bid farewell to Chu Feng and returned to the Mu family. Although she longed to remain by his side, they had yet to officially wed, necessitating her return home. Chu Feng, witnessing her reluctance, also wished to be with her soon. However, he wanted to meet with Sheng Liar first before deciding when to wed Mu Qingyao. After a short while, Chu Feng summoned Ji Xian. Yixuan, do we have any channels for news in the northern continent? Please find out why Qi Zhan abducted Mo Qingyan. Chu Feng was puzzled as to why Qi Zhan would come to Holy Sky City to kidnap Mo Qingyan, as he seemed unaware of her background. There are channels, but it may be difficult to uncover, Ji Xian replied. Do your best. Chu Feng understood that it would be a challenge to ascertain Qi Zhan's motives. Yes, Ji Xian replied respectfully, then continued, Young master, we have gathered information regarding Sheng Liar, as you requested. Chu Feng's heart leapt with joy upon hearing Ji Xian's words. Where is she now? He inquired eagerly. She is in the northern continent, Ji Xian reported promptly. What? In the northern continent? How could she possibly be there? Chu Feng's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. The northern continent was the domain of the Qi clan, predominantly inhabited by members of their race. Chu Feng could not fathom why Sheng Liar would venture to such a place. Months prior, it had been reported that an ancient relic had been discovered in the northern continent, rumored to contain countless treasures and divine herbs capable of extending one's lifespan. Many individuals, upon hearing the news, quietly made their way to the northern continent, eager to explore the ancient ruins in search of treasure. This was particularly true for certain human cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans, who sought the fabled elixir of life. An elder from the Sheng family, whose time was dwindling, likely harbored similar intentions of seeking the life-extending divine medicine. Ji Xian slowly conveyed the information he had gathered to Chu Feng. How could the Sheng family permit Sheng Liar, who possesses no cultivation, to accompany them? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was immediately filled with indignation towards the Sheng family for allowing Sheng Liar to venture into such perilous territory. It was rumored that the ancient ruins were fraught with numerous formations and mechanisms, and Sheng Liar was well versed in these matters. Perhaps this was the reason the Sheng family permitted her to join the expedition, Ji Xian speculated. Chu Feng continued to inquire. Have you discovered anything about Sheng Liar's current situation? Is she in danger? He Xuan promptly responded, No. We have only confirmed that members of the Sheng family have entered the ancient ruins. We have no information regarding the conditions inside. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's worry surfaced as he murmured, Considering the time, Liar has been gone for 2 months. I wonder how she is faring now. Ji Xian suddenly added, However, we have received news that none of those who entered the ruins have returned. What? Chu Feng exclaimed in shock. If none of those who entered the ruins have emerged, it is evident that something must have transpired inside. Otherwise, they would have all returned. Concerned, Chu Feng rose and began to pace back and forth, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked at Ji Xian and said, Go summon Shi Yan. I must pay a visit to the Sheng family. Chu Feng could not afford to wait any longer. He was determined to ascertain Sheng Liar's whereabouts and to rescue her. He intended to first confirm whether Sheng Liar had indeed entered the ruins and whether the Sheng family possessed any news from within. If the Sheng family had no information regarding Sheng Liar, he would immediately set off for the northern continent to save her. Understood. Ji Xian promptly took his leave to fetch Shi Yan. Shortly thereafter, upon Shi Yan's arrival, Chu Feng wasted no time and headed to the Sheng family. The Sheng family stands as the foremost family in Shengtian City, second only to the Qin family, boasting 2 royal realm ancestors, one of whom has reached the 5th level of the royal realm. However, this 5th level royal ancestor has less than 10 years left to live. When news of a life-extending divine medicine surfaced from the northern continent, the Sheng family convened and decided to send their 5th level royal ancestor along with Sheng Liar to search for the elixir. At this moment, the head of the Sheng family, Sheng Wenyan, was in his study, reviewing reports from various family enterprises. Suddenly, a guard clad in black hurried in and reported, Master, the young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce has arrived. The young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing this, Sheng Wenyan raised his head to look at the black-clad guard, a hint of puzzlement crossing his features. Recently, the news of the young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce offering an exorbitant bride price of the Sheng Xiandan to marry Mu Qingyao had spread throughout Shengtian City, causing quite a stir. Sheng Wenyan had heard of this, but was perplexed as to why the young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce would come to visit the Sheng family at such a late hour. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sheng Wenyan instructed, Please invite him to the front hall. I will be there shortly. Yes. The black-clad guard immediately complied and departed. Moments later, as Sheng Wenyan pondered the possible intentions of the young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce, he stood and made his way to the front hall. After being ushered into the front hall, Chu Feng and Shi Yan patiently awaited the family's arrival. Soon, a dignified, middle-aged man clad in white entered with measured strides. Shi Yan, the white-clad man, upon spotting Shi Yan, immediately approached him with excitement. Head of the Sheng family. Shi Yan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Shi Yan and Sheng Wenyan had met before and were somewhat acquainted. It is a great honor for my Shang family to host Lord Shi Yin today. Sheng Wenyin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Previously, he had heard of how Shi Yin had decisively subdued Qin Song. Today, witnessing Shi Yin's formidable prowess against Qi Zhan, he recognized him as the strongest figure in Shangtian City and indeed the entire central continent. With Shi Yin himself visiting, Sheng Wenyin could not help but feel exhilarated. Such a powerful ally as Shi Yin could greatly bolster the Sheng family's standing. Shi Yin paid no heed to Sheng Wenyin's flattery and pointed at Chu Feng, solemnly introducing, "This is the young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce, Chu Feng." Upon hearing this, Sheng Wenyin immediately turned to Chu Feng and smiled apologetically. "My apologies, young Master Chu. I failed to recognize you earlier." "No matter," Chu Feng replied with a faint smile, cutting straight to the point. "Head of the Sheng family, we have come primarily to inquire about Sheng Lier's whereabouts." "Li Tzu." Sheng Wenyin responded with a puzzled expression. "May I ask what business young Master Chu has with my family as Li Zhu?" Sheng Wenyin, being of a lower generation than Sheng Lier, referred to her as Li Zhu. "I am a student of Lier's mentor, and having not heard from her for such an extended period, I wish to know her circumstances." Chu Feng stated. "Ah, you are the student from Tai Yi Academy that Li Zhu took under her wing, Chu Feng?" Sheng Wenyin exclaimed in surprise. He had a fleeting recollection of having heard Chu Feng's name before, but could not quite place it. Now, upon learning that Chu Feng was Sheng Lier's student, he recalled that Sheng Lier had mentioned a student from the Eastern Wilderness. At that time, Sheng Wenyin had regarded Chu Feng as an inconsequential individual and had not paid much attention. Little did he expect that Chu Feng was the young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce. With Chu Feng being Sheng Lier's student, it now established a closer connection between him and the Sheng family. Thinking along these lines, Sheng Wenyin could not help but feel a surge of joy. Now that the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce was flourishing and Shi Yin was a formidable presence, aligning with the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce would shield the Sheng family from any potential threats. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly and continued. "I would appreciate it if the head of the Sheng family could share with me the current situation of my mentor Lier. I have learned that she has traveled to the northern continent, but I cannot ascertain her status within the ruins." Upon hearing this, Sheng Wenyin's smile faded, and he sighed. "Currently, we too have no news regarding Li Zhu. During this time, we have continually dispatched personnel into the ruins to search. Yet those who entered have not returned." Chapter 174. Departure. What? The Sheng family has no news of Liu? Upon hearing Sheng Wenyin's admission, Chu Feng stood up in anger, exclaiming, "What is the matter with your Sheng family? Why would you send a defenseless girl into such a perilous place?" Realizing that Sheng Lier might be in danger, Chu Feng could not restrain his fury, chastising Sheng Wenyin without hesitation. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of anger towards Sheng Lier. Why had she not consulted him before embarking on such a dangerous journey to the northern continent? Had he known she intended to go, he would have vehemently opposed it. Sheng Wenyin, taken aback by Chu Feng's outburst, was at a loss as to why he was so incensed. Even if Chu Feng was Sheng Lier's student, he had no right to meddle in the affairs of the Sheng family, let alone chastise the head of the family. However, considering that Chu Feng was the young master of the Feng Shui Chamber of Commerce, and that Shi Yin was present, Sheng Wenyin chose not to hold Chu Feng's outburst against him. At that moment, Chu Feng realized he had overstepped his bounds and promptly retook his seat, saying, "I merely believe that the Sheng family should not have sent my mentor Lier to such a treacherous location." Sheng Wenyin explained, "Li Zhu is proficient in formations and mechanisms, enabling her to better navigate the ruins in search of treasure. Moreover, with Li Zhu accompanying them, our expedition need not fear the Qi people of the north." Chu Feng, slightly puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Sheng Wenyin smiled as he explained, "Qi Zhan, the war god of the Qi people, has always held a fondness for Li Zhu, presenting her with numerous rare treasures each year, which she has consistently declined. With Li Zhu in their company, the Qi people would not dare harm our Sheng family members." "What?" Chu Feng, upon hearing this, stood up in fury once again, exclaiming, "Qi Zhan harbors feelings for Liu. Sending her to the northern continent seems akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter." Today, upon encountering Qi Zhan, it was evident that he possesses a domineering disposition. Should Qi Zhan become aware of Sheng Lier venturing to the northern continent, it is highly probable that he would confine her there, preventing her return. Qi Zhan has long admired Li Zhu and is unlikely to force her against her will. Sheng Wenyuan chuckled. That remains to be seen." Chu Feng v. Dole, skeptical of Qi Zhan's noble intentions. As a member of a foreign race, even if Qi Zhan were human, he currently stands as the most formidable figure in the Wasteland realm. learning that the woman he adores has arrived in his territory. He would undoubtedly seek to keep her close. Not to mention, if Chu Feng found himself in such a situation, he would certainly not allow the woman he cherishes to depart so easily. After a moment, realizing he could glean no further useful information from Sheng Wenyuan, Chu Feng rose to take his leave. The situation concerning Sheng Lier was dire, and he could not afford to linger. He resolved to set off for the northern continent that very night. Upon exiting the Sheng residence, Chu Feng addressed Shi Yan. I intend to depart for the northern continent tonight. You stay behind in Shengtian City to safeguard the business in Yaoer. Shi Yan, upon hearing of Chu Feng's perilous journey, promptly responded, Young master, it is far too dangerous for you to venture to the northern continent alone. Allow me to accompany you. Chu Feng calmly declined. There is no need. I can manage on my own. We cannot ascertain if there are more formidable beings lurking in the northern continent. It would be too conspicuous for you to accompany me. With the Chaos Star Pearl in his possession, as long as he could locate Sheng Lier, he would be able to rescue her. He wished to keep the secret of the Chaos Star Pearl hidden from Shi Yan, as bringing him along would only complicate matters. Then you must exercise caution. Shi Yan, seeing Chu Feng's resolute determination, ceased further objections and merely urged him to be careful. Chu Feng nodded, yes. You return now. I shall visit Yaoer, and then set off immediately. Understood, Shi Yan replied respectfully before taking his leave. Once Shi Yan departed, Chu Feng hastened to the Mu residence. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived at the Mu residence and encountered Mu Qingyao. Chu Feng, what brings you here? She inquired, puzzled by his return so soon after their previous parting. Chu Feng gazed at Mu Qingyao and declared, Yaoer, I must leave for a while. I have come to bid you farewell. Alarmed, Mu Qingyao pressed, Chu Feng, where are you going? Chu Feng, unwilling to conceal his intentions, replied candidly, to the northern continent. Did you not promise to wait until your strength had increased before attempting to rescue anyone from the northern continent? Why the haste now? Mu Qingyao exclaimed, her voice tinged with distress as she grasped Chu Feng tightly, her tone bordering on tears. Having previously witnessed Qi Zhan's terrifying power, she feared for Chu Feng's life in his quest to save someone. Chu Feng gently reassured her, I'm not going to rescue that young girl from today. I'm going to save my mentor, Sheng Lier, Elder Sheng. Has something happened to her on the northern continent? Mu Qingyao's expression momentarily froze in shock. Indeed, Chu Feng affirmed with a nod. Chu Feng, take me with you, she implored. Yaoer, this time I must go alone. Await me in Shengtian City, and upon my return, I shall come to marry you. Since Sheng Lier was still unaware of Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao's relationship, he resolved not to take her with him this time. Seeing Chu Feng's unwillingness to let her accompany him, Mu Qingyao's heart sank. You must return safely. You cannot abandon me, or I shall die before your eyes. Chu Feng, noticing her sorrowful demeanor, quickly consoled her. How could I ever abandon you? Do not entertain such thoughts. Suddenly, Mu Qingyao shot him a reproachful glare, saying, Humph, do not think I am oblivious to your connection with Elder Sheng. What? Chu Feng was taken aback. Mu Qingyao continued, after the new student conference, I chanced upon you and Elder Sheng, and from the way she looked at you, I discerned that your relationship is far from ordinary. Now, upon learning of her misfortune, you hastened to rescue her. I need not guess to know the nature of your bond. Yaoer, I find myself a loss for words, Chu Feng admitted, worried that Mu Qingyao might mind his ties to another woman. Mu Qingyao gazed at him, her tone softening. It is all right. You need not explain. I do not mind your connections with other women, but you must not forsake me. If you do, I shall end my life. Yaya, Chu Feng exclaimed, pulling her tightly into his embrace and solemnly promising, rest assured, I shall never abandon you. Indeed, she replied, clinging tightly to him. The two remained locked in a heartfelt embrace for a considerable time before Chu Feng gently released her, saying, Yaoer, stay safely in Shengtian City and await my return. I shall return swiftly to marry you. Very well. Mu Qingyao's face brightened with a faint smile. Chu Feng continued, Yaoer, you are now the young mistress of the Fengshui commerce. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Fengshui commerce. I have also instructed Shi Yan. If you require anything, you may reach out to him. Understood. Mu Qingyao nodded lightly. Then I shall take my leave, Chu Feng said, embracing her once more before soaring into the air, heading directly toward the north. Chapter 175. The Northern Continent. The Northern Continent lies separated from the Central Continent by a vast expanse of misty seas, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. This sea is shrouded in fog, beneath which dwell countless fearsome sea beasts. On this occasion, Chu Feng did not embark on a warship to the Northern Continent. Instead, he took to the skies on a sword. During his journey, he traversed numerous treacherous waters, even facing attacks from Imperial-level kunpangs in the air. Fortunately, with the Chaos Star Pearl in his possession, he was able to hide within it to evade the assaults. After more than a day's flight on his sword, Chu Feng finally pierced through the misty sea and arrived at the northern continent. The northern continent. Here, spiritual energy is sparse, human presence is scarce, and the temperatures are frigid, with biting winds. The majority of its inhabitants belong to the Qi race, with only a handful of humans residing there. These humans occupy a position of extreme subservience, primarily serving as slaves to the Qi race. Occasionally, merchant caravans venture to the northern continent for trade, maintaining close ties with the tribal leaders of the Qi race, allowing them to traverse freely among them. Upon arriving in the northern continent, Chu Feng began inquiring about the ancient ruins. However, after a day of searching, he found no humans from whom to gather information. Eventually, he encountered a merchant caravan of about 100 people and, after spending some spirit stones, managed to uncover the location of the ancient ruins. The members of this caravan were primarily above the heavenly spirit realm, with several being at the king realm level. Perhaps it was due to their formidable strength that they dared to conduct business in the northern continent. The leader of the caravan was a middle-aged man, towering at 2 meters tall with a scarred face, named Guan Yu, who was at the 8th level of the king realm. Upon learning of Chu Feng's intention to visit the ancient ruins, Guan Yu promptly advised, "Young brother, I advise you against going to those ancient ruins." Chu Feng, eager to leave after having learned the ruins' location, halted upon hearing Guan Yu's warning and turned to inquire, "Leader Guan, do you know something?" Guan Yu replied, "I do not know much, but I can tell you that all who have entered those ancient ruins have perished." All perished? Chu Feng's heart tightened at this revelation, and he quickly asked, "How do you know that all who enter the ruins are dead?" Guan Yu glanced around cautiously before whispering, "Previously, an Imperial-level expert managed to escape from the ruins at great cost, and we happened to encounter him. However, he uttered only one sentence before he died. Chu Feng, an si o su." Pressed, what did he say? Guan Yu lowered his voice. He said there is a great terror within the ruins, and that all who enter shall meet their demise. Did he mention what this great terror is? Chu Feng's expression betrayed his concern. He could not fathom that such a lowly realm as the Wasteland Realm would harbor any great terror. Rather, his primary worry lay with Sheng Lier's safety. Without any cultivation, if those around her failed to protect her, she would be in grave danger. Guan Yu shook his head. No, he did not. Yet when that formidable Emperor-level expert met his demise, his entire being was ensnared by malevolent energy, as if he had been grievously wounded by some infernal creature. An infernal creature? Among all things, Chu Feng harbored no fear of such entities. His indifference towards them was palpable. He was far more intrigued by the circumstances surrounding the relic. Did he utter anything else apart from this? Let me ponder. He did mention something else. He warned against venturing inside to meet one's demise. That was all he said before he breathed his last. Little brother, even an emperor-level cultivator perished within. It would be unwise for you to throw your life away. Guan Yu advised, casting a concerned glance at Chu Feng. There is someone dear to me within the relic. I must enter. Chu Feng, sut di soleti. Thank you for sharing this information. I must take my leave. With that, he soared towards the direction of the relic as indicated by Guan Yu. What a pity, such a fine young man. Yet he chooses to court death. Guan Yu sighed softly as he watched Chu Feng depart. Father, he is merely an inconsequential individual. Why lament so? A towering woman, nearly 2 meters tall, interjected beside Guan Yu. Guan Yu turned to the robust woman and smiled. I'm not lamenting because of his handsome visage, wishing for him to become your husband. Rather, it's unfortunate that he insists on courting death. The woman grimaced at his words, retorting, his cultivation is inferior to mine, and he is physically weaker. I have no desire for him as a husband. After a while, Chu Feng finally located the ancient relic that Guan Yu had spoken of. The ancient relic lay nestled within a vast canyon at the heart of a colossal mountain range. The depths of the canyon were shrouded in darkness and mist, obscuring the bottom from view. At that moment, several individuals lingered around the canyon's edge, seemingly hesitant to descend, perhaps waiting for those below to return and ascertain the situation before deciding whether to enter. Are they all human? Chu Feng surveyed the gathering and noted that all present were indeed human, with no trace of the Chiron race. Among them were several elderly individuals with silver hair, all nearing the end of their lifespans, seeking divine herbs to prolong their existence. As the crowd noticed Chu Feng approaching, they glanced up momentarily. However, upon seeing that he was merely at the 3rd level of the heavenly spirit realm, they merely scoffed before resuming their focus on the depths of the canyon. Most of those present were at the king realm, with a few being emperor-level cultivators. Given their strength, they dared not enter the relic. Yet here was Chu Feng, at the 3rd level of the heavenly spirit realm, recklessly courting death. Moments later, After a brief reconnaissance above the canyon, Chu Feng dove directly into the abyss below. What a foolhardy lad! The onlookers above erupted into laughter as they witnessed Chu Feng plunge into the canyon. Upon entering the canyon, Chu Feng was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura. The further he descended, the colder it became. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Only after descending 5,000 meters did he finally reach the canyon floor. The base of the canyon formed a distinct realm, akin to another world. The distance from the stone walls above was approximately 1,000 meters, extending into an endless expanse that constituted a unique underground world. This realm was shrouded in darkness, with remnants of ancient structures scattered about, alongside desiccated remains that lent an air of eerie horror. Moreover, a faint trace of malevolent energy permeated the atmosphere, making it evident that this was far from a benign place. Chu Feng was puzzled as to why such a location would be rumored to harbor divine herbs that could extend one's life. Just as he was about to explore further, a shadow darted across his field of vision. Without hesitation, Chu Feng pursued the silhouette, only to find it vanish as he arrived at its last known position. Simultaneously, another shadow flitted nearby. This time, Chu Feng caught a glimpse of it and frowned, murmuring, "Soul of malice?" After a moment of investigation, Chu Feng discerned that this area was ensnared within a terrifying soul of malice formation. Such a formation could only be established in places dense with malevolent energy, utilizing that energy to coalesce into souls that would assault intruders, while those intruders could not retaliate against the souls. Furthermore, the soul of malice formation possessed a mesmerizing effect, causing individuals to lose their mental clarity. Should one lack the knowledge to dismantle the formation, even an emperor-level cultivator could perish within its confines. The primary assault method of the souls of malice was through spiritual attacks, which were notoriously difficult to guard against. However, for Chu Feng, this posed no threat whatsoever. His soul had been reborn and was immensely powerful, rendering him impervious to the attacks of a soul forged from malevolent energy. Gradually, Chu Feng advanced forward undeterred. Throughout this time, the souls of malice relentlessly assaulted him. Yet, their attacks felt merely like a gentle tickle, inflicting no harm upon him whatsoever. Chu Feng was in no rush to obliterate the soul of malice formation, intending to dismantle it upon his exit. By preserving the formation, it would serve to deter any outsiders from entering. Thus, should there be any treasures or divine herbs within the relic, he could claim them first. As Chu Feng delved deeper, the corpses strewn across the ground multiplied. These remains appeared to have perished not long ago, yet they were desiccated, as if some entity had drained them of their blood and flesh. With each new corpse he encountered, Chu Feng's anxiety intensified. He feared that among these remains might lie that of Sheng Li. However, the corpses had been rendered unrecognizable, making it impossible to discern their identities. For now, all he could do was press onward, hoping that Sheng Li had successfully traversed the soul of malice formation and reached the depths of the relic safely. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng emerged from the soul of malice formation. Beyond it lay a desolate expanse, with a distant view of a range of black mountains. Corpses of the Qiren race? Suddenly, Chu Feng spotted several Qiren remains not far off. The foreheads of the Qiren corpses bore small, pointed horns, making them easily identifiable. Notably, there had been no Qiren remains within the previous soul of malice formation, which piqued Chu Feng's curiosity regarding their sudden appearance here. Could it be that the Qiren had passed through the soul of malice formation unscathed, or was it possible that the formation had been laid by the Qiren themselves? Moreover, there were no Qiren present outside the canyon, which suggested that they might have already explored the relic, subsequently setting the soul of malice formation to lure humans into a fatal trap. The more Chu Feng pondered, the more plausible this scenario appeared. After a brief moment, Chu Feng continued onward, and along the way, he discovered numerous human corpses. This revelation provided him with a modicum of relief. If humans had ventured here, it was possible that Sheng Li had also entered. Suddenly, a bloodworm, measuring over 10 meters in length, erupted from the ground, slithering towards Chu Feng. The bloodworm was at the third level of the King realm, its entire body a ghastly crimson, eliciting both horror and disgust. Chu Feng swiftly drew his shadow blade and struck at the bloodworm. In an instant, a razor-sharp blade of energy surged forth, cleaving the bloodworm in two. Yet, the severed segments of the bloodworm did not succumb to death. Instead, they continued to writhe towards Chu Feng. He quickly retreated while unleashed as the ominous demonic energy gradually seeped from the cave. It appeared extraordinarily terrifying. Suddenly, an elderly man with a white beard, His face etched with panic, rushed out of the cavern in haste. Upon seeing a living person, Chu Feng's heart surged with joy, and he immediately approached the old man, grasping his arm fervently. "Senior, have you encountered anyone from the sacred family?" he inquired eagerly. The old man seemed startled, as if something had frightened him. When Chu Feng seized him, he instinctively retaliated with a palm strike. Boom! Chu Feng was sent flying several meters before finally coming to a halt, though he remained unscathed. At that moment, the old man appeared to regain his composure, staring at Chu Feng in bewilderment. "You are of the human race?" "Indeed, senior. Have you seen anyone from the sacred family?" Chu Feng pressed on. "I have not encountered anyone from the sacred family," the old man replied, taking a moment to steady himself. "Then, have you seen a beautiful woman with no cultivation?" Chu Feng continued his inquiry. "No." The old man shook his head. Chu Feng's expression fell into despondency. "Senior, have you seen any other living souls in this place?" He was desperate to gather information about Shang Lier from any survivors. "No, but I sense there are still living beings within this cave. However, there is a terrifying spider inside. I nearly did not escape," the old man remarked, glancing back at the cave with lingering trepidation. "A spider? What realm does this spider belong to?" Chu Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The old man's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, yet he was frightened by a mere spider. Chu Feng couldn't help but wonder what kind of spider resided within. "I did not see the spider, so I cannot ascertain its realm. However, the cave is filled with webs, and my celestial great spirit sword could not even sever them. Just moments ago, the depths of the cave shot out webs attempting to ensnare me. I had to use several life-saving treasures to escape," the old man recounted, still shaken. "I must venture inside." Upon hearing the old man's words, Chu Feng was determined to enter the cave. If there were living beings inside, it was possible that Shang Lier was among them. The old man hastily grasped Chu Feng's arm, urging him, "Young brother, even I, with my cultivation, barely escaped. You would be walking to your doom. My beloved is within. I must enter." Chu Feng resolutely shrugged off the old man's grasp and hurried into the cave. Seeing that Chu Feng would not heed his warnings and was intent on entering, the old man could only sigh helplessly. The cave was shrouded in darkness, eerily silent. The walls were adorned with a labyrinth of spider webs, some of which bore the remains of human corpses and even the carcasses of demonic beasts. These remains, like those outside, were reduced to mere bones and skin, as if their flesh had been drained by some entity. Upon stepping into the cave, Chu Feng was struck with astonishment at the sight of the intricate webs. He recognized them well. They belonged to the phantom demon spider, a war beast of the celestial demon race. The phantom demon spider, colossal in size, possessed indestructible silk and could simultaneously launch countless strands, akin to a volley of arrows. In his past life, Chu Feng had found these phantom demon spiders to be the most troublesome adversaries during his battles against the celestial demon race. Not only could they attack with their silk, but they also harbored numerous spider eggs within, which they would hatch rapidly to unleash a swarm of tiny spiders upon unsuspecting foes. Chapter 177. The Phantom Demon Spider. Chu Feng was bewildered as to why the phantom demon spider had manifested within this relic. In his previous life, all the phantom demon spiders he encountered were of the saint realm. He had been able to crush those repulsive creatures at will. Yet now, with his cultivation at merely the 3rd level of the celestial realm, he stood no chance against them. Pausing to consider the presence of a phantom demon spider within the cave, Chu Feng hesitated. With his current cultivation, entering would be akin to courting death. However, the thought of Shang Lier being inside compelled him to proceed. "Younger brother, come out quickly. Do not be reckless. She is merely one woman. If she is lost, one can always seek another. But if you lose your life, it is irrevocable." The old man outside the cave called out loudly, observing Chu Feng's indecision. Hearing the old man's words, Chu Feng recalled how the elder had fled from the cave moments ago. If a phantom demon spider of the saint realm truly resided within, the old man would not have escaped unscathed. Instantly, Chu Feng's mind sharpened. Just because there were strands of the phantom demon spider's silk did not necessarily mean the creature itself was present. Perhaps these webs were remnants from ancient times, and the beast within was not a phantom demon spider. Even if it were, the old man's escape indicated that its strength was likely not formidable. With this thought, Chu Feng stepped forward into the depths of the cave. As he ventured deeper, the webs grew increasingly dense. Soon, he found that the path ahead was nearly sealed by the webs, prompting him to draw his demon shadow sword and attempt to slash through them. However, as the old man had indicated, the celestial great spirit sword was utterly ineffective against the webs. Quickly, he stowed the demon shadow sword and retrieved the Hongmeng primordial sword. A gentle swing effortlessly severed the webs ahead. Truly, it was a treasure of chaos. Chu Feng beamed at the sight of the severed webs, but lamented that it was a mere broken treasure. If it could be repaired, it would be perfect. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the cave. At the sound, Chu Feng quickened his pace toward the source. At that moment, in the innermost part of the cave, a vast cavern housed a gigantic spider, towering over 10 meters, suspended from the ceiling. The cavern was riddled with webs, and within them were ensnared over 100 individuals, most of whom were cultivators at the King realm, with a few at the Emperor realm. All were tightly bound by the webs, rendered immobile. At this moment, the enormous spider extended a long, straw-like appendage, piercing into the body of a bound cultivator clad in green robes. The scream had originated from this unfortunate soul. The massive spider was voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of the green-clad cultivator, leaving him a mere husk of skin and bones within moments. The remaining captives looked on in horror, fearing they would be next. Fortunately, after consuming the green-robed cultivator, the spider merely hung silently from the cavern ceiling. If Chu Feng were present, he would recognize that this massive spider was employing a bloodline cultivation technique, feeding on the flesh and blood of cultivators to enhance its power. This was a natural ability of the phantom demon spider. However, this particular spider's realm was relatively low if it were a higher-tier phantom demon spider. It could unleash multiple appendages simultaneously, draining dozens of individuals in an instant. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the phantom demon spider, engaged in its feeding, scuttled down from the ceiling, extending several strands of silk toward the cave's entrance. The captives turned their gazes outward, filled with hope that the newcomer might slay the spider and free them. At that moment, as Chu Feng approached the cavern, he noticed several strands of silk hurtling towards him. Realizing they aimed to ensnare him, Chu Feng made no effort to resist and allowed himself to be ensnared. Once captured, the strands swiftly drew him into the cavern. The captive's expressions, once filled with hope, quickly dimmed upon seeing Chu Feng. With his cultivation at merely the 3rd level of the celestial realm, he was bound to meet his demise and could not save them. A phantom demon spider at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Upon recognizing the realm of the phantom demon spider, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. A mere Emperor-level phantom demon spider was manageable for him. Had it been a saint or a sage-level phantom demon spider, he would have had to retreat into the Chaos Star Pearl and wait until it perished before emerging. Once he discerned the phantom demon spider's cultivation, Chu Feng quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for Sheng Lier. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no trace of her. Where could she be? Chu Feng's gaze dimmed slightly. At that moment, the phantom demon spider yanked Chu Feng before it, revealing its grotesque and repulsive visage as it fixed its gaze upon him. Chu Feng, brimming with vitality, seemed to ignite an insatiable hunger within the phantom demon spider, which appeared eager to feast upon his flesh and blood. Soon, a vile proboscis emerged from its maw, intent on siphoning Chu Feng's life essence. What a stroke of misfortune for this lad, to be targeted for consumption upon his very entrance. The onlookers, witnessing the phantom demon spider's eagerness to devour Chu Feng, were momentarily taken aback. Previously captured individuals had been left to languish for a time before being devoured by the spider, leaving everyone puzzled as to why it was so impatient to feast upon Chu Feng. Observing the repulsive proboscis extending towards him, Chu Feng let out a cold chuckle and discreetly drew forth the primordial ancestor sword. In an instant, as the proboscis was about to pierce him, Chu Feng swung the sword with ferocity, severing the silken strands that ensnared him and cleaving the spider's proboscis in twain. The phantom demon spider, having its proboscis severed, trembled violently, unleashing a furious howl. What manner of sword is this? It can so easily sever these silken threads. Moments ago, the onlookers had believed Chu Feng was doomed as the spider extended its proboscis, only to be astonished when he brandished a broken sword, instantly cutting through the webs and the spider's feeding appendage. Young man, swiftly come and assist this old man in cutting away the silken strands binding me. I am at the 4th layer of the Emperor realm. If you help me free myself and then hand me that sword, I shall surely vanquish this spider and lead us all to safety. An elderly figure clad in black robes called out urgently upon witnessing Chu Feng's ability to sever the webs. First save me, please. The crowd clamored excitedly for Chu Feng's assistance in freeing them from their bindings. Yet, Chu Feng paid no heed to their pleas, deftly maneuvering to evade the onslaught of the phantom demon spider. At that moment, the spider unleashed its full might, furiously launching silken strands at Chu Feng while rapidly wielding its 8 long legs in an attempt to impale him. However, the spider's massive size rendered it clumsy compared to Chu Feng's agility, and its webs could not ensnare him. Unperturbed, Chu Feng executed the shadow step technique, deftly dodging the spider's attacks while seeking an opportunity to strike. Chapter 178. The Fate of Sheng Liar. Chu Feng relentlessly sought an opening. Given his current strength, the only way to slay the phantom demon spider was to infiltrate its very body. Armed with the primordial ancestor sword once inside, he could shred its insides and eliminate it. However, the self-destructing spider eggs within the creature posed a significant threat. He needed to devise a method to compel the phantom demon spider to release all of them. Otherwise, upon slaying the spider, the eggs would detonate simultaneously. Quickly save us. Together, we can combat this spider, urged the crowd. You are merely at the celestial spirit realm and cannot defeat this creature alone. Free us, for only united can we hope to vanquish it. As they saw Chu Feng evading the spider's attacks without assisting them, a sense of urgency filled the air, and they cried out desperately for his help. Chu Feng merely smirked coldly at their cries, dismissing their pleas. Even if he were to rescue them, they would be of no help against the phantom demon spider and would only complicate matters. Moments later, seeing that it could not land a hit on Chu Feng, the spider's abdomen began to writhe. Suddenly, several small spiders of the first layer of the king realm burst forth from its belly. As the tiny spiders emerged, they charged directly at Chu Feng. His heart leapt with joy at this unexpected turn. He had been biding his time to lure the phantom demon spider into releasing its self-destructing spawn. Spotting the small spiders rushing towards him, Chu Feng quickly sidestepped into an unoccupied area. Boom! The first self-destructing spider detonated as it neared him, creating a massive crater in the ground and sending shockwaves that affected Chu Feng as well. Fortunately, as the spider's cultivation was only at the first layer of the king realm, and with his starry body and swift reflexes, the explosion had minimal impact on him. Boom! 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 The phantom demon spider continued to unleash its self-destructing offspring, but Chu Feng evaded them with ease, always retreating to areas devoid of others to prevent collateral damage. The onlookers watched in sheer astonishment as Chu Feng adeptly dodged both the spider's attacks and the blast from the self-destructing spiders. They were well aware that Chu Feng was merely at the third layer of the celestial spirit realm, while most of them were cultivators of the king realm, with several even at the emperor realm. Yet, they had struggled to withstand a few rounds against the phantom demon spider before being ensnared by its web. This lad is extraordinarily strong. What formidable force could have nurtured such a terrifying prodigy? Observing Chu Feng's dexterity in evading the spider's attacks for so long, the crowd began to harbor hope that he might actually be able to slay the monstrous spider and rescue them all. Before long, noticing that the phantom demon spider had ceased releasing more small spiders, Chu Feng smirked. After a few evasive maneuvers, he seized the opportunity, wielding the primordial ancestor sword, merging with it as he plunged into the spider's abdomen. The formidable defenses of the phantom demon spider crumbled before the blade, akin to tofu, yielding to a single thrust. Once inside, Chu Feng unleashed a whirlwind of strikes with the primordial ancestor sword, hacking mercilessly at the spider's innards. The phantom demon spider emitted a terrified screech, thrashing wildly as it rolled about in agony. Eventually, it collapsed, attempting to pierce its own abdomen with its limbs in a futile effort to expel Chu Feng. Undeterred, Chu Feng evaded the spider's desperate strikes and continued his relentless assault on its internal organs. Before long, the phantom demon spider suddenly went rigid, its long limbs falling limply to the ground. Is it dead? The crowd erupted into excited shouts upon witnessing the spider's stillness. Moments later, Chu Feng emerged, bloodied but triumphant, holding a dark core aloft. Gazing at the core in his hand, a smile crept upon his face. This core was the phantom demon spider's magical nucleus, brimming with potent demonic energy. While it might be of little use to ordinary cultivators, it was akin to a supreme elixir for demonic practitioners. Given Chu Feng's ability to absorb demonic energy through his chaotic technique, this nucleus would be immensely beneficial, potentially elevating him by a level or two. However, he was currently too preoccupied with locating Sheng Liar to absorb the nucleus just yet, promptly stowing it away in his storage ring. Shortly after, the phantom demon spider rapidly deflated, its flesh and blood vanishing in an instant. Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng could not shake the feeling that something had drained the spider's essence. Young brother, please save us, the crowd implored, their excitement renewed at the sight of the phantom demon spider's demise, eager for Chu Feng's assistance. Hearing their cries, Chu Feng approached, methodically freeing each individual from their bindings. Thank you, young brother, they exclaimed, their gratitude pouring forth as they were liberated. Chu Feng, ignoring their thanks, immediately inquired, have you seen anyone from the Sheng family of Holy Heaven City? The Sheng family? A few of them turned to a frail elder clad in white robes. Chu Feng regarded the elder with a hint of curiosity. The elder possessed cultivation at the 5th layer of the Emperor realm. Could he be from the Sheng family? I am Sheng Yuanzheng of the Sheng family. May I inquire what business you have with my kin? The elder asked weakly. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng rushed forward, urgency lacing his voice as he pressed. You are from the Sheng family? Where is Sheng Liar? Where is she now? Seeking little Liar? Sheng Yuanzheng paused, then sighed deeply. I know not where she is at present. We were ambushed by demonic beasts earlier in the chaos. I lost sight of her as she was suddenly ensnared by a giant serpent. By the time I realized and attempted to pursue her, the serpent had vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Chu Feng exclaimed in anger. She possesses no cultivation. Why did you not ensure her safety while bringing her along? Sheng Yuanjing, aware that his lifespan was dwindling, realized that it was indeed his quest for the fabled elixir of life that prompted him to bring Sheng Liar along. This revelation filled Chu Feng with rage towards Sheng Yuanjing. Had it not been for Sheng Yuanjing, Sheng Liar would never have ventured to the northern continent, and thus would not have encountered such peril. I have wronged little Liar. Upon receiving Chu Feng's rebuke, Sheng Yuanjing offered no retort, lowering his head in sorrow. It was indeed he who sought the elixir of life, and insisted that Sheng Liar accompany him. Now, with Sheng Liar in danger, he bore the brunt of the responsibility. Upon learning that Sheng Liar had been ensnared by a gigantic serpent, Chu Feng anxiously turned to exit. Uncertain of her fate, he felt compelled to locate the beast post-haste. Young brother, wait. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in gray, of the 9th realm of the King's stage, stepped forward to obstruct Chu Feng's path. I hail from the Wujizong of Zhongzhou. Might I request that you lend us that broken sword you wielded earlier? We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to utilize it to collect the spider silk here. Once we have finished, we shall return the sword to you. Rest assured, our Grand Elder is present and can vouch for us. The gray-clad man gestured toward a black-robed elder of the 4th realm of the Emperor's stage standing nearby, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Chapter 179. Seeking Death. The spider silk of the illusory demon spider is indestructible, a rare treasure when fashioned into bowstrings or armor. Observing that Chu Feng's cultivation was merely at the 3rd realm of the celestial spirit stage, the gray-clad man surmised that it was only through the broken sword and a clever footwork technique that he had managed to slay the illusory demon spider. He quickly concluded that he could leverage his strength and the might of Wujizong to seize the broken sword from Chu Feng, subsequently harvesting all the spider silk for his sect, a feat that would undoubtedly earn him great accolades. As the crowd absorbed the gray-clad man's words, their expressions varied. Having just been saved by Chu Feng, they should have rallied to assist him. However, given Wujizong's status as the 2nd most powerful sect in Zhongzhou, none dared to offend them. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuanjing remained bowed in sorrow, seemingly oblivious to the gray-clad man's threats toward Chu Feng or unwilling to intervene. Chu Feng, drew forth the Hongmeng ancestor sword and gazed coolly at the gray-clad man. You desire this broken sword? Indeed, young brother, if you lend it to us, Wujizong shall reward you handsomely. The gray-clad man smiled, extending his hand to receive the sword. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chu Feng swung the Hongmeng ancestor sword, unleashing a blade of energy that severed the gray-clad man's head from his shoulders in an instant. The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to fathom that Chu Feng would so brazenly take a life. You seek death, daring to slay a member of Wujizong. The black-robed elder, enraged by the murder of his comrade, unleashed a palm strike toward Chu Feng. Unfazed, Chu Feng countered with a blade of energy, meeting the elder's attack head-on. Though the black-robed elder was at the 4th realm of the Emperor's stage, he appeared weakened, and Chu Feng felt no fear. Boom! Chu Feng was sent reeling back several paces from the elder's strike, yet the elder too was forced to retreat several steps, astonished. How could this celestial spirit stage youth, facing him directly, compel him to yield? Such a formidable prodigy, if allowed to mature, would become an insurmountable threat. Realizing the danger, the black-robed elder concentrated all his power, intent on eliminating Chu Feng right then and there. Jiangbai, this young brother just saved us. You would kill him for treasure? Are you not concerned about the disgrace this would bring Wujizong? At that moment, Sheng Yuanjing stepped in front of Chu Feng, regarding the black-robed elder with a placid gaze. Jiangbai, you would threaten a savior? We owe him our lives. The surrounding crowd began to voice their discontent against Jiangbai, emboldened by Sheng Yuanjing's defense. Do you all wish to oppose Wujizong? Jiangbai's cold glare swept over the crowd, causing them to recoil, hesitant to speak further. Momentarily, he turned his gaze back to Sheng Yuanjing, who still stood his ground. Sheng Yuanjing, your days are numbered. If you wish to spare your family from calamity, step aside. Sheng Yuanjing fell silent for a moment before slowly yielding. Seeing the crowd's fear, Jiang Bai's expression hardened as he addressed Chu Feng. Hand over the broken sword, and I may spare your life. Come, and take it if you dare. Chu Feng retorted, his gaze icy, as Sheng Yuanjing had blocked him. Chu Feng had been silently gathering his sword intent. Now prepared, he felt no trepidation before Jiang Bai. Oomph. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Jiang Bai scoffed, channeling his full strength to charge at Chu Feng. As he reached Chu Feng, ready to deliver a fatal strike, Chu Feng wielded the Hongmeng ancestor sword in a swift arc. In an instant, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air, striking Jiang Bai with blinding speed. Boom! Jiang Bai was sent flying, crashing into the cavern wall and falling unconscious. Chu Feng too was propelled back several paces, but sustained no injuries. Without hesitation, he surged forward toward Jiang Bai. Young brother, do not kill him. Sheng Yuanjing cried out, alarmed at Chu Feng's intent. If you slay Jiang Bai, it will be a feud to the death with Wuzhizong. Concerned that Chu Feng might forge an irreparable enmity with Wuzhizong, Sheng Yuanjing attempted to intervene. Yet, Chu Feng paid him no heed, swiftly approaching Jiang Bai and severing his head with a single stroke. Having declared enmity, he could not afford to show mercy. He feared not Wuzhizong. Should they dare to trouble him, he would not hesitate to obliterate them as well. You acted too rashly. Wuzhizong will not rest until they exact their vengeance for Jiang Bai's death. Sheng Yuanjing lamented, witnessing the severed head of Jiang Bai. A mere Wuzhizong. Should they dare approach me, I will annihilate them. Chu Feng replied coolly, casting a glance at Sheng Yuanjing before striding away. His sole focus was to locate Sheng Liar. All else was secondary. As the crowd watched Chu Feng depart, they slowly regained their composure. Who exactly was this young brother? Merely at the third realm of the celestial spirit stage, yet he effortlessly dispatched Jiang Bai of the fourth realm of the emperor's stage. Truly terrifying. Previously, they had assumed he had relied on cunning to slay the massive spider, but his true strength was astonishing. When had humanity produced such a prodigy? And why had there been no prior word of him? The crowd murmured in astonishment, gazing at Chu Feng's retreating figure. Chu Feng hastened out of the cave, where the elderly man with a white beard awaited outside. Earlier, upon hearing the commotion within, he had hesitated to re-enter after expending several life-saving artifacts to escape. Now, seeing Chu Feng emerge, the elder's expression shifted to one of shock. Young brother, are you unharmed? Yes, Chu Feng nodded slightly, continuing onward, eager to find Sheng Liar. What transpired inside? The elder queried, hastening to keep pace. I have slain the spider, but I have matters to attend to. You may enter the cave to see for yourself. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon concluding his words, Chu Feng hastily departed. This is impossible. The elderly man with a white beard wore an expression of disbelief upon hearing Chu Feng's declaration. Just moments ago, he had expended several life-preserving treasures to escape from the clutches of the spider. Now, a mere lad at the third level of the celestial spirit realm dared to claim he had slain the spider. How could this be conceivable? Yet at that moment, Chu Feng had already ventured far away, leaving the old man to slowly return to the cave, cautiously inspecting his surroundings. Chapter 180, An Existence Beyond the Imperial Realm. After Chu Feng's departure, he began to scour the mountain range in search of traces of the giant serpent. Previously, Sheng Yuanjing had mentioned that Sheng Liar had been swept away by the giant serpent within this very mountain range. Chu Feng sought to investigate, hoping to discover signs of the serpent's movements. However, after searching for quite some time, he found no clues whatsoever. Soon after, Chu Feng arrived at a dark abyss, where ominous black mist swirled incessantly. The abyss was scarcely 2 meters wide on either side, an impenetrable darkness extending endlessly into the distance. Such dense demonic energy? Chu Feng frowned slightly at the sight. The potency of this demonic energy indicated the presence of some malevolent creature below. After probing the edge of the abyss for a moment, he contemplated descending to investigate. Suddenly, he heard Linger's voice whispering in his ear, "Do not descend. There is a powerful demon down there, one that you cannot possibly contend with at this moment." Chu Feng paused momentarily, but then smiled lightly. "It's fine, merely a demon. I have no fear of a demon. The demon is beyond the Imperial Realm." Linger's voice echoed once more. "What? Beyond the Imperial Realm?" Chu Feng et Kalim, a look of shock overtaking his features. How could there be an existence beyond the Imperial Realm here? In his previous life, he had never encountered such beings in the upper realm. He could not fathom why a lowly realm like the Wasteland would harbor a demon of such caliber. Instantly, he recalled the previously deceased beasts, their blood and flesh drained. He had long pondered what sort of entity could stealthily siphon away those corpses' blood. Now he understood. It had to be the demon beneath the abyss, employing some means to do so. With a tinge of trepidation, he inquired, "That demon below will not emerge, will it? If it were to emerge, then the entire wasteland would suffer, and even the various realms of the upper realm would not be spared." Linger replied calmly, "It is sealed below, unable to ascend for the time being. However, it seems intent on absorbing the blood and flesh of cultivators to break the seal. If it were to acquire a vast amount of cultivator blood, it might indeed be able to free itself. Then we must bury this relic once we leave." Chu Feng resolved, contemplating how to collapse the canyon outside and set up a grand array to prevent any cultivators from entering. That is unnecessary. To break the seal, it would require at least billions of cultivator blood. Linger said softly, "Then that is a relief." Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Once the people within this relic exit and spread the news, I doubt anyone would dare approach this place again. The demon's desire to break the seal is utterly impossible. Is there any possibility that Liar is beneath the abyss? A troubling thought struck Chu Feng. He had thoroughly searched the entire relic, and the abyss was the only area left unexamined. If Sheng Liar had fallen into that abyss, how could he rescue her? If she has entered the abyss, she is most likely already dead. Your descent would be futile. Linger remarked coolly. But Chu Feng was reluctant to abandon his last glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, he was ill-equipped to confront an existence beyond the Imperial realm, and descending would only lead to his demise. The thought of Sheng Liar potentially being lost plunged him into despair. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had vowed not to leave any regrets. If Sheng Liar were to perish, then his previous oath would merely be a jest, and his rebirth would have been for naught. There is no need for such despair. Though the eternal immortal spirit body may not possess the formidable karmic ties of the heavenly demon's sacred body, it is not so easily extinguished. Perhaps she has already left this relic. Linger reassured him. Is that truly the case? Chu Feng's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, Linger replied softly. That is wonderful. I shall leave the relic immediately to search for her. Chu Feng exclaimed with joy, ready to turn and exit the relic. With such dense demonic energy here, why not seize the opportunity to absorb and cultivate? Linger called out to halt him. I must seek Liar. I can cultivate later. Chu Feng insisted, his urgency to find Sheng Liar overshadowing his desire to train. Linger huffed in response. Your most pressing concern is to elevate your power. Without strength, even if your beloved encounters peril, you would be incapable of rescuing her. Chu Feng halted abruptly at her words. Indeed, lacking power. If Sheng Liar were to fall into the hands of a formidable individual, rescuing her would be exceedingly difficult. He glanced back at the swirling, dense demonic energy of the abyss, considering that absorbing and cultivating would not take much time. Very well, I shall absorb and cultivate now, he declared. With that, Chu Feng promptly seated himself at the edge of the abyss, slowly circulating the chaotic technique, beginning to absorb the demonic energy for cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. After 5 days, Chu Feng's cultivation had ascended from the 3rd level of the celestial spirit realm to the 4th. At this moment, the demonic energy from the abyss remained potent, and he continued to absorb and cultivate until the 8th day, when the energy finally thinned, prompting him to cease his training and gradually rise to his feet. Before departing, he cast a final glance at the abyss below. During his cultivation, he had sensed something watching him from beneath. Perhaps his siphoning of the demonic energy had drawn the attention of the demon lurking below. However, knowing that the demon could not emerge, he dismissed the concern. After a brief gaze into the depths, Chu Feng swiftly turned and sped towards the relic's exit. Before long, he passed through the Soul Demon Grand Array, emerging from the relic and returning to the canyon above. Previously, he had considered destroying the Soul Demon Grand Array upon exiting, but now he realized that retaining the array could instill fear in outside cultivators, deterring them from entering the relic. Consequently, Chu Feng opted not to destroy the array. At this moment, the crowd above the canyon had dispersed. A few days prior, those waiting outside learned from the exiting individuals that the relic was nothing but a ruse. There were no divine medicines for prolonging life within, and the earlier rumors had merely been a bait to lure humanity to their doom. Upon this revelation, the crowd hastily vacated the relic, seeing the canyon devoid of people. Chu Feng too departed, soaring towards a nearby city, with no trace of Sheng Liar found within the relic. He could only place his hopes on her being in the hands of the Chirin clan. The earlier false information about the divine medicine for prolonging life had undoubtedly been disseminated by the Chirin, and the Soul Demon Grand Array within the relic was likely set up by them as well. Chu Feng surmised that the Chirin clan had control over this relic, making it plausible that Sheng Liar had fallen into their grasp. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived at a city belonging to the Chirin clan. in order to gather intelligence. He fashioned a pointed horn on his forehead, masquerading as a Qiren to infiltrate the city. Is Qi Zhan to be wed? After some inquiries, Chu Feng, rather than uncovering any leads on Sheng Liar, learned instead that Qi Zhan, the war god of the Qiren clan, was to be married. Chapter 181, The City of Yoli. Upon hearing that Qi Zhan was to wed, Chu Feng immediately recalled what Sheng Wenyun had mentioned about Qi Zhan harboring feelings for Sheng Liar. Could it be that Qi Zhan was to marry Sheng Liar? The thought sent a wave of dread washing over his face. Soon after, Chu Feng clarified the details of Qi Zhan's wedding. In 2 days, he was to marry in Yoli City, the largest city of the Qiren clan. Having learned the location of Yoli City, Chu Feng hurriedly set off, racing towards it. Within an hour, he arrived at Yoli City. The city was vast and grand, with a colossal black mountain range stretching endlessly on the other side. At that moment, Yoli City was teeming with people, a vibrant hub of activity. The marriage of Qi Zhan, the war god of the Qiren clan, was of utmost significance. This time, the leaders of the various factions of the Qiren tribe are gathering in the city of Yoli, an unprecedented spectacle. During this period, the guards in Yoli City have been exceptionally vigilant. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Chu Feng spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to infiltrate Yoli City. Upon entering, he secured a room at the prestigious Tianren Inn, which had become the only high-end establishment with vacancies amidst the fully booked ordinary inns. After settling in at Tianren Inn, Chu Feng began to gather intelligence from various sources. Soon, he found himself in a charming corridor designated for guests to enjoy tea and engage in conversation. The corridor exudes an elegant ambience, allowing a view of the pedestrians on the street. Chu Feng chose a spot to sit and struck up a casual conversation with a fellow guest at the inn. Once they became acquainted, he subtly inquired, "Might I ask what kind of person the wife of the war god is? She must be extraordinarily beautiful, I presume?" The plump man chuckled. "I've heard that the war god has married a young human girl." "A young human girl?" Chu Feng's expression shifted oddly upon hearing this, instantly recalling the incident when Qi Zhan had abducted Mo Qingyan from Shangtian City. Could it be that Qi Zhan intends to marry Mo Qingyan? I heard that the girl is not even 10 years old, specifically taken from the human realm by the war god himself. She must be quite tender and delectable to have captured the war goddess' favor. The plump man grinned mischievously. Chu Feng felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. However, this was merely the plump man's one-sided perspective and hardly credible. He feared that Qi Zhan might actually be marrying Sheng Liar. Hence he needed to verify this personally to feel at ease. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught Chu Feng's eye. How could he be here? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chu Feng's gaze. At that moment, a large contingent of black armored guard from the Qiren tribe surrounded a middle-aged man in gray, who was leisurely making his way down the street in front of Tianren Inn. The gray-clad man was none other than Huarong, whom Chu Feng had encountered in the eastern wilderness. After Huarong had dispatched someone to assassinate Chu Feng, he had vanished without a trace. Chu Feng had long sought to eliminate Huarong, but had been unable to locate him, never anticipating he would appear on this northern continent. Moreover, judging by the current situation, he seemed to be thriving. It's Master Huarong. At that moment, the plump man beside Chu Feng stood up excitedly and exclaimed, "What is his status?" Seeing the plump man's admiration for Huarong, Chu Feng immediately inquired. The plump man turned to look at Chu Feng, slightly taken aback. "You don't recognize Master Huarong? He is the only 5th-tier alchemist of our Qiren tribe, renowned for crafting exquisite 5th-tier elixirs." Chu Feng, puzzled, asked, "Isn't he a human?" Master Huarong was once human, but he has sworn allegiance beneath our tribe's divine mountain. The plump man explained. "Divine mountain?" Chu Feng wore a perplexed expression. The plump man regarded Chu Feng with a strange look. "You don't even know about our tribe's divine mountain? It's the black mountain behind Yoli City." Upon seeing the plump man's doubtful gaze, Chu Feng quickly replied, "Of course I know about the divine mountain. I just wonder if one can join our Qiren tribe merely by swearing an oath at its base. Of course, our divine mountain is home to deities. Once one swears an oath there, they cannot violate it, or they will surely face divine retribution." The plump man said solemnly. "Deities?" Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then let out a faint, dismissive laugh. He had no faith in such so-called deities, even if there were divine beings in this world. They would not manifest in a lowly realm like the wasteland. Moreover, if there truly were deities residing in the Qiren tribe's divine mountain, the tribe would have long since dominated the wasteland instead of remaining confined to this desolate northern continent. The so-called deities of the Qiren tribe were undoubtedly an imposed belief from the upper echelons, designed to facilitate their governance over the tribe. After a while, Chu Feng continued to express his admiration for Qi Zhan, using this as a pretext to extract more information about him. Once he felt sufficiently informed, he bid farewell, slowly exiting the inn and making his way towards the war god's residence. Chu Feng intended to scout the area around the war god's residence first, to ascertain the defense situation, and then see if he could find a way to infiltrate it under the cover of darkness. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived near the war god's residence, finding a vantage point from which to observe the situation within. The war god's residence was expansive, resembling a grand palace, adorned with an array of exquisite pavilions. Perhaps due to Qi Zhan's impending nuptials, the residence was festooned with bright red decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. In the very center of the estate stood a towering spire. Guards were stationed atop the spire, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of unusual activity, summoning the residence guards to respond promptly. Chu Feng scrutinized the scene for a while, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated the war god's residence to be so vast, with so many pavilions and guards constantly surveilling the area. Locating the woman Qi Zhan was to marry would prove exceedingly challenging. After some time, Chu Feng shifted to another location to continue his observation. Yet he still discerned no peculiarities about the war god's residence. In such a sprawling place, searching every nook and cranny would be arduous and highly likely to attract attention. Soon, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Chu Feng found a hidden spot, entered the Chaos Star World, and donned a set of black stealth attire before venturing back into the outside world. Before long, Chu Feng stealthily scaled the walls of the war god's residence, slipping through the guards' blind spots. The war god's residence was ablaze with lights that night. The servants and maidservants were bustling about, preparing for Qi Zhan's grand wedding. The movement of the servants made it easier for Chu Feng to infiltrate. Utilizing the cover of darkness, he deftly maneuvered throughout the war god's residence. However, after an extended search, Chu Feng found no information regarding the woman Qi Zhan was to marry. Through his investigations, he learned that the war god's residence was not only Qi Zhan's dwelling, but also the residence of all his kin. Not long ago, Chu Feng had captured one of Qi Zhan's relatives, hoping to extract information about the woman Qi Zhan was to wed. Yet that individual, being a relative of Qi Zhan, was also unaware of the identity of the woman. This left Chu Feng in deep confusion. He could not fathom why Qi Zhan was being so cautious. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived in front of a massive pavilion. Just as he was about to stealthily investigate, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from within. "Who goes there?" Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately concealed himself within the Chaos Star Pearl. In an instant, a blue-clad elder flew out from the pavilion and approached the very spot where Chu Feng had just been. Where did he go? The blue-clad elder appeared perplexed. He had distinctly sensed someone probing him just moments ago, only to find the area now empty. At that moment, the guards atop the spire seemed to have heard the blue-clad elder's voice, and several black-clad guards swooped down. The burly black-clad guard at the forefront respectfully inquired of the blue-clad elder, "Great priest, what troubles you? I felt as though someone was spying on me just now, but when I came out, the person vanished." The blue-clad elder replied uncertainly, "Someone has infiltrated the war god's residence. Our guards have detected no anomalies." The burly black-clad guard stated, "Perhaps it was just my imagination. You may continue your watch." The blue-clad elder instructed. "Understood." The burly black-clad guard acknowledged, promptly leading the others back to the spire. "I must be getting old. My senses are failing," the blue-clad elder mused, continuing to survey the area for a moment longer before returning to the pavilion, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Just as the blue-clad elder closed the door behind him, Chu Feng emerged once more from the Chaos Star Pearl, darting like lightning to a distant corner, before retreating back into the Chaos Star Pearl. In the instant Chu Feng vanished, the blue-clad elder reappeared, surveying the surroundings. "What is happening?" The blue-clad elder scanned the area, still failing to detect any irregularities. Yet, just moments ago, he distinctly sensed a presence in this vicinity. Could it be that his spiritual awareness is truly deceiving him this evening? The elder in blue, skeptical of fate, promptly summoned an aura of formidable intensity, sweeping it around him with determination. Even if someone possessed the ability to conceal themselves, they would be compelled to reveal their presence. However, after several attempts, the elder in blue found no trace of anyone at all. At this juncture, Chu Feng dared not emerge hastily from the Chaos Star Pearl. The elder in blue was a formidable being of the 8th realm of the sovereign. Chu Feng had not anticipated that, apart from Qi Zhan, the war goddess manor housed such a high-level powerhouse. Half an hour later, Chu Feng instructed Linger to ascertain the situation outside. Upon learning that the Elder in Blue had shifted his focus elsewhere, Chu Feng swiftly emerged from the Chaos Star Pearl, continuing to cautiously investigate the surroundings. Throughout the late hours of the night, Chu Feng tirelessly explored the war god's manor. Yet he uncovered no information regarding the woman Zhan was to marry. What would be the reason? Why was there nothing? A sense of bewilderment gripped Chu Feng's heart. He had practically scoured the entirety of the war god's manor. Could it be that the woman Zhan was to wed was not currently within its confines?